Reborn back to the senior year classroom, Fang Qingchen's first action was to slap himself hard across the face. I really deserve to die. Clearly, I have a powerful martial god dad and a wealthy tycoon mom, with such an unbeatable background, a life destined to win effortlessly. Yet, I was blinded by my own foolishness, not taking advantage of being a divine second generation, rejecting family support, and wanting to carve out my own path. I wasted 10 precious years of youth chasing after the green tea school beauty, only to realize in middle age that I had wasted my life and returned to the right path. Unfortunately, it was too late. My cultivation was stuck at the peak of martial saint, and I ultimately died in the cataclysmic beast-tide invasion. In my previous life, I was too confused, but in this new life, all I want is to be a winner lying down. My parents have worked hard their whole lives. What's wrong with me enjoying life? The school beauty is cold and unattainable. Do you understand the value of being a tycoon's son when selecting a bride? Not only can I climb 2 at once, but I can also ride the precious blood of exotic beasts that others find hard to obtain. With a word from my martial god dad, I could use it as bathwater. Top-tier gene potions are globally limited. Sorry, but my tycoon mom already pre-ordered them before they hit the market. What took me 20 years of hard practice to achieve in my previous life, in this life, I surpassed while lying down. While others are still struggling to cultivate, Fang Qingchen has already donned god-level armor, walking on air, and breezing through high martial arts. Chapter 1, 10-Star Martial Saint. Back to senior year. I really should die. Fang Qingchen sat at his desk, staring blankly at his hands. His long, slender fingers were white and clean, not resembling the worn-out state from his last moments. After perishing alongside the SS-level exotic beast, the Thunder Dragon, his body had been exhausted and broken, full of wounds and in tatters. He looked around. The classroom was clean and tidy, with familiar yet slightly unfamiliar youthful faces. Everyone was sitting obediently, heads held high, watching the teacher write in neat handwriting on the blackboard. Outside, cicadas chirped, and sunlight poured in. This image was almost engraved in his bones, instantly waking him up to understand everything. I have been reborn back to high school. As soon as he thought of this, his confused eyes instantly became clear. The smile at the corners of his mouth was harder to suppress than AK. He propped his forehead with one hand, fingers deeply tangled in his hair. He could no longer hold back his wild laughter. Ha 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 ha. In that laughter, there was a sense of weariness, regret, relief, and indescribable ecstasy. Then, without thinking, he almost, Chapter 2, Master, stop reciting, just walk away after showing off. The crane grasp technique is one of the 9 compulsory martial arts courses in the martial arts curriculum at the martial high of the Great Xia Kingdom. Though basic, it tests neural reaction speed and bodily coordination immensely. It is extremely difficult to master. Among the martial arts elite class, very few students can reach a proficient level in this martial art. Even those with exceptional martial arts talent who focus on honing their crane grasp skills find it hard to achieve mastery before graduation. The idea of fingers dancing like a crane is something they've never even heard of. Everyone rubbed their eyes, thinking they were too sleepy in the afternoon and had seen it wrong. Though it's just a blind cat catching a dead mouse, it still broke the invincible stance of the teacher. Looks good, I love it, bring on more. The classmates were all waiting to watch the fun. Outsiders enjoy the spectacle, but insiders can't see the tricks. Class teacher Huang Chunli was also a bit dumbfounded, her eyes wide open. Fang Qingchen's crane grasp is so good. I remember he only barely reached the beginner level in the last martial arts exam. How could he improve so much in less than a month? He caught it without even looking up. For the first time, Huang Chunli felt so unfamiliar with the crane grasp technique. Chapter 3, Can't treat an SS-level exotic beast, can't I treat you? Looking at Fang Qingchen's back, class teacher Huang Chunli was so angry that her shirt buttons were about to pop off and hit someone. Have these students become this bold? Am I the teacher, or are you the teacher? Although she didn't know when Fang Qingchen had secretly studied the knowledge points. The authority of the teacher still needed to be upheld. Is it something you can shout out when class is over? You've gone too far. She pushed her black-framed glasses up her nose, on the verge of exploding. Stepping out with her long black stockings, she was about to chase after him to pull Fang Qingchen into the office for a lecture. However, just as she passed the blackboard, she accidentally glanced at the notes Fang Qingchen had just written. With just one glance, her eyes couldn't move away. Her body seemed to freeze in place. She came from a scholarly family, and her elder was a master of calligraphy. Having been influenced by that, she instantly recognized the extraordinary nature of the writing. This is beautiful writing. The ancients said that a person's writing reflects their character. This writing is imposing, like a battle-hardened warrior, carrying an unstoppable momentum. There's no way someone who can write such sharp characters could possibly be a simp. The more Huang Chunli looked, the more shocked she became. If she hadn't seen it with her own eyes, she would never believe this was written by the well-known simp Fang Qingchen.
Chapter 4. What level are you? Do you even deserve to use martial arts? Many timid girls have already covered their eyes and dared not look. Fang Qingchen, however, shook his head in disbelief. Too slow. The tiger fist. At this speed, you could barely catch a cat. Also, your physical ability is simply too low. From the perspective of a 10-star martial saint, such moves are as slow as a PowerPoint presentation, full of flaws. He didn't even glance at Li Jiangnan's hand that was about to strike his chest. With a sudden lift of his hand holding the small electric bike. He didn't use any martial arts moves, just a simple punch. With the support of his powerful physical ability of 13, it was plain and unadorned. Yet it arrived first, meeting Li Jiangnan's tiger claw in midair. What a show-off! Li Jiangnan sneered. His tiger fist had already reached a profound level, capable of unleashing 50 of its power. Even if Fang Qingchen had slightly better physical ability, if he didn't use martial arts of the same level to counter, he would still suffer. Bang! A punch and a claw collided fiercely. Crack! The crisp sound of bone breaking immediately rang out. Ah! Li Jiangnan let out a cry of pain, his face filled with disbelief. The intense pain caused him to break out in a cold sweat. His wrist went limp and hung down, unable to exert any force. Chapter 5. Everyone says rich families are bad. Fang Qingchen couldn't hear the barking of those dogs at all. Riding his cyber-electric bike at breakneck speed, he suddenly found himself understanding those ghostly youths a bit. The feeling of speeding on a bike is really exhilarating. Especially watching the scenery around him blur, as it rapidly receded. The fierce wind, even through the helmet, was whistling loudly. The gasps of pedestrians and vehicles along the way sent his adrenaline soaring. It was addictive like poison. After riding for over 10 kilometers, he finally slowed down. As the exhaust pipe gradually retracted, the small electric bike once again became plain and unadorned. An electric bike that could come out of the martial god manner is certainly not an ordinary one. The technological content contained within it surpasses that of an average flying car. However, in his previous life, Fang Qingchen rejected all high-consumption support from his family. That's why they didn't tell him about it, letting him treat it as an ordinary electric bike. He only learned about it during a casual chat with his father after he had come to terms with his past. Riding the small electric bike, Fang Qingchen quickly arrived at a large estate near the Changhuang River in the south of the city. It should have been a prime location, but it seemed like an oasis in the city. Chapter 6. Second talent. Dedicated to the public, Fang Wuxian. Could it be that a sycophant ends up with everything in the end? But that doesn't make sense. Don't they know what kind of person their son is? If he really succeeded, he would have been shouting even before entering the house. Son, are you okay? Tang Bingyun asked cautiously. What could be wrong with me? Mom. I'm hungry. I don't want to eat the food cooked in the kitchen tonight. I just want to eat the wonton noodles you make. Looking at his mother's concerned gaze, Fang Qingchen suddenly felt a pang in his nose. They say parents are there, so one doesn't roam far. But in the 3 years before he died in battle in his previous life, he never managed to find time to go home and visit. Fighting for his life against alien beasts across the country, he passed by his home 3 times without entering. There was no choice. The destructive power of the alien beasts was too great. Every minute he delayed, countless citizens in cities ravaged by the beasts would die. Who knows how many parents waiting for their children to return home would suffer tragic ends. Seeing Fang Qingchen's slightly reddened eyes, Tang Bingyun couldn't help but feel a bit heartbroken. Look at how hungry her son was, almost to the point of tears. You and your father chat for a bit, I'll go make you some noodles. She lovingly reached out and patted Fang Qingchen's head. Chapter 7 Dragon Snake Breathing Technique. Son, something is different. Celestial Crystal. Rubbing the crystal ball in his hand, Fang Qingchen closed his eyes in satisfaction. Arms outstretched in free fall, he heavily flopped onto the soft bed. Wonderful. The opportunity he lost in his previous life was finally firmly in his hands in this life. Celestial crystals are extremely rare, only born within S-class alien beasts. And their effect is equally extraordinary. Martial artists with A-class or lower martial arts talent, after absorbing its internal essence, have a certain probability of elevating their martial arts talent by one level. What does that mean? It means that a single celestial crystal could directly allow an A-class martial arts genius to ascend to greatness, change their fate and become a prodigy with S-class martial arts talent, even if there is a certain probability of failure. It's south enough to drive any A-class talent martial artist crazy. Everyone wants to be that lucky one. However, acquiring celestial crystals is incredibly difficult. Killing an S-class alien beast is very challenging, equivalent to a martial saint among humans. Moreover, not every S-class alien beast will produce a celestial crystal. Therefore, the price of celestial crystals has skyrocketed. Chapter 8 Free Breakfast. Really disappointing. Today is the day when students from all martial arts high schools in Linjiang awaken their martial arts talents. Linjiang No. 7 High School. As one of the key martial arts high schools in Linjiang City, not only requires all faculty and staff to attend, but also invites prominent figures from the city and even the province to witness the occasion. Once a student awakens an A-class or higher talent, it will be recorded immediately and reported to the higher-ups of the Great Xia country, to prevent those with high martial arts talent from being coveted and poached by other schools or even martial schools from other provinces. After all, these are all valuable political achievements. Stepping onto the playground, looking around, there were students dressed in blue and white uniforms, gathered by class. They were chatting, drinking water, and eating breakfast, creating a lively atmosphere. Nearly 10,000 students gathered on the vast playground, not appearing crowded at all. At the very front of the playground stood 10 platforms over 3 meters high, made of 5 colors, resembling the altars used by ancient emperors to sacrifice to the heavens. Each platform had a huge screen floating above, clearly visible even from hundreds of meters away. These 10 platforms were the awakening altars. The time has not yet come. Chapter 9 Why Should I Care? Li Jiangnan, who was on the verge of breaking down, found himself stunned by the 3 words spoken by the 2 little green teas before him. Lin Wanxing looked incredulous, almost thinking she had misheard. Ji Yutingting was also dumbfounded. She never expected that after being soft for 2.5 years, Fang Qingchen would suddenly become so assertive today. Just because he defeated Li Jiangnan from Class 4. He got so inflated. The breakfast they were about to eat flew away. Ji Yutingting, as the best friend, was even more anxious than Lin Wanxing. Her stomach was growling uncontrollably. They hadn't eaten anything to wait for this breakfast. The emperor is not anxious, but the eunuch is. Before Lin Wanxing could speak, Ji Yutingting spoke up for her. Fang Qingchen, if you keep this up, Wanxing will be angry. I'm going to be angry too, she said with emphasis on her last few words. Fang Qingchen didn't even look back. Whether she is angry or not has nothing to do with you. Whether you're angry or not has nothing to do with me. This statement was like a bombshell thrown into the crowd of classmates, leaving those waiting to see the joke completely stunned. Ji Yutingting was so angry she was stomping her feet. Lin Wanxing also had a bad expression. The two of them stared at Fang Qingchen's back, not knowing what he was trying to do. Fang Qingchen didn't care about the barking behind him. Chapter 10, Is Your Hair Delicious? I'm so mad. It's all Fang Qingchen's fault, and this won't end well for him. Wait until the security bureau people arrive. You'll be the one crying. My dad has already taken care of everything, they must leave a record, and you'll end up in jail. Unable to attend a martial arts university. He shot a resentful glance at Fang Qingchen, his resentment reaching a boiling point. He was determined to use what happened last night to teach Fang Qingchen a harsh lesson. Li Jiangnan's family was quite wealthy, as he could afford luxury sports cars. With such a background, they certainly had connections, and in the Linjiang City Security Bureau, they had acquaintances. As far as he knew, there was an uncle in the City Security Bureau, who held real power, as a captain, and had a good relationship with his father. Now that the evidence was clear, with that person's connections, locking Fang Qingchen up would be a matter of one sentence. Li Jiangnan left. Lin Wanxing looked at Lu Qingchen, who was enjoying her food like a food broadcaster, and her teammate Ji Yutingting, who was eating like a pig. She was so angry that her fists were tightly clenched, and she felt like her head was about to explode. Her stomach was also growling, but she had to maintain the image of a cool and aloof school beauty. It was truly uncomfortable. Chapter 11, A licking dog of one's own, even if using tricks, can only lick themselves. With Principal Chen's command, the students on the playground, under the teacher's guidance, lined up in an orderly fashion at the Talent Awakening platform by class. Naturally, those students from the martial arts elite class were at the front, prioritized for the martial arts talent testing. Linjiang No. 7 Middle School had more than 10,000 students preparing for martial arts examinations. However, only 200 were selected for the martial arts elite class before their talents were awakened. They were truly the cream of the crop, real elites. Each one was physically strong and excelled in both cultural and martial arts subjects. Of course, the number of students in the martial arts elite class was not fixed. Every half semester, the best students would be selected from various classes to join. Lu Qingchen and Lin Wanxing both had the chance to enter the martial arts elite class for further study in the second half of the semester. When the martial arts exam came, they would aim for the top 4 martial arts academies in Daxia. Even if they couldn't get in, at worst, they could attend a top domestic martial arts university. After graduation, they could at least become a captain in the city-level security bureau. Definitely winners in life. Looking at the elite class students at the front, all with proud expressions, it was a lie to say the ordinary class students behind them weren't envious and jealous. Chapter 12, The Rabbit Kicks the Eagle, Reversing the Celestial Pattern. Red Talent. Chen Guorong had a very good relationship with Fang Zhenhai, Fang Qingchen's father and a martial arts deity. In their youth, they were classmates, fought against exotic beasts together, and washed their feet together. However, due to limitations in martial arts talent, Chen Guorong's cultivation gradually couldn't keep up with Fang Zhenhai's pace, which is why he stepped back from the front lines. Nonetheless, this old man loved to show off in front of others. Therefore, he actively applied to return to his alma mater in Linjiang City as the principal. The relationship between the two families has always been good, and Chen Guorong often went to drink with Fang Zhenhai. He was also the only one in Linjiang No. 7 Middle School who knew Fang Qingchen's true identity. However, due to Fang Zhenhai's special instructions, he did not give Fang Qingchen any special treatment in school. Even the martial arts elite class did not let him in. As Fang Zhenhai's old friend, Chen Guorong naturally felt a sense of disappointment towards him. While drinking with Fang Zhenhai, he had mentioned more than once that if Fang Qingchen were his son, he would have broken several of his legs by now. Thus, in his previous life, Fang Qingchen was most afraid of this Principal Chen in Linjiang No. 7 Middle School. Chen Guorong's authoritative gaze swept across the many students on the playground. Chapter 13, A Romantic. A leopard can't change its spots. In the huge screen above the awakening platform, where Zhong Changhao was located, countless data streams flashed. It seemed to be analyzing. The red light covering him gradually returned to the metal sphere. Then, a line of huge text appeared on the screen. Combat Class B Talent, Elemental Affinity, Thunder. Upon seeing the result, the students below were enviously red-eyed. It was a combat class talent, what luck. It was said that after awakening an elemental affinity combat talent, when performing any martial arts, one could attract the corresponding elemental force from the heavens and earth, greatly enhancing the martial arts power. The thunder elemental force was already violent and fierce, and it also had the effect of tempering the body. So Zhong Changhao hit the jackpot this time. Truly envious. Change faces, make it mine. The classmates were all feeling sour. On the awakening platform, Zhong Changhao displayed an ecstatic expression, his head held high, almost rolling his eyes to the sky, with a face full of pride. B-level talent represented what? And as a student of the martial arts elite class, he was very clear. As long as he practiced martial arts step by step, he could easily get into the 4 major martial arts academies of Daxia. Chapter 14, Unfortunately. That day was not a day. There aren't so many wayward sons returning. This was also the view most people held of Fang Qingchen. After the students from the martial arts elite class awakened their talents, they gradually walked down from the awakening altar. Next, it was the turn of the ordinary class students, with the elite class students taking the lead. The fire in the hearts of the other students was completely ignited. What does it matter if the elite class is ahead for a moment? Without martial arts talent, they will still be eliminated. And if these ordinary class students awaken C-level or B-level martial arts talent, they can also stage a comeback. Watching those martial arts elite class students who have not awakened their talents, hanging their heads in despair, many students on the playground felt secretly pleased. The once geniuses have fallen, and seeing others suffer is simply human nature. It's enjoyable. It's fun to watch. Although the 10 talent awakening altars were continuously operating and the efficiency of awakening was high, with over 10,000 students waiting in line, it still felt a bit tight. Those who went up to the awakening platform looked tragic, as if they were facing execution. The ones waiting below were no better off, like warriors waiting for execution. Many students were so nervous that they were panting heavily, sweating profusely, and their calves were cramping. Chapter 15, Fang Wuxian's surname is Fang. And Fang Qiango also has the surname Fang. The look of disappointment passed quickly. He smiled at Lu Qingshan, ignoring the whispers of his classmates and Lin Wanxing's murderous gaze. He turned and walked back to the front row. Waiting was incredibly boring. With no more gossip to consume, the students quickly found a new topic. Our school is really stingy, can't they set up a few more awakening altars? There are over 10,000 students who need to awaken. And yet they only made 10 altars. It's so slow that we have to wait under the hot sun. If I become principal one day, I will definitely add a few more. 1 altar per person. Many students were complaining. However, soon a knowledgeable student spoke up to refute. You frogs at the bottom of the well, what do you know? Do you know how much it costs to build an awakening altar? No? 100 million. You're kidding. Right? An altar like this can be worth so much money. Many classmates didn't believe it. At this moment, Fang Qingchen's homeroom teacher, Old Huang, spoke up. This student is correct. The cost of an awakening altar is indeed that high. It is the pinnacle of human technology, which is why it allows you to awaken your talents without any danger. Chapter 16, Even a piece of toilet paper, or a bitter tea leaf has its use. Wanxing. It's finally our turn, let's go, let's go. I can't wait any longer. Watching others awaken their talents one by one, Jiu Tingting was already impatient. After hearing her name called, she immediately grabbed Lin Wanxing's hand and walked towards the awakening platform. As they passed by Fang Qingchen, Lin Wanxing took a deep look at him, only to find that he was still completely focused on his phone, showing no interest in her awakening. She bit her lip lightly. Fang Qingchen, I hope you'll still be so calm after I awaken my talent. Below, Qingchen, Lin's school beauty is about to awaken. Aren't you going to take a look? Aren't you curious about what talent she has? You're way too calm. After all this time licking, the progress bar is almost full. And you really won't lick anymore. I don't believe it. Next to Fang Qingchen, his deskmate, the skinny monkey Li Jian, said nervously. Li Jian's physical abilities are average, ranking around 20th in the class. However, he just awakened a D-level support talent, perception, which allows him to sense the presence of exotic beasts. It's quite rare and considered a special talent. He is basically guaranteed a spot in the martial arts elite class. As one of Fang Qingchen's few friends. Chapter 17, All kinds of glands are blocked. Bro, you're sweating all over, right? Lin's school beauty just took off, and your competitive pressure has increased. The experience points you accumulated before have probably been reset to 0. Since he was standing in the front row, Liu Jian's face was as purple as an eggplant. He felt both envious and a bit worried. He's read too many novels about the dragon not cohabiting with the snake. Lin Wanxing's figure and looks are already very high. And now she has awakened an A-level martial arts talent. It's almost like she has diamonds all over her body, shining brightly. With an elevated status, one's perspective naturally rises. Not everyone can be a sycophant. Li Jian saw clearly that for small wealthy second-generation kids like Fang Qingchen and Li Jiangnan, they may not even qualify to be sycophants in the future. Fang Qingchen shrugged indifferently. This is just the beginning. An A-level talent already causes such pressure. This kid probably doesn't even know what real pressure is. In his past life, Lin Wanxing had an S-level talent, which was truly impressive. Especially after entering university. The number of pursuers around her could fill a 10-mile radius, and each one had a more impressive background than the last. Just like him. There were 3 or 4 sons of semi-divine warriors. Chapter 18. I guarantee you can awaken an S-level talent. A warm hand patted his shoulder. Looking up in confusion, Lu Qingshan saw Fang Qingchen's handsome face against the light, wearing a warm smile. His starry eyes made people feel incredibly reassured. Lu Qingshan, don't be nervous. Drink my milk tea, and I guarantee you can awaken an S-level talent. If it's not enough, I'll make up for whatever you lack. His tone was teasing. As if joking. But for some reason, after hearing his words, Lu Qingshan's tense nerves suddenly relaxed a lot. She wasn't as nervous anymore. You're just bragging. But thank you. Lu Qingshan looked up and muttered softly, then quickly lowered her head, clutching her backpack, as she walked past Fang Qingchen. I am going up now. The next batch will be your turn. You should also work hard. Watching Lu Qingshan, who was soon standing on the awakening platform and taking deep breaths, Fang Qingchen rubbed his chin in confusion. Why do I feel like she's not as withdrawn as in the last life? She's quite talkative now. In his previous life, he had hardly noticed Lu Qingshan. Although they were desk mates, they hardly spoke a few words until graduation. Chapter 19, Special Announcement. Thank you, Fang Qingchen. Everyone was stunned by this sudden scene. The appearance of 2 S-level talent holders in succession was unprecedented in the entire Great Xia country. Everyone present could be said to have witnessed history. After a brief moment of shock, the playground erupted into chaos once again. The students present had eyes as red as rabbits, loudly discussing among themselves. Ah! My eyes are going to be blinded. Am I dreaming? Another S-level talent. Isn't she that introverted girl Lu Qingchen from class 7? Why is it her awakening an S-level talent and not me? This time, it's my turn to be introverted. Setting aside envy and jealousy, we finally have a reason to be proud this year. Otherwise, those dogs from the first high school wouldn't know how crazy they'd get. I declare that Lu Qingchen is the only goddess of our Class 7, surpassing all the school beauties. Seconded. The students chimed in, each voicing their thoughts. But the core sentiment was two words: admiration. Lin Wanqing stood at the foot of the stage, like a clown. She looked up at Lu Qingchen, who was bathed in golden light, hands clenched tightly, her expression incredibly complicated. She had lost. Very thoroughly. The goddess aura she had was washed away by the crying just now. Sniffling, she returned to the previous introverted girl look. With slightly swollen eyes. She looked at Fang Qingchen's school uniform, her face red, revealing an embarrassed expression. "I'm sorry for getting your uniform dirty. I'll take it home tonight and wash it for you." Her voice was soft, seemingly afraid that Fang Qingchen would be angry. A simple statement caused the many boys around, who were watching closely, to collectively break down. They wished they could shatter like jade. "Fang the dog, you really deserve to die." The goddess Lu is taking the initiative to wash clothes for Fang Qingchen. Is there no justice left? Damn. Fang Qingchen guessed right again. Lin the school beauty, Lu the goddess, have all been guessed right by this dog. Fang Qingchen paid no attention to the barking around him. In 2 lifetimes, it was the first time a girl had taken the initiative to offer to wash his clothes. It would be a lie to say he wasn't excited. He didn't bother to be polite with Lu Qingchen, not even glancing at Lin Wanqing's almost pale face not far away. Naturally, he took off his school uniform and handed it to her. Lu Qingchen took the uniform seriously, folded it neatly, and then carefully placed it into her backpack. Chapter 21, The True Fire of Tang Bingyun. Wanqing, look, they are not even trying to hide it. Bingyun, I didn't expect that after so many years, your alma mater, Class 7, has produced another child with an S-level martial arts talent. The last one to awaken an S-level talent should be my good son-in-law Heir 20 years ago. HMPH. If that scoundrel Qingchen had even half the spirit of his father back then, he wouldn't be ridiculed and end up like this, bringing shame to our Tang family. Although old Master Tang had silver hair like needles, his eyes sparkled with brilliance. When mentioning Fang Qingchen, his tone raised a few notches. Clearly very satisfied with this son-in-law, who was at the half-step martial god level. The Tang Group, which had developed from a small local enterprise to a commercial giant spanning Jiangnan province, had undoubtedly benefited from Fang Qingchen's influence both openly and secretly. However, when it came to Fang Qingchen, the old man's expression clearly darkened. He was obviously very dissatisfied with his grandson. Tang Bingyun's previously smiling face also turned a bit unsightly. Father, Qingchen is still young, his temperament is unstable, and he will inevitably make mistakes. As long as he can recognize and correct his mistakes, it's good. I can feel that he has already started to work hard. He got up early this morning to practice martial arts. Chapter 22, The Rarest Rule Talent. In the sky, countless cameras focused on the altar. Although they were far away, the ultra-high pixels captured every student's subtle facial expression, as if they were shot up close. However, after all the cameras panned around, without exception, they all focused on Fang Qingchen, starting a close-up. There was no helping it, he was just too handsome. Moreover, after being reborn, he had lost the lifeless aura of a dog. Instead, every move he made was incredibly elegant, exuding a noble demeanor like that of an aristocratic young master. Especially, there was an indescribable iron-blooded aura about him. Standing among this group of students, he looked like a crane among chickens, making it hard not to notice him. In various live broadcast rooms, comments flooded in. Wow, how is this kid so handsome? Just like me. Wow, this big brother is so handsome, I don't mind that you're younger. In 3 minutes, give me all the information about this big brother. Instantly identified as Fang Qingchen from Class 7, the famous dog. No way. How can such a handsome guy still be a dog? It's reversed. Oh wow, it's true. What do you think he can awaken? He is already so handsome. If he awakens an amazing talent, how can we guys survive? Of course. He must not have any talent. Chapter 23, is this it? Shocking the whole venue. Below, Chen Guorong also noticed the anomaly at the awakening altar. A flash of lightning seemed to pass through his mind. His previously calm expression, like an old dog, first showed shock, then confusion. And soon his whole face began to tremble. Even those hands that could split mountains trembled uncontrollably. Pressing against the chair beneath him, he stood up with great difficulty, as if carrying a mountain on his back. The powerful aura belonging to a martial arts master was suddenly released uncontrollably. Boom! A powerful wave of energy swept out dozens of meters from him. It directly overturned the tables and chairs in the VIP section. The important figures from the city and province who came to witness were caught off guard, all falling backward. Ouch! Lin Lao was also unprepared for this old six and fell to the ground. His tailbone hurt. His glasses flew off. Anger flashed in his eyes. Old Chen. What are you throwing a tantrum for? My old bones can't take this kind of tossing. Help me up. Having been in a high position for years made him instinctively want to scold, but seeing the energy wave still surging dozens of meters away, his gaze suddenly cleared. Chapter 24, Earth-Shattering News. Strange Rule Talent. The dazzling seven-colored light pillar seemed to be driven by an inexplicable energy, moving at high speed. And in the blink of an eye, it reached an altitude of 10,000 meters. Like a divine pillar reaching the heavens, it connected heaven and earth. Because it was too conspicuous, it wasn't just the entire Linjiang city, but most of Jiangnan province as well. As soon as one looks up, they can see the enormous rainbow pillar of light. The dazzling rainbow pillar seems to shatter the vocal cords of everyone present. The playground is silent, with everyone staring blankly at the boy bathed in the colorful glow, resembling an ancient deity. After a long while, someone quietly said, "The 7 colors of light. We tested this during the last class test. This seems to be a rule system talent." The words were like a nuclear bomb dropped into a calm lake, creating a massive wave. Boom! In the next moment, the entire playground erupted. The voices of over 10,000 students, filled with vitality, surged forth like a tidal wave. The glass of the teaching building almost shattered. The flying cars hovering above were shaken violently. Even reporters in space were blown away by this scene. One of them yelled with a voice that was nearly hoarse. Chapter 25, Simple. Groove Talent. Everyone was either thinking or looking. And they had already seen the introduction of this A-grade talent, Simple. It was very straightforward, consisting of just one line. Rule system A-grade martial talent. Simple effect, can wear and learn martial equipment and martial arts that exceed one's own level. For a moment, everyone was a bit dazed. This groove talent, poet holding poetry. Such a peculiar talent, it didn't seem that impressive. If it's not impressive, I feel relieved. I think it's quite powerful. TSK. It seems both impressive and unimpressive, it's quite brain-racking. On the playground, the students whispered among themselves, discussing this rare rule system talent. Phew! Great! The familiar talent has returned. Fang Qingchen looked relaxed and at ease, not caring at all about the strange looks from the crowd. Just as he stepped down from the awakening platform, the homeroom teacher, Vice Principal Huang, rushed over with a gust of wind. With a physique of 2, his speed far surpassed that of Lu Qingshan and Lin Wanxing. He directly grabbed Fang Qingchen's shoulder and held him firmly in place. Because he was running too fast, his stockings were almost torn. Fang classmate, I really didn't misjudge you. Seating you next to classmate Lu Qingshan was the best decision of my life. Chapter 26, Is your name Fang Qingchen? Brother Chen, do you smoke? The student's jaws almost dropped. The simpering dog had changed. For them, this was as shocking as seeing Fang Qingchen awaken a rule system talent. However, Fang Qingchen ignored the discussions around him and strode towards the school gate. Just as he passed Lu Qingshan, he paused, turned his head, and smiled at her brightly. "Classmate Lu, no need for congratulations, just wash my school uniform clean." After saying that, he turned around gracefully and walked away. Lu Qingshan's heart raced, and the little emotions that had just arisen vanished. "Okay," she huffed quietly, almost inaudibly. As Fang Qingchen walked past, students on both sides automatically cleared a path, as if welcoming him. If it was someone else, they might feel nervous, but Fang Qingchen felt nothing. Just a small scene. However, he was a bit puzzled by Lin Wanxing's earlier attitude. In his previous life, she was much colder than this. It was all him trying to curry favor. Even after he awakened his talent, she never spoke to him like this. Strange, why does Lin Wanxing feel so odd? He couldn't figure it out. But he didn't want to think about it. Maybe it was some trick learned from some black, white, or green book. Chapter 27, Trending First. Sourced at the school gate. Yes, Principal Chen, you are right. I will seriously investigate the matter of someone falsely reporting and ensure that Brother Fang gets an explanation. Anyone who dares to slander my brother Fang is opposing me. Such evil deeds, I will never tolerate. Yes, I understand. I will have our director call you when I get back. If there's nothing else, we will take our leave, regroup. Chen Guorong stood at the school gate, watching Captain Jin turn back every 3 steps. He wasn't concerned. Instead, he smiled at Fang Qingchen. You little brat only knows how to read novels. Instead of learning good things, you learn how to hide your identity like a crooked dragon king. Look at this trouble, it has come. If you get caught by the security bureau, where will your father's old face go? Fang Qingchen shrugged nonchalantly. Aren't you here, Uncle Chen? If I get taken away at the school gate, where will your face go? The old and the young exchanged glances and burst into laughter. He looked at Fang Qingchen deeply, feeling that he seemed different from before. Since there were still awakenings happening in the school, Chen Guorong didn't stay long. After giving a few reminders and sending his regards to Fang Qingchen's mother, he left. Chapter 28, Fulfill Dreams. Finally promoted. Stepping out of the room and down the stairs. Passing through a flower-filled garden, a training room covering over 1,000 square meters suddenly appeared before him. Fang Zhenhai and his wife naturally had high hopes for their son. The training room was also extremely luxurious. Inside, there were not only various state-of-the-art martial arts training equipment, force measuring devices, speed measuring instruments, neural reflex testing machines, and biological stamina recovery pools, but also various martial weapons like swords, spears, and boxing gloves, as well as several sets of martial battle armor shimmering with various colors. There was even an extremely expensive virtual reality combat pod. It could provide battles against virtual characters and exotic beasts, and after changing the energy module, it could even simulate energy for incredibly realistic combat training. However, its price was even higher than that of the Awakening Altar. The energy modules were frighteningly expensive. A pure money-burning machine. Although Jiang Qi Middle School also had such combat pods, there were only 3, and they were only activated during student stamina assessments. Such a small training room cost more than several small targets, almost worth a small company. Looking at the familiar equipment in the training room, a sense of nostalgia rose in Fang Qingchen's heart. Chapter 29, Super Simple. Combat power soars. However, just as this negative aura was about to wreak havoc within Fang Qingchen, suddenly, the source within him trembled violently. In the next moment, the originally violent and rampant energy suddenly became docile, as if it were a tamed wild horse, easily controlled. In an instant, it all converged on the blood-red sword blade. Buzz? A gentle buzzing sound arose. The previously unremarkable blood-red sword suddenly became enveloped in a layer of blue sword light that seemed almost tangible. The sword light flickered, causing the originally 1-meter-long battle sword to instantly grow by half. It resembled a sci-fi lightsaber, dazzling and brilliant. Upon closer inspection, one would find that the extended blue sword light, although appearing material, was actually vibrating at an extremely high frequency. This would enhance its cutting ability, easily capable of breaking through the special energy field surrounding the bodies of exotic beasts. He casually performed a beautiful sword flourish, and only then did he concentrate his thoughts. The sword energy dissipated, returning to its ordinary state. He placed the blood sword down, and the calm expression on his face finally revealed excitement. Indeed, just as he had guessed in his previous life. Chapter 30. The success rate of the celestial crystal is low. Don't be discouraged by failure. What? It succeeded. Huh? Why is it huh? Fang Qingchen was taken aback. He had never added Lu Qingchen to his friend list on Green Bubble. But the classmates from Class 7 were all in the class group. He could contact her through the group. Not daring to turn on the video was quite in line with Lu Qingchen's personality. Did the clothes dry that quickly? Fang Qingchen muttered to himself. He pressed answer. Hello. Is this Fang Qingchen? Yes, it is. Then there was a 5-second silence. Fang Qingchen could hear deep breathing from the other end of the phone. Thank you for today's breakfast and milk tea. After the awakening ceremony this afternoon, the school gave me 100,000 yuan in incentive money. After saying this, she seemed to realize something was wrong and quickly added, you also have it, but you weren't there, so teacher Huang took it for you. It has become a tradition for major martial arts high schools to distribute talent incentive money to students with excellent martial arts talent. This money allows students to purchase nutritional supplements to enhance their physical abilities, and it also serves to attract more students to enroll. Hearing this, Fang Qingchen smiled. 100,000 yuan is indeed quite a lot for an average family. Chapter 31. Small family, big family. How can you be a director without ambition? Fang Zhenhai took a deep breath. His head bobbed up and down like a feather in the wind. He jumped up and down like a young kid. Then, suddenly turned around, facing away from the camera. He raised his head and stood still, not saying a word for a while. Is your dad out of signal again? Just as Tang Bingyun was a bit puzzled, whoosh. Fang Wuxian clenched his right fist and waved it upwards with great force. A father's love is as solid as a mountain. The voice was so loud that the entire underground ruins trembled slightly. The workers who were digging thought there was an earthquake and scrambled to cover their heads. After a while, the couple finally calmed down. Good boy, you really have it. This is an S-level talent in the rules system. TSK, much more impressive than your father's S-level combat talent. So, how's the effect? Fang Wuxian's eyes were still sparkling with excitement. In the martial arts talent database, there was no S-level rule system talent similar to simple. Although Fang Zhenhai was a high-level human combat power figure, and was privy to many secrets unknown to ordinary people, he couldn't recall anything about super simple. After all, this was a name Fang Qingchen had come up with himself. Chapter 32. Sister, I'm not small anymore. With physical fitness below 2, forcibly training would greatly increase the likelihood of tearing muscles and tendons, breaking bones, and doing more harm than good. However, for Fang Qingchen, it was completely pressure-free. With the enhancement of the super simple talent, his body seemed to be wrapped in an invisible layer of qi, protecting him. The side effects from exceeding his physical limits were completely absorbed by this layer of qi. In other words, Fang Qingchen could now unleash the full power of E-level and D-level martial arts without any side effects. Moreover, it was at the peak level of martial arts, with the terrifying power boosted by 200. This is where the true strength of the super simple talent lay. Because most martial arts, in his previous life, He had maxed out his proficiency. Dragon battle in all directions. With the last move executed, claw shadows surrounded him from all sides, making it impossible to tell which was real and which was fake. His muscles and bones seemed to twist violently, producing a crunching sound that made one's teeth ache. Yet the power was astonishingly strong. Within a 3-meter radius, it felt as if a whirlwind had swept through. Chapter 33, The Mature Sister Zhong Qian. Fang Zhenhai's female disciple. The information of students with B-level talents and above was also temporarily kept confidential. Zhong Qian nodded. She tapped a few times on the tablet in her hand and issued a notice. Students who awakened excellent talents are not only sought after by the military, but also by various martial arts organizations in society. Before, when the laws were not yet perfected. On the day of student awakenings, the front of every major martial arts high school was filled with cars from various clubs and martial arts schools. Once a student with a powerful talent was discovered, they would swarm in, offering exorbitant annual salaries to entice these potential candidates into signing contracts. Even for C-level talents, the annual salary could be in the hundreds of thousands. A student with an A-level talent, once signed, would have at least an annual salary in the millions. Many students with good talents and great potential come from ordinary families, suddenly gaining wealth that was beyond their comprehension. Many students whose minds were not yet fully developed would lose themselves. They would indulge recklessly with the money, ultimately wasting their talents. There have even been absurd cases where students with A-level martial arts talent ended up unable to get into even first-rate martial arts universities. Chapter 34, You can't eat for free, you have to copy my notes. Fang Qingchen spent his days eating and training. In the blink of an eye, 3 days have passed. It was time for the final martial arts examination. After enjoying a lavish breakfast at home, Fang Qingchen decided to take a portion with him. The impending world-ending beast tide loomed over him like a sword, preventing him from relaxing. Bingzu Lu Qingchen had an exceptionally strong talent for martial arts. Undoubtedly a genius of monstrous proportions. In his previous life, Lu Qingchen suffered from malnutrition during high school, depleting much of her potential. Otherwise, with her potential, she would have become a martial god much faster than Lin Wanxing in her previous life. He couldn't let this strongest spear waste her talent. After all, they would be on the same side in the future, so he must provide her with more nutrition now. If she overdraws her potential, it would not only affect her lifespan, but would also be hard to make up for. This little investment was nothing to him. Humming a tune, he arrived at school early. As soon as he entered the classroom, he noticed that quite a few classmates were already there, chatting and laughing. Lu Qingchen was already seated, focused on munching on a steamed bun. Fang Qingchen frowned and quickly walked over. As he passed by Lin Wanxing, he caught her sharp, angry gaze fixed on him. However, after glaring for a while, her eyes became sore. It was useless. Fang Qingchen didn't even bother to lift his head. Beside Lin Wanxing, Ji Yutingting was munching on a bun with a face full of grievances, finding it tasteless. It was so bad, lacking any flavor. The meat buns made by Fang Qingchen's family were much better. After eating, she felt energized. Wanxing, do you think the braised ribs inside are tasty? She glanced at the lunchbox on Lu Qingchen's desk while eating the bun, not even needing water. Lin Wanxing discreetly swallowed her saliva and shot her a glare. Eating won't stop your mouth. Don't think about it, you won't get any in the future. Ji Yutingting, with half a bun in her mouth, stared blankly at Lin Wanxing. What do you mean? Because Fang Qingchen blacklisted my green bubble. Bang! Lin Wanxing slammed the table in anger, throwing her deformed pen away. Then she stood up, her long legs scraping against the floor, making a piercing noise. Seeing Lin, the school flower, lose her temper, the classmates in the classroom understood and began to enjoy the spectacle. Of course, they noticed that her number one admirer seemed to be showing signs of giving up. Although in the martial arts era, wanting to become a martial artist made cultural subjects not very important, cultural exam scores still accounted for 20 of the martial arts examination. The main reason was that the martial arts practitioner's training wasn't just simple illustrations of various techniques in a book. It involved extensive knowledge about meridians and acupoints. Especially advanced martial arts, which drew from many sources and were as profound as an encyclopedia. Without a certain level of cultural knowledge, one wouldn't even understand the material, let alone practice it. Therefore, the 4 top universities of the Great Xia Kingdom, Shenzhou University, Longxi University, Zhuanhuang University, and Honghuang University, had very high requirements for cultural subjects during admissions. If the requirements weren't met, even if you were a genius with A-grade martial arts talent, you would be rejected. It was very strict. Moreover, in this era, cheating was almost impossible. Even the exams didn't need to be separated into classes. Every classroom had all-encompassing, traceable, fully automated cameras, clear enough to see the pores on students' faces. Any slight movement would be amplified infinitely. A slight tilt of the eyes would be automatically recognized and recorded. All correct. Who could guess so accurately? Huang Chunli exclaimed in shock. Wait, you're handing in the paper already. I haven't even finished guessing. Fang Qingchen wouldn't actually submit a blank paper, would he? That was too arrogant, right? He couldn't possibly think he could skip the exam with just his mediocre talent in the rules department, could he? That was too naive. The classmates in Class 7 were all shocked by Fang Qingchen's actions, each one raising their heads and looking at him with strange expressions. However, most of them regarded him with scrutinizing and disdainful looks. Lin Wanqing in the front row frowned, but didn't turn back. She continued to focus on her exam. On the other hand, Lu Qingqian looked flustered. She thought that Fang Qingchen was angry because he couldn't copy her answers due to her blocking him while writing. She was worried, her face turning red, but she didn't dare to speak, her heart racing. Fang Qingchen had no interest in others' thoughts. Just as he was about to step up to submit his paper, old Huang cleared his throat. Fang Qingchen, once you submit your paper, you can't take it back. I am giving you a chance now. You can sit down and continue answering. I'll pretend that what just happened didn't happen. You wouldn't want to be rejected by a martial arts university in the future due to inadequate cultural scores, would you? At that moment, the esteemed one asked the Buddha, "What is cultivation?" The Buddha replied, "The heart has a monkey, scratching its ears and cheeks. The mind is like a horse, jumping and galloping. To calm the heart is monkey, to tether the mind is horse, subduing the mind is emptiness." The esteemed one asked again, "How to subdue?" The Buddha remained silent, one hand pointing to the sky as a diamond seal, the other hand with 5 fingers touching the earth. The esteemed one praised, "Wonderful. The diamond shines silently in the emptiness, remaining still like the earth. The silence shines like the void, still like the earth. So it is, so it is. I understand, I finally understand." Old Huang seemed to be in a trance, repeatedly murmuring these words. At that moment, it felt as if she was standing on the shoulders of giants. Originally only having cultivated to the mastery level diamond seal, she now suddenly understood. As if she could step into the realm of perfection at any moment. Even her previously stagnant physical abilities began to stir. After a long time, she seemed to lose strength, slumping back into her chair. She held Fang Qingchen's exam paper with both hands, placing it reverently on the podium. The suspicious and scrutinizing gaze in her eyes disappeared, replaced by an expression of immense seriousness. She would never have imagined. Chapter 39, Li Jiangnan goes bankrupt. Has the young master found me? Outside the school, Fang Qingchen, who had eaten a belly full of cold drinks, was stroking his round belly, feeling very satisfied as he returned. It was definitely the authentic cold drink shop at the entrance of the 7th middle school. After eating various treats for the entire morning, He only spent about 1,000 yuan. In his past life, he became nostalgic in middle age, reminiscing about the days of eating cold drinks at the entrance of the 7th middle school, while slaying strange beasts everywhere. This time, he felt he had made up for it all at once and wouldn't think about it again for a while. Looking at the time, it was almost 1 p.m. So he decided not to return to the classroom and went straight to the martial arts training room. At this time, many students were on the playground, taking a walk after their meal. When they saw Fang Qingchen, they immediately attracted a lot of attention. As a famous figure at Linjiang 7th Middle School, many students were already familiar with Fang Qingchen, and with the video of his talent awakening going viral on various video apps. Even those who didn't know him in the school remembered the senior with the mediocre rule-type talent. Upon seeing him in person, they all cast their gazes towards him, with many girls looking on in awe. Wow! Is this senior Fang? He is much more handsome than in the video. Chapter 40, Multiple Choice. Where to sit? Lin Feng touched his nose, a bit incredulous. Although he was young, his martial arts realm was not low. He was already a C-class innate martial artist. He had mastered a special hidden breath martial art in the army. As long as he wanted to hide, even a B-class martial artist would find it hard to detect him from such a distance. But recalling Fang Qingchen's gaze just now, that look seemed to pierce through hundreds of meters, colliding directly with his own. There was no doubt he had been discovered. How strange! How did the young master know I was here? The martial god lord knows the young master doesn't like to be high profile, so there's no reason to inform him. Lin Feng was puzzled. As a member of Fang Zhenhai's personal guard, like the other guards, he was an orphan saved during the incidents of strange beast invasions while Fang Zhenhai traveled across the Great Xia Kingdom. In the eyes of these guards, Fang Zhenhai was not only a lifesaver, but also a mentor and father figure. Fang Qingchen, as Fang Zhenhai's son, was regarded by these guards as if he were their own younger brother. After learning that Fang Qingchen was studying at the 7th middle school, the captain of the guard personally ordered to ensure Fang Qingchen's safety. Chapter 41, I will not lose. Physical fitness test. I never want to mess with that little green tea again. She's too skilled, I can't outplay her. Fang Qingchen stuffed his hands in his pockets, stepped over the cushion beside Lin Wanxing, and went straight to Lu Qingqian's side, sitting down with a thud. Lu Qingqian kept her head down. I'm not refusing to let you copy, it's just that I had breakfast brought by Fang Qingchen this morning. Eating from someone else's plate makes me feel guilty, she explained softly, secretly resolving never to eat Fang Qingchen's breakfast again. Fang Qingchen waved his hand, interrupting her words. He looked at her earnestly, Lu classmate. Did you really take my teasing seriously? We are all good students, we can't engage in copying or cheating. Besides, do you believe that this time in the cultural class, your score might not even be higher than mine? Lu Qingqian lifted her eyes, looking at Fang Qingchen with a very skeptical gaze. The label of a good student doesn't seem to fit you at all, does it? Besides, when have you not copied me in the exams? She muttered silently, her big watery eyes clearly showing two words, disbelief. Her soft, pouty lips moved as she said quietly, more bragging. Fang Qingchen ran his fingers through his hair. Chapter 42, Have my eyes turned digital? The joy of sponsoring female students. Everyone gasped. Wow, is this the power of an A-class martial arts talent? It actually increased her physical fitness by 0.1. How strong? Lin Xiaohua is so impressive. With a physical fitness score of 13, she could rank in the top 10 in the martial arts elite class. Why isn't it me who has the A-class talent? Most students were aware that the gap between them and Lin Wanxing, who had the A-class avatar talent, would only widen in martial arts. The course on the history of martial arts development had a very detailed record of this talent. Those with avatar talent could create a blood clone that lasted 2 hours using their own blood energy every day when using their talent. This clone could exert 80 of the main body's strength and could even cultivate. When the time was up, the clone would revert to blood energy and return to the main body. All enhancements gained during this time would be transferred back to the main body. It could be said to both assist in combat and improve training efficiency, making it extremely powerful. For these martial arts students who had not seen much of the world, this talent was simply a divine skill. Although Lin Wanqing had heard so many compliments that her ears could get calloused, being gazed at with envy by her classmates still felt quite good. Chapter 43, Angry Little Bird. Simple talent does not enhance physical fitness. Azure Dragon goes to sea. One punch. Start. With a command, Lu Qingchen suddenly let out a breath. The girl shouted, her voice resonating, causing even the nearby glass windows to tremble slightly, as if she had expelled all the air from her lungs. She had a powerful presence. Scar-faced Ju's eyes lit up. With such a strong voice, what solid physical quality. Has Lu Qingchen been taking some powerful supplements lately? As her teacher, Scar-faced Ju had long noticed that while Lu Qingchen had decent physical fitness, there was always a sense of lightness about her. When she practiced martial arts, there was a slight delay, not as smooth. Simply put, she had the physical fitness, but her stamina couldn't keep up, like a strong man who hadn't eaten enough, unable to exert his full strength. Of course, the other student, Fang Qingchen, also couldn't perform at his best. However, in Scar-faced Ju's eyes, Fang Qingchen was purely not putting in the effort. He had eaten too many supplements, and his martial arts practice was poor, like a gluttonous fat man. Before he could think too much, Lu Qingchen's small pink fists slammed hard against the measuring device. Bang! With a single punch, a powerful tremor shook the air. The force measuring device's dial spun rapidly. The first punch in a force measurement is usually the peak strength of the individual. Chapter 44, The Greatest Attack of Each Punch. Is the force measuring device broken? A dull, thunderous sound echoed in the hearts of the students, like a muffled thunderclap. The punch's force propelled the sleeves of the school uniform to strike the air, creating a cracking sound like a whip. Scarred Ju's ears perked up, and the disdain in his eyes tightened suddenly. His pupils shrank as he fixed his gaze on the force measuring device's panel. This sound was off. Just the momentum of this punch had already surpassed that of Lu Qingchen and Lin Wanqing from earlier. It was absolutely impossible for someone with 13 physical fitness to achieve this. Lin Wanqing's ears also twitched. Her beautiful eyes were full of astonishment. Such powerful punch force. Has Fang Qingchen's physical fitness improved significantly? Impossible. It's one thing for Lu Qingchen to surpass me with S-level talent, but how could his simplified talent, which enhances physical fitness training efficiency, possibly compare to mine? She couldn't believe it and also stared intently at the force measuring device, waiting for the rapidly changing numbers to stabilize. On the other hand, Fang Qingchen remained calm. For the past few days, he had been practicing the dragon snake breathing technique every morning to accelerate the digestion of the redundant medicinal properties in his body. He wanted to see how much improvement he could achieve after these few days of training. As the counter stopped moving, a set of bright red data appeared on the panel. Chapter 45, Compliance Testing. A foundation as solid as reinforced concrete. Instead, he looked mockingly at Scarred Ju and the others. TSK, saying to test and then stopping. You guys are so good at manipulating the mindset. Should we check the remaining 2 testing devices now? Just in case, after I finish my test, you think the machines are broken again, right? His tone was very calm. However, after hearing these words that were clearly directed at them, Scarred Ju and the others felt an invisible pressure. This feeling was strange. Clearly, the student in front of them was weak, and could not possibly be their match. Yet, it felt as if he possessed an incredibly powerful aura. Even as E-level martial artists, they felt a sense of inferiority. No, no. Student Fang, you can continue with the test. Seeing that Fang Qingchen's tone was off, the two proctors quickly waved their hands, indicating that the machines were fine. After saying this, they returned to their positions in defeat. They were just teachers from the 7th school, with average talents, and would only be E-level martial artists in their lives, with no deep background. Yet, they understood how to assess the situation. As the possessor of a rules-based talent, even if Fang Qingchen was weak, his future achievements would far surpass their own. Chapter 46, Testing Device Peak Competition. Perfect Combination. Shocking Grand Instructor. The nerve reflex speed testing device had its initial speed of the marbles preset and strictly calibrated. Even a slight change would have a huge impact on the final results. Moreover, the initial speed was displayed on the screen, making cheating impossible. However, Scarred Jew had other ways to mess with Fang Qingchen. He couldn't adjust the initial speed, but he could modify the firing interval of the marbles. Students from the 7th school were already accustomed to the interval speed of firing marbles during their nerve reflex training. A slight change would lead to a habitual misjudgment, causing them to fail to dodge. After he secretly pressed a few times, the firing interval of the marbles was slightly modified. Compared to usual, it was a bit faster. This subtle change was difficult to detect with the naked eye from the outside. Even the students being tested wouldn't notice it. They would only think it was their own poor performance. They would never suspect the testing machine. Once the test was over, Scarred Jew could use a remote control to revert the firing interval back, making it completely undetectable. HMPH. Luckily, these nerve reflex speed testing devices from the 7th school were old models from a long time ago. Chapter 47, Physical Fitness Results are out. Lin Wanxing couldn't sit still. Fang Qingchen has A-level, simplified talent and practices E-level martial arts, which didn't surprise Song Wanli. But the issue was that just being able to practice doesn't mean one could master it. It had only been a few days since awakening the talent. Even the simplest E-level martial arts would take 25 hours without sleeping to reach the entry level. Moreover, the snake soft technique was extremely difficult to practice and required very high physical quality. And judging by Fang Qingchen's incredibly agile waist, his mastery of this martial art was evidently very high. Probably, even a regular E-level martial artist wouldn't be as smooth as him. Who would have thought this kid would be such a promising talent for physical martial arts? He could probably rival the top student Wang Hao. What a pity. His martial arts talent might suffer. Under equal physical fitness, he might not have the advantage against Wang Hao's combat-type A-level talent. As he looked at Fang Qingchen, his gaze had turned to admiration. He believed his evaluation was already very high. He had also investigated Fang Qingchen's previous poor performance in martial arts classes. Now, seeing this, he made a judgment in his heart. He felt that Fang Qingchen wasn't lacking in effort, but had allocated all his attribute points to physical martial arts. In the age of martial arts, with countless types of martial arts, he had seen students who specialized in one area before. Chapter 48, I Never Regret. A Duel Among Girls. Amazing Martial Arts Comprehension. During the last martial arts test, Fang Qingchen's performance in the mysterious step was only a preliminary glimpse, entry level, barely passing. Lin Wanxing knew very well what kind of person her admirer was. Did he really become stronger just because he awakened a talent? That was too absurd. A physical fitness difference of 0.1 or more at this stage, if the martial arts gap isn't too large, is already considered a crushing defeat. Unless one had a powerful martial arts talent to bridge this gap. Lin Wanxing was very competitive. She found it hard to accept this difference. Especially since this person had been her number one admirer just a few days ago. However, people's thought processes vary. She raised an eyebrow, her exquisite face, bright eyes, and white teeth breaking into a slight smile. Fang Qingchen, do you want to prove yourself? Then wait for me to regret and apologize to you. You're mistaken, Lin Wanxing, will never regret. In the upcoming martial arts test, I will let you realize the gap. She glanced back at Fang Qingchen. Seeing him with his eyes closed, seemingly meditating, she didn't mind. One advantage of being a battle-type A-grade avatar was that the flesh avatar could not only cultivate, but also serve as a practical combat target. Chapter 49, I Can Afford to Lose. So thoroughly. The martial arts test assessed 9 essential foundational martial arts in order: Tiger Fist, Crane Capture, 8 Extremes Leg, Misty Steps. Diamond Seal, Basic Spearmanship, Basic Swordsmanship, Basic Knife Work, and Basic Archery. The Tiger Fist had been demonstrated by Li Jiangnan when he had blocked Fang Qingchen at the school gate. However, the aura he had projected was nothing compared to these two girls. Whoosh! 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 As soon as Lu Qingshan and Lin Wanxing clashed, the killing moves of the Tiger Fist were already unleashed. 4 delicate, fair hands of the girls curled their fingers, with bright, shiny nails popping out like tiger claws. Tearing through the air, Lin Wanxing struck down towards the face, while Lu Qingshan's 5 fingers hooked towards the chest. The air rippled violently, tearing through with ferocity. The moves were incredibly fierce, but at the last moment, both sensibly withdrew to defend. Swish! Swish! 2 pairs of hands, as white as jade, continuously changed their techniques, colliding with each other. At times, their nails accurately clashed together, producing sounds comparable to metal striking metal. Chapter 50, Easy Win, Dog. Look in my eyes. So impressive. Before the martial arts test, they had already cultivated their foundational martial arts to an extraordinary, great achievement level. We struggle just to reach the proficient, mastery level. It's truly a case of the more talented outshining us. Sigh, there's nothing we can do, the gap between geniuses and us will only grow wider. There's no need to compare ourselves to them. If we can't compete with them, how can we compete with Fang Qingchen? Don't be fooled by his high physical fitness. His martial arts test will reveal his shortcomings. Feeling comfortable, the classmates whispered to each other. The strength of the two girls had already surpassed them by so much. They were completely on a different level. They couldn't even muster up jealousy. To find some psychological comfort, they could only drag Fang Qingchen into the conversation. Ma Yingqi and Zhong Dafei were also eager to try. Fang Qingchen's explosive physical scores indeed left them feeling a bit hopeless. But the path of martial arts isn't a numbers game. Just because my stats are higher than yours doesn't mean I can sweep you away. Martial arts proficiency, courage, vision, judgment, and performance under pressure are all crucial. It's like a dimensional power scale. If any one aspect is lacking, it will affect the final outcome of the battle. Although the outcomes determined during the martial arts test don't represent much. Chapter 51, My stats are above yours. Martial Saint Vision. True form of the fierce tiger. He provocatively looked at Fang Qingchen. How come I didn't notice that Zhong Dafei was this brave before? What kind of sin did I commit in my past life to have a weakling with 12 physical stats come to provoke me? My stats are above yours. Fang Qingchen looked at his overly confident demeanor and almost laughed in anger. He walked over with his hands in his pockets. Seeing him still looking relaxed, as if he didn't take Zhong Dafei seriously at all, made Zhong Dafei very uncomfortable. The two usually had no interaction in class, so now, standing face to face, they naturally had nothing to say. With wide eyes staring at each other, looking at Fang Qingchen's sunny, handsome face and then thinking about his own pockmarked face, Zhong Dafei clenched his fists. I'll smash your face. Just you wait. As the countdown continued, the classmates' gazes focused on the two in the arena. This was the most anticipated martial arts duel following the two strongest girls from Class 7. Everyone wanted to see if the famous licking dog Fang Qingchen after his physical enhancement, still had a poor martial arts performance. Scarface Jew wore a cold smile. Zhong Dafei. Don't let Fang Qingchen's thin martial arts foundation cause you to go easy on him. Chapter 52, Transcendence is the limit of the teaching system, not my limit. Seeing that no one was paying attention to her, the introverted girl wore a cold expression, but secretly stuck out her tongue, looking both cool and playful. Fang Qingchen had been constantly refreshing her understanding of him over the past few days. His progress in martial arts was astonishingly fast, far surpassing her comprehension. An expert can tell right away. She silently assessed the strength comparison. Without using her martial arts talent weapon master, she definitely wasn't a match for the current Fang Qingchen. Within 10 moves, she would probably be defeated. The thought of her earlier arrogance, planning to give Fang Qingchen a lesson, made her fair face blush slightly. Luckily, she hadn't said anything, or she would have embarrassed herself. However, she quickly realized that she might have been too optimistic. With Fang Qingchen's physical fitness surpassing hers, it was likely that he would excel in martial arts as well. If that were the case, wouldn't she be losing to him? She recalled their bet in the classroom. For the holiday outdoor practice activity, she would have to team up with him. A lonely boy and girl. Wilderness survival. The thought of that scene made her feel embarrassed due to her conservative mindset. After all, she hadn't expected to lose that morning. Chapter 53, Foster Father. The Rise of Chickens and Dogs. 1 minute to master proficient martial arts. Please continue matching candidate Fang Qingchen. The supervising teacher also had considerable authority. Seeing that Scarface Jew was silent, he didn't give him face and directly stepped forward to rematch Fang Qingchen. The two supervising teachers nodded and smiled at Fang Qingchen, which was akin to publicly slapping Scarface Jew in the face. Scarface Jew's expression darkened to the point that water could almost drip from it. However, since the supervising teachers were on his level and equally strong, he could only endure his anger. On the matching panel, the names of students from Class 7 spun rapidly. Among the crowd, Maingchi was already sweating profusely. At this moment, he had completely lost any crooked thoughts. Just pray it won't come to me. Fang Qingchen is as powerful as a hexagonal warrior, almost like a humanoid tyrannosaurus. It's already made him a bit desperate, and he doesn't dare to provoke him at all. With just one skill, even if Fang Qingchen's other martial arts are lacking, he can easily deal with me relying solely on this extraordinary tiger overlord claw technique. He certainly doesn't want his martial arts achievements to remain stagnant like Zhong Dafei's. Of course, other classmates share similar thoughts as Maingchi. No one wants to fight this humanoid tyrannosaurus. Praying has indeed proven effective. Fang Qingchen vs. Li Jian, Chapter 54, No More Pretending. The 3-year period has arrived. Respectfully inviting the Dragon King to come out. Li Jian was sweating profusely. Just now, under Fang Qingchen's guidance, he had unleashed his martial arts potential exceptionally. Although he was a bit out of breath now, his spirit was surprisingly good. He hurriedly ran in front of Fang Qingchen, exaggeratedly bowed, and then wanted to help Fang Qingchen return the sword to the weapon rack. However, Fang Qingchen waved his hand, indicating it was unnecessary. Without even looking, he casually tossed the dull training sword behind him. In an instant, it was like a long rainbow, returning the sword to its sheath. It was incredibly cool. He was already a radiant and handsome guy, and this move of tossing the sword into the sheath was even more stylish, making the girls in Class 7's eyes sparkle with admiration. This is too handsome. The boys, on the other hand, were internally lamenting. Wow! 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 You're not even pretending anymore, huh? You made us finish pretending. This act was too deep. You deceived us for a whole 2.5 years. Shocked. The martial arts master is actually beside me. The 3-year period has arrived, respectfully welcoming the Dragon King to come out. At this moment, What the classmates wanted to know the most was Fang Qingchen's martial arts test score. Scarred Ju's face was darker than the bottom of a black pot, staring intently at the screen. Chapter 55, The Dragon Lies in the Abyss, Shocking the World. Give up a star, gain a sky full of stars. Genius Student Favorability 1. Okay, so you want to play mind games with me, huh? So what? You're a student of Class 7, no matter how good your grades are. They still count under my name. You're all working for me. Achievements. Tremendous achievements. Although his flashy operation offended a genius student, he believed it wouldn't affect his future promotions. Fang Qingchen, Lu Qingchen, Lin Wanxing. Just their 3 scores alone were enough for Scarred Ju to brag for a lifetime. Not to mention being selected as the head coach. Even becoming the vice principal would be a piece of cake. Didn't Huang Chunli rise from an ordinary homeroom teacher to vice principal in one fell swoop? So impressive. Scarred Ju also wanted to be vice principal, sitting in the office, giving orders, with the secretary doing all the work. A turnaround. At this time, he was also tactful enough not to touch any bad luck, silently retreating behind the 2 invigilators. Lin Wanxing's delicate hands were tightly clenched. Watching Fang Qingchen, who seemed to radiate brilliance in the arena, her gaze was incredibly complicated. Shock, confusion, anger, regret, surprise. All intertwined. She had thought of many possibilities for Fang Qingchen's rise, but never expected this. Chapter 56, You don't accompany me when the sun sets, who are you when it rises again? Our role model. Fang Qingchen. You still say you don't read novels, isn't this the Dragon King? You don't accompany me when the sun sets, who are you when it rises again? As Fang Qingchen showed no worldly desires and actively rejected the school beauty's goodwill, every boy in Class 7 looked at him with admiration. Awesome. 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 A real man. So awesome. If it were them, they would have probably kneeled down and licked the soles of his shoes by now. Li Jian swallowed hard, feeling quite relieved. Previously, Fang Qingchen was too humble as a sycophant, essentially a cash machine for Lin Wanxing. The most infuriating thing was that being rejected was normal. After being rejected, Fang Qingchen still had that smug look. Rejecting. Giving hope. Enjoying the benefits of being a sycophant. Then rejecting again. Constantly pulling back and forth, cycling repeatedly. His adoptive father suffered for 3 years. You just rejected him once, and you're feeling wronged. He stood beside Fang Qingchen, feeling proud. If it weren't for Lin Wanxing's exceptional martial arts talent, he would have definitely mocked her a bit. Seeing Lin Wanxing standing still, posing without moving, Fang Qingchen also lost his patience. If you have nothing to say, just step aside. Other classmates still need to take their martial arts tests. After saying that, Fang Qingchen placed his hands behind his head. Chapter 57, The whole school's higher-ups are in an uproar. Who dares to tamper with the testing equipment? Meanwhile, the head coach, Song Wanli, who was patrolling other classes, received a notification on his communication watch. Upon seeing the information on the watch, his eyes bulged like a toad's. Then, he began to pound his thigh in regret. What? 8 martial arts at the extraordinary, great accomplishment, level. It's that little brat. Damn Ju Chunlei. Are you trying to fool me? Wanting to monopolize the fruits, huh? Damn. 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 He had no interest left in patrolling. Angrily, he pounded the wall several times, startling the other teachers who were patrolling the hallway. Song Wanli was genuinely angry. He had actually heard of Fang Qingchen before. His physical fitness scores had long reached the selection line for the martial arts elite class. However, the instructor of Class 7, Ju Chunlei, had reported Fang Qingchen's martial arts scores as consistently low, barely passing. He had inquired multiple times, but the answers he received indicated that Fang Qingchen was frivolous, lacked ambition, and was always slacking off. After a few inquiries, he lost interest in such a student. But now. Chapter 58, directly take it down. Make the martial arts elite class great again. It must be investigated thoroughly, quickly, and strictly. I will have the monitoring room check immediately. No, I will go personally. After saying that, he shot a deep look at Scarred Jew and vanished in a flash. The remote control range for the nerve reflex speed tester was extremely limited. It is only the examiners present in the examination room who can silently modify the tester parameters and disrupt the candidate's exams. Including Zhu Chunlei, there are only 3 people, making it easy to investigate. The female principal, who was chatting with Zhu Chunlei, also looked at him with a vigilant gaze and instinctively moved a few steps away. The other school executives also looked at him unfavorably. At the moment Zhu Chunlei heard Fang Qingchen finish speaking, his mind went blank. He was screaming in his head, impossible. I clearly just made simple adjustments. Such a subtle speed difference, even if I went in, I wouldn't feel it. How could he possibly notice? He began to sweat profusely. Although his face remained calm, his clothes were already damp with sweat. Especially with many school executives around, watching his most prized student being secretly tampered with. Huang Chunli became furious. Fang Qingchen, don't worry, with your teacher Huang here. Chapter 59, Gratitude. A 10-star martial saint, deflated. Song Wanli approached Fang Qingchen, his large hand firmly patting him on the shoulder, causing Fang Qingchen to grimace. Everyone wants to teach talented students with strong comprehension. Fang Qingchen would enter the elite martial arts class next semester and become his student. Song Wanli was already rubbing his hands together, ready to take on a big challenge. His ambition was great. He had no hope of becoming a martial saint in his lifetime. But he wanted to help a future martial saint, or even a martial god-level powerhouse, lay the most solid foundation in martial arts before he retired. Since the establishment of No. 7 Middle School, no one had ever cultivated basic martial arts to the highest level before graduation. The pinnacle of perfection. Even the strong Fang Wuxian of the past did not achieve this. But Song Wanli saw hope in Fang Qingchen. The hope to refresh the history of No. 7 Middle School, and even the entire city of Linjiang's martial arts history. The troublemaker Zhu Chunlei had already been dealt with. But the exams for the students of Class 7 still needed to continue. For the final practical test, Huang Chunli, fearing any more mishaps, announced she would personally supervise as the chief examiner. She was now the vice principal, and having produced a super genius like Fang Qingchen, it was not impossible for her to move up further in the future. Chapter 60, Idiot, you're holding the bow the wrong way. Eliminating the distance feeling. In his past life, he rose too late. There was not much time for him to cultivate various martial arts. After determining his martial arts path, he directly passed on archery and focused all his efforts on other martial arts. The little foundation he had was still what he learned in school, merely at the entry level of archery. At a 200-meter target, he could only hit the bullseye about 20 times out of 100 arrows. Of course, all those bullseyes were by luck. Huang Chunli looked at Fang Qingchen with eager eyes. Fang Qingchen, why don't you demonstrate for your classmates? And let me, your teacher, bask in your glory and witness you breaking the record of No. 7 Middle School. In her 30s, she now looked like a fangirl, eagerly watching him. This. Fang Qingchen awkwardly ruffled his hair. Teacher Huang, let me give you a heads up. My archery skills are quite average. And there's still a lot I need to learn. Don't be disappointed when the results come out. His tone lacked confidence. Huang Chunli, however, thought he was being modest and smiled even brighter. Such a powerful martial artist, yet able to maintain the heart of an apprentice. Such virtue, such talent, such a student. Chapter 61, Mental Simulation. Archery from beginner to rapid mastery. Lu Qingchen felt very good. She had a faint smile, very happy and relaxed, even feeling a bit smug. The son-like Fang Qingchen finally had something he wasn't as good at. It was finally not such a disgraceful loss. Did Fang Qingchen get it wrong? Although Huang Chuanli was the head teacher, she was a cultural teacher of martial arts, and only occasionally checked on her students' progress in martial arts. She didn't know much about Fang Qingchen's martial arts foundation. Seeing his archery technique, she was immediately surprised. She turned to Lin Wanxing, who was standing next to her. Lin Wanxing, does Fang Qingchen usually shoot arrows like this? Is he holding the bow the wrong way? Or did that Zhu Chunlei intentionally teach him this? Huang Chuanli voiced her doubts. By the end, her tone was clearly a bit angry. As she also noticed that Fang Qingchen's way of holding the bow was very strange, completely different from traditional archery methods. In all martial arts schools worldwide, basic archery instruction is to hold the bow with the left hand and the arrow with the right, with the bow held vertically. This is the correct and standard posture. But Fang Qingchen was different. He completely reversed it, holding the bow with his right hand and the arrow with his left. Chapter 62, My dad's word means your dad's position as a congressman will be taken away. In this life, I will no longer walk alone. Upon hearing such outrageous words, before Fang Qingchen could speak, the students of Class 7 became angry first. They all turned their attention. 3 tall boys in school uniforms crossed their arms and mockingly looked at the distant target. The speaker was the boy in the middle, whose hair stood up like needles. Someone from Class 7 recognized him, and their expressions changed. Lin Wanxing frowned, seemingly sensing trouble. But there were also those who didn't know him. Seeing the opportunity to show off, Zhong Dafei took the lead. You little punk, who do you think you are to talk here? My brother Chen is someone you can critique. I'm Zhong Dafei from Class 7, if you know what's good for you, hurry up and scram. Zhong Dafei looked mature for his age, with a face full of acne, and an imposing presence that was quite intimidating for an average student. Little did he know. The 3 boys laughed mockingly upon hearing this. Zhong Dafei, where did this little nobody come from? I've never even heard of you. This is Liu Qianming from the elite martial arts class, a genius with B-level martial arts talent. With a physical ability of 155 and the foundation of archery at the mastery level, he is the true number 1 archer of number 7 middle school. Do you recognize him? Chapter 63, Wanxing, don't be fooled by him. Sparring. Damn. One sentence summons a truckload of people to stand with him. Are the students in Class 7 going crazy? Are they all listening to this sycophant? How could even Liu Qianming and Lin Wanxing instinctively take a step back? They rubbed their eyes in disbelief. Especially Liu Qianming, seeing Lin Wanxing actually stand behind Fang Qingchen, his mind went blank. His head buzzed. What the hell is going on? Has Lin Wanxing gone crazy? Or have I gone crazy? She is such an aloof and unattainable goddess. High above. Not a single boy in the entire 7th high school could catch her eye. Even with my family's favorable conditions, she barely glanced at me. Now she has awakened her A-level martial arts talent, with a promising future, definitely the goddess among goddesses. He even felt that he was almost unworthy of her. And then? You go to support the sycophant you once despised. What is this? Liu Qianming's brain malfunctioned for several seconds. Lin Wanxing's support directly flipped his identity card to the first card of the poker deck. His mentality collapsed. But he wasn't stupid. Fang Qingchen suddenly became so prestigious, uniting the students of Class 7 into one. There must be something going on. Could it be that Wanxing thinks his rule-based talent is impressive? Chapter 64, Unlocking New Forms. One leg. But soon, he snapped back to reality. Damn it, how dare this sycophant actively seek a spar? Has he lost his mind? Sparring in martial arts can't use weapons, How could he possibly be my opponent? Just wait until I crush you. The panic on Liu Qianming's face flashed away in an instant. Then he revealed a mocking expression. He looked around at the boys who had come with him, chuckling. Wow! The sun is rising in the west. Fang the sycophant actually dares to seek sparring with others. He looked at Fang Qingchen, as if watching a joke. He spoke slowly. I'm not that useless Li Jiangnan, with only 11 in physical ability. Since you have proactively asked for a beating, come on. I'll say it again. You useless dog, I can crush you with one hand. After saying this, he stepped onto the open ground behind him, one hand behind his back, and the other hand arrogantly beckoning at Fang Qingchen. Come here. Fang Qingchen shook his head. No saving you. You like using one hand so much. Then soon you'll be left with only one good hand. Principal Huang, I'm going to spar with Liu here in the school. It shouldn't violate any school rules, right? Fang Qingchen said with a smile. Chapter 65, Rain of Arrows. So hard, next time kick with my foot. Just feeling the power contained in Fang Qingchen's kick. It was clear that this was at least an advanced level of the 8 extremes leg. Fang Qingchen, you old silver coin. So sly. Hiding your skills so deeply. Clearly a martial arts master, yet pretending to be a newbie. You've fooled us all. This has been 2.5 years. You can endure this. Are you even human? The Ninja Turtles can't endure as much as you. Liu Qianming was almost about to curse. Although he was furious, he wasn't afraid. After all, his physical ability was there. Last time he ranked in the top 10 in the school. How could he be scared? What if the 8 extremes leg is advanced? I am too. My physical ability crushes you. Eagle Eye. Even when he used his martial arts talent, few could notice. It was very shameless. With a whoosh. As he activated his talent, everything around him slowed down in his unique vision. Under dynamic vision, he clearly saw the trajectory of Fang Qingchen's powerful kick. Although its power was great, it was nothing special. With my agility and speed, I can easily dodge. But I won't dodge. Let you know what an absolute gap in power feels like. Chapter 66, Shock. The number 1 sycophant of 7th High, unexpectedly a world-class strong dragon. The girl's eyes were filled with admiration. So handsome. Clearly so well-proportioned and tall, yet able to unleash terrifying attacks like a muscular man. The contrast. Too much contrast. I love watching it. If I remember correctly, wasn't Liu Qianming one of the top students in the martial arts elite class? He lost just like that in the blink of an eye. What is this? The battle ended too quickly. Apart from the students of Class 7. Everyone else thought this would be a one-sided massacre. And the result? Naturally, it was a complete massacre. Only, the positions of the ones being crushed were switched. What they couldn't accept the most was that once, the sycophant Fang Qingchen, who was considered utterly useless in martial arts by everyone in the 7th High, suddenly transformed into a fierce tyrannosaurus due to an awakening ceremony. All of this came too suddenly, without any warning. It shattered everyone's perception of Fang Qingchen over the past 2.5 years. The fist is the only standard to prove the truth. It turns out, the clown has always been ourselves. Bro, pinch my thigh, quickly tell me this isn't a dream. Ouch! That hurts. Wrong place to pinch. The students from other classes watching the excitement were all in an uproar. Chapter 67, The Loser Eats Dust. 1 month. 7 days is enough. Liu Qianming quickly perked up his ears to listen. Although he was extremely confident in his archery skills, he was actually quite nervous. Fang Qingchen's changes in both martial arts and personality were too great. What if he suddenly had a breakthrough in archery, reaching the master level? Then today would be a total embarrassment. Huang Chuanli and the students of Class 7 also held their breath, listening quietly. The examinee Fang Qingchen hit the 10 ring 60 times. Basic archery, advanced level. The 10 ring target is a hollow circular ring with a counting sensor inside. The arrows can pass through directly, making it easy to count without worrying about the target being filled with arrows. At a distance of 200 meters. Hitting 6,079 arrows out of 100 means the basic archery level has reached the advanced level. While hitting 8,099 arrows out of 100 means the basic archery level has reached the master level. It sounds simple, but the difficulty is extremely high. At such a distance, many with poor eyesight probably can't even see the rings on the target clearly. A slight tremor in the arm while shooting can cause the arrows to miss by a mile. Moreover, archery is actually extremely demanding on arm strength and physical stamina. Every time you draw the bow, all the muscles in your body must coordinate and cooperate. Chapter 68, Even Young Hunks Fear Baldness. How is it different from the last life? Fang Qingchen, you are too impulsive. I know you are not the same as before. But there is no need to be so arrogant. Liu Qianming has a B-level talent, eagle-eyed enhancement, and his accuracy in hitting the bullseye can even reach 90. Even if you barely practice basic archery to a superb, great accomplishment level, you will still hit the bullseye less often than he does. While she spoke, she kept staring at Fang Qingchen's hair, seemingly very concerned about it. After all, this really affects appearance. No matter how handsome a young hunk is, if there's a patch missing from the top of his head, he can't hold it together. She seemed to have made a huge decision. With her chin raised at a perfect angle, she tilted her head slightly back to 45 degrees, her starry eyes fixed on Fang Qingchen without blinking. If you regret it now, I can help you cancel this duel. Her cold, authoritative voice echoed like surround sound, eagerly drilling into his ears. Looking at the cold school beauty blocking his way, Fang Qingchen was speechless. Something is off. This is so wrong. At this moment, shouldn't you, like in the last life, stand out coldly and critique and mock me a few times, then ruthlessly pooh me? But now, this is not you at all. Chapter 69, Chen Guorong's Shock. Fang Qingchen bullying others. Am I dreaming? Jiangnan Province Martial Arts Education Bureau. The huge conference hall was already filled with people. After the talent awakening ceremony every year, the principals of various martial arts high schools in the province are all invited to attend. The principal of Linjiang No. 7 Middle School, Chen Guorong, and the principal of No. 1 Middle School, Hong Wen, were sitting in the front row in a grand manner because their schools had both produced S-level martial arts talent. They were also honored as exemplary principals in the province, showing off in front of other martial arts high school principals. He was beaming with joy. The only thing that made him feel uncomfortable was that before the meeting, Chen Guorong had specifically instructed the vice principals of No. 7 Middle School to handle the school matters themselves and not to disturb him. However, when he went on stage to give his exemplary principal speech, his phone in his pocket and the communicator on his arm buzzed incessantly for more than half an hour. He was so angry he wanted to curse. As soon as he got off stage, he turned on his phone. There were many messages, all folded up. The phone hadn't even been unlocked yet. The first message that caught his eye made his blood pressure spike. Principal Chen, it's bad. Fang Qingchen from Class 7 and Liu Qianming from the Elite Martial Arts class have agreed to a duel in archery. Chapter 70, Double Standards. I'm not targeting you. You're really trash. Principal Chen, it's bad. Liu Qianming is going to duel Fang Qingchen in archery outside the school during practical training in 7 days. Principal Chen, it's terrible. Liu Qianming was defeated by Fang Qingchen using 8 extremes fist and was left with multiple fractures. Principal Chen, the martial arts teacher of Class 7, Zhu Chunlei, abused his power to interfere with Fang Qingchen's exam, but Fang Qingchen saw through it and has already captured him on the spot. Principal Chen. After evaluation by the teaching system, Fang Qingchen has reached superb, great accomplishment, level in all 8 basic martial arts apart from basic archery. He is expected to break the record of martial god Fang Qingchen and have his name inscribed on the Dao bell. Our No. 7 Middle School is about to rise again. The series of messages conveyed information that was so familiar, yet when combined, made Chen Guorong unable to recognize or believe it. They can't be lying to me, right? He rubbed his eyes hard and read all the information from top to bottom again, confirming that he definitely didn't misread it. Nor was it a dream. The ecstatic joy in his heart could no longer be suppressed. The corners of his mouth couldn't help but lift higher than the fish in a goldfish pond. He couldn't help but burst out laughing. Chapter 71, Wang Buqing is scared. The entire county is terrified. Confidentiality agreement. As soon as these words were spoken, the entire conference hall erupted in an uproar. The principals of various martial arts high schools around looked at Chen Guorong. You really can act arrogant. Isn't this targeting? Is Jiang Wushuang from No. 1 high school really that bad? Then why don't you find someone from number 7 middle school who is better than him? Chen Guorong's words were very damaging. Hong Wen's eyes immediately narrowed, his gaze dangerous, staring hard at Chen Guorong. Chen Guorong, you can eat recklessly, but you can't talk recklessly. Since Jiang Wushuang from our No. 1 high school is trash in your eyes, then why don't you let the outstanding students from your number 7 middle school show their faces? Let everyone here open their eyes and see what a genius truly looks like. He waved his hand, pointing at Chen Guorong. Aren't you good at showing off? Come on. Show us. I want to see who you can bring out. The top student with A-level martial arts talent, Wang Hao. Compared to Jiang Wushuang, he's nothing. The S-level talent, Lu Qingchen. She indeed has great potential, and the future is promising. But at this stage, she absolutely cannot catch up with Jiang Wushuang. As for those with A-level martial arts talent or below, he couldn't even be bothered to investigate. Among the best students in number 7 middle school, apart from those two, Hong Wen really didn't know who could pose a threat to Jiang Wushuang. Chapter 72, Youth is full of energy. The girl's shyness, practical test. Closing the door and letting the dogs out. Swish. Hearing these enticing conditions, all the students in Class 7 lit up with excitement. They stood up straight, their mouths sealed tight. I won't say a word, even if it kills me. Disband. After a 10-minute break, we will start the practical test. Fang Qingchen, Lu Qingchen. Lin Wanxing, you 3, come with me. Class dismissed, everyone. Huang Chunli led Fang Qingchen and the other 2 to a secluded corner of the shooting range. She looked apologetically at Fang Qingchen and sighed. What young person doesn't desire fame? Who doesn't want to make a name for themselves and be pursued by the crowd? Huang Chunli believed that once the results of today's martial arts test were announced, not just Linjiang number 7 middle school, but the entire Linjiang city, no. The entire Jiangnan province would be shocked. Fang Qingchen would immediately become the focus of attention in the province. An undisputed super genius. At that time, countless halos would surround him, directly washing away the bad reputation he once had as a sycophant. But now, he is being asked to suppress this explosive news. It's too unfair for him. Just as he was about to explain, Fang Qingchen had already seen through everything. She smiled knowingly at Huang Chunli. Teacher Huang. I know what you want to say. Chapter 73, The Confidence of the Strong. Say to yourself, I did my best. No regrets. The practical test site is set among the low mountains surrounding the shooting range. As Huang Chunli led the students of Class 7 up the winding mountain path, the wind blew gently, carrying a faint smell of blood. The continuous woods were eerily quiet. Apart from the soft sound of the students' footsteps, there wasn't even a bird's call. Combined with the smell of blood, it created an overwhelming sense of oppression. An invisible terror spread throughout the area. As if there were countless bloodthirsty beasts lurking deep within the unseen woods, waiting to pounce and tear people to shreds. Gulp. Many students felt a sense of oppression in their hearts, their skin crawling with goosebumps. They looked around, unable to help but swallow hard. Huang Chunli turned to look at the students behind her, feeling quite emotional. After awakening her martial arts talent, she could already see the gap between the students. Compared to the students behind her, Fang Qingchen, Lu Qingqian, and Lin Wanxing, who walked at the front of the line, were clearly much stronger than them. They remained calm, as if they were not affected at all. Meanwhile, Lu Qingqian and Lin Wanxing walked with light steps, concentrating their energy. Chapter 74, Is this still called disgusting? Let's get to know the tentacle monster. Roar! Roar! A woo! Just as they entered the door and sensed human presence, the loud roars of giant beasts, either deep or fierce, echoed one after another. The terrifying sounds shook the air, bringing with them a strong smell of blood. Especially one unknown beast whose massive roar sounded like thunder. Immediately frightened the students, who had just been pumped up with adrenaline, turning their faces pale. Their relieved hearts tightened again. This time, Huang Chunli said nothing because her own expression was not good either. She knew that beast was a genuine E-grade beast. Bloodthirsty and ferocious. A martial artist like her, who had just reached the E-grade standard, would basically be dead if they faced it one-on-one. All students took their positions, waiting for the teaching system to call their numbers. She calmed her emotions and directed the anxious students to their seats around the arena. The practical test site was uniquely designed, resembling an ancient gladiatorial arena. Below was a circular battle area with a diameter of about 30 meters. Surrounding it were high stands, equipped with high-strength alloy protective nets to ensure the students' safety to the greatest extent. Fang Qingchen also walked up to the designated area for Class 7 and casually found a seat to sit down. Chapter 75, Talent Group Practical Combat. The main event is here. Mutated creature, two-headed tyrant Krak. Looking at the expressions of discomfort on the faces of the surrounding students, Fang Qingchen sighed that their training was still too light. This was just the lowest level mutated creature, and they couldn't handle it. What if they encountered a real beast? Wouldn't they be scared to pee their pants? Train. They must train hard. In fact, when the beast tide truly descends, the greatest threat to ordinary people is not those S-grade or even SS-grade beasts, but the massive waves of low-level beasts. Conversely, the death rate among E-grade martial artists remains high, especially for students who have just graduated and newly promoted to E-grade martial artists. When they leave the urban safe zone for field exploration and combat against beasts, the death rate reaches an astonishing 44. Just like Huang Chunli, a martial artist with almost zero practical experience. Their physical abilities might have reached the standard, but they were completely trained in a sheltered environment. Just hearing the roar of an E-grade beast made them feel shaken. Once they truly faced a one-on-one encounter, they would be doomed. In the previous life, it wasn't until years later that the country realized the seriousness of this issue and began to increase the intensity of practical training during school. Changing the monthly practical tests to small tests every 3 days and major tests every 5 days. Chapter 76, Talent Insight. Little sister, you ran into me, consider yourself lucky. The once noisy practical test site suddenly fell silent, leaving only the low growls and sounds of impact. As the alloy steel doors fully rose, the air suddenly became incredibly quiet. All sounds disappeared. Just when someone thought that the mutated creature might have been knocked out, the next second, bang bang bang. Rapid and muffled footsteps suddenly echoed. Then, a massive creature, 6 meters long and 1 meter high, as if it had come out of the Jurassic period, charged out. Its speed was astonishing, completely disproportionate to its large size. It resembled a crocodile, with its entire body covered in scales, and its back adorned with protrusions like blood-red crystals. Its 2 enormous heads were like the fronts of small cars, with mouths over a meter long filled with razor-sharp teeth. The tail, thick and covered in scales, struck the ground, producing a dull sound like a drum, sending dust flying. Strangely, it had only 2 eyes, located at the center of each head, revealing cruelty in their blood-red depths. Its emotionless gaze fixed on the many students in the stands. Chapter 77, Two-Dimensional Girl. I should wear a JK uniform with white stockings to report. Those who have awakened their martial arts talent experience a significant enhancement in their senses. Fang Qingchen did not hide his gaze. Qian Xiaoming was sitting calmly in her chair, watching the two-headed tyrant crack in the arena below. Her fair face appeared quite calm. But from her continuously tightening and relaxing hands, it was clear that she was not as calm inside. Especially on her smooth forehead beneath her bangs. Beads of sweat were starting to form. Hidden behind her glasses, her beautifully layered eyes reflected the enormous body of the two-headed tyrant Krak. My goodness! This little creature looks really unique. It scares the baby to death. If it gets a bite on me, wouldn't my beautiful body be left with a lot of scars? I haven't even been in a relationship yet. How could this happen? She had a lot of inner thoughts. But her gaze never left the head of the two-headed crocodile. At this moment, if one were to carefully observe her eyes, they would notice that, centered around her pupils, layers of light blue ripples spread out like waves, continuously expanding and overlapping. Martial arts talent, insight. Activate. In Qian Xiaoming's view, the whole world seemed to be covered with a fine light blue grid. This was the first time she had seen a person with no flaws since awakening her talent. She covered her mouth with her small hand, hiding her little white teeth. Seeing that Qian Xiaoming felt her gaze, Fang Qingchen smiled slightly at her and nodded. His smile was bright and sunny. The two-dimensional girl felt her heart racing like a startled deer. Her face turned red. So damn handsome. Lin Wanxing felt like she was blind. If he dared to confess to me, I would agree as soon as he opened his mouth. She was just thinking, though. Fang Qingchen had now become the crooked-mouthed Dragon King of Class 7, and many female classmates were lining up to confess to him. She was too lazy to queue. With that time, wouldn't it be better to catch up on some anime at home, play some games, and enjoy herself? Fang Qingchen quietly withdrew his gaze. A hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. Indeed. The strange fluctuation she had seen in her eyes earlier was likely due to her continuously using her insight talent to observe. To be able to maintain this for such a long time, her mental strength was naturally strong. She was almost on par with E-level martial artists. Her potential was much stronger than that of the foreign martial artist with the insight talent. What a pity, in her previous life, she just died like this. Chapter 79, Accurate Prediction. Terrifying reflexes and observational skills. The supervising teacher responsible for the safety of the students on stage was about to press the remote control in his hand to release the current from the electronic collar when he saw that Li Jian had actually blocked it. His eyes nearly popped out. Was he playing extreme with the teacher? The one who just gave him pointers was Fang Qingchen, right? This kid had terrifying reflexes and observational skills. However, could this be considered cheating? In martial arts exams, especially in martial arts and practical tests, it was generally not expected for students to cheat. After all, martial arts are practiced individually. How could one cheat? When the rules were initially established, no one anticipated that there would be someone like Fang Qingchen among the students. Therefore, there were no regulations regarding this aspect. The teaching system above remained silent. Clearly, it didn't count as cheating. He glanced at Fang Qingchen, who was still calm and composed, marveling at his steady observational skills. It must be known that in practical combat, situations change rapidly. Even martial arts teachers with far more experience than these students, despite being able to react mentally, could not provide timely guidance like Fang Qingchen did. They simply didn't have that capability. Chapter 80, Loyalty and Dedication. The two-dimensional girl takes the stage. Can she fire a shot? The practical exam continued. Seeing a student like Li Jian score a great first hit brought confidence to the other students. The supervising teacher also went down to retrieve the long spear that was stuck in the mouth of the two-headed crocodile. He took out a powerful hemostatic repair agent and sprayed it on the crocodile's injured upper jaw. The muscle tissue began to heal, making it a good crocodile again. Completely unaffected for battle. As soon as he left, the electrical paralysis effect on the two-headed crocodile was over. It let out a roar, shaking its head and tail. Very loyal. It continued to contribute to Class 7. However, the next candidates to take the stage would be in for a rough time. The two-headed crocodile, which hadn't eaten anything, was in a state of furious rage throughout the event. Its massive jaws tore viciously, and its scales and long tail dealt heavy blows, making the candidates scream. Except for a few students with decent martial talent and physical abilities who barely passed, about 20 to 30 students ended up failing. Moreover, the situation was quite brutal. Some candidates had their arms broken by the crocodile's tail, others were injured by its teeth. And some were so frightened by the two-headed crocodile's pounce that they fainted on the spot. It was a complete mess, and the class teachers were shaking their heads. Chapter 81, Ding Ding. Shining moment. Perfect finale. Normally, electronic alloy collars are very safe, with internal safety alarm modules. If any internal components malfunction, they will trigger an alarm to the teaching system in advance. Once the school's teaching system receives the message, it immediately notifies the supervising teacher for safety maintenance. As a brand of electronic alloy collars centrally procured by the entire Dacia country's martial arts high school, there had never been any teaching accidents since its implementation. But Qian Xiaoming's luck was just that bad. Coincidentally, the electronic alloy collar in front of her was a defective product. Fang Qingchen remembered that the later accident report noted that it was due to the internal alarm module being damaged first under high temperatures that led to the tragedy. A blossoming young girl tragically died in the jaws of a crocodile. Whoosh! Don't come over. Huh? It seems like it can't catch up with me. Qian Xiaoming ran several laps around the testing ground. She was about to catch up to the two-headed crocodile's tail when she realized she was almost a lap ahead of it. Seeing the two-headed crocodile still huffing and puffing in pursuit, her initially panicked heart gradually relaxed. The danger was gone. Now, it was hunting time. Chapter 82, Hero, on stage. I'm still warm. Yubu. Everything happened too quickly. In the blink of an eye, everyone didn't even have time to scream. They could only stare blankly at the cute girl about to meet her doom in the crocodile's jaws. The supervising teachers and class teachers also sensed something was wrong at this moment. However, although a few of them were already E-level martial artists, their long teaching careers had already reduced their on-the-spot reaction abilities to the lowest point. They didn't have time to react. Some had their minds catch up, but their bodies seemed unresponsive. There was simply no time to act. Life and death are only a moment apart. Almost at the same instant. In the teaching system control room, Chief Instructor Song Wanli and several senior martial arts instructors were watching the students' practical tests through the big screen. They expressed high praise for Qian Xiaoming's shooting talent, noting that she was able to comprehend the essence of moving shooting by herself. Impressive. This little girl is remarkable. Although her physical ability is a bit low, once she joins the elite martial arts class and receives proper training, she will definitely be a top 10 candidate in her grade. Liu Qianming, that playboy, is far behind her. Song Wanli was very satisfied with Qian Xiaoming. Seeing her final pose at the last second, he couldn't help but feel a mix of amusement and exasperation. Chapter 83, The Girl's Prayer. Good deeds are rewarded in this life. The Falling Star. I once thought that the scenes in anime where heroes save girls were all lies. But when I was at my darkest and most desperate moment, he appeared before me as if stepping on clouds. I seemed to see light. Qian Xiaoming still maintained the kneeling bow pose from before, staring blankly at the tall figure in front of her. Inside, under the special perspective of her talent, there was no flaw in his body. He looked like a princess offering a prayer for her guardian knight. The deathly grim double-headed crocodile. The shining battle knife piercing through the crocodile's head. The boy prying open the crocodile's giant mouth. The girl kneeling in prayer. The classmates who stood up in panic to watch. In this practical test field resembling the Colosseum of ancient Rome, a heart-shocking oil painting was formed. Everything felt so unreal. This can't just be my fantasy before death. Just as this ridiculous thought sprouted in Qian Xiaoming's mind, Fang Qingchen's clear voice fell like a waterfall crashing down, striking her heart. Are your legs glued to the ground? This dead crocodile is so heavy, why don't you hurry and run? Or do you want to try holding it up? Chapter 84, The Excellent Gene Inheritance Method. Do you think he will pursue me again? Seeing that Qian Xiaoming had been rescued and was unharmed, the tension in his mind finally relaxed. His tightly clenched hands also loosened. The phone that had been gripped into a ball fell with a thud onto the car seat. He let out a long breath. Everything is fine. At this moment, he finally shifted his gaze to the figure of Fang Qingchen on the screen. That was too thrilling. Just a little bit more. And it could have turned into a major accident. If something really happened to that child, how would I explain it to her parents? Fang Qingchen, you little rascal. Always managing to come up with new tricks. It had only been 4 days since he awakened his martial arts talent, and he had already learned E-level martial arts. Your father back then cultivated E-level martial arts faster than you. Chen Guorong sighed deeply, casually pulling down the privacy curtain on the car window to wipe the sweat from his forehead. With his experience, he could naturally tell that Fang Qingchen was using E-level martial arts. Moreover, judging by his fluid movements, his proficiency was definitely not low. At least he was at the entry-level, minor success. It was precisely because of this that he felt a shock. The difficulty of cultivating E-level martial arts is much greater than that of basic martial arts. Chapter 85, You little rascal, are you serious? If I were the current Fang Qingchen, I definitely wouldn't pursue you anymore. In the entire Great Xia Kingdom, there are tens of thousands of martial arts high schools. And there are just as many school beauties. Now that she is so amazing, directly embracing the great forest, she doesn't need you. This was Ji Yutingting's inner thought, but she didn't dare to say it out loud. At this moment, boom! The test field door was kicked open. Then, Song Wanli moved as fast as a high-speed train, with a series of sharp explosive sounds, and in a flash, he appeared in the test field. Before entering, he had already prepared for the worst and mentally anticipated the bloody scene. He had even gone over in his mind how to calm and evacuate the students and various follow-up measures several times. However, the moment he landed, his gaze swept across and took in everything in the field. When he saw the unharmed Qian Xiaoming standing dazedly to the side, he was clearly stunned. His mind was filled with big question marks. This is not right. She is fine. She actually didn't die. Did I scare myself into hallucinations? I clearly saw everything in the control room. At that time, not a single teacher reacted to save her. Chapter 86, Big Heart. Shouldn't the martial god's wall also hang certificates? Song Wanli knew about Fang Qingchen's physical performance. It was precisely because of this that he felt even more surprised. He remembered very clearly that when he saw the electronic alloy collar malfunctioning in the control room, no one in the entire practical test field took action. Of course, at that moment, he had rushed out. He hadn't seen the subsequent scenes. This meant he looked deeply at Fang Qingchen. This kid has an impressive ability to react on the spot. Almost comparable to my D-level martial artist. Even E-level martial artist teachers are not as good as him. A big-hearted contender. He had taught at the 7th middle school for many years, and thousands of students had passed through his hands. He knew very well that powerful physical ability was only part of strength. A calm heart that doesn't change color even when facing danger is also a standard requirement for becoming a strong person. Fang Qingchen's potential in martial arts is too strong. Even Wang Hao, who has consistently held the top spot in his grade, although stronger in strength, is weaker than him in potential. Highly praised. In Song Wanli's view, the only shortcoming of Fang Qingchen now is his physical ability. As long as that is made up for, with his current martial arts realm and ability to adapt on the spot. Chapter 87, Full Marks. Eager to try by Yue Guang. Huang Chunli was radiant, her face blooming like a flower. Look at this. This is the student I taught, speaking with such skill. Born to be a leader. As soon as Fang Qingchen sat back down, Li Jian from the back seat leaned over. Qingchen, awesome. Qian Xiaoming is the class flower of class 18. She took the initiative to add you as a friend and even invited you to dinner. I see her intentions are quite grand. Quite grand indeed. Take care of your health, my esteemed father, and don't indulge too much in drinking. His tone was very deep. His voice was loud enough for Lin Wanxing nearby to hear. But he did it on purpose. As a good buddy. Seeing Fang Qingchen turn from darkness to light made him happy. He just wanted to speak up for Fang Qingchen and annoy Lin Wanxing. You think you're the aloof school beauty. You're just like everyone else, with 2 nostrils and 1 mouth. People like the cool and pure moonlight. And the delicate and cute girls are just as good. Losing you is like losing one in a vast forest. Sure enough, after he finished speaking, Lin Wanxing's originally aloof face slightly changed color. Her delicate fingers clenched together. She instinctively glanced at Qian Xiaoming, who walked past her. Like her, Qian Xiaoming was full of youthful vitality. Although she was not as tall, she was just right. The gentle and slightly silly face under the bangs was a beauty that was completely different from her own cute style. Chapter 88, The Weapon Master. No weapons needed. Even the 2-headed crocodile fears. Old Chen, you're really stingy. Next time you come to drink with my dad, I must get you a bottle of pure blended wine to whet your appetite. Fang Qingchen, who had just stood up straight, was forced to sit back down. He didn't even need to guess to know what Chen Guorong was planning. This old man was definitely watching the live combat test remotely. Hey! Can't bear to part with the teaching funds. Let me tell you, you won't save a penny. The weapon master won't spoil you. In my last life, I think I only saw her make a move once. It's really a pity. Fang Qingchen looked at Lu Qingqian, who was slowly standing up beside him, with great anticipation. In his last life, Lu Qingqian's physical abilities after awakening were not as high as they are now. But they were frighteningly strong. She killed the 2-headed crocodile in just 10 seconds, shocking everyone present. However, at that time, he was not very interested in these things and didn't pay much attention. His focus was entirely on Lin Wanxing. Moreover, in his last life, Lin Wanxing, under the enhancement of the evolved S-rank twin talent, was also extremely powerful. The strength of her blood avatar was not weaker than her main body. Besides, 2 bodies sharing the same heart, 11 is greater than 2. Chapter 89, Interfering with the Material World. Invisible Divine Weapons. My goodness, Wanxing, am I seeing things? Is the 2-headed crocodile scared? Where did the school find such a timid crocodile? Ji Yutingting was still whispering. But Lin Wanxing didn't even look at her. With a flick of her hand, she directly covered Ji Yutingting's mouth. Her eyes were fixed on Lu Qingqian in the arena. As an A-rank talent, she could clearly sense a powerful source fluctuation. Like a raging flame, rising from Lu Qingqian's body. The wind generated around her was a manifestation of the source in her body affecting the material world. Lin Wanxing's eyes were unprecedentedly serious. So powerful. Is this what S-rank talent is like? Even just awakened. The source in her body is enough to affect the material world. How can she be this strong? I can't do this at all. Her face remained aloof. But deep down, she was screaming in disbelief. The source within a martial artist's body is born with the awakening of martial arts talent, formless and intangible. Using it to affect the material world is extremely difficult. However, even so, she was still unwilling to admit that Lu Qingchen was stronger than herself. Tian Xiaoming's expression was also very serious. Chapter 90, One Stroke. Lin Wanxing's total defeat. Tension. All the teachers and students held their breath, staring intently at Lu Qingchen. What is she holding in her hand? It's invisible, but the sound of a blade can be heard. I thought my body was well maintained recently. Why is my vision still blurry? What is this, the Emperor's new clothes? But Goddess Lu's look is really cool, I love it. However, it also looks really dangerous. At this moment, in everyone's eyes, Lu Qingchen's posture seemed a bit cool, especially with the sudden sound of the blade, which heightened everyone's expectations. They couldn't wait to see the earth-shattering strike granted by the weapon master talent. An S-rank martial arts talent never disappoints. Just when the mouth of the two-headed crocodile was less than 2 meters away from Lu Qingchen, her loosely held right hand suddenly shook. Clang! Another crisp sound of a blade echoed from her hand. It was as if an invisible knife was vibrating and screaming. There were no fancy techniques. Lu Qingchen's loosely held right hand suddenly pulled sideways. Then, her tall body bent forward. And her right hand was placed at her left lower side like a knife returning to its sheath. After completing all these movements, the two-headed crocodile was already within 1 meter of her. Chapter 91, You're still picking on me. You just know how to set me up. Candidate Lu Qingchen. Practical test score, full marks. As the announcement rang out, the bright red countdown timer froze at 22 seconds. Fang Qingchen's gaze sharpened. 8 seconds. 2 seconds faster than the last life. Moreover, this does not even include the teaching system's observation delay. In fact, the two-headed crocodile was already dead. The correct time should be within 5 seconds. On the observation platform, Song Wanli clenched his fist tightly. The admiration in his eyes was almost overflowing. Incredible. With just a physical ability of 13, she could achieve such a clean and neat result. One strike kill. Even in the martial arts elite class. This is definitely a top 10 level. Not weaker than those with physical abilities above 15. S-rank martial arts talent is indeed impressive. Come on. Everyone. Give Lu Qingchen a round of applause. At this moment, Huang Chunli took the initiative to lead. The classmates from Class 7 followed suit. Clap clap. Waves of warm applause and cheers erupted again. Killing the two-headed crocodile in less than 10 seconds is definitely considered fast for martial arts students nearing the end of the first half of the semester. It could easily be boasted about in martial arts universities. However, deep down, Lu Qingchen did not feel particularly proud. Chapter 92, The Celestial Crystal, I must obtain it. Great insight. Candidate Lin Wanxing, practical test score, excellent. The announcement rang out above. I'm not sure if it's a coincidence or intentional. Lin Wanxing's blood-stained spear points directly at Lu Qingchen in the stands. Lu Qingchen, if it weren't for your martial arts talent being better than mine, I, Lin Wanxing, would definitely not lose to you. I know I've lost, but I, Lin Wanxing, will never admit defeat. You won, but you won't win forever. In this world, there is a miraculous item that can evolve A-level talents into S-level talents. Celestial Crystal. No matter what the cost, I must obtain it. Fang Qingchen, I will make you regret it. Her cold face showed no expression. Although Lin Wanxing's family conditions are quite good, she definitely couldn't afford the celestial crystal worth hundreds of millions. However, for her now, the desire to become stronger had turned into an obsession. The celestial crystal was the only opportunity she could think of to turn her fate around. Lu Qingchen seemed to sense her hostility. She showed no fear and lifted her head, her gaze filled with unparalleled confidence and fearlessness. From a distance, her eyes collided with Lin Wanxing's. Chapter 93, Little Sister. Get in the car. Are you going to Keng Dag to drink some delicious juice? 10 minutes later. Lu Qingchen looked in astonishment at the silver-white electric scooter in the school's bike shed. She glanced at Fang Qingchen, lightly biting her pink lips, without saying a word. Are you going to sit behind his electric scooter? This kind of thing is so embarrassing. Fang Qingchen looked at her, the corner of his mouth curling up in a charming smile. So, are you looking forward to riding the yellow-haired little electric scooter, surrounded by colorful flashing lights, with music playing in your ears? Saying this, he playfully tousled his hair and patted the back seat of the electric scooter. Little sister, get in the car. Brother will take you to Shaxian Hotel for pig trotter rice. Phut, seeing Fang Qingchen's appearance, even the cold Lu Qingchen couldn't help but laugh. Her laughter like spring flowers blooming in winter. For Fang Qingchen, who had seen countless beauties in his past life, it was a moment of distraction. Language is indeed an art. Fang Qingchen's words made Lu Qingchen feel less constrained. Just hesitating for a moment, she walked over to Fang Qingchen's side, her long, graceful legs stepping over the seat, and she sat steadily on the back seat of Fang Qingchen's scooter. It was her first time sitting on a boy's scooter. Chapter 94, 3 seconds. Has Fang Qingchen's information been leaked? At number 1 middle school. In the spacious principal's office, brightly lit, Hong Wen stood with his hands behind his back, gazing quietly out the large floor-to-ceiling window towards number 7 middle school. His aura was deep as a well. Behind him, 7 or 8 school executives held documents in hand, reporting the performance of students they were focusing on today. Jiang Wushuang's practical test score was 3 seconds. Almost instantaneously killing the mutated creature, the two-headed crocodile. Moreover, it was a direct confrontation, without targeting weak points. A middle-aged man spoke up. Hearing that it only took 3 seconds, a proud smile appeared on Hong Wen's face, hidden from their view. Very good. Jiang Wushuang has improved again. He was 2 seconds faster than during the last exam. The two-headed crocodile probably can't test his true strength anymore. With his current physical fitness and S-level talent, he could probably defeat ordinary E-level mutant beasts. As he spoke, he turned around and sat down on a nearby sofa. Crack! He leisurely lit a cigar. Amidst the swirling smoke, he casually tossed the lighter aside and continued, proceed, report the performance of other key students from Linjiang City's Martial Arts High School. Students whose performance is weaker than our martial arts elite class by 10 ranks, and those with talent below A-level need not be reported. Chapter 95. Do you know who is backing number 7 middle school? The girl and the food stall and hot pot. Fang Qingchen. That dead simp. Is there any live video? Principal, there is a video of him defeating Liu Qianming, but there is no video of him killing the two-headed crocodile. Saying this, she opened her phone and clicked on a video file. Inside was the footage of Fang Qingchen using the 8 Extremes fist to beat Liu Qianming. She continued. There are many rumors online saying Fang Qingchen is some kind of crooked dragon king, saying 3 years have passed, and it's being spread quite fantastically. Hong Wen watched it repeatedly several times, then tossed the phone aside, revealing a cold smile. You scared me. Just a clumsy trick. Practicing the 8 Extremes fist is not something extraordinary. Fang Qingchen's physical fitness and martial arts scores, how much are they? He continued to ask. Physical fitness score 142. Proficient in 9 basic martial arts, the female executive replied. Is the source of this information reliable? Absolutely loyal. That teacher acting as a spy has a poor family. Every time he passes on information, I give him 10, 000 yuan as a tip. Ha ha ha, very good. It's all just a show for us to watch. Can someone with 142 physical fitness defeat someone with 15 or more physical fitness like Liu Qianming? Chapter 96. Where are the girl's feet in white stockings? Sweet as honey. The misunderstanding was resolved. The atmosphere became even more relaxed afterward. The unchanging coldness on Liu Qingchen's face gradually melted in front of Fang Qingchen. Although she still wasn't as lively and cheerful as other girls, at least she had a hint of a faint smile. It made her look quite unique. Fang Qingchen chatted with her a lot, especially about her family situation. In the past, Liu Qingchen would never have shared her family situation with anyone, as she, who was already self-conscious and withdrawn due to family issues, didn't want others to pity her for these things. She, Liu Qingchen, did not need anyone's sympathy. But facing Fang Qingchen, for some reason, her guard was lowered to the minimum. A voice in her heart told her that Fang Qingchen would not look down on her because of her family situation. She believed in him. Liu Qingchen did not hide anything and stated it openly. At the same time, she quietly looked at Fang Qingchen. She was a very sensitive person at heart. Once Fang Qingchen's expression or demeanor showed any fluctuation, she could sense it. She was not disappointed. Fang Qingchen's expression remained unchanged. She simply peeled a shrimp and placed it in her bowl. Chapter 97. Uncle gives you a bow. It's all mixed up, the hierarchy is messed up. The sudden addition of Qian Xiaoming made the atmosphere even more lively. Liu Qingchen also put down her chopsticks. Turning around, her gaze fell on Qian Xiaoming in her beautiful JK outfit, and she was instantly captivated like a pin drawn to a magnet, unable to look away. Her eyes were filled with envy. This is the JK that the girls in class often mention, it really looks good on her. I wish I could wear it too. It must be very expensive. She was just like Qian Xiaoming, a blossoming young girl. At this age, which girl doesn't want to wear beautiful clothes and bloom freely? However, she was very self-aware. She had heard the girls in class mention that a genuine JK outfit could cost over 1,000 yuan, more than her family's monthly food expenses. Even if she longed for it in her heart, she could only think about it. Fortunately, she was not a girl who wallowed in self-pity. The years of hardship had made her more sensible and resourceful than her peers. Soon she perked up, because the upcoming holiday off-campus training was her stage to earn money. With her ability to easily defeat a dual-headed crocodile, Chapter 98, no more pretending, I'll level with you, my family's house is quite big. As a mother, she felt happy that her daughter could be friends with such a handsome, polite, and strong boy. She was also observing the cool girl sitting opposite Fang Qingchen. Surely, anyone who could eat with Fang Qingchen wouldn't be too bad either. Watching her daughter hold hands and chat warmly with the girl, their relationship seemed good, right? Just then, honey, come help me with the dishes, came her husband's loud call from the kitchen. She shook her head and stopped thinking too much. Her daughter had grown up, young people had their own ideas. As a mother, all she had to do was support her unconditionally. Coming. It had to be said that Qian Dad's cooking was really good. In no time, 5 or 6 plates of authentic Sichuan dishes were served, replacing the nearly finished hot pot. Although she had just said she wanted to drink a bit with Fang Qingchen, it was just talk. When young people gathered, they naturally had their own topics. As elders, Qian Dad and Qian Mom were quite perceptive. After serving the dishes, they hid in the kitchen, observing secretly. Fang Qingchen had almost finished eating, but Liu Qingchen was still steadily enjoying her meal, holding a bowl of rice and eating the delicious-looking dishes in front of her in small, quick bites. Chapter 99. My fists aren't big enough. No problem. My dad's fists are big enough. Liu Qingchen, Qian Xiaoming both thought they had misheard. A place at home could serve as an archery training ground. What does his family do to have such a large space? They had never heard of it before. Lu Qingchen didn't need to say more. Although Qian Xiaoming's family ran a Sichuan food stall, they were only a bit better off than the average family, living in a typical two-bedroom apartment. In their worldview, the most luxurious houses were probably the villas where the domineering CEOs in dramas lived. However, even if a villa had a small yard, it wouldn't be sufficient for archery practice. Practicing archery required at least a target range similar to the one behind their school, with a 200-meter target. Without that, it was impossible to practice. Did Fang Qingchen's family yard really have 200 meters? What did they do? Qian Xiaoming blinked. Big shot, does your family raise chickens or pigs? Or do they grow vegetables in greenhouses in the suburbs? The two girls looked at Fang Qingchen with suspicion. However, Fang Qingchen just smiled mysteriously, without explaining. After all, even if she told them now, they probably wouldn't believe it. Tomorrow, when they came to her house, they would naturally find out. Of course. She enjoyed the curious looks from the girls. Chapter 100, Nature Unleashed. Your dad is impressive. Then do you know who my dad is? The sudden voice startled Hu Chen. His hand, which was reaching to grab Qian Xiaoming's hand, paused midair. He didn't expect anyone in this suburban snack street to dare speak to him like that. He was so furious that he wanted to laugh. He wiped his nose and thought, wow, today really is strange. What kind of weirdos are popping up? There were people trying to show off at school, and now even here. This voice sounded somewhat familiar, probably from a boy around his age. But he didn't care. Not even bothering to turn his head. He was already well aware of the peers he couldn't afford to offend in Lingjiang City. He was clear on that. His eyes were still greedily fixed on Qian Xiaoming. Although she didn't have the top-tier looks of Lin Wanxing, she wasn't far off. Especially after she put on glasses, her gentle and elegant demeanor, coupled with her graceful figure, made her even more captivating. He had to take her away. Apart from those peers he couldn't afford to provoke, no one else mattered. He had to take Qian Xiaoming to KTV. After all, Liu Xiao and the others were already waiting for him there. Chapter 101, My dad is a martial god. How about you come sit for a while? What is a sense of security? This is it. Lu Qingchen didn't feel uncomfortable about Fang Qingchen's crude words, instead, she felt very pleased and vindicated. Qian Xiaoming also wanted to kick Hu Chen a few times. But thinking about her cute little dress, wouldn't kicking him just reward him? Absolutely not. If there was a reward, it should be for her own god. No one else should even think about it. Fang Qingchen stamped Hu Chen's foot for a full half a minute, until his whole body was almost stamped out of shape. Only then did he reluctantly withdraw his foot. Hu Chen was in a terrible situation. Compared to Liu Qianming, who was beaten up by Fang Qingchen today, he is not much better off. His mouth is barely closed, and he speaks with a lisp. His eyes are squinted into slits, filled with resentment that seems like it could swallow Fang Qingchen whole. At this moment, the bodyguards behind him, who had been easily knocked down by Fang Qingchen, have also regained their composure. Each one is holding their waist, struggling to get up from the ground. Seeing Hu Chen in such a state, they are all terrified and rush over to help him up. None of them dare to lift their heads throughout the ordeal. They know just how formidable the young man in front of them, who looks like a student, is. Their once proud fighting skills seem like those of a 3-year-old child in his presence. Chapter 102, Qian has grown up. With a glass of water in hand, Fang Qingchen sits on the worn-out sofa in Lu Qingchen's home, watching her busily put the takeaway dishes into the old refrigerator. Her house is not large. To put it bluntly, any bathroom in the Fang Wuxian manor is larger than this. However, it is decorated very warmly and neatly. Yet, the air is filled with a medicinal smell. The door to the master bedroom is closed. Her parents are probably already asleep by now. The door to the secondary bedroom, however, is open, and a faint, indescribable fragrance wafts out, somewhat similar to the scent on Lu Qingchen. A teenage girl who somewhat resembles Lu Qingchen, but with more youthful vitality, comes out of the room, her hair down and wearing a cool cartoon pajama, rubbing her eyes. Sister, what kind of big meal did you eat? Why are you back so late? I'm so hungry. Handsome guy. Sister, when did you start dating? You're already bringing him home. That's too fast. Only then does she notice Fang Qingchen sitting on the sofa. Chapter 103, Hellcat, is it really that fast to inflate a balloon? Liu Xiao. I can't swallow this anger. I rely on you to help me vent it. In a few days, help me torture him thoroughly. Hu Chen said viciously. In the era of martial arts, everyone practices martial arts. Schools across the Daxia Kingdom, and even the world allow students to spar with each other. If martial arts are not used in actual combat, they are no different from performances. But there is a red line: sparring is allowed. But absolutely no outside martial arts experts can be called for help. If discovered, not only will the student be expelled, but the martial arts expert who comes to help will also be arrested. Of course, the bodyguards just now were not even E-level warriors, so they don't count as martial arts experts. Even if reported, it would just be a brawl. With Hu Chen's father's background, it wouldn't be a big deal, and could be easily suppressed. Moreover, Fang Qingchen is currently a popular figure in the 7th high school. He naturally doesn't dare to touch Fang Qingchen, but he can target his family, which no one will care about. Hu Chen's eyes are filled with malice. Isn't your family wealthy? What's the use of being rich? You need to have power to survive out here. A rich second-generation family, he really doesn't care. Chapter 104, The Little Shock of Wushan Manor. Auntie must have taken quite a bit, right? Hellcat speeds towards Qian Xiaming's house. Inside the car, Lu Qingchen sits in the passenger seat. Although she doesn't understand cars, just by looking, she knows this one isn't cheap. Her little hands are clasped together on her lap. Her face flushed. Wearing white sneakers, she sits rigidly as if in class, feeling both nervous and constrained. Her eyes, however, pretend to be relaxed as she continuously looks out the window. Occasionally, she steals a glance at Fang Qingchen, who is focused on driving without glancing sideways, but quickly shifts her gaze away. However, when she realizes that he doesn't pay special attention to her outfit, she breathes a sigh of relief, only to feel a twinge of disappointment, as if she had prepared a grand meal, only for the other party not to like it. My desk mate is so calm. Does he think my outfit is ordinary? But this is already my most expensive clothing. She looks down at herself, sinking into self-doubt. Yet, she doesn't notice that the atmosphere in the car is a bit strange. Fang Qingchen drives with his eyes fixed ahead, but for a 10-star martial saint, his visual range exceeds 270 degrees, allowing him to take in everything in the car. Chapter 105, The girl enters the Grandview Garden, Tang Bingyun, it's all quite good. That's about right, Fang Qingchen replies vaguely. After the shock, it turns into ecstasy. Qian Xiaming raises her small fist and jumps up excitedly. Yay! 30 years in the east, 30 years in the west, the wheel of fortune turns. Mom, today it's finally my turn to hook up with a rich guy. The two-dimensional girl feels blessed. Her gentle and charming face is filled with excitement. In fact, ever since Fang Qingchen saved her again last night, she no longer sees herself as an outsider. Whether Fang Qingchen is a true rich second generation, or a fake one, she doesn't care. She is not Lin Wanxing and won't engage in games of manipulation. She must repay Fang Qingchen's kindness with everything she has. She has locked onto the thigh of a big shot, locking in teammates. Must secure it tightly. Seeing Lu Qingchen still hesitating, she smiles mischievously and directly takes her hand. Let's go, Qian Qian. Why be polite with him? We are going to dine lavishly. Saying this, she pulls Lu Qingchen, who is contemplating whether to step in with her left or right foot to avoid appearing rude, and heads towards the manor. Chapter 106, Who Moves? Who Dies? Accountant Tang is mighty. She looks at Lu Qingchen, her eyes filled with uncontainable affection. Especially the confidence that Lu Qingchen displayed after mustering her courage, blending with the shyness of a young girl. Her captivating demeanor made her momentarily dazed. Coupled with her S-level martial arts talent, her potential is limitless. And her future achievements will surely not be beneath her husband Fang Qingchen. What mother wouldn't like such a girl? I had already heard Qingchen mention it, saying her deskmate was not only beautiful, but also talented and capable of managing a household. At that time, I was puzzled, wondering if there were still such outstanding girls. I didn't expect that this little brat was indeed not lying to me. Good, really good. Tang Bingyun held Lu Qingchen's small hand, elegantly complimenting her, causing Lu Qingchen's pretty face to flush. With her other slender hand, she shyly touched her heated cheeks. Auntie, thank you for your praise. I'm actually not as good as Fang Qingchen said. Although she said this, the happiness in her cool brows and eyes was hard to conceal. She secretly glanced at Fang Qingchen. Did he really say that about me to Aunt Tang? How embarrassing. Chapter 107, Top-Level Face Change. I am the Vice Chairman, the son of the people. Watching Fang Qingchen lead Lu Qingchen and Qian Xiaoming towards the dining room, the smile on Tang Bingyun's face gradually faded. Snap! She snapped her fingers. The butler respectfully approached with a phone in hand. Call Vice Chairman Qian Zhong of Linjiang. In a spacious conference room at the municipal hall, Vice Chairman Qian Zhong was addressing the city's leaders and officials. Our major martial arts high schools in Linjiang are about to conduct off-campus training. These children are the pride of Linjiang City. They will be the main force in defending the city against alien beasts in the future. Therefore, according to the mayor's instructions, our city bureau must do everything possible to ensure the safety of every student. Also, recently some colleagues. He was just getting into it when the door of the conference room was knocked on. His speech was interrupted. Qian Zhong's expression visibly darkened. Before the meeting, he had already informed the secretary at the door that anyone looking for him, except for the mayor, had to wait until the meeting was over. The mayor had gone to the provincial meeting. Right now, he was the king in Linjiang City. Whoever came had to wait outside. What? Chapter 108, Still need to continue developing. Physical training plan. After hanging up the phone, Qian Zhong sat down heavily in his chair like a fish out of water. The cold sweat all over him had almost soaked his clothes. Wiping the sweat off his face, he took a deep look at the secretary. At this moment, he had no intention of finding trouble with him. Where's Hunan? Have him come see me. Now? Right away. His assistant quickly took out his phone and dialed several times, but found no one answered. Chairman Qian, the office phone isn't being answered, he should be out. Bang! Qian Zhong slammed his fist on the table. Call him again. Still no one answered. At this moment, someone who had gone to Hunan's office also hurried back. Chairman Qian, the staff and director whose office said he went to catch a typical case. He personally took people to the North City Snack Street for a surprise inspection. He has been there for over half an hour now. He should have arrived by now. Oh no. Qian Zhong suddenly stood up and dashed out the door. Quick! Prepare the car, and also pull out their bus route map. Fang Wushan Manor. Wow! Is this the breakfast of a rich young master? Chapter 109, Following the Big Shot. 18 meals in 3 days. Fang Qingchen gave a thumbs up. Knowledgeable. Don't be polite, 1 bottle each, we ate too dry just now. Let us drink some of this to wash it down. I'll go first. After saying that, he grabbed a bottle from the table, flicked the cork off with his thumb, and downed a bottle of life essence in one go. After drinking, he turned the empty bottle upside down and shook it twice. Nothing left, you two, don't keep fish. The atmosphere was lively, but both girls hesitated a bit. Lu Qingchen had never drunk life essence before. After all, this stuff is too expensive. A standard 30 milliliter bottle sells for over 100,000. It's often out of stock, and in the black market. It can go for 14 to 15,000 a bottle. It's purely for the children of wealthy families. She recognized it because major martial arts high schools offer substantial rewards to encourage students to compete and dedicate themselves to martial arts. After each major exam, they present valuable rewards, and life essence is one of the most expensive among them. Every year, the 7th high school gives life essence as a reward to the top 3 students in overall grades after the 2 major exams. Chapter 110, Should I be under the car, not inside? A vast energy surged forth, like a torrent erupting from her abdomen. In an instant, it swept through every corner of her body. Since it was her first time drinking life essence, the feeling of every cell rapidly growing made her squint in comfort. Almost unable to suppress a soft hum, Qian Xiaoming beside her was even more affected, her eyes glazed over, her body softening. Her slender waist swayed left and right like a willow. If it weren't for the stable base, she would have toppled over long ago. Fang Qingchen, however, had long since adapted to this sensation. He sat quietly, appreciating the unique charm of the girl in front of him while silently digesting the life essence within him. The life essence they were drinking had been improved, removing the violent medicinal properties, so drinking a whole bottle at once wouldn't impose a heavy burden on the body. It also became easier to absorb. As for the medicinal properties that could not be digested, they would be stored in the cells in molecular form, gradually breaking down and being absorbed over time, or released in large amounts after intense activity to replenish energy, far exceeding ordinary life essence on the market. The top biological technology company in the Great Xi Kingdom, the latest product of Shanghai Biotech Company. Chapter 111, He, not he. Has luck changed after rebirth? Jokes aside, in order to help Fang Qingchen improve his archery skills and defeat Liu Qianming, both Lu Qingchen and Qian Xiaoming hardly slept last night. They exhausted all their efforts, constantly researching how to tailor special training in archery to target Fang Qingchen's right-hand bow situation. Various plans were revised and meticulously detailed. The 2 girls exchanged glances. Qian Xiaoming puffed out her chest. Qingchen, let me take the lead. Your archery is better than mine, so please correct me if I'm wrong. Lu Qingchen gently responded with an Qian Xiaoming was not polite. She walked over to Fang Qingchen, her round calves wrapped in jeans, holding a bow. Boss, your archery is already at an advanced level, so your basics should be fine. Let's start from. As she explained her archery philosophy to Fang Qingchen, she pulled the bowstring with extremely standard posture. Qian Xiaoming already had an excellent figure, and at that moment, with her hands pulling the bow, her waist straightened, showcasing her curvaceous and beautiful figure. The pink-white collarless shirt that just reached her waist slightly lifted, revealing a small section of her slender waist and her adorable little belly button. Chapter 112, Calling Someone. They are all our people, who can you call? Having held a high position for a long time, director who has cultivated quite a bit of authority. His voice was loud and very intimidating. Upon hearing about the security bureau, Qian Dad couldn't help but shiver. We haven't resisted. But you can't wrongfully accuse us. Leader. Our licenses, safety certificates, health certificates, food hygiene certificates, all the certificates are complete. When your people came to check recently, we passed. As an honest and straightforward common citizen. This is the thing he fears the most. His outstretched hand withdrew. While explaining, he hurriedly went to a nearby box to take out all the various certificates. Holding them in his hands, He wanted to show them to the leader in front of him. But Director Hu only coldly smiled. Facing the complete documents presented to him. He didn't even look at them. He shook them in his hand and then casually tossed them aside. HMPH. The documents are indeed complete. But just because you were compliant before doesn't mean you are compliant now. Look at this back kitchen, it's a mess. Can you guarantee food safety? Also, I heard that a violent injury incident occurred at your stall last night. It's simply lawless. Chapter 113, you say his name is Fang Qingchen. The righteous Captain Jin. This was Director Hu's inner thought. Naturally, he couldn't say it in front of so many people. But that disdainful look was real. Captain Jin's thoughts were simpler. He smiled and pointed at the spilled hot pot base on the ground. Save it, don't try to pull connections. Regardless of whether you have a reason. Resisting law enforcement alone is enough to convict you. Go, confiscate his phone. Having been in business for a long time, one inevitably knows some public officials. However, for a small store like this, the connections aren't very significant. At most, it's a grassroots security officer with a position. In this situation, it's likely that if he calls, the person won't dare to answer. Captain Jin was eager to wrap up and didn't want to wait for him to find someone. Leader, I'm not looking for someone. I'm just calling my daughter. If she comes back and can't find us, she'll be worried. Please, let me speak to her. Just a few words, is that okay? Qian Dad's attitude towards Captain Jin was not as resistant. His words were very sincere. Just as Captain Jin was about to refuse, he suddenly thought of his own daughter. She should be about the same age as his daughter. Plus, having just suffered a big loss a few days ago, he was still a bit scared. Chapter 114, you've relied on the strongest connections in Linjiang City. Qian Dad was a bit confused. From Fang Qingchen's tone, it seemed like he knew this Captain Jin. However, he was just a student. How could he have such a wide circle of friends? Qian Mom was also puzzled. On the other hand, Director Hu snorted coldly. Clinging to connections with Captain Jin, he really didn't know what he was doing. Who in the circle doesn't know that Captain Jin enforces the law strictly? Just a few days ago, even the factory director Li, who had a close relationship with him, was arrested. He personally led the charge to seal the factory, making him a model in the security industry. At this moment, the two security officers glanced at the time. It had already been 3 minutes. One of them reached out to take the phone from Qian Dad's hand. The other opened the electronic shackles, ready to put them on him. Who knew that Captain Jin shot them a glare? What are you doing? Can't you see the people are on the phone with their daughter? I usually teach you that law enforcement should have an attitude, and doing things should have warmth. Have you all forgotten that? His voice was stern, directly leaving the two security officers dumbfounded. Captain, you didn't say that earlier. Chapter 115, the Vice Chairman comes to seek justice for us. Although he was a bit puzzled about why Vice Chairman Qian would come here, he didn't have time to think about it. He quickly adjusted his attire, forced a smile, and turned to welcome him. Although Captain Jin's rank wasn't high, he had seen Qian Zhong at several leadership meetings, and had long remembered the appearance of this important figure. Upon hearing that he had arrived, he felt a jolt in his heart. His ability to progress was still strong. After a few thoughts, he vaguely guessed why Qian Zhong had come. His suspicion was further confirmed. Damn! Even Vice Chairman Qian personally came forward. If Fang Qingchen weren't the son of Fang Wuxian, I would swallow all the beef tallow on the ground right now. Fortunately, I was smart and didn't offend this couple. Otherwise, I will be completely messed up by that idiot Hu Qiong. Damn, I want to see how he ends up. I need to find an opportunity to make things worse for him. Captain Jin is almost fed up with Director Hu. If it weren't for him, how would I have gotten into this mess? In Linjiang City, even if I offend the speaker, The worst that can happen is that I get sidelined and can't get promoted. But if I offend Fang Qingchen. Chapter 116, Justice is served. Director Who's Fear. The news about Fang Qingchen is all fake. He looked incredulously at the bewildered Qian dad and Qian mom. He wouldn't believe it even if you beat him to death. How could these honest, simple folks have such power to make Speaker Qian and Captain Jin willingly support them? Suddenly, a name flashed through his mind. The mastermind behind his son Hu Chen, Fang Qingchen. He recalled the handsome young man who briefly appeared in the video Qian dad had just sent to Qian Xiameng. It was at that moment that Captain Jin's attitude changed immediately. He started to disregard Hu's face. Thump! His heart raced. Could it be him? Impossible. I checked his background last night. He's just a regular boss of a second-hand housing company. I was even planning to go and seal off his business. What on earth is going on? Suddenly, he thought of a terrifying possibility. Could it be that all the information I found about Fang Qingchen is completely fake? The thought sent chills down his spine. It was a bright sunny day, yet he felt no warmth, as if he had fallen into an ice hole. Only then could everything make sense. Chapter 117. I'm at ease with this child Qingchen. Our bathroom is quite big. The couple exchanged glances. Even though they were honest, they knew things were not simple. These big shots would not help them for no reason. There must be someone even more powerful behind the scenes applying pressure. Qian dad wiped away the tears that had not yet dried in his eyes. Honey, it seems we've met a noble person today. That Speaker Qian said to ask Meng Meng. Could it be my daughter found someone? She's quite impressive. I'll ask her in a video call. Qian dad said foolishly, reaching for his phone. At this moment, Qian mom had started to catch on. Seeing Qian dad still so oblivious, she directly tugged at his ear. What are you doing? Our daughter is having a great time at Qingchen's place. Why are you bothering her like this? Can't you be a little more perceptive? She began to scold him. But her eyes were filled with mixed feelings of surprise and joy. It seems that her daughter's lifesaver, that handsome young man, is not simple. He, or rather the force behind him, is so powerful that even people like Qian Zhong and Captain Jin have to bow and scrape before him. A director can just be taken down at will. What kind of background does that require? Chapter 118, Young Girl Playing in Water. Tang Bingyan's suspicion. What exactly happened to you? The sound of splashing water accompanied by the playful laughter of the girl was faintly heard, drawing thoughts. Wow, this feels amazing. Qian. I really didn't expect that the big shot's house is so rich. Even a random bathroom is bigger than mine, decorated like a palace. It's really impressive. And this bathing water smells so fresh. I want to take a sip. Qian Xiameng lay back in the temperature-controlled bath, using her two pink-white arms to rest on the edge. Her delicate feet touched the pebbles at the bottom of the pool, feeling ticklish and comfortable. A layer of light steam floated above the water, slightly obscuring the beautiful scenery beneath, resembling a beautiful mermaid with a fair complexion. Although they were all girls, Lu Qingchen, sitting opposite her, clearly wasn't as bold. Perhaps due to the water temperature, her cool face showed a slight blush. She shyly hugged her knees while sitting in the clear water, slightly hiding her breathtaking figure. Her freshly washed long hair floated casually on the water's surface, swaying with the waves, occasionally splashing water on her smooth, radiant skin that seemed to glow. Chapter 119, Change. The butterfly effect begins. The three-star martial god Huodubu. She had already started planning where to build a trophy room in the estate, specifically to store her son's awards. She wanted to show off on social media. Watching other families post about their children's awards today and their rankings tomorrow made her envious. As a wealthy tycoon, she didn't need to flaunt wealth or status. All she wanted now was to show off her child. She shot a glare at her dear son. You little brat, you've had your fun. Do you know how your mother has lived these past few years? Your father is such a proud person. Forget it, I want to say more. Let me tell you. All kinds of honors and awards at school cannot be missed. You have to get them all. You must fulfill the emotional value for me, understand? Ensure you complete the task. Seeing the expression on Tang Bingyan's face soften, Fang Qingchen felt a huge weight lifted off his heart. Rebirth, this is his greatest secret. It's too shocking. If it leaks out, not to mention his father is a half-step martial god, even a true martial god couldn't protect him. To be safe, he absolutely cannot tell anyone. As for providing emotional value to his mother, he just worries that if he provides too much, she and his father won't be able to handle it. Chapter 120, Longxi University or Shenzhou University. Coupled with her cool demeanor, she was undoubtedly a cold, aloof beauty. Qian Xiaomeng was dressed similarly, also in a white t-shirt. The only difference was that she wore grey-white athletic shorts that reached halfway up her thighs, fully displaying her well-proportioned, smooth legs. In the sunlight, they gleamed brightly, making Fang Qingchen dizzy. Not to mention, Qian Xiaomeng really understood how to dress, with this outfit. Her legs appeared even longer. At least visually, not much shorter than Lu Qingqian's real long legs. It was the style of a sporty beauty. Looking at the girls in front of her, each with their own charm, Fang Qingchen felt much more relaxed. Indeed, looking at beautiful women can bring longevity and relieve worries. Having taken a bath, she naturally couldn't practice archery anymore today. It was getting late, and it was time to send the two girls home. Although her own manor had plenty of rooms, it was more convenient for them to stay here, saving her the trouble of picking them up tomorrow. However, since it was Lu Qingqian and Qian Xiaomeng's first visit, directly letting them stay in her home might lead to misunderstandings, especially for Qian Xiaomeng. They had only known each other for 2 days. She didn't want to scare them. Chapter 121, Physical Ability Improvement. The vision is limited. In the era of martial arts, talent is a resource. Every year around this time, major martial arts universities across the country begin the first wave of recruitment battles. Each martial arts university has a certain number of special recruitment slots. As long as the students from Martial High meet the criteria, they can be specially recruited without taking the martial arts exam, obtaining early admission to the martial arts university. As long as they graduate smoothly from Martial High and finish their holidays, they can report to the corresponding martial arts university without having to cross a sea of people to take the brutal martial arts exam. Of course, being able to stand out during Martial High is already extremely difficult. Especially the admission criteria for the 4 major academies of the Great Xia Kingdom are incredibly strict. First, at least 3 foundational martial arts must reach the level of mastery, great achievement. Just this requirement alone is enough to stump 999 students. The vast majority of people, even when they become E-level martial artists, may not have 3 foundational martial arts cultivated to the level of mastery. Secondly, martial arts talent must be at least A-level or above. Both criteria must be met. As for physical ability, there are no specific regulations. Those who can meet the above 2 requirements cannot have low physical abilities. Chapter 122, Mom and Dad Want to Sew. The scumbag who turns his back. Qian Xiaomeng shared many novel experiences from Fang Qingchen's manor. After talking for a while, she picked up a piece of spicy fish and put it in her bowl. When she looked up, she noticed that both of them weren't moving their chopsticks and had strange expressions. A bit puzzled, she asked, "Mom, why aren't you two eating?" "Oh right, did the outing plan fall through?" "What happened?" she casually asked. Unexpectedly, upon hearing this, Dad and Mom Qian perked up, their spirits lifted. Dad Qian chuckled and said, "Girl, actually I was just kidding. Your mom and I never planned to go out at all." Upon hearing this, Qian Xiaomeng's eyes immediately curved into 2 little moons, and she scrutinized the two with a mischievous look. "Oh, so now you find me annoying, huh? You said daughters are little cotton-padded jackets, but it turns out you two are the true love. Am I just a light bulb in your world? Should I be hiding under the table now?" She picked up a spicy snail and slurped it. It's normal for old couples to occasionally enjoy their own world. However, Dad Tian just smiled and shook his head, getting straight to the point. "Meng Meng, around noon today, Hu Chen's dad brought people to shut down our food stall." Chapter 123, Congratulations. Wait for me for 3 minutes. The big shot from the business system, Hu Qiong, has been arrested. Various evidence of corruption and bribery has piled up high, meaning he will likely spend the rest of his life sewing. This news exploded like a bomb among the upper echelons of Linjiang City. At the residence of Councillor Liu, it should have been brightly lit at this time. But now only a few dim lights were on, making it seem a bit gloomy. After receiving the news, Liu Buliang went straight to a meeting, leaving only his wife and children at home. Liu Qianming sat on the sofa in the dim hall, illuminated by a single light, casting shadows on his face. The confident expression he once had long vanished, replaced by uncertainty. Just yesterday, Hu Chen had confidently declared his intention to ruin Qian Xiaoming's family and bring down Fang Qingchen. Yet, in less than a day, he found himself in the unfortunate situation of having his own father arrested. Hu Chen himself wasn't faring any better. As a standard second-generation rich kid, he had committed numerous offenses relying on his father's influence. While his father was in power, he could keep things under control. Now, with the tree fallen, the monkeys scatter. And he was caught while trying to escape. Hu Chen was already 19 years old, an adult. Chapter 124, Welfare benefits can be discussed. Sorry, I can't sign. The incident came suddenly, and the family hadn't even prepared tea or cigarettes. It was the neighbor next door who kindly brought some over to entertain the guests. Fortunately, the few staff members from Shenzhou University's admissions office had seen all sorts of situations and weren't too concerned. The leading middle-aged woman wearing glasses, Zhu Qian, the admissions office director of Shenzhou University, stepped forward with a smile and shook hands with Lu Qingqian's mother. "Mrs. Lu, thank you for raising such an outstanding daughter for our great Xie kingdom. Once Lu Qingqian completes her signature, she will be our student at Shenzhou University." Zhu Qian continued. "Our university offers very generous welfare benefits for early admission students. Not only is the tuition completely waived, but there's also a full scholarship of 1 million yuan each year." As soon as Zhu Qian's words came out, they stunned the neighbors who had come to watch the excitement. My goodness, that's a lot. Just to attend Shenzhou University. They give 1 million a year. Why doesn't my son have such luck? The Lu family is really doing well. Their daughter is truly impressive. 1 million is an exaggerated number for ordinary people. They work hard all their lives and can't save that much money. Chapter 125, Martial God Manor, No-Fly Zone above. Violators. Death. At Lu Qingqian's home, Mrs. Lu, this is my business card. If Lu Qingqian changes her mind, she can contact me anytime. The door of Shenzhou University is always open for her. Zhu Qian was also a very open-minded person and continued to speak very politely. There was no displeasure on her face. The admissions office had encountered many such situations. It was impossible for all students to want to attend Shenzhou University. The only thing that puzzled her a bit was that she had done some research before coming here, and Lu Qingqian had shown willingness to go to Shenzhou University. However, she didn't know why she suddenly chose to give up. Lu's mother looked apologetic and shook hands with her. Qingqian, the child has grown up and has her own ideas. I can only support her choice. I'm really sorry for the trouble I've caused you. Zhu Qian chatted with Lu's mother for a few more moments, reiterating that they would accept Lu Qingqian's application for admission at any time before leaving with the staff. Just as she stepped out the door, she turned back and looked at Lu's mother seriously, her eyes filled with deep meaning. Lu's mother, this is my personal message. I hope you can convey it to Lu Qingchen. The world is vast, and don't give up the sun, moon, and stars for a little scenery in front of you. Chapter 126. Wherever the big shot goes, I will go. Walking on air, at least a B-level flying martial artist. Martial God Manor. Linjiang City. This is the residence of martial god Fang Qingchen. Looking at the middle-aged woman in front of her, who was as cold as ice, especially her attire, Zhu Qian shivered all over. To have someone who could at least be a B-level martial artist willingly act as a housekeeper, this mansion was undoubtedly the martial goddess. Sweat streamed down her forehead. Although she was bold, she absolutely dared not be arrogant in front of a half-step martial god. Not to mention her. Even the president of Shenzhou University would have to be polite in front of Fang Qingchen. He was recognized in the martial arts world as the most likely to step into the martial god realm. Moreover, over the years, he had traveled far and wide, killing countless alien beasts, defending his country, and achieving numerous military merits. In terms of status, he was not inferior to the presidents of the 4 major universities. Living here meant that the boy who took Lu Qingchen away, Huang Bu, must be the son of martial god Fang Qingchen, who awakened the A-level talent in the rules system. So that's it, Lu Qingchen is actually with him. No wonder. The shock in her eyes hadn't faded. Chapter 127, Unite as One, Hellish Devil Training. Lu Qingchen was not someone who kept things to herself. However, regarding this matter, she did not want to hide it. She didn't want to wait until after the martial arts exam to give Fang Qingchen a surprise. Especially when Qian Xiaoming said she also wanted to apply to Longxi University. She knew she could not wait any longer. Didn't sign? You're not going to Shenzhou University anymore. Fang Qingchen paused, looking astonished. She hadn't said that in the car yesterday. Moreover, in her previous life, Lu Qingchen should have signed immediately. Along with the news of being admitted to Shenzhou University ahead of Lin Wanqing and Jiang Wushuang, which had surged to the hot search. Lin Jiang No. 7 High School had also diluted the impact of the student casualties during the practical test because of this matter. He remembered this very clearly. Unexpectedly, in this life, Lu Qingchen hadn't signed the admission notice, giving up benefits that were almost astronomical for an ordinary family. She also gave up the olive branch extended by the top-ranked university in the country. It was unbelievable. Could it be because Lu Qingchen felt indebted? That seemed unlikely. In Fang Qingchen's perception, Lu Qingchen was a very rational person. Chapter 128, You Always Create Miracles. Lu Qingchen can joke now. It must be said that with unlimited resources at her disposal, as long as one wasn't a fool, improving martial arts and physical fitness was not a difficult task. The life essence and E-level alien beast essence were indeed extraordinary for beginners in martial arts. Just now, Qian Xiaoming, who was almost falling apart from Fang Qingchen's special training at the archery range, was almost carried into the shower by Lu Qingchen. However, when the 2 girls came out again, Qian Xiaoming, who had originally looked like a puddle of goo, had transformed back into a vibrant and energetic state. The life essence molecules stored in her cells, during high-intensity physical exercise, blended into her body like high-carbon steel powder mixed into iron, driving her physical growth. The E-level alien beast essence further integrated into her muscle and bone tissues, constantly enhancing her physical strength. After just a bath, in a little over an hour, her fatigue had completely disappeared. Even on Qian Xiaoming's gentle face, there was a hint of wanting more. If it weren't too late, she would have wanted to practice a bit longer. It turned out that getting hit felt somewhat enjoyable. What a strange experience. Damn. The pervert is actually me. Qian Xiaoming harshly despised herself in her heart. Chapter 129, This is not advice, it's a warning. Li Jiangnan's information. The introverted girl can also joke now. Watching Lu Qingchen walk up the stairs with a light step, Fang Qingchen smiled slightly. Now she seemed like a normal girl at the peak of her youth. Sitting back in the car, she skillfully started the engine. Ding dong. Her phone rang. She picked it up to see it was Qian Xiameng. The message was simple. Big shot. Fighting spirit. The Heir defense battle must not lose. Fang Qingchen smiled and tucked her phone back into her pocket. Stepping on the accelerator, she headed home. Son. Are you sure the Fang Qingchen you're dealing with has no background? Hu Qiong and his son Hu Chen were the ones that Tang Bingyun personally called Qian Zhong to have arrested. The Tang family has invested too much in Linjiang City. I really can't protect them. In our Linjiang City, no one can provoke her. At the Liu family's mansion, Liu Buliang stood in the spacious hall, pacing back and forth anxiously. The ashtray next to him was filled with many half-burned cigarette butts, showing just how anxious he was. The situation seemed to be moving beyond his control. At this moment, he recalled the phone call Chen Guorong had made to him earlier. Chapter 130, A Comprehensive Enhancement. Didn't breakfast get brought to us? Beep beep. Congratulations, Master. Your current peak punching power is 18T, sustained punching power 18T, overall speed 25 meters per second. And neural reflex speed 59 milliseconds. Overall physical fitness, 154. The next morning, Fang Qingchen stood in the training room, listening to the announcements from classmate Xiao Fang. With a hint of joy on his face. Over the past 7 days, most of the time had been spent in high-intensity training with Lu Qingchen and Qian Xiameng. The medicinal power accumulated in his body was continuously released and absorbed at an accelerated rate. Because of this, his physical fitness had improved so rapidly. Compared to the day of the exam, it had already increased by 0.12. The improvement rate was quite astonishing. Now, his physical fitness level was completely among the top ranks of the martial arts elite class. Of course, Lu Qingchen and Qian Xiameng had also made significant improvements over these days. Especially Lu Qingchen, whose improvement rate was hardly slower than Fang Qingchen's. Moreover, this was her first time taking the life essence, and the effects were astonishing. Now her physical fitness had reached at least 145. Although Qian Xiameng's rate of improvement was not as fast as that of the two S-grade prodigies, she also made considerable progress. Chapter 131, I Can't Get Cocky. Qian Xiameng's counterattack. Lin Wanqing's eyes were filled with disbelief. Seeing Fang Qingchen carrying 2 breakfasts, she thought he had voluntarily surrendered. After all, in the past, he would bring 2 breakfasts for himself and Ji Yutingting. However, she didn't expect that the 2 breakfasts today were not for herself and Ji Yutingting. Even if it was for Lu Qingchen, could she eat 2 portions? Confused, she felt like a clown. The strange looks from her classmates felt like knives, cutting deeply into her. Lin Wanqing's cold expression immediately faltered. Her fingers clenched tightly, and her chest heaved violently. But more than that, there was a sense of unwillingness. She silently watched Fang Qingchen's back, wanting to see who the new owner of the 2 breakfasts was. Ji Yutingting was a bit silly. She thought Fang Qingchen didn't see them. She stood up abruptly. Fang Qingchen, Wanqing and I are right here, didn't you see us? Quickly bring the breakfast over, we are starving. Wow, why is one of the breakfast boxes so big? We can't eat that much. She spoke confidently, completely oblivious to the way other classmates were looking at her like she was an idiot. Chapter 132, Sure enough. Strong ones only team up with strong ones. Fang Qingchen looked at the 2 young girls at the desk, eating with great appetite, and smiled. He could easily tell Qian Xiameng's intentions. Such a clear-cut and ambitious girl deserved a life crystal. Although she was a B-grade talent and quite strong, her rate of improvement was already struggling to keep up with him and Lu Qingchen. She needed to quickly evolve her martial arts talent to A grade to avoid falling behind. While the two girls were eating, he took out his phone and sent a message to his mom. Not the snow leopard, Mom, I urgently need a life crystal. After about 10 seconds, flower blooming prosperity, wow, finally enlightened. It's for Meng Meng, right? You don't need to say it. Your mom already sent someone to buy it a few days ago. Flower blooming prosperity, hurry up and offer your praises, kid. Huh? Fang Qingchen was dumbfounded. No way. How are you faster than me? Although he thought that, the smile on his face couldn't be hidden anymore. Not the snow leopard, your highness is wise and auspicious. Flower blooming prosperity, I have a good eye for people, this child Meng Meng is great, and I really like her. Don't bully her, or you'll be sorry. Chapter 133, Fang Qingchen full marks, definitely cheating. Li Jian was so moved that he almost wanted to hug Fang Qingchen's thigh. But he restrained himself. He gritted his teeth and patted Fang Qingchen on the back. Qingchen, you don't need to take care of me, I know my own weight. Teaming up with you and Goddess Lu will only drag you down and delay your good results. I'll just go for a random match. Maybe I'll end up with 3 noobs, and I can still act as the big brother, pointing the way. Li Jian grinned while making a face at Fang Qingchen. His mouth twisting like he had a stroke. Besides, you carrying 2 girls, I can't accept that, it's too sour. He joked. He was very self-aware, and understood the boundaries between friends. Others offering to team up with him was already a big favor. Having that intention made them good brothers. He definitely shouldn't take it for granted. The off-campus training was not just a simple outing to kill monsters. To stimulate the students' competitive spirit. The school rewards the top-ranking teams every year. Especially the top 3 teams, the rewards are even more astonishing. The least rewarding time. Each person received 4 bottles of life essence. Chapter 134, Can the Dragon King be questioned by you? Live streaming execution. Yes. Even the second place Lu Qingchen still needed 30 points to get a full score. Who could Fang Qingchen copy from? The students gathered around the bulletin board fell silent. Of course, there were also many students who had witnessed Fang Qingchen's overwhelming strength during practical tests on the playground. At this moment, they snapped back to reality from their shock. They spontaneously began to defend Fang Qingchen. Is the Dragon King someone you noobs can question? He was just lying low before. Messing with you fools for fun. Now that the 3 years are up, he doesn't need to hold back anymore. Welcome the Dragon King out of seclusion. Keep barking. And see if he can knock you out with 1 punch. Damn. Fang Qingchen is your father, and you're all siding with him. I don't know if he is. But right now, I am your father. Chaos ensued. At this moment, Qian Xiaomeng was also gathered in front of the bulletin board. Seeing Fang Qingchen ranked first, she instantly felt overjoyed. Her smooth face seemed to shine with happiness. She felt proud. Is this the true strength of a big shot? So ridiculous. Hee hee. Luckily I latched onto the right thigh in time, otherwise, I probably wouldn't even be in line now. She squinted her eyes, feeling delighted. Chapter 135, Dingjiapo. Where ghosts are plentiful, pulling from the front and dragging from the back. As the students gathered and lined up, the vast playground transformed into neat squares. From a high vantage point, thousands of students looked like marching ants, orderly and synchronized. At this moment, each student had a backpack at their feet, containing the basic outdoor survival gear that the school had prepared in advance. Inside were tents, sleeping bags, survival blankets, insect repellent, windproof lighters, tactical knives, water purification tablets, and more, ensuring the students' survival needs in the wild. Of course, besides this, after the principal finished speaking and dismissed them, before boarding the bus to the urban safe zone, the students would also need to pick up their weapons. They would receive basic martial arts combat uniforms and standard weapons, maximizing protection for the students' safety. At the front of the podium stood Principal Chen Guorong, wearing a proud and content expression. He looked at the orderly rows of students, each full of spirit, and felt a surge of excitement. With his hands behind his back, he suddenly leaped into the air amidst the astonished gazes of his classmates. Quite impressive. Students, today marks the official start of our outdoor training. Chapter 136. That day, the students finally remembered the terror governed by their simple talent. Fang Qingchen glanced at the autistic girl standing beside him. Lu Qingshan didn't seem to react much, her expression calm and indifferent. Having been independent since childhood, she was much braver than Tian Xiaoming, never believing in any supernatural beings. If they existed, a sword from a warrior would suffice. This fearless mindset was a hallmark of the strong. During the last outdoor training in her past life, her introverted nature led her to refuse many invitations to team up, opting instead for random matching. With a physical ability of less than 13, she successfully reached the 7th position on the leaderboard, bringing along 3 dogs and competing equally with teams of top students with physical abilities above 15, achieving remarkable results. As for the safety of the outdoor training, it wasn't as terrifying as everyone imagined. The beasts near the urban safe zone had mostly been cleared out by the martial artists responsible for security. The remaining mutated creatures were not too difficult for the students to handle as a team. Additionally, there were numerous intelligent drones providing escort. In case of danger, nearby patrolling drones would rush to the rescue at the fastest speed. The weapon defense systems equipped on them were sufficient to obliterate any mutated creature below E rank. Chapter 137. Preying on the weak, encountering the strong with a 50-50 chance. Digging under my feet. In the entire 7th middle school, no, in the entire Great Xia country, the only student who could don E-rank martial arts armor while crossing levels was Fang Qingchen, who possessed the simple talent of the rules. At that moment, seeing Fang Qingchen in martial arts armor, resembling a mechanical war god, all the boys from 7th middle school present in the equipment room lost any doubts they had about their simple talent. All the negative comments they had seen online now seemed like the barks of envious dogs. This talent becomes useless in the later stages. You can't even figure things out in the early stages, let alone the later ones. Not to mention, Fang Qingchen, clad in the Watcher armor, was practically a symbol of invincibility. Just the astonishing defensive power made him unbeatable. No E-rank weapon could break his defense. How could they fight? I feel like Fang Qingchen now might not even be weaker than our top student, Wang Hao. No need to feel, it's true. No matter how strong Wang Hao is, he shouldn't be able to break through E-rank armor, right? So, is Fang Qingchen preying on the weak and going 50-50 against the strong? That's incredible. Such an amazing talent, indeed, there are no weak talents among the rule-based ones. I'll go on the Xiao Infu app and roast those stupid bloggers who say their simple talent is trash. Chapter 138. Continuous refusals. Want to rob the goddess Lu? I'll deal with him. Fang Qingchen almost laughed out of anger. Before he could deal with Liu Qianming, another one came rushing to his death. Tian Xiaoming behind him also heard it, her little fists clenched, ready to unleash some girl power. So what if he was the top of the grade? Tian Xiaoming wasn't intimidated at all. Big guy, if he wants to rob the goddess Lu, deal with him. No need for you to say that. Fang Qingchen pushed through the onlooking classmates. Upon seeing him arrive, some students looked gloating while others wore sympathetic expressions, but they all consciously parted to make way. As he walked in, Fang Qingchen saw Wang Hao enthusiastically blocking Lu Qingshan's path. Wang Hao was not particularly tall, only around 1.8 meters, which was quite tall in the old era, but in the martial arts era, he was just average. Especially standing in front of Lu Qingshan, who wore black combat gear and thick-soled tactical boots with a tidy high ponytail, he didn't even seem taller than her visually. However, wearing the combat uniform, His well-defined muscles stood out, and with a physical ability of 17, he exuded a formidable presence, making the surrounding tall boys appear shorter than him. What surprised Fang Qingchen was that not only Lu Qingshan, but even Lin Wanxing and Ji Yutingting were also there. Chapter 139, Fang Qingchen vs Top Student. Inch Force. Sometimes, Lu Qingshan might occasionally show a vulnerable side, but clearly not now. Although she didn't turn around, after 7 days of special training at the Martial God Manor, her physical ability, senses, and martial arts had all improved significantly. Before Wang Hao's hand could reach her, Lu Qingshan felt a slight tingling in her right wrist, as if being pricked by needles. A sneak attack. Whoosh! Her gaze turned completely cold. Lu Qingshan did not expect Wang Hao to be so bold in the campus. But it was too late for her to counterattack. Wang Hao's physical ability surpassed hers by too much. She could only dodge, not wanting to be touched on her wrist. The introverted girl reacted quickly, retracting her right hand like lightning while simultaneously stepping out in a deceptive manner. Her speed suddenly increased, and she was just about to evade Wang Hao's grab. But it was too late to dodge. Wang Hao instinctively grabbed Lu Qingchen's wrist. After regaining his composure, he felt a bit regretful. But when he saw Lu Qingchen about to dodge, the fire in his heart flared up again. He had just been rejected by both Lin Xiaohua and Lu Goddess, feeling quite embarrassed already. Now, if Lu Qingchen, whose physical abilities were far below his own, managed to dodge him, it would be even more humiliating. Chapter 140, Not as Good as a Roadside Dog. The last person who said something like that ended up beaten into a pig's head. Chen Guorong was genuinely shocked. The technique of Jinfa is derived from martial arts, and is a very profound skill within the martial way. Once mastered, it can be applied to various martial arts, producing deeper variations and greater power. To date, the martial way has developed only 9 types of Jinfa: Kun Jin, Chansai Jin, Huanxi Jin, Luozhuan Jin, Lingkong Jin, and Chuan Tuo Jin, among others. However, these techniques are things that can only be understood but not explained. Those who comprehend the way grasp it day and night. Without entry, one can never learn it in a lifetime. Many D and C-level martial artists, despite their strong martial skills and abilities to slay beasts of the same level, have not mastered any Jinfa. Chen Guorong, too, only comprehended a Jinfa during his university years, while fighting for his life against beasts. That was already quite genius, enough for him to boast about for a lifetime. But now, compared to his old friend's son, he felt like a pig. After the shock, only amazement remained on Chen Guorong's face. This kid is really hiding too deep. He's already starting to comprehend Jinfa. In the vast realm of martial arts in Daxia, being able to grasp Jinfa at this stage is indeed a rare occurrence. Chapter 141, Life is but a dream. Changing from shooting targets to shooting people. Huang Chunli was also quite nervous, as she carefully questioned Fang Qingchen. After confirming he wasn't injured and was in good condition, she finally felt relieved. Her eyes were filled with shock. Fang Qingchen's strength was resetting her understanding every day. Last time he fought Liu Qianming, and now he could even compete with the top student in the grade. The most terrifying part was that even so, Fang Qingchen seemed to handle it all with ease. No one knew how much hidden strength he still had yet to reveal. However, the pressure from the top student was still too strong. She still advised him a few times. Fang Qingchen, the teacher knows you are now extraordinary, and your strength is far beyond before. But Wang Hao didn't exert his full strength just now. Not only is he skilled in martial arts, but his martial talent is also extremely strong. He possesses an A-level combat talent, with attack power ranking among the top in A-level. Once he unleashes it, his strength will double, even threatening some newly entered E-level martial artists with average talent. If you encounter him during off-campus training, avoid him if possible, understand? she earnestly advised while helping Fang Qingchen tidy up his slightly disheveled clothes from the shockwave. Chapter 142. Suffering must be shared. If we are brothers, we share the hardship. Liu Qianming readily agreed. Wang Hao's proposed dual method of mutual shooting is called attack and defense arrows. As the name implies, it involves two archers shooting arrows at each other while trying to dodge incoming arrows. This is typically done when two archery experts cannot determine a winner using static targets. They resort to this cowboy-style duel for sparring. Attack and defense arrows test not only the archery skills of both sides, but also their psychology, courage, and agility. Dynamic archery. If it's not an expert who has immersed themselves in archery for years, they would basically be a live target. However, this was not a difficult task for Liu Qianming. With his eagle-eye talent, both his dynamic and static vision were extremely abnormal. Engaging in attack and defense arrows would actually give him an advantage over shooting static targets. After all, everyone has their good days. And what if Fang Qingchen's luck was through the roof and every shot hit the bullseye? The most important factor was still the support from Wang Hao's father. His father was an A-level martial artist and a martial arts master, 2 stars. His influence was not to be underestimated. With his support, Liu Qianming's father, who was the vice chairman, would be more stable in his position and rise faster. Seeing him agree so readily. Chapter 143, Black Dragon, Iron Barrier. Liu Qingchen noticed it. Fang Qingchen was not surprised. The introverted girl had an extraordinary comprehension of the martial way. It was likely that she had already begun to gradually grasp the essentials of Jinfa. In her memories in her previous life, as she was about to graduate from martial arts, Liu Qingchen had comprehended the Ling Kong Jin from the 9 major Jinfa entirely on her own without any guidance. Coupled with her S-level weapon master talent, her strength surged dramatically, reaching a terrifying level of attack power, surpassing Lin Wanxing, who also had an S-level talent, and claiming the top position in the 7th school. She should have also simply tried the Kun Jin, but this technique was not very suitable for her martial talent. So she did not delve deeply into it. Today, in a fleeting moment, she accelerated in the confined space, unleashing punch power comparable to Wang Hao with a physical ability of 154. She must have realized that she had already comprehended Kun Jin. Seeing Fang Qingchen nod, even with Liu Qingchen's calm demeanor, a storm surged in her heart. She was not someone who liked to admit defeat. Although Fang Qingchen was strong, she had been holding back, wanting to surpass him through her martial comprehension. This was a healthy competition in the team where everyone chased each other. Chapter 144, Betting on the team's name, you cannot lose. A martial arts master has an extremely high level of influence in both military and political circles. He has his own connections. Yu Shaozeng was someone whom Wang Hao's father had promoted. At a young age, he had already achieved the rank of major, and served as the captain of the 1st Combat Unit of the West City Guard in Linjiang City, bearing significant responsibilities and a promising future. Just then, Yu Shaozeng felt a flash before his eyes. The figure of Chen Guorong had already appeared in front of him. Seeing the former military big shot, now the principal of a school, Yu Shaozeng did not dare to be negligent. He quickly performed a salute and then shook hands warmly. "Hello, Principal Chen." Chen Guorong shook his hand. "Major Yu, our students from number 7 middle school are going to conduct a practical test. Please open the city gate and let us pass," he said. On both sides of the city gate, there were small doors allowing people and vehicles to exit the city. However, they were too small. Yu Shaozeng nodded and didn't waste words. He spoke into the communicator, "Let them through." Boom! The massive city gate was driven by gears and slowly opened like the huge mouth of a giant beast. In an instant, a gust of wind swept through. A fresh mix of soil, grass, and the unknown smell of blood rushed in. Chapter 145, Exhale and Drop the Arrow. The pressure has been released. Ha ha. Are we going to play attack and defense arrows? Interesting. Principal Chen, it seems that the students of number 7 are not that united after all. Aren't you going to stop this? On the city gate, seeing the scene below, Yu Xiaozeng chuckled softly. Chen Guorong stood with his hands behind his back, looking very calm. Stop them. No need. Competition brings motivation. After all, in martial arts practice, who doesn't get into fights? Just consider it a performance for the kids before their practical training. Anyway, it will take some time for the armored personnel carrier to return, right? Dingjiapo was over 100 kilometers away from the steel fortress in the west of the city. The road conditions were extremely poor, and the bus definitely couldn't make it. It was also impossible to let the students walk there. They would all be sent over by the Army's armored personnel carrier, just like the students from No. 1 middle school before. Yu Xiaozeng nodded and didn't say much. In his heart, he actually disagreed. As an officer in the army, he believed in strict orders. Completely militarized management was the way he envisioned teaching students. At the same time, there should also be an absolutely invincible leader in the school who could suppress other students. Just like Jiang Wushuang from number 1 middle school. With him around, it was like having a stabilizing force. No one dared to create trouble. Chapter 146, Trending Again. Want to play bigger? Stand still and let you be the target. At this moment, in the sky, inside a pink-themed magnetic levitation car. A girl with a very sweet appearance, wearing a cat paw hairpin, and with hair like light golden waves, was live streaming. The modified magnetic levitation car had ultra-high-definition cameras at various angles, capturing every movement of Fang Qingchen clearly. Watching the scene from the live stream, Xingmao couldn't help but slap her white, plump thigh, causing a wave of tremors. Wow! Brothers! Who is this handsome poet below? Xingmao was originally a student at Longxi University, usually just a small streamer, on Xiao Infu. Typically, her live stream would only have about 1,000 viewers. She thought she would live like this for the rest of her life. However, today she was lucky. A financial backer approached her to do a live stream. They even provided high-end stuff, like the magnetic levitation car for free. Unexpectedly, after she changed the stream title to Rule System Licking Dog vs. 7 Middle School Arrow Goddess Archery Duel, loser shaves head, and calls me grandpa. Based on the backer's wishes. Perhaps because of the explosive topic or the backer's investment, the number of viewers in the stream skyrocketed, just now breaking through 100,000. Chapter 147, Combat Suit. I'm not wearing that thing. I don't want to catch arrows with my hands either. Liu Qianming also didn't expect Fang Qingchen to be so fierce. Attack and defense arrows were already the rules he thought he had the most advantage in. Yet Fang Qingchen was even more direct, proposing an almost suicidal duel method. Not even dodging, but taking the opponent's arrows head-on. To be honest, even Liu Qianming himself, so full of confidence, didn't dare to guarantee that he could catch the arrows shot by Fang Qingchen barehanded. This was simply a reckless way to fight. He was almost laughing in anger. Bro, do you really think the title of Arrow God from number 7 just came out of nowhere? You think you can catch my arrows with your body? What are you trying to show off? Big shot, no way. Qian Xiaoming was also stunned by Fang Qingchen's nearly self-destructive request. With Liu Qianming's physical fitness and archery skills, even with rubber arrowheads, the speed and power were still astonishing. Ordinary people couldn't react in time, and couldn't possibly catch the arrow. If all 7 arrows hit, even wearing a combat suit, which could cushion some of the force, he would still be seriously injured, with bones shattered. Even his internal organs would be hurt. Even if he took cell recovery medicine, he wouldn't be able to get out of bed for at least 2 days. Trying to rush over to stop it, he unexpectedly found himself blocked by Lu Qingqian next to him. Chapter 148, 6-Star Constellation. Reverse Streaming. Click, click, click. In an instant, a series of dense metallic friction sounds erupted like a symphony. The black-red E-Class Guardian battle armor covered Fang Qingchen from head to toe in the blink of an eye. The sleek and cool battle armor, with its dark and stern faceplate, had its eyes covered by two blood-red crystals. There were no flaws to be seen all over. Just as he was fully covered by the battle armor, Liu Qianming's arrow flew right in. It struck fiercely against the armor on Fang Qingchen's waist. Boom! Although the arrowhead was made of rubber, under the powerful impact, the force was still like a giant hammer strike. Moreover, it was hitting a vital area in the lower abdomen. If a person wearing a normal combat suit were hit by this arrow, they would probably spit blood on the spot. Their organs would be shaken and injured. But now, this arrow was aimed at a high-end level. The E-Class armor, although only one level higher than the basic combat suit, had its defensive power elevated to an unimaginable level. Every penny spent was worth it. The onlooking students saw that the armor on Fang Qingchen's abdomen rippled visibly upon being struck by the arrow. The scale-like armor plates moved like waves, undulating layer upon layer. Chapter 149. I predicted your prediction. You're still a poet. Shooting people with an E-Class bow. 2-in-1, the 6-star constellation. This was the strongest archery technique Liu Qianming could master. 6 arrows were shot in rapid succession, creating a small-scale rain of arrows for suppression. Not only could it block all escape routes for the opponent, leaving them defenseless, but it could also conceal 1 or 2 arrows as a trump card, catching the opponent off guard. At Jiangnan No. 7 Middle School, Liu Qianming relied on this rapid-fire archery technique. With just the 4-star rapid fire, he was already invincible, defeating countless classmates who dared to challenge his archery authority. Upon seeing the 6-arrow rapid-fire technique, Qian Xiameng, though disdainful of Liu Qianming as a person, couldn't help but admire his archery skills. Of course, she had already comprehended the power techniques of the 6-star rapid-fire early on. However, this archery skill required strong physical fitness to support the instantaneous explosive power. Her previous physical fitness could only allow her to perform the 4-star rapid-fire. Now, after being nourished by Fang Qingchen, her physical fitness had greatly increased, making it possible for her to perform the 5-star or even 6-star rapid-fire. Even though she knew that Fang Qingchen was protected by E-Class battle armor with maximum defense, she still felt a bit worried. Both her eagle eye and Qian Xiameng's insight talents had their strengths. If insight maximizes observation, allowing one to see the subtle weaknesses in an opponent, then eagle eye could level out many shortcomings. For instance, right now, Fang Qingchen, holding a standard bow and arrow, might seem unremarkable. But when he switched to the E-Class war bow, he became formidable. Liu Qianming was genuinely panicking. No joke. The lethality of the E-Class bow was something the standard bow could not compare to. Even ordinary arrows possessed terrifying power and speed. The nature of the competition had changed from a test to a life-and-death struggle. His complexion instantly turned pale, but he was afraid others would see his inner panic. So he could only force himself to maintain his composure and swallow hard. Fang Qingchen played with the E-Class war bow in his hands. Suddenly, he casually drew an arrow and pulled the bow. It was a very simple action, yet it still made Liu Qianming shudder. Hey, hey, hey. We haven't even started the countdown. He shouted loudly. Just after he finished speaking, laughter erupted from the surrounding classmates. Upon taking a closer look, he realized that Fang Qingchen was just testing the bow, not even fully drawing it. The grass and trees were all soldiers. Facing Fang Qingchen, who held the E-Class war bow, the top archer of No. 7 Middle School finally understood how those classmates he had once bullied felt. Liu Qianming's bizarre right-hand bow and his shooting technique, which held the bow level, gave him no sense of relief. What shocked him even more was that with his eagle-eyed ability, He had already discovered that Fang Qingchen's archery movements and techniques had far surpassed those from their last practice at the back mountain shooting range. It was evident that he had reached a level of mastery. Such terrifying progress made even the proud Liu Qianming feel fear. Damn! Is this even human? To elevate archery to a new level in just 7 days. What kind of monster is this? Even spending money wouldn't achieve such speed. I regret it. I shouldn't have agreed to him. Wang Hao. I am going to the early class. He wasn't just regretting, he was scared. The mastery level of archery was far superior to that of a skilled level. He was now almost on par with a top expert, which posed a significant threat to him. Even if it was just a target practice, he had to treat it seriously. If he had known Fang Qingchen's archery had reached the mastery level, even if given 1,000 chances, he wouldn't have dared to let Fang Qingchen shoot him with the E-class bow. That would be pure suicide. But now, it was too late to say anything. In Liu Qianming's horrified gaze, despite his desperate efforts to evade, he still couldn't overcome the terrifying arrow's speed. The second arrow struck hard against his chest in the blink of an eye. This hit was even more exaggerated. Without the support of his legs, as the arrow shattered, Liu Qianming's body seemed to be struck by a 100-ton truck, flying 2 to 3 meters into the air before crashing to the ground. His black combat suit rippled, but couldn't dissipate the terrifying force. Liu Qianming felt as if his internal organs were twisted together. The bones in his chest emitted cracking sounds, like popping beans. The molecular liquid he had just consumed was overwhelmed. It hadn't even finished repairing his thighs before it started working on his chest. He was simply too busy. Liu Qianming's eyes were now filled with stars, overwhelmed with fear. After just 2 arrows, he had already lost the ability to resist. How could he continue fighting? What made him feel even more desperate was that Fang Qingchen was too ruthless, too decisive, leaving him no chance to surrender. If he took a few more arrows, no molecular liquid could withstand it, and he would definitely end up in intensive care. Wang Hao. Save me. Who the hell are you? In Liu Qianming's horrified gaze, despite his desperate attempts to dodge, he couldn't overcome the terrifying arrow's speed. The second arrow slammed hard into his chest in the blink of an eye. This hit was even more exaggerated. Without the support of his legs, as the arrow shattered, Liu Qianming's body seemed to be struck by a 100-ton truck, soaring into the air 2 to 3 meters before crashing heavily to the ground. His black combat suit rippled with waves, but it couldn't dissipate the terrifying force. Liu Qianming felt as if his internal organs were twisted together. The bones in his chest emitted cracking sounds, like popping beans. The molecular liquid he had just consumed was overwhelmed. It hadn't even finished repairing his thighs before it started working on his chest. He was simply too busy. Liu Qianming's eyes were now filled with stars, overwhelmed with fear. After just 2 arrows, he had already lost the ability to resist. How could he continue fighting? What made him feel even more desperate was that Fang Qingchen was too ruthless, too decisive, leaving him no chance to surrender. If he took a few more arrows, no molecular liquid could withstand it, and he would definitely end up in intensive care. Chapter 153, Elemental Resonance, Fire. Why is the principal not supporting me? Wang Hao. Classmates. Who would have thought that Fang Qingchen could talk so arrogantly? The top student Wang Hao sounded like a nobody in his words. How pretentious. He really doesn't plan to continue studying at number 7 middle school. As the simple archery duel gradually evolved into a clash between the top student and the new Dragon King, the onlooking classmates, aside from a bit of concern, were more excited. Who wins or loses doesn't matter, whoever wins, I stand with them. Everyone loves a good show. Liu Qianming, lying on the ground, also didn't expect Fang Qingchen to be so bold, even daring to take a jab at Wang Hao. But the more it was like this, the happier he was. Bringing Wang Hao into the fray meant at least his safety was ensured. He wanted to smile, but he lost control of his breathing. and the pain in his chest immediately surged to his head. He cried out in pain. Wang Hao's eyes were as cold as ice, staring fiercely at Fang Qingchen. The temperature around him rose sharply without warning. Tiny red particles appeared around him like sparks, dancing in the wind. One could vaguely hear the sound of fireworks exploding in the air, crackling. Chapter 154. Why isn't the privilege working? It's time for revenge on my past self. Wang Hao felt quite wronged. In the past, when he came out to mediate conflicts among classmates, Principal Chen would definitely praise him. At the very least, he would say something about having responsibility. After all, both his father and Chen Guorong were martial arts masters in Linjiang City. Although their relationship wasn't particularly close, it was still decent. He was also the top fighter at number 7 high school, the face of the school. If he didn't protect himself, who would he protect? He had long been accustomed to the feeling of having privileges. But today, why weren't those privileges working? Just now, when he wanted to retort Fang Qingchen, the look Chen Guorong gave him sent chills down his spine. He was certain that if he had spoken up, he would have faced Chen Guorong's merciless reprimand. It didn't make sense. No matter how much Fang Qingchen had risen, the huge gap in physical ability was still there. He could never catch up to him. Could it be because Lu Qingqian was on the same team as him? That shouldn't be the case. Lu Qingqian was just Fang Qingchen's teammate, not his wife. Was there any connection? This shift in status, from privilege to vulnerability, left him not only confused but also deeply frustrated. It was like a favored child suddenly falling out of favor. The drop was significant. Chapter 155. Cut off the mental block. Hairdressing director Tony Fang. Liu Qianming was too exhausted to complain. Upon hearing Principal Chen's words, he felt as if he had been granted a reprieve. He lay on the ground, gasping for breath. The efficacy of the skeletal muscle molecular liquid was limited in repairing his current injuries. Moreover, having sustained additional injuries in a moment of panic, even with heavy medication, it would take at least a day for him to recover somewhat. The off-campus training lasted only 3 days. Liu Qianming was the main fighting force in the team. Delaying for a day would likely mean missing the top 10 entirely. Liu Qianming's teammates were all wearing frustrated expressions, feeling utterly cheated. The 3 of them were not weak. They were all top 20 experts from the martial arts elite class. They had joined the team because they valued his strength, hoping to break into the top 10. Or even the top 5, to earn the generous rewards from the school. But now, they didn't care whether Liu Qianming lost face. However, with him in such a bad state, he was purely dragging the team down. It was too late to withdraw from the team now. They could only hold their noses and accept their misfortune. Reluctantly, they stepped forward to help Liu Qianming up. Hurry up. As soon as Liu Qianming was helped up, he quickly began whispering to his teammates. Chapter 156, Grandpa. Summer quietly passed, leaving behind little memories. Suddenly, a pleasant ringtone rang from Chen Guorong's pocket. Liu Qianming, who was crying out in pain, opened his eyes wide in hope. The person calling at this moment must be his dad or someone his dad had contacted to save him. He knew his father was definitely watching the live broadcast now. And he couldn't help but shout louder, "Dad, come save me." At the same time, Liu Qianming, whose head was caught by Fang Qingchen, struggled with all his might. However, Fang Qingchen's grip was like a vice, pulling at his hair mercilessly. The pain shot through his scalp, making it impossible to break free. Unable to hold back, he shouted, "Fang Qingchen, how dare you shave me? If you touch even one more hair, I swear I will make you pay, and I will destroy your whole family." He wanted to yell a few more times, but Fang Qingchen, uninterested in his nonsense, pushed him hard in the mouth, silencing him immediately. He continued to push his head. The sound of hair being cut echoed, like a dog gnawing, with hair flying everywhere. Liu Qianming's mouth was filled with blood. His head tilted and eyes bulging, as if they were about to bleed. Chapter 157, Even the Blind Defend. If you get any closer, you'll be welded on. Knowing that Fang Qingchen would not let him go, Liu Qianming decided to go all out. Since he had called him grandpa, he might as well lick some shoes. When his head was lifted from Fang Qingchen's shoe, there was no light left in his eyes. It was over. His father's face was thoroughly ruined today. He shot a resentful glance at Fang Qingchen, then pushed away his teammates who were trying to help him. He struggled to stand up, exposing his shiny scalp, and ran out desperately. "Get out of my way. Move!" He shouted at the onlooking classmates like a mad dog. In a flash, he disappeared from sight. At this moment, all eyes turned to Fang Qingchen, who was holding the clippers. Those who knew Fang Qingchen, those who had heard of his deeds, and those who were just watching were all looking on with complex expressions. Just 10 days ago, this handsome boy was the most despised, pitiful sycophant in everyone's eyes. His martial arts were terrible, a super VIP on the internet, not even comparable to a stray dog. But now, in just 10 days, the Dragon King had returned, achieving a perfect comeback. His martial arts and physical abilities had improved threefold, crushing the scheming little green tea and beating the elite class scholars, accompanied by 2 school flower-level goddesses. Chapter 158, Dingjiapo. The trouble of having a great figure. Looking at Fang Qingchen, who was smiling and joking, exuding a sunny aura. Liu Qingqian's pink lips curled up slightly, hard to suppress. She was really happy. The once lonely and introverted self finally had someone trustworthy by her side. The sunshine and mysterious aura emanating from Fang Qingchen were like sweet nectar, drawing her in and attracting others as well. Like-minded friends would continue to increase. Both he and she are changing. She lifts her head, her hair dancing in the wind, looking at the clear blue sky. Everything will be all right. Her parents will be fine. She will be fine. He will be fine too. The students, under the teacher's command, orderly board the armored personnel carrier. After several generations of improvements, the current armored personnel carrier not only adapts to various complex terrains, but also possesses impressive defensive capabilities, able to withstand the sharp teeth and claws of mutated creatures. Even when faced with attacks from E-class mutant beasts, it can hold its ground for a short time. The capacity is astonishing. The supersized personnel carrier in front of Fang Qingchen can carry up to 50 people. Equipped with a fresh air conditioning system. The air inside is not stifling. Fang Qingchen, Liu Qingqian, and a few others boarded the vehicle. Chapter 159, Go Tell His War God Bodyguard. In fact, during the earlier battle, Fang Qingchen did not showcase any remarkable strength. It was merely a case of equipment superiority. Plus, his archery skills were only slightly impressive. Aside from that, even his physical abilities did not stand out. Based on the performance shown in the video, he posed no threat to Jiang Wushuang whatsoever. The several vice principals sitting in the office also relaxed their brows, looking amused. An old man scratched his nearly bald head. Principal, Fang Qingchen from No. 7 High suddenly rising at this time feels quite strange to me. It's very much like a tactic used in the celebrity circle to draw attention to someone. Everyone saw that the simple talent might be a bit exaggerated for students with average martial arts talent. However, it does not exert such a strong pressure against A-class martial arts talent. That Chen Guorong loves to use such clumsy disguises. He analyzed with conviction. Certain that Chen Guorong pushed Fang Qingchen to the forefront to divert attention. The other vice principals nodded in agreement. Principal, in my opinion, the more No. 7 High acts this way, the more it suggests they have a backup plan. Chapter 160, Emotional Anti-Fraud Simulator, Lin Wanxing's team ranked first. Inside the personnel carrier, the students, who had been drowsy from the bumps, perked up upon hearing the announcement. They all opened their eyes. The personnel carrier had no windows, so they could not see the outside environment, and had no idea where they were being taken. It was completely a random spawn point. Quite fair, actually. The driver opened the hatch and turned to the students behind him, giving a thumbs-up gesture. Good luck, everyone. Now, get off. As he spoke, he pressed a button. Click. Click, click. The back door of the personnel carrier slowly opened. Suddenly, blinding sunlight poured in, making it difficult for students who had adjusted to the dim environment inside the vehicle to open their eyes. Fang Qingchen had been exercising his eyes all along, so it didn't affect him much. He got off the vehicle first, followed closely by Lu Qingchen and Qian Xiameng. Li Jian sat in the back row with Fang Qingchen and was chatting enthusiastically with a girl next to him. As soon as they got off the vehicle, she excitedly leaned over to Fang Qingchen, her face full of youthful energy. Qingchen, I'm feeling good too. I actually added a girl to my friends list. She said she wants to have dinner with me after the off-campus training ends. Chapter 161, The Terrifying Suppression of 150,000 points. An E-class mutant beast could probably slaughter a group of students like killing chickens. If we encounter one, we should run away quickly. Li Jian, gripping his alloy spear, shrank his neck. He couldn't even deal with a two-headed terror crocodile, let alone a real mutant beast. Lu Qingchen was also observing her surroundings. Hearing Li Jian's words, a hint of battle intent rose in her watery eyes. She was eager to try. The War Master talent is born for battle. Although E-class mutant beasts are strong, she wanted to give it a shot. This is the powerful confidence brought by S-class talent. Fang Qingchen glanced at Li Jian. He wasn't surprised that Lin Wanxing was currently in first place. Her martial arts talent, doppelganger, already gave her an advantage here, equivalent to having an additional fearless martial arts expert in the team. Moreover, for the duration of the doppelganger's existence, her team's efficiency in killing mutated creatures could almost match that of Wang Hao's team. As for E-class mutant beasts, while they are indeed strong and far exceed mutated creatures, based on his memories, at least 3 or 4 individuals among the major martial arts high schools in Linjiang City had the strength to kill E-class mutant beasts alone. The strongest among them was undoubtedly Jiang Wushuang from number 1 high. Chapter 162, A Little Trial Run. Train hard. Fang Qingchen did not need to engage in practical training against these minor creatures to hone his martial arts skills. The perspective and experience of a 10-star martial saint was such that even an average martial god would not necessarily have a deeper understanding of martial arts. After all, while SS-class martial gods are powerful, there are still many of them worldwide. However, there is only one 10-star martial saint in the world. Even if high-star martial gods or elusive martial ancestors came to verify martial arts with him, he might not see much improvement. Once martial arts training reaches a high level, it becomes incredibly difficult to advance further. But Lu Qingchen and Qian Xiameng are different. They are new recruits. The intensity of the practical training field at school is almost like a vacation compared to the harsh realities of true outdoor combat. They must train hard. Lu Qingchen is doing well, with the S-class War Master talent enhancing her. Her combat instincts are almost ingrained in her bones. As long as she familiarizes herself a bit, she can adapt to outdoor combat. Moreover, in Fang Qingchen's previous life memories, Lu Qingchen became a real battlefield female martial god in the later stages. He didn't need to intervene much, just offer a little guidance. Chapter 163, Girls Love Compliments. So fine. Her movements were simple and unadorned. Just the 3 basic moves from fundamental swordsmanship: slash, lift, thrust. The silver alloy war knife moved, creating 3 streaks of silver light. Every cut was incredibly precise, striking directly at the throats of the 3-headed mutated creatures. The powerful force accompanying the blade shattered not only the throat, but also the spine behind it. There was hardly a sound of wailing. The 4 wolf-like mutated creatures lost their strength, collapsing to the ground. Their bodies twitched uncontrollably, clearly unable to survive. The leading wolf was too fast, even in death, it couldn't stop. It knocked the long gun out of Li Jian's hands and knocked him down. The decaying wolf head, with only half a face left, came into close contact with his own. The nauseating smell, as if it hadn't brushed its teeth in 3 years, surged straight to his head, making him gag like a bursting fire hydrant. With a gentle shake of her palm, Lu Qingshan vibrated the blade, shaking off the droplets of blood stuck to it. With a crisp sound of the blade, she sheathed it. From the moment she struck until the end, the entire set of actions flowed smoothly, without the slightest hesitation, as if she had practiced countless times. Chapter 164, The Dragon Hides in the Abyss. Roaming the seas, the blade shimmered with sharpness. She took long strides to the dead wolf's body, crouched down, and with a swift slash of her dagger, opened its abdomen as if cutting tofu. The entire set of wolf entrails spilled onto the ground. She rummaged inside with her dagger, her eyes brightening immediately. Then, with a flick of her wrist, she lifted the tip of the knife, and a small, child-sized, dark blue object was sent flying out. While still in the air, Lu Qingshan caught it in a sealed bag. Qian Xiaomeng, with her keen eyesight, immediately recognized what it was. It was wolf bile. Lu Qingshan nodded. The book said that the blood and flesh of the skeletal grey wolf are toxic and not suitable for consumption, but its bile underwent wonderful changes during mutation, allowing for the extraction of wolf bile essence. It is very expensive. Although mutated creatures are terrifying, they are treasures in their own right. Treasure hunting teams and monster hunters, spread across the outskirts of the city's safe zone, rely on capturing these creatures for wealth. For example, a two-headed crocodile, although difficult to catch, as it lives in swamps, can fetch tens of thousands of yuan when sold to major martial arts schools once successfully captured. Chapter 165, The God of Textbooks in Ancient Greece. While speaking, he had already lowered his body, crouching carefully behind a collapsed brick wall. Peeking inside cautiously, he sensed the presence of mutated creatures. However, since they weren't true beasts, their presence was weak, appearing as a rather vague point in his mind. To clarify these points, he would need to improve his realm and increase the source within him. Of course, for the current situation, it was sufficient. Li Jian took a few glances, his expression becoming somewhat peculiar. Fang Qingchen was the first to approach. Upon hearing footsteps, Li Jian quickly turned his head and made a shushing gesture towards Fang Qingchen. Sure. Be careful. It seems we've stirred up a hornet's nest. Odd, when I activated my perception earlier, there weren't this many mutated creatures here. And why are there people inside? He scratched his head, looking confused. Fang Qingchen moved to the other side, peering through the broken brick wall. About 20 meters ahead, several dilapidated buildings stood, surrounding a not small square. Chapter 166, The Mutated Fusion Body. Go. Let's go. Moreover, it seemed that they had fused together while still conscious. The moment Fang Qingchen spoke, even someone as strong-minded as Lu Qingshan felt a bit of physiological discomfort. Qian Xiaomeng was worse, her face turned pale, nearly vomiting. The scene of humans and pigs fused together was enough to make anyone's scalp tingle and stomach churn. Fang Qingchen remained calm. In his previous life, he had witnessed such scenes too many times while running around in the outbreak zones of alternate space nodes. When an alternate space node erupts in a densely populated area, if powerful warriors don't arrive in time to use their source to create a biological force field for isolation, the intense radiation energy can contaminate the genetic sequences of all living beings within dozens of kilometers, causing varying degrees of mutation. During the mutation process, if creatures are too close to each other, their cells may become extremely active, causing their skin to melt and fuse into one. This results in various grotesque mutated monsters known as mutated fusion bodies. He had seen too many instances of humans and pigs, humans and cows. And even several people melting together like rubber. Chapter 167, The Line Between Life and Death. Lu Qingshan's attack was too decisive. A thunderous strike. The average four-person team, with a physical ability of around 12, would have to be cautious when dealing with the blood-toothed boar. Yet under her hands, it didn't last even a second before being killed instantly. Her combat power was terrifying. Almost simultaneously, the sound of arrows slicing through the air could be heard. The dark serrated arrow shot straight into the chest of a blood-toothed boar, deeply penetrating and shredding its heart. The two blood-toothed boars widened their eyes, showing no reaction at all before both dropped dead. Oh yeah. Qian Xiaoming smiled sweetly, standing at the gap in the broken wall, giving Lu Qingshan a peace sign. The blood-toothed boar king was startled by the sudden appearance of the girl, letting out a series of fierce roars. However, it quickly regained its senses. At the same time, the half-human body on it turned its head. When it saw Lu Qingshan, both she and Fang Qingchen could clearly feel that hidden beneath the grey robe were what seemed to be evil eyes, staring intently at Lu Qingshan's body. The half-body seemed to come alive. The intense ups and downs. Chapter 168, Hunting Team. Those who dare to intercept my things have yet to be born. Ding ding ding. The arrows struck the blood-fang boar king. They were all deflected by its enormous bone armor. It was quite a scraping sensation. Someone wants to intercept. Fang Qingchen glanced around. He saw several students armed with bows on both sides of the dilapidated high-rises. They had taken the high ground, shooting arrows down at the blood-fang boar king. Meanwhile, on the street below, 7 or 8 students dressed in combat suits, wielding alloy sabers and long guns, were rushing towards the square. They were likely a nearby hunting team that had come after hearing the cries of the blood-fang boars. The blood-fang boar king, the only male in an entire tribe. The boar gun is highly valuable. For ordinary students, it would be a considerable sum. These students, clearly from different teams, were now cooperating with each other. It was evident they had already made arrangements. A group hunting team. They formed up quickly, seeing their division of labor. Fang Qingchen immediately realized that the 4 teams before him had likely formed a hunting group. Such hunting teams would appear every time there was an off-campus training session. Chapter 169, 16-2. How can the gap between people be so large? He shouted loudly. Without lifting a finger, they could share a portion of the money. Du Ziyi felt he was being very generous. The other students, nervously staring at the blood-fang boar king, echoed in agreement. Yes, Fang Longwang. Let's work together to take down this blood-fang boar king. Goddess Lu and Qian Banhua just killed so many blood-fang boars, they should be tired. We'll handle the rest. Just now, when you were dueling with Liu Qianming, we were all cheering for you. These people spoke with grandiose words, draping the cloak of the weak over themselves. Fang Qingchen sneered inwardly. If it were his past self, he might have been swayed at this moment. Perhaps he would have generously given them the kill. But having lived 2 lives, he had long seen through human nature. All this cheering was merely who would help whom based on who won. Fang Qingchen curled his lips, an unspoken sarcasm in his smile. Is that so? Or are you my loyal fans? If that's the case, then I wish you good luck. Because they were a bit far away, Du Ziyi and the others couldn't see Fang Qingchen's expression clearly. Hearing him agree so readily, they thought Fang Qingchen was scared of their numbers. Chapter 170, Major Injury. Drone Support. Lying on the ground, looking at the blood-fang boar king, a monstrous creature with a massive bloody mouth, fear began to spread in their hearts. They realized that they seemed to have provoked a formidable foe. But there was no time for them to regret. The blood-fang boar king was already striding forward with its muscular limbs, bearing its saber-like tusks, ready to attack. However, It seemed particularly interested in the girls. Its blood-red eyes were fixated on the two incapacitated girls lying on the ground. Their fair skin seemed to stimulate its appetite. Drool dripped onto the ground, filled with excitement. The half-human body on the boar was also extremely agitated, letting out a series of howls. It raised its withered arm, pointing at a slightly plump girl only 5 or 6 meters away. The massive boar body stepped forward towards her. Don't come over here. Seeing such a terrifying and disgusting pig approaching with Drool, the girl lying on the ground completely lost her composure, screaming in terror. At this moment, Du Ziyi, the only one still standing, also felt a sense of fear. His hands trembled slightly. Chapter 171, quickly sliding down, I was wrong. Important intelligence. At the same time, Du Ziyi and the others' off-campus training points were revoked. Huang Chunli made a decisive decision. Her words already carried the weight of a principle. Chen Guorong, Song Wanli, and others also noticed the situation. They looked over and nodded upon seeing the mutated fusion of the blood fang boar. The mutated fusion body, having undergone a second mutation, especially after merging with a human, had higher intelligence and was harder to deal with. Its power far exceeded that of a typical mutated creature worth 10 points. Even an elite student team, with an average physical ability of 15, would find it challenging to confront it. One small mistake could easily lead to failure. Ordinary outdoor exploration teams and treasure hunters would generally avoid mutated fusion bodies. Similarly, while the danger was great, the points were also plentiful. If they managed to kill it, they would earn 200 points. Looking at the countless blood fang boar corpses and the nearby Fang Qingchen's group, which seemed to be associated with villains, Chen Guorong and Song Wanli were somewhat stunned. Principal Huang, these blood fang boars on the ground shouldn't have been killed by Du Ziyi's hunting team, right? Although Chen Guorong had already guessed, Chapter 172, Blood Red Twilight. Flying sword from 100 steps. He forced himself to shout out. He expended the last of his strength in his chest, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Weakly collapsing to the ground, he gasped for air. His tilted head still fixed on the direction of Fang Qingchen's group. The other team members looked at Fang Qingchen's group with hopeful eyes. But what made them feel despair was that in the air, besides the heavy footsteps of the mutated fusion body Blood Fang Boar King, there was a deathly silence. Only Fang Qingchen's long shadow, stretched by the setting sun, loomed over Du Ziyi and the Blood Fang Boar King like a mountain. Intelligence. Fang Qingchen raised an eyebrow. A thought crossing his mind. He glanced at Li Jian beside him. In his memory, it seemed that during the last off-campus training session, Li Jian's team had also joined a hunting team. However, at that time, Fang Qingchen hadn't paid attention to these matters. So he didn't know who he teamed up with. He didn't know how he found the opportunity. Now, hearing Du Ziyi mention there was intelligence, he couldn't help but be more cautious. He didn't care at all about the valuable items on the Blood Fang Pig King. If it got killed by the drone, so be it. Anyway, with his and Lu Qingxian's and Qian Xiaoming's kill efficiency, it didn't matter. Chapter 173, Mechanized Soul Sect. Flesh and Blood Weakness, Mechanical Ascension. Looking at Fang Qingchen, who suddenly seemed like a war god, this strike had no tricks or exquisite martial arts. It was a complete display of power and speed. The purest form of violent aesthetics. With just one strike, the life force of the powerful Blood Fang Pig King was completely extinguished. There was not a trace of vitality left. It didn't even have the chance to showcase its terrifying attack power as a mutated fusion body. It was killed with one sword. At the same time, almost the moment Fang Qingchen made his move, the drones in the sky also opened fire. Rat-a-tat-tat. High explosive armor-piercing rounds whistled in, directly mutilating the already dead Blood Fang Pig King once more. With the sound of explosions, its elephant-like body was instantly blown apart, drenching Du Ziyi and the others on the ground. Fang Qingchen had already hidden behind a low wall, completely unscathed. Looking at the distant E-grade battle sword, Fang Qingchen sighed. Damn, fallen to this state, even a 10-star martial saint has to go pick up weapons himself. It's been so long since I picked up this stuff. I don't miss it at all. As the grade of weapons increased, their functionality also greatly improved. The source of a martial artist's physical abilities communicated with the weapons. Chapter 174, The Opportunity Appears. Node Essence. At first, the mechanized soul sect was just a small circle formed by martial artists who had to install mechanical prosthetics due to injuries sustained in battles with alien beasts. Back then, the name was quite normal, called the Friendship Club. The original intention was to help each other out. Until later, as more and more people joined the circle, the atmosphere within the Friendship Club changed. Everyone had come down from the battlefield and had seen too many powerful and terrifying alien beasts ravaging the human world. Deep down, they all felt an irresistible fear towards those alien beasts. Firmly believing that the flesh and blood of humans could not compete with these beasts that were hundreds or even thousands of meters tall. The current martial arts event was merely a fleeting moment before destruction. Therefore, gradually, they placed all their hopes on physical modifications. Until a genius doctor obsessed with mechanical modifications joined. No one knows what reason he used to persuade a few of the strongest experts from the original Friendship Club. Overnight, the Friendship Club was renamed the Mechanized Soul Sect. They began to recruit not only martial artists who had suffered injuries from battles with alien beasts, but also ordinary disabled people. Chapter 175, Bomb Pot. If you don't supplement when young, do you wait until you're old to do it? Who says I let them go? Li Jian. Sense the direction of the fluctuations. Let us head that way. By the way, go collect the Bloodfang Pig King's pig gun, pig waste, and pig treasure. This thing isn't worth much, so don't sell it, keep it to make a bomb pot when we get back. Mutated ones are more powerful. Fang Qingchen instructed. According to memories from his previous life, the alien space node would erupt on the third day. There was plenty of time for Li Jian to use his perception ability to find traces. All right. Qingchen, you really have foresight. Preventing problems before they arise. If you don't supplement when young, do you have to wait until you're old and unable to do so? It's not about money. Even if we are poor, we don't miss this little bit. Li Jian said with admiration, happily running off to find the pig treasures. The power of the high explosive armor-piercing rounds was too fierce, directly blowing the Bloodfang Pig King into pieces. It was everywhere, and finding all of it would take some effort. However, Fang Qingchen was patient enough to wait for such treasures, and Li Jian also had the patience to search. Lu Qingchen blinked curiously at Fang Qingchen, feeling that what he said was hard to understand. She could only pull Qian Xiameng, asking, Meng Meng, what is a bomb pot? Is it some kind of delicious food? Chapter 176, The Terrifying Strength of the First Place Team. Fire. At this moment, at the southern end of Dingjiapo, Wang Hao's four-man team was walking leisurely, each carrying blood-stained weapons, swaggering through the ruined city streets. All four of them had relaxed expressions on their faces. Behind them, the streets were littered with the corpses of mutated creatures. The weakest member of Wang Hao's team was still stronger than Liu Qianming. Their average physical ability had reached over 16. Besides Wang Hao, Zhong Changhao and the other two also had profound martial arts, each mastering a martial art to the perfected level. Any one of them could go out alone and form a team strong enough to compete for the top 10. For them, Dingjiapo was like a backyard garden. Even if they encountered mutated fusion bodies, they could easily handle them. The abundant resources were available for the taking. Zhong Changhao looked at the ranking on the life detector. They had long since reached first place, with their points surpassing 2,000, leading the second-place team by a wide margin. He showed a lazy expression. This is so boring. A bunch of noobs, not one of them can fight. Chapter 177. Are you still afraid now? Physical exorcism. Thanks to the big sword gifted by the great boss who doesn't study. Rubbing his palms together, the ashes scattered. It was enough to easily annihilate a small team of rooster snakes. In front of Wang Hao, it was like a bug, easily crushed. In the twilight between night and dusk, flames surged from Wang Hao, resembling a fiery king. The intense heat caused the surrounding air to start to warp and distort. However, the flames that could instantly incinerate rooster snakes could not burn his combat suit. Clearly, he had become quite adept at controlling his martial arts talent. Zhong Changhao, Qin Li, and other team members had already moved 10 meters away. Even so, they could still feel waves of heat rushing toward them, incredibly intense. Looking at the formidable Wang Hao, the smiles on the three faces grew even stronger. After unleashing their talents, who among the seven could withstand such terrifying attacks? Qin Li jokingly remarked, "Oh my, guess what? That stinky sycophant must think he's quite something now, thinking he can arm wrestle with the captain. Is the E-class battle armor really that impressive? Once the energy blocks are used up, it's just a lump of scrap metal. TSK. I wonder what kind of expression he'll have when he sees the captain with all his martial arts talents unleashed." Chapter 178, Life Winner. The white moonlight in my heart has given you a child. Crackling. The benches in the church burned into a bonfire, flames roaring. The four of Fang Qingchen were illuminated in a reddish glow. Several peeled rabbits were skewered with wooden sticks, roasting over the fire. Outside the city safety zone, there was no human intervention. The forest grew denser, and wild animals increased significantly. In Dingjiapo, mutated creatures coexisted with normal animals. A new food chain was gradually evolving. To allow students to experience the wild survival environment more authentically, the backpacks prepared by the school contained no food. Want to eat? Go hunt in the wild. Can't catch anything? Then starve for 3 days and 9 meals until the outdoor training ends. Fang Qingchen's team didn't have to worry about not having gourmet food in the wild. Qian Xiaoming, as the sole heir of the Qian family's roadside stall, was a definite two-dimensional little chef. Not only was she skilled in hot pot, but she was also an excellent barbecue expert. Under her personal guidance, the control of the fire was perfect. Several wild rabbits were roasted to a golden crisp, with fat dripping and an incredibly rich aroma that made one drool. Seeing the moment was ripe, she pulled out a jar of her secret barbecue seasoning prepared in advance from her backpack and sprinkled it evenly. In an instant, the flavor was just right. Chapter 179, Wilderness Survival. You live in a 2-bedroom apartment. Perhaps this place is the one Du Zi mentioned. All right. Let's have a good rest tonight and strive to find that place tomorrow. Put out the fire, there's no need to keep watch. If anything happens, I'll alert you. Fang Qingchen said with a smile. In his past life, he fought his way through mountains of corpses and seas of blood. His mind was incredibly sharp, possessing an extraordinary sense of danger. Even while asleep, his mind was like a calm lake. Any hint of danger was like a stone thrown into it, instantly awakening him to detect it. Hearing that there was no need to keep watch, Li Jian didn't let his guard down. He used his perception talent again to sense the surroundings. There were no approaching mutated creatures, so he felt relieved. He rummaged through his backpack for a waterproof tent and very consciously found a corner to crawl in and sleep, muttering about being blind and deaf. Lu Qingqian was quite cautious. When setting up the tent, she positioned it at an angle to the entrance. This way, even if they were ambushed, the tent would provide cover, and the opponent might not be able to aim at her, leaving enough reaction time. Fang Qingchen looked at the time on the life detector. It was almost midnight. The rankings and scores of the top 10 teams were basically no longer changing. Chapter 180, Welcome Gift. Lin Wanxing. Celestial Crystal. Fang Qingchen brought the two girls to a two-bedroom apartment in the wild, enjoying the comfort. But aside from them, the vast majority of students in Dingjiapo did not have such luxurious treatment. Not everyone could find such a safe haven. Most student teams simply found a flat area to set up a tent, then took turns keeping watch, cautiously guarding against mutated creatures and other teams that might ambush them under the cover of night. They were on high alert, unable to sleep soundly. At this moment, in front of a ruin in Dingjiapo, the ground was littered with bricks and rubble. On a broken sign, a few large characters could still be seen: Dingjiapo Second People's Hospital. The night was deepening, but there were 4 students in combat uniforms, armed with weapons, nervously standing together. Around them were a dozen outer disciples in machine spirit robes, watching them closely. Among the surrounded students, the most eye-catching was a tall and slender girl, with a high ponytail and an aloof expression. She was Lin Wanxing, the school beauty of No. 7 Middle School. Beside her, Zhu Tingting looked around at the machine spirit disciples with a fearful expression. Wanxing, why are these weirdos surrounding us? Chapter 181, The Only Opportunity in This Life. It would be a shame not to do a foot massage. After a long while, Lin Wanxing finally snapped out of her shock. Her cold face showed neither joy nor excitement, but rather caution and vigilance. Opportunities don't just fall from the sky. The celestial crystal is worth at least hundreds of millions, and it is very rare on the market. Once a piece appears, it will quickly be bought by major corporations and martial arts experts. Although the machine spirit sect is defined as a cult, it still has many followers worldwide over the years, including numerous geniuses with A-class martial arts talents. While Lin Wanxing was very proud of her A-class avatar talent, she didn't dare to claim she was stronger than those geniuses. In terms of sheer lethality, Wang Hao's A-class martial arts talent, elemental resonance, fire, was stronger than hers. Logically, even if the machine spirit sect had money to burn and bought several celestial crystals to invest in potential martial arts stars, they should choose from within the sect and wouldn't turn to her at all. Why are you giving me the celestial crystal? What do you need me to do? Lin Wanxing asked. It would be a lie to say she wasn't moved. After witnessing Lu Qingqian's powerful weapon master talent and Fang Qingchen's significant transformation. Chapter 182, Real Dream. A node of another space appears. Boss, you're so despicable. Wow, Qianqian's face is turning red. Boss, come and take a look. No. The girl's exclamations were like crisp silver bells, very pleasant to hear. The tactile sensation was great, and Fang Qingchen was quite satisfied. His mood was good. Just thinking about the essence of the nodes he missed in his past life made him even happier. Lying on the air mattress, listening to the girls chatting softly next door, he gradually drifted into a dream. Dreams are chaotic and complex. The earth is torn apart, filled with blood and fire everywhere. In the mountains and rivers, magma and flames erupt. The light of the other dimensional nodes cannot be concealed even by the heavy mountain masses. It flickers constantly. Beasts towering thousands of meters high, with fierce scales and armor, have replaced the mountains, walking on the earth. The bustling mountain city resembles a hell on earth, with flames and explosions everywhere. The anguished cries of countless humans echo in all directions. There are beasts everywhere, so many that they are impossible to count. Some people, while running, are caught by passing beasts and torn in half. There are also enormous beasts that simply walk by, their massive paws crushing groups of trembling humans into mush. Chapter 183, Living in the Mountains, No Need for Puncturing. Full screen pop-up. After eating the appetizers prepared by Lu Qingqian, Fang Qingchen rummaged through his bag. Under the puzzled gazes of Lu Qingqian and Qian Xiaoming, he pulled out a small cylindrical exquisite box. The green box resembled a tin for chewing gum. Inside was the latest medicine developed by the top biological pharmaceutical company in the Daxia Kingdom, Jinhuang Biotechnology Company, the Bigudan. Ancient texts record that in ancient times, Taoists did not consume grains, but took bigu to cleanse themselves in pursuit of immortality. The so-called taking refers to the alchemical method of replacing grains with pills, allowing the physical body to achieve the ability to sever the cycle of grains. The bigu dan they developed was also based on the records of ancient texts. Using cutting-edge biotechnology, they perfectly blended and concentrated various herbal essences with the blood and flesh of alien beasts. The bottle in Fang Qingchen's hand was an E-level bigu dan developed based on the physical quality of E-level warriors. One pill is enough to support an E-level warrior for a day of high-intensity combat. For Fang Qingchen and his companions, the effect would be even better. Aunt Wang, as the chief steward of the Fang family, managed everything impeccably. The items prepared for Fang Qingchen, including food, clothing, and shelter, were all complete. So he had no need to worry. Chapter 184, The Arrival of the Martial God. Top 5 in the city. Special notice, warmly welcome the chairman of Jinhuang Biotechnology Company. 2-star Martial God Kai Biao Lai, to Linjiang City for guidance. In gratitude to the outstanding students of Linjiang City, Martial God Kai will donate the latest technology product, a gravity training room, to Linjiang City without charge. Teams that enter the top 5 in the city's off-campus practical training points leaderboard will qualify to train in the gravity training room. Looking at the information above, Fang Qingchen frowned tightly. The gravity training room was developed so quickly. No, in his memories from his previous life, while Jinhuang Biotechnology had started developing the gravity training room early on, they had always faced a core technical barrier that they could not overcome, precisely controlling the gravity index inside the gravity chamber. The danger was immense, making it impossible to promote for use. It wasn't until he entered Longxi University, and was in his second year, that the technical difficulties of the gravity training room were finally overcome. But that was 2 years later. At this time point, it was absolutely impossible to succeed in development. Although with his rebirth, the fates of the people and things around him had deviated from their original trajectories to some extent, this butterfly effect was still very weak at present. Chapter 185, Fishing in the Fish Pond, Blasting Out the Dragon King Whale. Bang bang bang. Sounds of weapons clashing came from above. Clearly, the opponent had already engaged with Li Jian. I'll go see what's going on. Fang Qingchen rushed over first. He was well aware of Li Jian's strength. Taking on a Bloodfang pig alone was already his limit. If surrounded by 4 students, he could be captured in minutes. Watching Fang Qingchen's figure disappear into the mist, Lu Qingqian's cold eyes were filled with fighting spirit. As a child from a poor family, she definitely couldn't afford the exorbitant fees for the gravity training room. Therefore, being in the top 5 of the city's off-campus practical training points leaderboard was her only chance. In martial arts cultivation, one must strive to advance. Stagnation means regression. She had to give her all to seize the opportunity to become stronger quickly. Using her misty steps, she quickly followed. A distance of over 100 meters was nothing for Fang Qingchen. He arrived in seconds. Just as he reached the source of the sound, he saw Li Jian swinging a long spear, executing basic spear techniques, and engaging with 2 boys in combat gear. Just with one glance, Fang Qingchen noticed that their physical abilities were higher than Li Jian's. With a 1 versus 2 scenario, Li Jian simply couldn't hold on. Chapter 186, Braving Fire and Water. Brother Chen. The girl who had just aimed at Fang Qingchen was now completely scared stiff. She knew his archery skills well. Even the first archer of the 7th school had almost been shot in the face by him. If it weren't for the captain diverting her arrow slightly, she would have been in big trouble. Not long after, Li Jiangnan's 3 teammates stood before Fang Qingchen, and the others like obedient children, nodding and bowing. Li Jian, on the other hand, wore a smug expression, accepting the apologies from the 2 boys, as if they were trying to please him. Being a teammate of Fang Qingchen, even if one were a novice, they were still a subordinate next to a big shot. They couldn't afford to offend him. This was the first time in his life that Li Jian had enjoyed the feeling of leveraging someone else's power so thoroughly, feeling so good that he was almost floating. Li Jiangnan was also very perceptive. Without Fang Qingchen needing to say anything, he directly activated the points transfer function of the life detector. Brother Chen. Although this is a misunderstanding, I also admit my mistake and accept the punishment. This is all the points from our team, a total of 378 points. They are all for you. He was very self-aware, given the strength of Fang Qingchen's team. Even just Lu Qingqian, with her S-level martial talent, could easily take care of all four of them. Although he had received forgiveness, after kneeling and apologizing to Fang Qingchen for his previous misdeeds. Chapter 187, The Yang Scheme of the Concentrated Evacuation Point. Li Jian swallowed hard. He had never been to the martial god manor, and couldn't imagine how Fang Qingchen could casually pull out so much money. Adoptive father, your family is wealthy. But you can't be so extravagant, right? That's 10 million. Even if we buy first place, we won't be able to recoup our costs, right? Just thinking about the height of a stack of 10 million bills made Li Jian feel immense pain. In his view, buying points like this was far too low in cost-effectiveness. It simply wasn't worth it. No need for Fang Qingchen to say anything. Qian Xiaoming pouted. Return on investment. Does a big shot need to consider ROI when spending money? This little amount, Aunt Tang probably earns back in a day. During her days at the martial god manor, she had seen and experienced quite a bit. When she spoke, her tone was naturally quite bold. However, even though she tried hard to imagine, the scale was still low. But this had already scared Li Jian quite a bit. He stared at Fang Qingchen, dumbfounded. Previously, he had upgraded Fang Qingchen's label from having a bit of money at home to being very wealthy. But now it seemed that taking out 1 million was as easy as grabbing 1,000 tissues. This couldn't just be summarized as being very wealthy. Chapter 188, Lu Qingqian's Little Thoughts. Finally, there are creatures worth taking action against. As the mist in the mountains gradually dispersed, the visibility opened up. And the speed of the four of them gradually increased. The ambush teams targeting the 6th spot also began to increase, with Li Jian leading the charge. Under the pretense of fishing for law enforcement, there were naturally quite a few teams that came in for a sneak attack. I'm sorry, Fang Longwang, I was wrong. I surrender, I'll give up half. Little brother, the moment you made a move against me, it was already too late to surrender. Hand over all your points, and also give me half of the loot you've collected. What? Unwilling? Then give it all to me. No, I'm willing, I'm willing. Fang Longwang is kind-hearted. Just half will do. Not bad. After a few more screams, Fang Qingchen shook his watch. 25 points. Robbing is definitely faster than fighting on your own. Standing beside him, Lu Qingqian nodded seriously. The introverted girl had been working odd jobs for several years. This was her first time experiencing such a near windfall joy. To be honest, it felt really great. Especially since Fang Qingchen's methods were ruthless. Not only did he plunder the points from those teams that attacked them. Chapter 189, Why didn't you say so earlier? Its friendly forces, hurry to help. Since the prodigal son returned in the last life, the word escape has no longer existed in Fang Qingchen's dictionary. He simply stood calmly in place, watching the fleeing team ahead. Although Qian Xiaoming sensed the dangerous atmosphere in the air, looking at Fang Qingchen steady back in front of her, the last bit of unease in her heart vanished. It seemed that as long as Fang Qingchen was there, no matter what terrifying monster they encountered, it was nothing to fear. No need for Fang Qingchen to say anything. In her eyes, water blue ripples emerged. The insight talent had been activated. Li Jian also activated his perception talent. But what puzzled him was that in his perception, Aside from some scattered mutated creatures around, there was no signal of a large number of mutated creatures gathering ahead. If they weren't mutated creatures, then what were these students afraid of? It couldn't be other strong teams, could it? He leaned close to Fang Qingchen, wanting to report this discovery. But Fang Qingchen waved his hand. Didn't he sense it, right? These things are different from mutated creatures. Your perception, talent can't detect their presence. Li Jian nodded thoughtfully, then glanced at Fang Qingchen, as if he were a monster. Chapter 190, Primary Mutated Entity, The Uncanny Valley Effect. However, she was surprised. It had clearly been weakly pierced. Yet it was still alive. It was just that its brain was damaged, causing its movements to become chaotic. It began to spin in place, flailing its claws. It's still not dead. Qian Xiaomeng was stunned. Her insight, talent actually malfunctioned. She began to doubt herself. At this moment, Fang Qingchen's voice rang out again. Li Jian. Stay back. You can't handle primary mutated entities. Qian, follow me. The alloy combat knife won't work on them. Use your weapon master talent. Meng. Just shooting the head won't work. They have 2 weak points, and you must destroy both the head and the heart. Fang Qingchen spoke rapidly. Qian Xiaomeng suddenly understood. The big shot knows a lot. However, what on earth is a primary mutated entity? While she spoke, the bow in her hand was raised again. Under the activated state of insight, these primary mutated entities were enveloped by a dense web of grids, revealing the locations of their weak points all over their bodies. Now looking closely, indeed, besides the head, there was also a weak point in the heart position. And upon closer inspection. Chapter 191, Men to the left. Women to the right. Draw swords again. The off-campus practical training was meant to hone students' combat skills, not to send them to their deaths. The reason for choosing the Dingjiapo area as a practical training ground was also because the number of mutated creatures here was moderate, and the strength levels were very distinct. This allowed every student in the school to find suitable practical opponents. Moreover, before the practical training, the military had already sent martial arts experts to sweep through the area. Those overly unstable elements had long been cleared away. Although these primary mutated entities had strong individual power, they generally acted alone and did not have collective consciousness. However, unexpectedly, today they suddenly revolted collectively. A rough estimate showed that there were already at least 3,000 to 4,000 primary mutated entities appearing. Looking at the big screen, the Dingjiapo downtown area was lit up with red alerts everywhere. Many students had been seriously injured and pressed the emergency button on their life detectors. Although drones in the sky provided timely fire support, some students still suffered severe injuries. The medical team from Dingjiapo High School was rushing around to help. But they were already beginning to feel stretched thin. The background data showed that the list of eliminated students was also undergoing significant changes. Chapter 192, No more being a sycophant, start investing in potential stocks. Still the Emperor's new knife. It was shapeless. But the terrifying killing intent almost coalesced into substance around Lu Qingchen. Now, the source within Lu Qingchen could not support the physical manifestation of her weapon master weapon. But even so, the destructive power was still extremely terrifying, far surpassing standard alloy weapons. Even an average E-grade weapon was not as powerful as the weapon's might condensed by the weapon master talent. With her extraordinary mastery level of basic swordsmanship, her power is even more limitless. Swish! She flipped her snow-white palm, as if swirling an invisible long sword, creating a flourish. Then, with her arm raised horizontally, like a Valkyrie standing with a sword, she stepped forward to confront the numerous low-level mutated beings ahead. Without any fear, she stepped forward and slashed. Swish! A low-level mutated being with countless eyes on its head seemed to sense the dangerous aura from Lu Qingchen and pounced towards her fiercely. The speed was so fast that Qingchen didn't even have time to dodge. With her horizontal battle knife, she angled it toward the sky and slashed down. With one stroke, the thick armored ribs covering its upper body were struck by Qingchen's invisible blade and were cut open as if they were tofu. Half of its body, along with its head, went in separate directions. Chapter 193, The Thrill of Unmatched Grass Cutting. This discovery left the teachers at No. 7 Middle School in shock. E-grade weapons and battle armor are indeed powerful, but it also depends on the user's strength. Otherwise, their full power cannot be unleashed. And they can still be easily defeated by others. However, Fang Qingchen was different. So many low-level mutated beings were almost turned into minced meat by him. Moreover, in the video footage, his sword drawing speed was terrifyingly fast. Clearly, it was not a speed that an ordinary student with his physical capabilities could possess. He must have activated the power acceleration function of the martial arts battle armor. It was evident that in Fang Qingchen's hands, the power of the E-grade Guardian battle armor was fully unleashed. To the other teachers, it was simply monstrous. This kid was too terrifying. It was his first time wearing martial arts battle armor, yet he controlled it so skillfully. Generally, when a person uses martial arts mechs for the first time, they can't understand the power acceleration system at all. Because the speed is not something they cultivated themselves. The sudden burst of acceleration would cause them to lose precision and control. But this kid used it so skillfully. As if he could swing his sword at that speed naturally. Many of them couldn't even handle E-grade battle armor. Chapter 194, More and More Inciters. The long teeth have emerged. The sharp claws, like surgical blades, fiercely cut into Fang Qingchen's martial arts battle armor, but could only leave faint marks on the scales. As the armor plates continuously wriggled, they directly dispersed and absorbed their terrifying force. When the impact finally reached Fang Qingchen's body, it felt as insignificant as a little girl playfully punching her chest. 7 tall mutated beings surrounded Fang Qingchen, wildly scratching and biting. However, Fang Qingchen did not retaliate immediately. At this moment, the infrared scanning system built into the Guardian battle armor was continuously alarming. Alarm! Alarm! Abnormal infrared fluctuations detected at 26 meters, 11 o'clock position. Alarm! Abnormal infrasound frequency detected. Fang Qingchen's heart tightened. Abnormal infrasound frequency. So that's how it is. No wonder these low-level mutated beings acted in groups. It turns out there were higher-level mutated beings driving them from behind. Without a moment's thought, Fang Qingchen's E-grade light weapon was fiercely cutting through the air. Like a lightsaber from Star Wars. Chapter 195, Is the young man too impulsive? Is he floating? Qian Xiaoming blinked her big eyes. The insight talent had already been activated. The intersecting blue grid swept over her, revealing flaws immediately. To her surprise, even though they were all low-level mutated beings, this giant horse had one more weakness than the others. A blood-red weakness mark also appeared on its lower abdomen. Boss, there's a fatal weakness on its lower abdomen. She quickly shouted, while simultaneously drawing her bow and preparing to support Fang Qingchen from a distance. This creature could fly. And if it couldn't handle Fang Qingchen, and had to escape, her archery skills could finish it off. What shocked her even more was that at that moment, in her special vision, whether it was the low-level mutated beings wandering around, or the students from Sun Mingwei's hunting team, they were all covered in various flaws. The screen was filled with big red dots. Even Qingchen, who had activated the warlord talent, occasionally showed 1 or 2 flaws while being besieged by 5 tall mutated beings. Although they quickly disappeared, they were not flawless. But Fang Qingchen was like a walking iron barrel, not revealing a single flaw. Even when he was lazily standing there, he appeared to have flaws all over. Yet in her vision, it was different. Chapter 196, Is that it? A stunning strike. A newborn. This kid even deceives mutated beings. 3. What does that mean? Are 3 people supposed to go together? Principal Wu looked at the tall yet somewhat lazy figure of Fang Qingchen on the screen, completely puzzled. He didn't understand what he meant by that word. Chen Guorong was also confused, staring at Fang Qingchen on the screen. You little rascal, what are you trying to do? Don't tell me you want your bodyguard to step in. Don't mess around, I can't cover for you in front of so many people. Fang Qingchen's face was covered by the mask of the battle armor, so no one could see his expression at that moment. His inexplicable counting made everyone bewildered. The people near Fang Qingchen, including Sun Mingwei, were clearly guessing the meaning behind his words. What did Fang Longwang mean? Retreat. Did he sense danger and want us to withdraw quickly? No way, he saved us. We can't just run away and leave them to be eliminated by these ugly monsters. Sun Mingwei clenched her sweaty palms, looking at Fang Qingchen standing alone against the inciters, feeling a rush of admiration in her heart. This is a real man. Among students. Compared to him, the other boys in the school seemed ridiculously childish. Chapter 197, Feign Sleep. Luring the enemy. The boss's words are really pleasing to the ear. Poof! Black blood sprayed out like a fountain from the split body of the inciter. Even so, the inciter still didn't die. The half of its body where the heart was located was still struggling desperately. However, half of the body simply could not maintain balance. One foot kept jumping backward, stepping on the uneven ground. The figure was swaying. After a few jumps, it fell to the ground. Fang Qingchen chased up in 2 steps. The E-level battle sword struck its head, heart, and abdomen for a finishing blow. Very steady, it completely killed it. In front of the big screen. The teachers from the 7th middle school were dumbfounded. Fang Qingchen's entire set of attacks flowed too smoothly. It was as if he had rehearsed it countless times in advance. There was no hesitation at all. The various functions of the E-level martial arts battle armor were maximally utilized in his hands. The kill was perfect. Like a textbook example. It was simply breathtaking. Even an E-level warrior might not be able to do better than he did. Everyone looked like they had seen a ghost. They couldn't believe that this was something a student could achieve. If it were them operating the E-level martial arts battle armor, they might not be as smooth as him. Gulp. Song Wanli and a few teachers from the elite martial arts class beside him swallowed hard. Chapter 198, Stealing Points. Over 10,000 points. Fang Qingchen turned around and looked down. He saw the girl who had been running in front, smiling brightly at him. Seeing him turn around, she elegantly extended her long palm. Let me introduce myself, I am the captain of this hunting team, my name is Sun. Fang Qingchen thought she was going to deduct points from him. Unexpectedly, she started introducing herself. Are you trying to make friends? Not just anyone can become his friend. Fang Qingchen casually waved his hand, interrupting Sun Mingwei's self-introduction. I'm in a hurry, we are all classmates, there's no need to be so polite. Just transfer the points to me. You just said to offer all your points as a reward, right? Fang Qingchen's tone was very straightforward. To Lu Qingqian, Qian Xiaoming, and the others, it sounded very sunny and cheerful. But standing in front of Fang Qingchen, looking up at him, Sun Mingwei felt that his calm words carried an undeniable momentum. It didn't allow her to argue at all. Sun Mingwei almost cried inside. Fang Longwang was too overbearing. Clearly, she had already surrendered. Surrendering meant losing half. Now it's good, they want it all. Chapter 199, Underground Rift. Liu Qianming's investment. Is there something else? Fang Qingchen paused, tilted his head, and glanced at her. Sun Mingwei nodded. Her gaze looked toward the direction Fang Qingchen was moving, a trace of fear flashing in her eyes. Fang Longwang. I know you are very strong, but if you go to the upper city, you must be careful. It's very unsafe right now. We just arrived at the upper city and encountered this group of junior mutated bodies. They almost wiped us out. She spoke very quickly. And when she mentioned the upper city, her body trembled slightly. Fang Qingchen shook his head, thinking it was valuable information. The upper city, of course, gathered the most powerful creatures from the entire Dingjiapo mutated biological system. The danger level is self-evident. Do I need you to tell me this? It might be useful to others, but for someone like Fang Qingchen, who has been there once, it's equivalent to nonsense. Are you done? Then I'm leaving. Worthless information. Fang Qingchen shrugged and turned to leave. Sun Mingwei hesitated for a moment, bit her lip, and spoke again. Earlier in the upper city, I found a very strange building. Those junior mutated bodies that were chasing us seemed to be very afraid of it, and would instinctively avoid it. Chapter 200, Kill him. Liu, no need to fight. He was filled with hatred. Liu Qianming, a person in power, would never think he was wrong. In their worldview, anyone who disobeys them is at fault. I bully you, why do you resist? If you didn't resist, wouldn't there be none of this afterwards? So, even though he was the one who provoked Fang Qingchen first and initiated the archery duel, he still attributed all the lost face to Fang Qingchen. The hatred in his heart surged like a raging river, impossible to wash away. Liu Buliang's voice also grew cold. A chilling tone came through the phone. Son, don't worry. This kid has embarrassed our Liu family so much. Dad will definitely not let him go. I want him dead. Hearing this, even Liu Qianming was a bit shocked. His body shook. He knew very well what kind of person his father was. For him to say this, he must have already harbored murderous intentions. If it were in Linjiang City, there were high-definition smart cameras everywhere now. Plus, with Fang Qingchen's awakened rule-type talent, he was somewhat famous online. Wanting to kill him would be extremely risky. Even though Liu Buliang was an official with significant power, he wouldn't dare take that risk. Chapter 201, D-Level Thorn Battle Armor. 1 billion, bank transfer or cash. C-level innate warriors are already considered powerful in Linjiang City. He was just a city-level councillor. His status was neither high nor low. Even if someone wanted to kill him, they wouldn't be able to hire a B-level or higher warrior. Because they couldn't afford it. Moreover, warriors of that level wouldn't risk being wanted to come and kill him. The hidden expert in the official residence was at most a C-level warrior. The 3 C-level warriors he hired at a high price were enough to protect him. Now he just needed to hold out until they arrived. Liu Buliang almost pressed the alarm button at the same time. A glint of light flashed in his eyes. His palm moved to a hidden compartment under the sofa. Crack! A crisp sound. Then, a metal briefcase suddenly sprang out from within. Feeling the cold touch of the metal box, a look of relief appeared in his eyes. He suddenly pulled it out. A light blue backpack-sized briefcase was brought out. His fingers quickly pressed a few times on it. Then, holding the handle with both hands, he suddenly pulled it apart to the sides. In an instant, the originally unremarkable metal box transformed like a Rubik's Cube, disassembling and changing into a long strip with 2 mechanical arms. Chapter 202, Utter Despair. Martial God Guardian Lin Team. Warning. Exceeds the armor's bearing range. The harsh alarm sounded. The mech armor shrank inch by inch, falling off Liu Buliang like exploded equipment. It transformed back into a blue suitcase and fell to the ground with a clang. A casual strike shattered the D-level martial arts armor. Without the protection of the armor, Liu Buliang was shaken by the residual force of that finger strike, feeling as if his entire body had been run over by a steamroller. He spat blood and was sent flying back onto the sofa. The immense force, when it collided with the sofa, seemed light and casual. Clearly, the young man in front of him had reached a very high level of control over his own strength. The phrase "where it comes from" It goes back was vividly embodied in Liu Bulang. The battle between the two ended too quickly. There were no earth-shattering clashes. The opponent moved leisurely, yet displayed such power that Liu Bulang felt a wave of fear and despair. This young man's strength was terrifying, far surpassing any sea-level martial artist he had ever seen. Moreover, he looked so young. To become a sea-level martial artist at such a young age made him a top-notch talent anywhere. Chapter 203, Martial God. First strike, then report. National authority permits. Liu Bulang felt dizzy, as if he had fallen into an ice cave. The 3 bodyguards he had hired at a high salary, and with great courtesy actually called this young man captain. What kind of high status must he have in the military to be their captain? As a city councillor, he probably wasn't even at the same level as the young man. Yet, Fang Qingchen could make such figures willingly refer to him as young master. What kind of background did he have? Thinking of this, goosebumps erupted all over Liu Bulang's body, shaking even more violently. Deep down, he sensed that his precious son seemed to have attracted an unapproachable big shot. Newborn, are you digging a pit for your father? He screamed inwardly. Now, all he prayed for was that Fang Qingchen was not that person's son. Otherwise, it would be over. In the mansion, the voices of the 3 were uniform. Their stances were neat, looking like seasoned soldiers. Upon seeing them, Lin Feng, who was ready to take action, dissipated the martial arts energy within him. He waved his hand to signal them to relax, then said with irritation, Chen Bin, Lin Xiang, Liu Mi, why are you 3 here? Shouldn't you be home during your vacation, instead of playing bodyguards for this old man? Chapter 204, The Young Dragon Cub has come to the small pond to fish. Opening the door without using hands. When it comes to officials at the level of councillors, it is unlikely to casually arrest them without formal arrest procedures. However, the value of the martial god's personal guard far exceeds that of arrest procedures. After all, they already had the evidence. The Security Bureau was just there to go through the motions. After returning, they would have to report it up the chain for the provincial authorities to personally investigate and convict. Feeling the cold sensation of the electronic shackles, Liu Bulang finally came back to his senses from the shock. He stared blankly at the electronic shackles on his hands. He knew that he was completely finished. The Liu family was also finished. Even his biggest backer, the governor of Jiangnan province, might have to accompany him to his doom. This Captain Lin in front of him. Although he had never mentioned that name and he hadn't clearly seen the documents Lin Feng presented, Liu Bulang was not a fool. From the implications in his words and the respectful attitude of Director Sun and others, he could guess most of it. At this moment, his heart was completely filled with panic and regret. If he had known earlier that Fang Qingchen had such a background, he wouldn't have dared to lay a hand on Fang Qingchen, even if it meant killing his own son. The son of the martial god. Just thinking about how he had been so confident earlier, wanting to send an E-level assassin to assassinate Fang Qingchen, made him feel cold all over. Chapter 205, American-style Iaido. Kid. The heavy palace door opened with a bang. Suddenly, a gust of airflow mixed with the smell of earth surged out. Inside the hall, just as Fang Qingchen had expected, there was no decoration. It had a rough style that completely contradicted the magnificent exterior. It was understandable. There was no building materials market in Dingjiapo. To piece together a temple like this must have cost the laborers dearly. Asking them to do a full interior decoration would be too much to ask. In the center of the inner hall, there appeared a massive crack in the ground. At least 10 meters wide. It was unclear how deep it was, stretching towards the back of the temple and disappearing from sight. This should be the underground crack leading into the mountain. Years ago, when the mountain inside Dingjiapo erupted with a spatial node, many alien beasts poured out from this crack, slaughtering the residents of Dingjiapo. Last night, Fang Qingchen dreamed back to the time of Dingjiapo's destruction, seeing many martial arts experts drilling into the mountain's belly from here, fighting the alien beasts that kept pouring out. That battle was incredibly brutal. After Fang Qingchen became a martial saint in his previous life, he had seen the post-war data statistics. 5 A-level martial arts masters and 1 S-level martial saint died in that alien beast invasion. Chapter 206, Gauss Pistol. Straight into the mountain's belly. The entire set of actions was handsome and smooth, as if he had practiced it countless times. Lu Qingchen and Qian Xiaoming looked at each other in confusion. 1 shot, 1 kill. Wait, is your backpack a magic bag? How do you have everything, even a gun? They were martial artists here for practical training, not for firearms practice. Although there were many questions, it was undeniable that using a gun was really enjoyable. Within 7 steps, the truth was explained. Unless one had cultivated to the D-level martial artist, with strong physical abilities and a tough body capable of resisting bullets, otherwise, all lives were equal. Looking at the 5 corpses lying around, Lu Qingchen only slightly moved her eyes before returning to normal, not afraid at all. Even the timid Qian Xiaoming merely symbolically covered her eyes. After 2 days of training and having killed many humanoid low-level mutated beings, everyone's psychological quality had significantly improved. Aren't we here for practical training? Using guns isn't very good, right? What if the school finds out? Will they cancel our grades? Lu Qingchen's eyes showed some worry. Fang Qingchen gave her a comforting look. It's fine, the other side has guns too, and if everyone has them, it means no one has them. Chapter 207, Points Crushing. Jiang Wushuang's terrifying deterrent power. The only son of Fang Zhenhai, the young master of the Tang family group. When he goes out to train, how could he not have masters from the martial god bodyguard team secretly protecting him? Class teacher Huang Chuanli was still quite uneasy. Principal Chen. Is it really safe to send in just 1 drone? Fang Qingchen and Lu Qingchen are our school's best students, we can't have any accidents. Should we send in 10 or 8 more drones? In the team, Fang Qingchen and Lu Qingchen are her treasured students. She wishes all the drones could protect them. Principal Wu, sitting nearby, sneered. Principal Huang. Are you saying that the safety of other students from the 7th school is not as important as that of Fang Qingchen and the others? Does that mean that the higher one's martial arts talent, the more valuable their life is? Can I say that the principal should mobilize 100 drones to protect Wang Hao, the top student of the 7th school? Huang Chuanli, after all, was not as slick and experienced as these old foxes. She was caught by Principal Wu's attack on her slip of the tongue. You can see that some teachers are already pointing fingers at her and whispering. Huang Chuanli's face turned red with anxiety. But she also realized that she had said something wrong in her haste. Chapter 208, Different Paths, Same Destination. Close at hand, far away in the sky. Of course. With Wang Hao's family background as the son of a martial arts master, once he learns that practical points are crucial for meeting the martial god, he will definitely secretly arrange for someone to buy points. It seems there are only over 50,000 now. If we consider the points bought by other teams outside, there should be quite a few hidden points. But you can buy, Jiang Wushuang can buy too. He is also the son of a martial arts master. In fact, his strength might be much stronger than Wang Hao's father. You have money, can he not have money? You can think of it, but he can't. No matter how you calculate, it's still lagging behind. The second place is. Huh? It's Li Jiangnan's team. How do they have over 30,000 points? Li Jiangnan. I have some impression of him. However, his team is at most considered average in strength. How could they possibly reach second place? By points. Didn't his family just go bankrupt? Where did he get the money? Did he win the lottery? Principal Wu was a bit confused, but soon he thought of a possibility. Could it be that Wang Hao gave him money to let Li Jiangnan help buy points? A hint of joy appeared on his face. This is not impossible. When Li Jiangnan's family had money before, he was quite close to martial arts elite class students like Wang Hao and Liu Qianming, who are second-generation martial artists and officials. Chapter 209, Liu Xiao, do you want points? Last night, everyone was so tired from fighting that we barely slept, and given the current situation, even if we try harder, we won't make it into the top 10. There's no need to push ourselves so hard. We have quite a few points. How about we sell them and earn some money to buy training resources? Ji Yutingting is a practical person. Their team has no financial strength anyway. And since they can't make it into the top 10, selling the points seems like the best option. Now, points are already trading at 55 yuan per point. With their current points, they could easily earn over 200,000. The other two girls nodded slightly in agreement. They were originally matched to Lin Wanxing's team by the school's teaching system and didn't have any deep ties. Their strength isn't strong either. They are all children from ordinary families, and selling the points would give them a few thousand each, which is already very satisfying. Besides, reaching this area is already the limit of their strength. Previously, they encountered 2 or 3 low-level mutated beings and almost got wiped out. If it weren't for Lin Wanxing's talent clone, which happened to leave a little time, they would have been completely annihilated. That's right. Let's sell the points and split the money. Chapter 210, Flesh and Mechanical Technology. After hanging up the phone, Liu Qianming looked at the location sent to his phone, revealing a cold smile. Dad is efficient, and Li Laoliu is quite capable. Fang Qingchen, just wait to die. Lu Qingchen, he. He touched his head, which had been shaved by Fang Qingchen into a dog-chewed Mediterranean style, and felt a bit impatient. Turning around, he discreetly glanced at the 3 behind him. You 3. Continue to help me buy points. I'm going to hunt a few mutated creatures for training. After saying that, he hurriedly rushed towards the upper city area. Outside, the wind and waves were rising. Meanwhile, Fang Qingchen, who was walking in the mountain's belly, was unaware that he had already been targeted. Of course, even if he knew, he wouldn't be afraid. Grasshoppers like to jump, just step on them, and it's done. Along the way, apart from the 5 machine soul teaching machine servants he encountered at the beginning, he didn't meet anyone else guarding the machine soul teaching. This is quite normal. Without a map, in this complex underground world of mountain fissures, it's almost like a headless fly bumping around. It's nearly impossible to find the right path. He had never been to this underground fissure in his previous life. Now, as he continued to delve deeper, he was somewhat surprised. Chapter 211, Fierce Attack. Big Shot jumps in. At the same time, as these flesh, corpses, and instruments lit up, strange waves began to emanate from the center of the large circle. Then, Lu Qingchen and the 3 saw a scene that would shock them for life. In the originally empty air, a completely silver-white, constantly changing polyhedron appeared. Its shape was formless and indefinite, and it couldn't be described in words. Although it only lasted for a moment, this polyhedron disappeared without a trace. However, its fantastical and strange appearance was deeply etched in their hearts. They were greatly shocked. What is this thing? It doesn't seem like a relic. Lu Qingchen asked softly. Although she is a top student, neither textbooks nor online resources provide a description of what an alternate space node really looks like. The information provided by Du Zi said that the machine soul teaching was excavating an ancient relic. But that thing just now doesn't seem like an ancient relic at all. This is an alternate space node about to explode. Its internal energy has already begun to surge and gather, once it reaches a critical point. It will break the barrier of dimensions. Chapter 212, The local gang is so rude. It was a full 10 stories high. Even an E-level warrior would suffer severe injuries jumping from such a height. However, the shock from the leap of faith was immense. Below. The followers of the Machine Soul sect only felt a shadow pass overhead. When they looked up, they were startled. After all, it was quite alarming to see a living person appear above them without any warning. They couldn't help but exclaim in shock. The mechanical servants and guards of the Machine Soul sect raised their guns, ready to shoot. But once they saw Fang Qingchen dressed in student attire, their expressions relaxed. Clearly, he was a student from off-campus training who had somehow snuck in. Perhaps the path was too dark, and he fell while walking too quickly. Ha ha! Where did this foolish student come from? A flying person. The people above couldn't even keep track of these students, they were truly useless. The mechanical servants of the Machine Soul sect leisurely watched the show, waiting to see the bloody splatter on the ground after the free fall. Only those in protective gear and masks showed a look of sympathy beneath their masks. But their moment of empathy lasted less than a second. Chapter 213, Kill. If you don't kill, it's you. How arrogant. What are you pretending to be, a small E-level warrior? Although Li Yong didn't hold a high position in the Machine Soul sect, he felt powerful with the backing of a strong faction. Other small forces in Dingjiapo were nothing but a rabble in his eyes. Regardless of whether they were E-level or D-level warriors. They were all ants that could be crushed at will by the Machine Soul sect. Moreover, there was also an important figure from headquarters here to maintain order. Thinking of this, he immediately pressed a device at his waist. This alarm device was connected to that figure's communicator. According to her, if he encountered an unsolvable situation, pressing it would summon her over. With a powerful backer, he immediately felt more confident. With a sinister smile, he said, "Kid, no matter who you are. Knowing the secrets of the Machine Soul sect means you have to stay here today." He revved the chainsaw knife in his hand, which emitted a buzzing sound. The chainsaw blade began to spin like an electric saw, and just the sound of it was quite intimidating. Li Yong believed his strength was considerable. The power of the chainsaw knife was immense. Even if he couldn't defeat Fang Qingchen, he could at least hold him off. Chapter 214, Shock. What terrifying martial arts insight! Almost simultaneously, above Fang Qingchen, a mechanical servant leaped up, wielding a spinning gun blade, and struck directly at his faceplate. Basic swordsmanship, force-splitting Mount Hua. The gun blade sliced through the air, creating explosive shockwaves, an impressive display. Even without martial arts talent, with an average fitness level above 15 and the enhancement of prosthetics, he could unleash formidable combat power. In an instant, mechanical servants appeared in all directions, unleashing their martial arts to attack Fang Qingchen. This was the terror of the Sea of People tactic. Unless your defense was flawless, any slight mistake would result in injury, and you would be worn down. Among them, the strongest captain, Li Yong, cautiously approached with his chainsaw knife, squinting his eyes as he waited for a flaw in the martial arts armor to emerge before launching a fatal strike. The combined attacks from all directions were incredibly fast. Even an average E-level expert would need to be extremely careful against such an onslaught. They would first have to use their agility to break free from the encirclement before dealing with each attacker one by one. But for Fang Qingchen, who possessed the vision of a martial saint, this was child's play. Those seemingly swift-moving mechanical servants appeared to him as if they were lagging in a game with a 999 delay. Chapter 215, Set Up. Making a wedding dress for Fang Qingchen. Not far in front of her, on a stone pillar, stood a young woman with a slim and tall figure, Zhong Qian, who had rushed from the capital a few days ago. Hearing the electronic voice of the woman before her, a hint of astonishment flashed in Zhong Qian's narrow, fox-like eyes. Originally, the dark guard responsible for Fang Qingchen's safety during this off-campus training was Lin Feng, and it was during his shift. However, after Zhong Qian learned about Fang Qingchen's archery match with Liu Qianming, she volunteered to come over from afar. She was inherently a very proud woman, holding her master Fang Zhenhai in the highest esteem. In her heart, her master's authority was untouchable, and even his biological son could not tarnish it. On her way there, she had already prepared to step in personally if Fang Qingchen lost. But what she didn't expect was that Fang Qingchen's performance before the steel barrier completely exceeded her expectations. His powerful and precise archery, along with his domineering style, utterly overturned her perception of him. Was this still that useless good-for-nothing? If it weren't for Fang Qingchen's highly recognizable handsome face and his unique A-level simple talent, she might not have believed it. Chapter 216, Desperate. A sword to kill in an instant. She opened her mouth, instinctively wanting to ask more. But Yinxian seemed to know what she was about to say and smiled, waving her hand. You don't need to ask, I won't say anything. She sighed, the essence of nodes, what a pity. However, things seem to be getting more interesting. Fang Qingchen, the leader will definitely be interested in you. Yinxian repeatedly expressed her regret, her gaze deeply fixed on Fang Qingchen, who was currently overwhelming the mechanical servants of the Machine Soul sect, seemingly wanting to remember his figure. As for the mechanical servants that had been killed, she didn't even glance at them. To her, these peripheral members without martial arts talent were as insignificant as ants. If they died, they died. She could easily recreate more through human modification whenever she wanted. In the next moment, she spread her arms, resembling a soaring eagle, and her body instantly appeared dozens of meters away in a rock crevice. She dove in and disappeared without a trace. Zhongqian quietly watched her leave, not pursuing her. Once a provincial champion, her potential in martial arts was undoubtedly unquestionable. She could sense that this talented individual was very strong, definitely not inferior to her. Chapter 217, The Substitution Method. Walking points. Without martial arts talent, a warrior with 19 physical abilities is like trash. Fang Qingchen shook off the blood from the battle sword. Looking around at the mess, her expression was cold and stern. There was not a hint of fluctuation. When she turned back, Lu Qingshan had already knocked down the 5 mechanical servants that were attacking her. However, she was not yet ready to act as a cold-blooded killer. She had only used her battle knife to incapacitate them without delivering a fatal blow. At this moment, she was gripping the battle knife tightly, her teeth biting her lip. Her expression filled with struggle and hesitation. Even though the mechanical servants in front of her had undergone modification surgeries and looked somewhat inhuman, they were still essentially living beings. Her hesitation was within Fang Qingchen's expectations. In her previous life, when she killed for the first time, she was not much stronger than Lu Qingshan. Looking behind her, what surprised him was that the few mechanical servants who had surrounded and attacked Qian Xiaomeng had all been killed, pinned to the stone wall like hedgehogs. The mechanical servant closest to Qian Xiaomeng had already reached the cliff where she was standing. However, it had also died the most miserably, with at least a dozen arrows shot through its body. Its heart was pierced by a metal spear. Chapter 218, Eating Fine Bran. Using it. The researchers from the Mechanical Soul Church were worth a lot. Each one was more valuable than those ordinary fleeing criminals. Both the provincial and municipal security bureaus had issued wanted notices. The fact that they managed to take down an entire nest of them would certainly be a sensational event in Linjiang City. Not to mention how much reward money there would be. Just in terms of points, each of them could at least be converted into thousands. With about 70 or 80 people here, they would earn at least 100,000 points. Fang Qingchen didn't care about money. However, the students from Class 7 could only earn a limited amount of points. Adding them up, there was only so much. To be safe, he still needed to accumulate more points. Whether it was for the gravity training room, or the opportunity to meet the martial god Kai Biao Lai, he couldn't miss out. In Fang Qingchen's memories from his previous life, Kai Biao Lai was a very cold and reclusive person. Although he achieved the realm of a martial god early on, he mainly focused on research work and seldom went out to fight with exotic beasts. He could be considered a tech-savvy homebody with high combat power. Moreover, this person was also quite rigid, not giving face to anyone. He remembered when the company Jin Huang Bio had just developed the gravity training room. Facing this revolutionary martial arts training tool. Chapter 219, An illusion, after all, it's fake, so it's fine, right? The gaze looking at Fang Qingchen also became strange. There were still people around. This was too abrupt, right? What are you thinking? I mean, use your weapon master talent. Oh? Misunderstanding resolved. Lu Qingshan's face was still a bit red. Her small hand skillfully placed on her chest, quietly circulating the source within her body. With a whoosh. After the signature chest drawing action, her palm was already virtually holding an invisible weapon condensed from source. From the way she held her hand, it seemed that this time she had condensed a spear. The weapons condensed by the weapon master were ever-changing. Lu Qingshan's basic spear skills were also not bad. During those days at the Martial God Manor, after Fang Qingchen's insightful guidance, she made great progress. Now she was just a little short of reaching the transcendental realm. The location of the spatial node was nearly 2 meters above the ground. Using source to condense into a spear would make attacking the easiest. What should I do? She quietly looked at Fang Qingchen, waiting for him to give orders. Fang Qingchen pointed to the area where the spatial node appeared and disappeared. Qingshan. Concentrate and wait for it to show up. Once it does, use the condensed spear to stab it hard. Chapter 220, You're under pressure, you go first. Looking across the entire martial arts world, those who could see the essence of the node were few and far between. Even many martial saints and martial gods, due to bad luck, never got the chance to see it. In his previous life, although Fang Qingchen ultimately became the world's only 10-star martial saint and traveled almost all over the southern and northern regions of the Great Xia Kingdom, he had never encountered the essence of the node. The reason he recognized it was from the records in the Great Xia Kingdom's database. And now, the opportunity he had sought but could not obtain in his previous life was finally firmly in his grasp in this life. At this moment, Lu Qingshan let out a soft sound. Her confused and sorrowful eyes suddenly became clear. She also awakened from the illusion. She turned her face away and blinked hard before looking at Fang Qingchen. For some reason, Fang Qingchen always felt that Lu Qingshan, who had just woken up from the illusion, looked at him with a slightly different gaze. But as a boy, he really couldn't tell what was different. Forget it. Calculating the time, Lu Qingshan had only taken less than 30 seconds to escape from the illusion. This level of mental will was indeed formidable. The top-notch S-level martial arts talent provided a significant boost to its owner. As for what Lu Qingshan saw in the illusion. Chapter 221, The Ambition of Tenfold Improvement. Fang Qingchen played with it in his hand for a while, but did not absorb it. Even if he absorbed it now, it would not help him continue to obtain the essence of the node. Anyway, the theory from his previous life had already been proven correct, as long as he continued. The essence of the node obtained from here would far exceed the 4 pieces that Wang Hao and the others harvested in his previous life. The most urgent thing now was to increase the source content within Lu Qingshan and Li Jian's bodies. He first looked at Lu Qingshan. Qingshan, how many more times can you unleash an all-out attack like just now? He asked. Lu Qingshan sensed a little and replied that she could probably unleash it 7 or 8 more times, but it wouldn't exceed 10. Without becoming a true E-level warrior, the source storage in her body was still very limited. The number of times and duration that the martial arts talent could be used were quite limited. After a series of intense battles today, Lu Qingchen still has such reserves. One can only say that the talent of the martial artist is terrifying. 10 attacks. Supporting 2 to 3 hours should be enough. According to the bucket theory, the one who should be improved now is Li Jian. Fang Qingchen turned to look at Li Jian. Then, after speaking, he flicked his finger, and this precious node essence from the outside world fell into Li Jian's hand. Chapter 222, Has Wang Hao caught the attention of the martial god? Is this the martial god? How could there be more than 20 appearing one after another like just now? An outbreak of a super large node probably wouldn't have more than this. But the node in front of me is at most a small node, or even a micro node. It is estimated that it wouldn't even attract. This type of node erupts all over the world every day, but most of them are in remote areas. When they appear, no one knows, and no one cares. How is this done? Using the source within the martial artist's body to strike the node. Could it be a method he thought of? How is this possible? How old is Fang Qingchen? Can she really come up with such a fantastical method? It's simply genius. As a martial artist, she is also extremely envious of the node essence. Her current strength has reached a bottleneck, and she has been unable to break through for a long time. If she can integrate a node essence into her body, not only will the source capacity within her be expanded, but the pure energy also has a great possibility of stimulating the activity of cells in her body, helping her to break through her realm in one fell swoop. While she yearned in her heart, her confusion grew even heavier. Research on nodes is ongoing all over the world. Chapter 223, A Tremendous Achievement. This child has the demeanor of an old friend. The elegant voice of Kai Biao Lian rang out. At his level, he acts according to his will. He shows no concealment for those he is interested in. Although he can check all the real-time data from the martial arts high schools, the data is somewhat delayed. It's better to see it directly. Wang Hao's performance just now was indeed good. In Kai Biao Lian's eyes, it was above average. For a martial god to give this evaluation is already impressive enough to boast about for a lifetime. He sent this video over just to check again, to confirm whether there were experts secretly assisting and to eliminate cheating. Principal Wu, upon hearing this, was overjoyed. He quickly stood up, personally adjusting the video feed of Wang Hao to make it larger. Moreover, he didn't know if it was intentional or accidental. But he subtly moved the drone footage tracking Fang Qingchen, and the others right next to Wang Hao's feed. His intentions were questionable. After doing this, he nodded and bowed to the video feed of Kai Biao Lian. Martial God, this is our 7th school's martial arts champion, Wang Hao. Just now, he personally killed 6. I can see for myself, no need for you to explain. He hadn't finished speaking when he was interrupted by Kai Biao Lian. Chapter 224, So it turns out to be the son of an old friend. Giving too much is not beneficial for young people's efforts. Ancient stone tablet. At this moment, Kai Biao Lian kept the video on. The teachers of the 7th school were feeling a bit pressured, under the watchful eyes of a super big shot. No one dared to slack off. They all sat up straight, and even if there was nothing going on, they had to make the keyboard clatter, pretending to work hard in front of the martial god. Chen Guorong felt a bit awkward. But soon he thought of a big problem. He looked at Kai Biao Lian and tentatively asked, Martial God, since it has been confirmed that these researchers from the machine spirit sect were rescued by Fang Qingchen's team, how should we calculate their points? No martial arts high school in the country had such a precedent. Chen Guorong also didn't want to fill in the points himself, otherwise other martial arts high schools in Linjiang City would definitely not recognize it. But now that martial god Kai Biao Lian was here, letting him decide the point value was the best. It had full credibility, and no one would doubt it. Kai Biao Lian glanced at Chen Guorong with a smile that wasn't quite a smile. You kid, you've thrown this tricky task at me. I've heard you have a good relationship with Fang Zhenhai, you've picked up some of his bad habits. He shook his head, thought for a moment. And Wu Principal and the others looked nervously at Kai Biao Lian. Chapter 225, Why do you hate me so much? What have I done wrong? Lin Wanxing was sitting on the roof of a collapsed building at this moment. Her knees were drawn up and held by her slender arms. Her long hair was let loose, gently swaying in the morning breeze. The surrounding dense woods echoed with the chirping of birds. The faint morning light made this scene somewhat beautiful. It must be said that Lin Wanxing's appearance is quite striking. The students around who came to sell points were dumbfounded at this sight, swallowing their saliva. Lin Wanxing had long been accustomed to being watched and didn't he care. Her starry eyes were merely gazing at the distant peaks. Ji Yutingting's words made her momentarily lost in thought. 400,000 points. You really are willing to spend? Ha! Just when I'm acquiring points, you crush me again. Are you trying to mock me? Now, you've done it. Are you satisfied? Do you hate me this much? Lin Wanxing tightly clenched her fists, her expression extremely complex. Fang Qingchen. Again, this name. She thought that with the large financial support from the mysterious woman of the machine spirit sect, she would be able to hold her head high this time. Even if she couldn't get first place, at least she wouldn't be too far behind Fang Qingchen. But when she woke up and saw the name at the top of the points list along with the terrifying score of 400,000. Chapter 226. Show affection and die. Heavenly fire meteor. Absolutely calm. The strongest dual strike of the girls. After saying this, the three burst into a fit of lewd laughter. Lu Qingqian and Tian Xiaomeng were still young girls. How could they withstand such verbal insults? Their faces all turned red with anger. However, this girlish shyness only stimulated the appetites of Li Lao Liu and the other three even more. Just as the three were laughing wildly, suddenly, they felt a chill engulf them. It was as if they had fallen from the scorching summer heat into the freezing cold of midwinter. In an instant, goosebumps rose all over Li Lao Liu's body. A flicker of instinctive fear flashed in his eyes. He had experienced this feeling before. Back then, after being wanted by the security bureau, he fought desperately to escape the city and hid in a grave filled with decaying corpses in Dingjiapo. At that time, when a martial arts master came to capture him and swept his gaze across his hiding spot, the feeling was just like now. As if a cold blade was at his back. This is bad. Li Lao Liu felt a wave of horror in his heart. When he looked up, he found that Fang Qingchen was already standing at the front, his tall and slender figure blocking the two girls behind him. Could it be this kid? Impossible. He was just a rookie, not even a martial artist. Li Lao Liu stared hard at Fang Qingchen, as if trying to find some clue from him. Chapter 227, The Strongest Ultimate Skill. Quantum Barrage. Metal Storm. Instant Kill. These two attacks were too fierce. Especially Lu Qingqian's self-understood Heavenly Fire Meteor, with the rotating blade wheel, was breathtaking. Even E-rank martial artists would not dare to underestimate it, let alone take it head-on. Damn! This long-legged sword technique is so fierce. Is the training in school this good now? Laobao was dazzled by the sword light and realized that if he didn't stop, he would be the one dying in the next second. He had to retract his fist aimed at Fang Qingchen. A pair of arms thicker than Lu Qingqian's long legs crossed in front of him, completely shielding his head behind them. Block! The rotating blade fiercely struck between his arms. Such a terrifying rotating blade wheel could not be stopped even with combat gear. His arms would surely be severed. However, the anticipated sound of the blade slicing through flesh did not occur. Instead, it was as if it had struck metal. Ding! A sharp sound echoed. The standard alloy combat knife, which could cut through stone, was actually knocked into the air. The blade trembled violently, and then suddenly broke into two pieces. Laobao's lips curled into a smug smile. Underneath the torn clothes on his arms, instead of skin, there were two pieces of brown arm guards. Chapter 228. A group of newbies. Cut the leader for a reward. Weapons and armor. Liver skewers, couples lung slices, oil-roasted big kidneys, and 9-turn pig intestines were scattered everywhere. The two men, their faces covered in blood, were filled with fear. Ah, damn it. My body is broken. I am going to be disabled. My manhood has been blown up. I can't play with women anymore. Their painful and terrified wails echoed throughout the underground cave. But the next moment, Fang Qingchen's miniature pulse gun slightly shook. A dense barrage swept across, directly turning the remnants of the two men into fragments mid-air. The indiscriminate gunfire even affected Zhong Qian, who was watching in shock from above. However, the small bullets, accelerated by electromagnetism and carrying terrifying kinetic energy that could shred steel, seemed to hit an invisible barrier just 3 centimeters in front of Zhong Qian. Falling down instead. Zhong Qian looked at Fang Qingchen, who held the latest military-style miniature pulse gun and was wreaking havoc, her nose almost crooked with anger. Her eyes were filled with helplessness. With Master not at home, this gun must have been secretly stuffed into this kid's bag by Aunt Wang. She's spoiling him too much. Why didn't we have this kind of treatment back then? Chapter 229, Perfect Upgrade. Burnt out otherworldly node. Qingchen, I know your family is not short on money. But a deal is a deal. You always let us off easy, and I feel a heavy psychological burden. And this broken bead, even if you roll it to me. I find it heavy, you should take it to make a bracelet. The otherworldly node is about to appear again, I'm going to work. Saying this, he walked aside, closed his eyes, and activated them perception, talent to detect the fluctuations of spatial energy. Lu Qingchen looked at him and suddenly smiled. You look pretty cool when using a gun. But your accuracy. Her sweet laughter warmed the heart. Lu Qingchen walked away with a hint of fragrance. Fang Qingchen rubbed his chin. Accuracy is lacking. There are times when I'm accurate. He tucked the Gauss pistol handed over by Qian Xiaoming and the miniature pulse gun into his bag. This thing has too much power, it's not useful in school. It can wait until we go out for field practice again to equip everyone. Next came the tedious wait for the otherworldly node to appear. Qian Xiaoming was still responsible for keeping watch around. Fang Qingchen, Lu Qingchen, and Li Jian worked together to strike at the otherworldly node. After using the node essence. Li Jian and Lu Qingchen. Chapter 230, Full-Level Human Relations, Node Eruption. Looking at the dimming otherworldly node that was almost about to extinguish. Along with the 2 extra pieces of node essence, Li Jian scratched his head. Qingchen, what now? We've all absorbed to the fullest. And this thing can't be taken out. How about we just do a final evacuation step? It takes at least an hour to get from here to the temple crack. The node essence can only maintain its form for an hour before dissipating. It's impossible to take it out. The value here has been completely squeezed dry. Fang Qingchen checked the time. It was almost noon. According to the timeline from his previous life, the otherworldly node was about to erupt. He just didn't know what this shorn-down miniature node would look like when it erupted. Fang Qingchen was quite interested. He had never personally experienced the eruption of an otherworldly node. In his previous life, he had achieved success in martial arts and fought in battles. But every time he arrived, it was after the node had erupted, and he only saw scenes filled with otherworldly beasts. He never had the chance to see it with his own eyes. This time, he wanted to open his eyes properly. He casually glanced at the leaderboard. With 400,000 points, they firmly held the first place, far ahead of the second-place team led by Wang Hao. Chapter 231, The Black Sun. Lu Qingchen and the others had similar expressions. Looking at the magnificent yet perilous scene before them, they felt both fear and excitement. Qian Xiaoming blinked hard. The dreamlike otherworldly node in front of her made her a bit dazed. Subconsciously, she activated her insight talent to look, only to be shocked to discover the dazzling silver sun visible to the naked eye, in the special vision of the insight talent, turned out to be just a void. What shocked her even more was that within this void, there seemed to be a faint shadow that was almost imperceptible. It felt as if it was separated by millions of worlds, like a shadow carved into the emptiness. I don't believe I can't see you clearly. She was a bit skeptical. After that source limit surged, the deep source within her body was fully activated, converging in her eyes. At that moment, the blue ripples in her water-blue eyes intensified. In the end, it seemed to solidify into rings like tree rings within her pupils. This was her first time fully activating the insight talent. In this state, she felt that the world in front of her seemed more real, discerning the false from the true. And that vague outline became a bit more real as well. Chapter 232, Pitch Black Fog. Crisis. Black Particles. Fang Qingchen cautiously raised his eyes to look around. The terrifying scene he had anticipated did not appear, nor did the black tentacled sun mentioned by Qian Xiameng. Everywhere was a color that could not be described, something that could not be articulated in any language. It was as if he was standing at the end of the world, at the terminus of a destroyed universe. There was no matter, no space. It was completely a void. Any sense of time here seemed to lose all meaning. Even the ground beneath his feet was an endless emptiness. Fang Qingchen felt a chill in his heart. In his previous life, as a 10-star martial saint, he could traverse the atmosphere with his physical body and fight in near space. He had experienced the vastness of the universe, the boundless emptiness of vacuum. However, that feeling was completely different from now. Was this a void between another space and the real world? With a hint of confusion, Fang Qingchen pressed on his waist and retracted the guardian armor that covered him. Taking another look behind, he found that the silvery light was still there. The connection between planes was relatively stable. At least for a short time, he didn't have to worry about the connection channel disappearing. It was at this moment that he noticed the thick black fog permeating everywhere beneath his feet. Chapter 233, Desperate Situation. Crushing Space. The pitch-black sun rising before him. The source had operated within his body for 7 or 8 cycles, and the effect was quite evident. Fang Qingchen could clearly feel that the originally almost stagnant blood energy began to flow. The pitch blackness before him gradually dissipated, and his vision started to recover. His limbs, which had lost sensation, began to regain feeling. Even his toes and fingers could slightly move. At this rate, if he could let that source operate in his body for another 7 or 8 cycles, he would be able to regain his mobility and escape from here. What surprised him even more was that the muscles and bones that had been covered and crystallized by the black particles seemed to have become much tougher than before. It was as if a red-hot sword blank had been plunged into water, undergoing intense tempering. This feeling was far better than any martial arts potion effect. In addition, he could sense some unprecedented changes within his body. But now, he had no time to savor it. 10 seconds. Just give me 10 more seconds. I can escape from here. Fang Qingchen silently prayed in his heart, while frantically operating that source. That source was consuming wildly. But at that moment. Chapter 234, Escaping from Death. Incredible harvest. Just a wisp of black fog earlier, and Fang Qingchen had to use all his source to resist it. Now, with all the black fog rushing in, even if the limit were increased tenfold, he wouldn't be able to withstand it. After taking on a human form, these black fogs seemed to have gained consciousness. Almost instantly, they squeezed through the gaps in the guardian armor, and began to invade Fang Qingchen's body. Looking at the node channel that was less than 10 centimeters away, almost within reach yet distant as the horizon, even someone as resilient as Fang Qingchen felt a sense of despair. With so much black fog, let alone him, even an A-class martial master might not be able to withstand it. Outside this space, that pitch-black sun represented an indescribable horror. However, what he couldn't understand was why, in the face of such an existence, he, a mere human who wasn't even a martial artist, felt so insignificant. Like a speck of dust. Just like a normal person wouldn't notice a speck of dust floating in the air. Why would this terrifying existence pay attention to this small space of just 3 or 4 meters square, and to himself within it? Even an S-class exotic beast wouldn't bother to look at a human who wasn't even a martial artist, right? Chapter 235, The Disappearing Bead. Gathering of old silver coins. It was a pity that now, before him, there was nothing. That space had vanished. Those black fogs had naturally disappeared as well. Fortunately, that ancient bead from the era of the saints was somewhat miraculous, otherwise, he would have been in real danger. Wait, no, where did the bead go? Without that bead to dispel the black fog and bring him out, he would probably have turned into a black crystal statue, serving as a decoration for the black sun. A look of relief flashed across Fang Qingchen's face, but it quickly changed. Because he realized that the bead he had held in his palm before leaving the node space was now missing. Thud! His heart sank. He quickly searched his pockets. But of course, it wasn't there. Damn, it really is gone. Could it be a one-time consumable? What a waste, that bead could even distort and absorb space. Its function was simply against the heavens. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to call it a divine artifact, yet it was gone after just passing through his hands. Fang Qingchen felt it was such a pity. With the power that bead had just displayed, it could at least rival SS-class weapons. However, since it had saved him once, it wasn't a complete loss. Chapter 236, The Bodyguard You Mentioned. It's in the bag. Damn. Why is it so dark here? Where is everyone? Where did they all go? Damn it, it's suffocating me. Liu Qianming wiped his sweat. He spat fiercely. After being shot at by Fang Qingchen yesterday, the instruments and ventilation equipment here were all destroyed. Without any airflow, the place naturally became hot and humid. Liu Qianming felt very depressed. After receiving the message from Li Laoliu yesterday, the thought of personally killing Fang Qingchen, who had embarrassed him, and being able to plunder his team's points while enjoying the company of the stunning girls Lu Qingchen and Qian Xiameng, tugged at his heartstrings. He wished he could sprout wings and fly over. Unfortunately, acting alone, he faced numerous mutated creatures in Dingjiapo, making it extremely difficult for him. Moreover, with the outbreak of the primary mutants, he was also affected. He was targeted by 2 mutated creatures, and nearly exhausted his source to barely kill them. Without source, he couldn't use his eagle eye talent, and his physical stamina was greatly depleted. Furthermore, he didn't have Li Jian's ability to sense mutated creatures, which allowed him to avoid them and take the optimal route. He could only proceed cautiously, inching towards the temple's location. Chapter 237, Playing the Game of Forbearance with Me. The pinker the color, the harder the punch. Looking at the 3 severed heads in the preservation bag, blooded and glaring at him, this terrifying scene shook his soul profoundly. There was no need to discern truth from falsehood. Here, Fang Qingchen had no reason to deceive himself. Fear. It gradually spread across Liu Qianming's face. At this moment, he truly felt a bit of regret. If it weren't for his repeated provocations towards the disaster that was Fang Qingchen, how could it have escalated to this point? Damn it. If even E-level warriors could be killed, what kind of monster was this? Liu Qianming had experienced the strength of E-level warriors at home. Even after awakening and exerting all his strength in archery, he couldn't threaten an unarmed E-level warrior. In 100 meters, they could break through in 2 seconds. Even a hand chop was as sharp as a blade, easily capable of killing him. This was just a 1-star E-level warrior. He remembered clearly that when Li Laoliu was working as a bodyguard for his father, he was already a 2-star E-level warrior. Years had passed. He must have reached 3 stars by now. Such a master couldn't kill Fang Qingchen. Instead, they were all killed without harm. Just how strong was Fang Qingchen? Chapter 238, Spiritual Transformation. Should I kill or not? Liu Qianming let out a piercing scream. The distance was too close. The combat suit that could withstand bullets couldn't stop the metal-serrated armor-piercing arrowhead. He incredulously covered his leg, his face filled with pain. Liu Qianming didn't expect that the seemingly harmless, and quietly composed girl, with twin tails in front of him, could be so ruthless when she fought. 1 second she was sweet and cute, the next she shot his leg without changing her expression. Wasn't she afraid? Didn't she fear he would retaliate against her after getting out? Were Fang Qingchen's teammates all this brave? The intense pain made sweat pour down his forehead like rain. And the hatred and resentment in his heart surged like a river. Kill, kill, kill. Once I get out, I'll definitely kill your whole family. Despite the countless hate in his heart, he didn't dare to show it on his face. He was truly afraid these impulsive youngsters would really kill him. That would be an unjust death. Gritting his teeth through the pain, he forced a flattering smile, looking regretful at Fang Qingchen and the others. You all have beaten me and released your anger. Can you let me go, as a sign of magnanimity? Chapter 239, No Bones Left. I forgot to tell you. My dad is Fang Qingchen. Although he was begging for mercy, there was a strong threat in his words. To be honest, in a life-and-death situation. His thought process was indeed very clear. The drones in the sky must have seen him enter the temple. Besides himself, only Fang Qingchen's team had entered here. Plus, he had conflicts with Fang Qingchen. If he died inside, even a fool would guess it was Fang Qingchen's doing. Not to mention, he had repeatedly gone against Fang Qingchen. But every time, he was the one getting beaten. Fang Qingchen had suffered no losses, and even shaved his head into a crew cut. This time, it was worse. His thigh was shot through. His leg bone was broken. After all this, you still say you want to kill me. Is there any reason left? Am I the one bullying with my power, as a second-generation official, or are you? At this moment, Liu Qianming felt extremely wronged. Qian Xiaoming and the others were already nervous, and when Liu Qianming threatened them, their faces immediately turned uneasy. They all instinctively looked at Fang Qingchen. Liu Qingchen also frowned slightly. Unexpectedly, Fang Qingchen nodded in agreement. You do have a point. Chapter 240, The Dead Are Not Geniuses. Those who can survive to the end are the geniuses. Everything happened too quickly. From the system's alarm to death, it took less than 10 seconds. Moreover, the place he was in was an underground crevice that drones could not reach. There was no time for rescue. Suddenly, all the teachers present changed their expressions to panic. How deep Liu Qianming's background was, the teachers from Lingjiang No. 7 Middle School basically knew. His father, Liu Bulang, had been deeply rooted in the Lingjiang political scene for over 20 years. With a stomp of his foot, half of Lingjiang would tremble. Now he was about to be promoted to vice chairman. As a result, his only son died so carelessly during an outdoor training session. This was definitely a major teaching accident. Without a doubt, Liu Bulang, furious over losing his son, would not let Lingjiang No. 7 Middle School off the hook. With his influence, if he pursued this matter, none of the teachers present would escape responsibility. Moreover, the martial god Kai Biao Lai was still connected via video. How would the martial god view this? At this moment, all the teachers instinctively lowered their heads, not daring to look up. The sky was falling. And the tall ones had to take the brunt. It's over. Such a huge teaching accident, Principal Chen was going to be in big trouble. Chapter 241, Death Like a Feather. Gather at the evacuation point. The great battle is about to begin. The death of a second-generation official should have been a major event that stirred up the entire city. With just a few casual words from the martial god, everything became as light as a feather, unable to stir even a ripple. At this moment, in the office where Kai Biao Lai was located, outside the view of Chen Guorong and others, many staff members from the city hall were cautiously attending to the surroundings, serving tea and water to the assistants accompanying Kai Biao Lai. Those who could come and go with the martial god were all prominent figures in Jinhuang biotechnology. Anyone who casually stood up was not someone they could provoke. Outside the office door, Chairman Deng and Vice Chairman Qian, along with the leadership team from Lejing City, were waiting outside. Chairman Deng was originally not in Lijing City, but upon hearing the news of the martial god's sudden arrival, he immediately cancelled all his schedule and rushed back to Lijing City overnight. However, he did not expect to wait until now without even having the opportunity to speak to the martial god Kai Biaolai. Yet, no one dared to utter a complaint. They all waited at the door with honest expressions and smiles. The title of martial god was not a simple title, but a reverence from the world for those who had reached the peak of martial arts cultivation. Chapter 242, Despair Suppression. 1 million points. After the successive acquisitions by the top 10 teams, there were not many teams left with points in hand. Most teams ranked beyond the 10th would choose to sell their points, as keeping them was meaningless. Captain, we currently have 200,000 points. If we can snatch the 400,000 points from Fang Qingchen's team, that will be 600,000. With so many points, we will definitely dominate the city's leaderboard. Kinley swiped away the last student's points with a triumphant smile and walked over to Wang Hao's side, excitedly showing the points displayed on her wristwatch. She spoke casually, as if the points from Fang Qingchen's team were already in her pocket. Not only her, but everyone in Wang Hao's team had this expression. As the team with the absolute first overall strength in this off-campus training, any other team, if they wished, could be their point prey, easily taken at will. Hearing about being number 1 in points, a trace of pride flashed across Wang Hao's face. He also felt it was secure. But just then, ding dong, his phone rang. He took it out to take a look. Chapter 243, Points Competition. Li Jiangnan, loyal to the entrusted. Combined chapter, the noon sun was glaring and dazzling. Lin Wanxing and her 3 companions walked in under the sunlight. As an established school belle from the 7th high school, her looks and figure were indeed striking. Standing at 1.7 meters tall, her alluring figure wrapped in combat attire, with fair skin and an exquisite, cold appearance, made the boys at the evacuation point 13 feel their hearts racing and blood rushing, swallowing hard repeatedly, wishing they could stick their eyes right on her. Moreover, Lin Wanxing's team was an all-girls lineup. Although Ji Yutingting was not as pretty as Lin Wanxing, she could still be considered a small beauty, and the other 2 girls were also decent, forming a beautiful scenery. Under so many eager gazes, Lin Wanxing's expression remained unchanged, exuding a high cold demeanor. Of course, aside from those eager gazes, many students had clenched fists and looked quite displeased, feeling indignant. Is being a school belle really that impressive? Yesterday we wanted to sell our points to Lin Wanxing, but when we met her halfway, she didn't even listen to us and directly snatched our points away. She's too bullying. Is being a school belle really that great? A thin boy looked aggrieved. Chapter 244, Bullying the Weak. Who can speak for the weak? The one speaking was Wang Hao. At this moment, Wang Hao's team was striding over confidently. The aura of being the top in the school was indeed fierce. As they passed, many onlooking students willingly opened up a path. Wang Hao didn't even look at the surrounding students. His fiery gaze was entirely on Lin Wanxing. Wanxing, give me some face and let me have Li Jiangnan's points. I need them to climb the city leaderboard. Don't worry, I won't let you suffer. The reward for being the top in the school, I'll personally supplement it for you. And I'll also cover all your expenses for using the gravity training room from now on. His tone carried arrogance and a hint of subtle show-off. Upon hearing this, the nearby students immediately showed envious expressions. The 4 vials of genetic enhancement potion, as the reward for being the top in the school, were already extremely valuable. Definitely worth no less than 1 million. Although everyone didn't know the cost of training in the gravity training room, it certainly wouldn't be cheap. And it wouldn't be less than 1 million a year. Wang Hao came from a martial arts family, so he naturally wasn't short on money. Spending 2 million to win the heart of a school belle with A-grade martial arts talent was absolutely worth it. Wang Hao was indeed willing to invest heavily to pursue the school belle. Chapter 245. How can you even claim to be number 1 in the 7th High? You're not even worth a single hair of his. The meat was already on the chopping board. Wang Hao was not in a hurry to snatch Li Jiangnan's points. After all, he had just been backstabbed by Lin Wanqing in front of so many students, losing quite a bit of face. He had a pent-up anger that needed to be released. Naturally, he couldn't go and hit Lin Wanqing. Li Jiangnan, who was beneath him, was the perfect punching bag. If he snatched Li Jiangnan's points now, it would be considered bullying a fellow student, and the school would definitely not allow that. But as long as he didn't snatch the points, it could be seen as his opponent desperately protecting their points. And the school wouldn't be able to say anything. As for who Li Jiangnan was working for or whose points he was acquiring, he didn't care at all. Whether it was Liu Qianming or anyone else, they meant nothing to him. There was no face to be had. Even if Liu Qianming rose from the dead and stood here, he would still not hesitate to snatch his points. The backing of a martial arts master's father, combined with his absolute first physical prowess, was his greatest reliance and confidence. Looking at Li Jiangnan, whose half-face was stained with blood, Wang Hao sneered and kicked him hard in the stomach again, causing him to curl up like a cooked shrimp. I am giving you a choice now. Crawl to me on your knees. Chapter 246. Unable to stop. The oppressive feeling against the light. Hiss! The blade gleamed as swiftly as lightning. It came from afar, tearing through the air with a sharp, piercing whistle. It rushed past the heads of the watching classmates, slicing straight towards Wang Hao's body with an astounding momentum. Everything happened too suddenly, the classmates didn't even have time to react. The blade had already appeared in front of Wang Hao. At this moment, Wang Hao's charged punch was about to strike Li Jiangnan. Wang Hao's eyes suddenly narrowed. That familiar sound, his impression of it was too deep. The owner of the voice was none other than the only person in Linjiang No. 7 High School who dared to stand against him. Fang Qingchen. Upon hearing this voice, a look of ecstasy and reverence appeared on Li Jiangnan's face. That man. He has come. This time, he didn't follow the wrong person. He admitted that there was an element of gambling involved, but he won the bet. He made Fang Qingchen see his loyalty. And he also saw Fang Qingchen's vast and generous spirit. In that instant, his emotion surged, and tears welled up in his eyes. It felt as if all the humiliation he had suffered before was washed away at that moment. The beating he was about to take was worth it. Chapter 247. What are you babbling about? Give me 200,000 points. This kid has changed too much, he can show off better than I can. A critical moment has arrived, I need to learn this. In the conference room of No. 7 High School, seeing Fang Qingchen appear like a hero, even Chen Guorong, who always liked to show off in front of others, felt a bit sour. Yet, he silently took note, preparing to use it as an opportunity later. Huang Chunli looked radiant, watching the big screen, where the thoughtful staff gave Fang Qingchen a close-up shot. Her eyes sparkled. Young girls admire heroes, and so do young women. Moreover, her position as principal could be said to have been entirely promoted by Fang Qingchen. Now, seeing her student, so sunny and handsome, make such a spectacular entrance to save someone, Huang Chunli felt her heart swell. Youth is truly wonderful, she reflected. Kai Biao sat relaxed on the sofa, looking at the familiar yet more flamboyant handsome boy, smiling broadly. The people of No. 7 High School didn't know this kid's identity. Yet he managed to earn such loyal followers. Fang Zhenhai's son really had charisma. Hey, Fang Qingchen, that blade just now was truly stunning. E-level martial arts Qianqing blade technique, what an amazing martial arts comprehension. A-level simple talent really allowed him to master it. Chapter 248, Killing Fang Dog to seize the goddess. A strong confrontation. Wang Hao. Watching classmates. Hey buddy, the person opposite is Wang Hao, the best in No. 7 High School. You're not even pretending, just directly declaring a robbery. But this really is arrogant. The surrounding girls were starry-eyed. If it weren't for their fear of Wang Hao, they might have rushed over to befriend him. Wow, I've never seen someone so arrogant in my life. Hey, today you've seen it. Awesome, awesome. Fang Qingchen really isn't afraid of Wang Hao at all, he's got guts. Goddess Lu is really something. That smile just now almost stole my soul. What does that have to do with you? She was smiling at Fang Longwang. I'm not satisfied, I'll kill Fang Dog to seize the goddess. The strong confrontation made the watching classmates extremely excited, whispering excitedly. The most discussed topic was still who could win. Although everyone secretly hoped Fang Qingchen's team would win and break the status quo of number 7 high school, they had to admit that Wang Hao's intimidation still loomed over the students. Even though Fang Qingchen's displayed strength far exceeded everyone's expectations, most people still felt that Wang Hao's team was flawless. Chapter 249, Lu Qingqian's Reverse Scale. Zhong Changhao was taken aback. He didn't expect someone could describe his weakness so refreshingly. He sneered, looking disdainfully at Li Jian. I hope your physique is as tough as your mouth. Saying this, he casually placed the alloy long knife behind him. His fists clenched, bones cracking. Given the huge gap in physical ability, even empty-handed, 3 seconds would be enough to crush the opponent. With his current speed and strength, a wild charge could send Li Jian spitting blood and unable to stand. Li Wenxiang saw that he had picked the weakest soft target. He shrugged helplessly, his gaze fixed on Lu Qingchen. Goddess Lu, your opponent is me. Everyone says S-level talent is invincible. Today I want to test how big the gap is between my C-level talent and yours. My physical ability is 16. And according to the data, yours is 132, but with your S-level talent, I'm not bullying you. Saying this, he raised the alloy long spear in one hand, its tip pointing directly at Lu Qingchen. He held it in a yin-yang grip, adopting a basic offensive and defensive stance in spear technique. A hint of excitement sparkled in his eyes. Lu Qingchen's martial arts grades had long been known throughout the school. Her mastery in the 4 foundational martial arts was unparalleled, great achievement, and not a single person in the martial arts elite class could surpass her. Chapter 250, This is S-level. How can you also do 3 consecutive hits? The lightning element is incredibly violent, and it can further refine the physical body. The physical strength far exceeds that of martial artists with the same physical ability. Therefore, martial artists who awaken lightning element talents are all exceedingly fierce. Zhong Changhao was no exception. For him, his fists were his strongest weapons. Using standard weapons would only hinder him. Seeing that everyone had chosen their opponents, he couldn't wait any longer. Without waiting for Wang Hao to speak, he was already surrounded by electric light, striding towards Li Jian. His hands curled up, transforming into tiger claws. His feet took a tiger stance, his body slightly bent. In an instant, the watching classmates felt an illusion. Zhong Changhao appeared like a walking tiger. How terrifying! Zhong Changhao had the lightning element refining, his talent was exceptional. His tiger-subduing overlord claw was likely approaching the peak of perfection, nearing the ultimate state. Hearing the classmates' exclamations, Zhong Changhao's face beamed with pride. His eyes, filled with electric light, dangerously fixed on Li Jian, who was sweating profusely while holding the long spear. He scoffed, "He, now you know fear. It's too late. You will pay the price for what you just said." With that, he stomped his foot hard. Chapter 251, Rapid Improvement in Physical Fitness. Dodging arrows with her chest. She couldn't believe it, the girl with twin tails ahead had reached an extraordinary level in archery. After practicing courage in the underground crevice, Qian Xiaming's bravery had greatly increased. Although facing a powerful enemy, her timid nature would still take over. But Qin Li was clearly not among them. Especially in the archery duel, she was filled with confidence. This was her specialty, apart from Fang Qingchen. She feared no one from the 7th middle school. Her gentle and graceful face was full of pride. What's so great about a 3-shot burst? Phut, what a fuss. I thought you were a student from the martial arts elite class, someone who had seen the world. Now it seems you're just a little loser. I must say, Qian Xiaoming was already cute and adorable, with a figure that resembled a beautiful manga girl. At this moment, with her twin tails and bow in hand, she looked like a battle heroine straight out of a two-dimensional world. Coupled with her gentle yet soft voice, she naturally garnered the favor of many male classmates. Suddenly, the crowd erupted in cheers. Qinli's nose was about to crinkle with anger. Being overshadowed in looks and figure was already painful enough. And now her popularity was being crushed too. Chapter 252, A strong person must harshly humiliate the weak. Who told you I ran out of energy blocks? Hiss. The arrow grazed her weak spot on the chest, and even though she was wearing combat gear, Qinli still felt intense pain. Cold sweat broke out. She could guess without taking off her clothes that her chest must be bruised. If it weren't for the small scale of this, it would probably be worse. Damn it. Qian Xiaoming must have done that on purpose. Just wait for me, she screamed, almost going crazy. Qian Xiaoming, however, was smiling. I did it on purpose. A strong person must harshly humiliate the weak. With her delicate left index finger, she casually twirled the bow like spinning a hula hoop. So beautiful and cool. With her right hand, she casually flicked her flying twin tails. Hee, you're not that impressive either. Qinli was filled with question marks. Did she become the weak one? Shouldn't she be the one saying such things? Why did she say them all? Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The advantage display was over. She didn't wait for Qinli to steady herself. One arrow after another shot towards Qinli, each one aimed at the flaws in her footwork and stance. The arrows whistled through the air, forcing Qinli to dodge awkwardly without any chance to counterattack. Moreover, Qian Xiaoming's arrows came from tricky angles. Chapter 253, Where did the speed bump come from? The farce was over. Under Wang Hao's shocked gaze, Fang Qingchen moved as if he had done this countless times before. With the hand holding the energy block, he rubbed it against the waist armor belt. In an instant, he had switched to a brand new energy block. The next moment, the E-grade Guardian armor fully activated. Click, click, click. Countless dragon scale-like armor plates covered and spread out. In the blink of an eye, the black-red armor had enveloped his entire body. The scorching sensation around him was also isolated. Under the reflection of the flames, the Guardian armor on him shimmered. With a sleek design, and the black mask paired with blood-red crystals around his eyes. So cool. Wow, so handsome. Many girls exclaimed, pinching their voices. Just in terms of looks, he had already won too much. Although Wang Hao was also stunned for a moment, his expression quickly returned to normal, revealing a mocking smile. It seems I really underestimated you. I didn't expect you had some connections at home to get energy blocks from the black market. It must have cost a fortune. But it won't help, once the energy runs out, you'll still. Wow. He couldn't finish his sentence. His eyes, filled with flames, nearly popped out. Chapter 254, 3-character classic martial saint. Human-shaped power hammer. Just now, when he was treated like a speed bump, Zhong Chenghao was already holding back a surge of anger. Wanting to blow Fang Qingchen out of that armor. But seeing Fang Qingchen unaffected after being hit by his and Wang Hao's elemental combination technique, and immediately launching a counterattack with such explosive speed and power, made his scalp tingle. E-grade martial arts armor, terrifying indeed. Aside from its cost, it had no drawbacks. In the face of absolute speed, any dodging movement seemed laughably inadequate. He could only take it head-on. Whoosh! Zhong Chenghao crossed his arms directly in front of his chest. At the same time, he frantically activated the accumulated lightning elemental particles within his body. In an instant, the lightning covering him surged. Arcs of electricity flashed, forming a very thin electromagnetic protective layer. Coupled with the combat suit's kinetic energy absorption and his own powerful physique, he was confident that even if he took this hit head-on, he wouldn't be injured. Boom! Just as he managed to do all this, Fang Qingchen's hand blade had already struck fiercely between his arms. With the power boost from the martial arts armor, that hand blade's force was at least over 4 tons. It directly hammered Zhong Changhao down like a pile driver, reducing his height by 18 centimeters. Chapter 255. How does he seem to know everything? My father is a martial god. Wang Hao's A-grade elemental martial arts talent was indeed formidable. His fists, wrapped in flames, also had astonishing defense. The inner layer of bright white flames formed a force field, protecting his hands. But this too had its limits. After exchanging blows for 40 or 50 punches, Wang Hao finally couldn't hold on anymore. Even with the force field protection reducing the impact, he felt like his hand bones were about to explode. The continuous high-intensity bursts left his arms aching. Damn! Why is this shell so disgusting? How can his reaction speed be so fast? How can he control the martial arts armor so skillfully? I can't even attack his joint positions. Wang Hao was filled with astonishment. He never expected Fang Qingchen could master E-grade martial arts armor so proficiently in just 3 days. According to reason, even a genius shouldn't be able to master martial arts mechs in such a short time. To become proficient, at least 10 energy blocks would be needed. Could it be that he has a martial arts mech at home? Did his family, after awakening his martial arts talent, spend money without limit to train him? In the entire Linjiang city, there aren't many families with such wealth, and his father knows them all. There's no such person. Chapter 256. The leaderboard is set. Exploded. Song Wanli analyzed calmly. It didn't matter to him whether Fang Qingchen or Wang Hao won, they would both be his students anyway. Huang Chunli felt very anxious. She paced back and forth, carefully watching the video. She wanted to see Fang Qingchen emerge safely from the chaos. Chen Guorong frowned slightly, thinking to himself, this kid. Could he be in over his head? With such an explosion, his source shouldn't last much longer. He checked the time. There were only 10 minutes left until the leaderboard was finalized. According to the latest news he received, the city's leaderboard had reached an exaggerated level. Apart from the first-place team, Jiang Wushuang from the first middle school, leading with 1 million points, the points from the second to fifth places were also not weak. The Meng Renhao team from the second middle school had 830,000 points, ranking second. The Juxiao team from the third middle school had 760,000 points, ranking third. Even the Zhao Xiangdong team from the fourth middle school, ranked fifth, had 700,000 points. Up until now, the team with the highest points from the seventh middle school, Fang Qingchen's team, only had 400,000 points. The gap was quite large. If the battle between Fang Qingchen and Wang Hao's teams could not be decided within 10 minutes. Chapter 257, First in Grade. Instant Capture. Wow! The red light is on. Amidst the gasps of the onlooking students, 2 blood-red lights suddenly ignited in the smoke. Seeing this red light, both Wang Hao and Zhong Changhao showed expressions of shock. He can still use the battle armor. How is that possible? How could he have held on until now? Does he have such a deep source within him? Wang Hao's heart trembled violently. He exclaimed in disbelief. They both had A-level martial arts talent, yet his source was completely exhausted, while Fang Qingchen could still hold on. Is this even reasonable? Zhong Changhao's legs turned to jelly. He turned to run. Without the enhancement of source, the accumulated particles of thunder element in his body had also been exhausted. He couldn't unleash his martial arts talent at all. Relying solely on physical strength, how could he possibly compete with a martial arts mech? Let alone him. Even a true E-level martial artist would have to think twice. If he didn't run now, wasn't he just waiting for punishment? Captain, let us escape while he hasn't fully recovered. Although it was embarrassing, he shouted out loud. It wasn't even about losing face anymore. If Fang Qingchen caught him, he would lose all the hard-earned points. Chapter 258, Brutal. Why didn't you say so earlier? How could this happen? Wang Hao felt the chill on his neck and the suffocating sensation like an iron hoop. His eyes were wide, almost popping out. Just now, when he sensed Fang Qingchen was about to catch up to him, he had already prepared a counterattack. But Fang Qingchen's speed was simply too fast. He hadn't even had time to raise his hand before his neck was already in a grip. His hard-earned martial arts skills were completely useless against the speed and power of the martial arts mech. Wang Hao never expected that Fang Qingchen's control over the battle armor could reach such a level. An E-level martial arts mech at full speed was used by Fang Qingchen so smoothly. Is he a natural mech genius? A martial artist who has immersed himself in martial arts mechs for over a decade might only reach this level, right? How exaggerated must his dynamic vision and neural reflex speed be? Can a person with 14 physical abilities really achieve this? Although captured, Wang Hao had already gone mad at this moment. He let out a roar. His shoulder joints cracked as if they were moving. His arms twisted behind him like they were boneless, and his palms struck wildly at various joints of Fang Qingchen's battle armor like a storm. Chapter 259, Now I, too, am a figure of strength in others' eyes. A token of loyalty. As they reached the victory settlement phase, Qian Xiaoming also came over. Looking at the elite martial arts class that she once admired greatly, she suddenly felt that she wasn't as awed and fearful as she had imagined. Instead, she developed a mindset of "you aren't that impressive after all." She ignored Qin Li's provocation and calmly lowered her head to look at her hands. Her hands were fair and delicate, both familiar and strange. So, in the blink of an eye, have I become this strong? Now I must also look like a figure of strength in others' eyes, right? Thank you, big shot. She blinked her big eyes vigorously, her gaze like water, rippling gently. Lu Qingqian, holding a long spear, silently walked to Fang Qingchen's side. She lowered her gaze, seemingly savoring the harvest from this battle. Weapon Master is born for battle. Every fight is a form of training for her. It is a sublimation. The flaws in her moves, the inadequacies in her techniques, the merits of her opponents, all played out in her mind like a precise formula, replaying continuously. In the faintness, the aura she emitted became even more intense. Chapter 260, Point Surge. The true first of the 7th middle school. The three of them, trembling with fear, hurriedly ran to Fang Qingchen. They stuttered, "Fang Longwang. We are not familiar with Liu Qianming. We don't know why he left the team, and we can't contact him." The three were almost in tears. They didn't even need Fang Qingchen to ask, they spilled everything out, afraid that he would vent his anger on them. They had witnessed how powerful the martial arts mech's power punch was. Even Zhong Changhao, known for his physical training, couldn't withstand it. If they were hit just once, they would probably be finished. Fang Qingchen naturally knew why Liu Qianming left the team. Someone died, he couldn't just keep taking up space, could he? These three were also Liu Qianming's lackeys, so there was no need to treat them kindly. I don't care where he went, just hand over the points. The leaderboard shows real-time scores, and they can't hide their intentions even if they want to. The three exchanged glances, their faces filled with bitterness. All efforts were in vain. They thought that by following Liu Qianming, they could gain some benefits, at least rank among the top in the school. Now, everything has reverted back to square one overnight. Not only did they gain nothing, but they also spent 3 days acquiring points, hardly killing any mutated creatures. There were basically no gains. Chapter 261, The King is the King. It can't be hidden. Has the first place in points changed hands? Master, is it really going to be like this? What about Sequence 1, Lin Wanxing? Listening to the voice in her earphones, Yin Xian was momentarily stunned. She didn't need to speak. The implanted voice device in her throat transmitted automatically. It's fine, just do as I say. Also, you don't need to return to headquarters for now. For the time being, stay in Linjiang with this identity. Sequence 1 needs a guide. Linjiang, Fang Qingchen, Lu Qingchen, Fang Zhenhai, interesting. Listening to the beeping sound of the disconnection in her earphones, Yin Xian showed a look of devotion on her face. To her, the Master's words were the truth. Beyond question. She just needed to execute them. Thinking of this, she took out her phone, sent a message, and walked towards Fang Qingchen. Jiming Ridge. At this moment, Jiang Wushuang stood on the highest peak of Jiming Ridge with an indifferent expression. His gaze was condescending, like an invincible youth overlooking the mountains and rivers. The strong winds at the mountain top almost bent the old pines, but his body stood firm like a straight javelin, firmly anchored to the ground. Behind him, 3 other students, equally impressive in demeanor, stood proudly. Chapter 262, The Invisible Vortex. Creating double history. His 3 teammates had even more exaggerated expressions. The female team member, Ren Sichuan, dropped the alloy long sword from her hand, yet she was oblivious, looking dazed. How could this be? We were actually surpassed by the team from the 7th middle school, that sycophant's team. She couldn't believe it and directly yanked the life detector off her wrist, holding it in her hand and desperately refreshing it. But the cold score numbers remained glaringly bright. Impossible. Cheating. They must have cheated. That 7th middle school must have cheated. At this moment, another tall male team member in the squad looked furious. He shouted loudly. Instantly, the students from the 1st middle school on the highest peak of Jiming Ridge erupted in chaos. In their minds, Jiang Wushuang was the strongest martial arts student in Linjiang City. He was the jewel of the 1st middle school. He had never lost in any competition. After awakening his S-level martial arts talent, he had achieved legendary status. With him around, the 1st middle school would surely reach new heights. How could he lose? How could he? The sky is falling. Compared to the surrounding chaos, Jiang Wushuang stood coldly in place. But the more so, the more a sense of invisible oppression grew. Chapter 263, A student worth bragging about for a lifetime. He can truly restore the glory of the 7th middle school. Lu Qingchen wore a cool and radiant smile on her face, slightly tilting her head, and gently tucking a strand of hair behind her ear. She quietly stood beside Fang Qingchen, just as she would sit silently next to him in class, enjoying this moment of glory that belonged to them. Behind them, thousands of 7th middle school students were filled with enthusiasm, wildly cheering. The 7th middle school had been suppressed by the 1st middle school for too long. They hadn't won 1st place in a city-level competition for many years. Today, with the rise of the former sycophant, now the Dragon King, Fang Qingchen, it was finally time for them to shine. The applause thundered, reaching the heavens. We are number 1. Dragon King Fang. Goddess Lu. Class Flower Qian. The students shouted the names of Fang Qingchen and his 3 companions, the cheers rising higher and higher. Moreover, not only at the evacuation point number 13, but at all major evacuation points in Dingjiapo, cheers echoed. This brought a touch of youthful vitality to this desolate and crumbling mountain city. In the conference room of the 7th middle school, many teachers were also infected by this intense atmosphere, unable to resist moving their lips and quietly joining in the cheers. Chapter 264, Ice and Fire, Two Extremes. The ancient sacred relics reappear. After all, they didn't have Li Jian's courage to confront Wang Hao head-on. Lu Qingchen returned to her previous cool demeanor, rejecting the sharing request from the girls in Class 7. As before, she quietly sat beside Fang Qingchen, her head slightly bowed. Yet, her eyes would occasionally peek through the strands of her hair at Fang Qingchen, who had his eyes slightly closed. My desk mate is so calm. He clearly ranked first in the city, but he looks like he just accomplished something trivial. And tomorrow he will meet the martial god. Isn't he nervous at all? What an impressive mindset, way better than mine. Facing the martial god, who represents some of the strongest martial power in the world, and the chairman of the top biological technology company in the country, even Lu Qingchen. With her cool and indifferent nature, couldn't he remain unmoved? She was extremely excited and nervous. Tonight, she probably wouldn't sleep well, having to disturb her roommate Lu Qinglian sleeping on the upper bunk. Yet Fang Qingchen could sleep calmly, which made Lu Qingchen admire him greatly. Supporting her face with her small hand, she secretly gazed at Fang Qingchen's handsome profile, and the cool lines on her face softened. Chapter 265, Void. The Eye of Time and Space. Unfortunately, it's not her. The so-called introspection, also known as internal observation, does not involve directly seeing the organs inside the body with the eyes. Instead, it occurs when a martial artist reaches a certain level of strength, making their 5 senses extremely sharp. When they achieve perfect control over their physical body, they can perceive various internal changes through blood flow, pulse beating, organ movement, muscle stretching, and the flow of source within, as if observing lines on their palm. This way, not only can they have a clearer understanding of their own body, but they can also detect many subtle internal injuries and deficiencies, making fine adjustments and repairs. However, to achieve introspection, a martial artist must at least reach D-level postnatal martial artist, with physical ability above 50, to make it possible. Fang Qingchen. Although reborn as a 10-star martial saint with an incredibly rich martial arts experience, was still unable to achieve introspection due to his weak physical condition. Unexpectedly, because of this speed, he had opened up introspection ahead of time. If this was just a small surprise, what truly delighted him was that this heaven-defying goose yellow bead actually did not disappear. Instead, it appeared in his lower abdomen. Moreover, it seemed that the thick black mist in that space had also been absorbed by the bead. Chapter 266, Erasure. Cheating. It must be cheating. The shocked star cat. Not to mention that in his previous life, after Lu Qingchen was directly admitted to the National University, there was no further connection with him. Just the relationship between him and Lu Qingchen at that time was far from the point of risking his life for her. Moreover, with Lu Qingchen's cold personality, how could she possibly come to collect his corpse with a death wish just because they were former high school classmates? In his previous life, he had bullied her, and it was already good enough that she didn't come to settle the score after mastering martial arts. Although he felt a bit regretful, Fang Qingchen quickly regained his composure. Though the sea of people was vast, it wasn't without traces to follow. Besides the important mark of the cross scar on her palm, he also deeply remembered the martial arts she demonstrated in his mind. The terrifying blood-red light that spanned the entire sky, and that ethereal blood-red long knife. The martial arts she used, which even Fang Qingchen, as a 10-star martial saint who had nearly maxed out most SS-level martial arts, had never seen before, were clearly self-created martial arts. Self-created martial arts, without exception, all started from low levels, gradually perfected step by step, ultimately reaching the strongest realm. Such special martial arts, as long as he saw them again, he would definitely recognize them at a glance. Chapter 267, Teacher Huang Understands Us Best. In the previous live stream, thanks to the Liu family helping with funding for traffic, StarCat's live stream room saw the online number peak at 100,000. Coupled with her sweet university student style, good looks, and liveliness, even without paid promotion, her fanbase surged overnight, making her an absolute internet celebrity. In a live stream filled with comments about the host's legs, Stark had interacted with the audience while the camera focused on the 4 members of Fang Qingchen's team. Seeing her younger brother Li Jian was also a member of Fang Qingchen's team, she covered her mouth in disbelief. Oh my gosh! Has that little rascal Li Jian hit the jackpot? How could he be in Fang Qingchen's team? How many heads did he have to knock together? Has he called his adoptive father so much that his mouth is worn out? This is just outrageous. She rubbed her eyes vigorously. Looking at the silly Li Jian waving at his classmates below, she still found it hard to believe. She knew very well what kind of loser her younger brother was. With his trashy D-level perception, talent, weak foundation in martial arts, and pathetic physical condition, he could barely mix in a civilian team. Chapter 268, Heartless Second-Hand Dealer Chen Guorong. The young master needs style. Chen Guorong shook his head helplessly. He had good intentions, wanting Huang Chunli to show her face in front of so many media outlets. He just didn't expect Huang Chunli to spoil Fang Qingchen so much. Teacher Huang really pampered this little rascal too much. But it was also her fortune, with reciprocity. Her future path would be smooth sailing. Such is fate. That idiot Scarface Jew didn't have such luck. He chuckled silently, but quickly took over Huang Chunli's words and began the award ceremony for the leaderboard. Perhaps noticing that Fang Qingchen was already a bit impatient. Chen Guorong didn't waste words this time. He handed out the prizes, gave a brief encouragement, and considered the process completed. Since Fang Qingchen had almost monopolized nearly all of the large points, the points of high-scoring teams like Wang Hao, Lin Wanqing, Liu Qianming, Li Jiangnan, and Song Ying were all reset to 0. This created an extremely bizarre cliff-like drop in the leaderboard of the 7th grade. Apart from Fang Qingchen's team leading the entire field with 1.07 million points, the second-place team's points were actually less than the units of Fang Qingchen's team's points. A mere 50,000. The most ridiculous thing was that starting from the 7th place, the points plummeted again. Chapter 269, Half of the Strangers, Grand Slam for Acquaintances. A huge shadow had unknowingly cast over the playground. When the students heard the exclamations, they couldn't help but look up. They saw a spaceship about the size of half a basketball court slowly hovering above the playground. The spaceship bore a huge brand logo, Anything Collected. Goodness! You don't recognize this? It's the resource recovery ship from the Anything Collected company, the most advanced flying ship in the country. They are the largest resource recovery organization in Linjiang City, reportedly controlled by the Tang Group. Many students had never seen a flying ship before. And now seeing this spaceship resembling an alien craft from a sci-fi movie in the sky, they were all amazed. Since the invasion of alien beasts, human society had entered the era of martial arts. Technology had rapidly developed alongside archaeological studies and research on alien space nodes. After flying cars were developed, three-dimensional spatial suspension technology gradually matured. Those ships and flying saucers that only existed in science fiction novels were also gradually being developed. Moreover, at a rapid pace, military technology was being transitioned to civilian use, applied in people's lives. However, this thing was very expensive, and it rarely appeared in the sky. Chapter 270, Harvest. Special treatment. Do you think your dad is also a martial god? Dong Ning looked at Fang Diashao in front of her, as if she had seen a ghost. If it weren't for the fact that he looked exactly the same and sounded exactly the same, she would have thought she had mistaken him for someone else. Was this still the young master of the martial god family that she knew? Did I not hear it correctly? He actually called me sister. This is too polite. When I went to the young lady's house before, I called him young master, and he didn't even glance at me. But today he called me Dong Ji. And even praised me. My goodness. Hearing him call her Dong Ji made Dong Ning feel a sense of surprise and delight, a feeling of being recognized after enduring hardships. Although she was extremely excited, upon recalling Aunt Wang's words, she still forced herself to suppress her excitement. She jogged to Fang Qingchen's side and playfully winked at him. Then she put on that familiar professional and enthusiastic expression. Fang Qingchen, congratulations on leading your team to achieve the first place in the city score rankings. As the only designated resource recycling partner of your school, considering your team's outstanding performance in this off-campus training, our resource recycling company has decided to personally recycle all the resources collected by your team during this training. Chapter 271, On that day. The light in my heart has never changed. Boys generally like cars. Looking at the 4 flying cars filled with a sense of technology, slowly coming to a stop. Their eyes sparkled. They all gathered around, eager to rush over and lick the cars clean with their saliva. Wow! The latest M99. Said to be equipped with a lot of black technology, its body material even uses the biological forging technology of martial arts battle armor. It can easily smash heavy trucks. And its flying speed can exceed 1,000 kilometers. The price of one can equal a set of D-class martial arts battle armor. The key point is that this thing has just been launched and is not mass-produced. Even if you have money, you might not be able to buy it. Cough cough. Liu Qianming, you know him, right? His father is impressive, right? It's said that he is about to become the deputy mayor of our city, and with that connection, his family still doesn't have an M99. By the way, where did Liu Qianming go? Why haven't I seen him? Probably still recovering. Many boys who like cars excitedly shared their knowledge with their classmates. This time, when they looked at Fang Qingchen, their expressions had changed. In the sky, the audience in the Star-Cut live broadcast room was even more explosive. Handsome, strong, talented, and now, super rich. Chapter 272, Rebellious. A favor for a favor. Kyoto. As the economic and political center of the Great Xia Kingdom, even after numerous expansions, Kyoto is still incredibly valuable. Especially in the inner ring of Kyoto. Houses are priced sky high. Saying that houses are built with gold is not an exaggeration. Within the inner ring of Kyoto, amidst the towering buildings, there exists a pure land of ancient-style courtyard houses. Old trees, small alleys, blue bricks, and glazed tiles. It's like a pure land amidst the hustle and bustle. Of course, those who can live here are not merely wealthy and powerful. You could say that in the entire Great Xia Kingdom, notable martial artists and top tycoons all take pride in owning a courtyard in the inner ring. At this moment, at the end of a small alley, an old man dressed in black stood at the entrance guarded by 2 stone lions. The red-painted door had green copper rings, and was covered with door nails. The plaque on the door, with its dragon and phoenix designs, read, Fang Residence. The old man pushed the door open. Inside the courtyard, the ground was paved with blue stones, clean and tidy. A tall, sharp-faced young man was sitting cross-legged under a grapevine in the courtyard. His school uniform bearing the emblem of Daxia No. 1 High School. Chapter 273, A Warm Welcome. Welcome back, young master. Also, your cousin, Tang Yuhao from the Tang family. Returned to the Tang family yesterday. Hearing Tang Yuhao's name, Fang Li showed a hint of disdain in his eyes. Tang Yuhao, humph, after practicing for an extra year. He's only reached a 5-star E-level martial artist. He's just trash, if he weren't the grandson of the Tang family. How could he be favored by the granddaughter of a half-step martial god? This world is so unfair. Garbage always has a good background, occupying the best resources. He stood with his hands behind his back, sighing with dissatisfaction. For these young masters of wealthy families, he felt nothing but disgust and dissatisfaction. After a long while, he sneered. Since heaven is unfair, let me act on its behalf and make these garbage disappear. As he finished speaking, a pitch-black vortex suddenly appeared around his body, resembling a black hole that devours everything. In an instant, centered around him, objects within a radius of 7 to 8 meters were drawn in by a terrifying force, flying towards him. Even the heavy stone benches in the pavilion were rolling towards him. When these materials appeared beside him, they seemed to fall into a shredder, turning into a pile of powder that fell down in a flurry. Ha 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 ha. Chapter 274, Enjoying the Benefits Without Bearing the Responsibilities. There's no such thing as a good deal. Cutting through space. Thinking of that handsome and spirited face, Fang Qingchen felt a headache coming on. He knew exactly who Zhong Qian was. Among his father's direct disciples, she had the biggest opinion of him. In his previous life, he had used connections to get into Longxi University, and she had hardballed her way through his father's connections to become the martial arts instructor of his class. During that time, he, a sycophant, had been severely dealt with by her. For a whole year in his freshman year, he hardly slept well. Back then, just hearing her name made him shiver all over. However, in his previous life, he had been so disappointing. A year later, Zhong Qian was completely disappointed in him and left the school. It wasn't until later, when Fang Qingchen had matured and turned over a new leaf, that he understood Zhong Qian's tough love back then. He wanted to find her and apologize. Unfortunately, at that time, Zhong Qian had already perished in a fierce battle while trying to protect women and children in a maternity hospital during a beast invasion, with no remains found. Sigh. Fang Qingchen took a deep breath, reminiscing about the past. But fortunately, he had been reborn, and everything was still intact. All the regrets had not happened. Chapter 275, The Past is a Lesson, Practicing Martial Arts is Just to Achieve Understanding. As his spirit relaxed, sleepiness washed over him. Although he wanted to lie down comfortably and take a nap, the thought of meeting martial god Kai Biao Lai tomorrow made him pull himself together. He rolled over and stood up from the ground, stepping over to the open workbench. Skillfully, he opened the image editing software on his computer. Recalling the information about the Tao Foundation rejuvenation liquid from his previous life. Of course, he definitely couldn't directly tell Kai Biao Lai the formula for the Tao Foundation rejuvenation liquid, that would be too outrageous. He simply sketched out the ancient holy inscriptions related to the Tao Foundation rejuvenation liquid from his memory. After spending half an hour, he finally drew out a dozen ancient holy inscriptions. The appearance was rough and crooked, but barely recognizable. Fang Qingchen was quite satisfied holding the printed document in his hand. I'm not a professional, but being able to draw like this is pretty good. Unfortunately, although the Tang family's business is large, it hasn't touched the biotechnology field yet. Otherwise, such a precious alchemical formula would have to be monopolized by our family. Ultimately, the foundation is not enough. Fang Qingchen held the alchemical formula, which was worth at least tens of billions. Chapter 276, The Sun and Moon No Man emerges. The Fate Slate, Enemies of the Ancient Saints. Swish. The 3D image gradually became clear, revealing Fang Zhenhai's somewhat greyish face. After staying underground like a rat for so long, it's already quite good to maintain this state. As soon as the video connected, Fang Zhenhai's uncontrollable, hearty laughter came through. Even though the video was not very clear due to signal issues, it couldn't hide the excitement and pride on his face. Ha ha ha, good son, you really know how to bring glory to your father. 1,000,000 points. First in the city. More impressive than your father back in the day. Who dares to say my son is a waste? I'll take care of their whole family. Although the laughter was rough, Fang Qingchen could hear the hidden meaning deep within his father's laughter. It was a sense of joy after hardship, like breaking through the clouds to see the sky. The light boat has already passed through thousands of mountains. Fang Qingchen smiled as he looked at his father on the screen. That's right, don't forget who my son is. I was just playing with them before, and they actually believed it. Ha ha ha. The father and son laughed heartily. Tang Bingyun sat quietly, watching the two of them. A smile relieving 1,000 worries. Chapter 277, 5 Pieces. Regulations for excavating relics. The stronger the foundation of the Great Xia Kingdom, the more composed it will be when facing the outbreak of other dimensional space nodes, leading to greater stability domestically. This allows one to focus more on martial arts cultivation. Fang Qingchen had been talking for quite a while and still seemed to want more. By the way, son, didn't you want to get a bracelet? Hey. This time you're in luck. I found 9 more of those black beads you wanted, packed in a bronze box. 9? Hearing his father's words, Fang Qingchen's eyes widened like copper bells. 9? Discovered 9 talent stones that could unlock a second talent at once. No way. Did I hear that right? Is it really that exaggerated? Fang Qingchen never expected that this underground city relic would be so rich. In his previous life, after the ability of the talent stones was discovered, they skyrocketed to hundreds of millions each within a day. After all, this thing is too against the heavens. It not only helps martial artists unlock a second martial arts talent, but also allows those without martial arts talent to gain it and truly become martial artists. For those without martial arts talent in martial arts families and wealthy clans, Chapter 278, there are no sacrifices too great to bear, nor betrayals too small to accept. Lying on the bed, thinking about the last few words his parents said, Fang Qingchen's eyes gradually turned cold. Fang Li, huh? I almost forgot about that ungrateful thing behind your head. A cold smile appeared on his face. His father, Fang Qingchen, devoted his life to the country and the people. If there was one mistake he made in his life, it was adopting Fang Li as his foster son. It can be said that Fang Li perfectly exemplified what a white-eyed wolf is. What it means to be ungrateful, to have a wolf's heart and a dog's lungs. Eating at the Fang family's table while smashing the Fang family's pot. During those days when he was lazy and useless, he showed off his excellence in front of his parents to highlight their own shortcomings. He might as well have put a label on his forehead saying he was a waste. They should abandon this useless child. He should be the true future of the Fang family. Unfortunately, his parents were not the kind of brain-dead parents found in short dramas. They didn't buy into his act. Later, when they saw him turning around and working hard in cultivation, Fang Li also realized he had no hope left. Because he had been cultivating hard for 10 years longer than Fang Li, and Fang Li's martial arts talent potential was indeed astonishing. At that time, Fang Li was already a strong A-level master. Chapter 279, Hi, I'm Qilian. Surrounded, with long hair flowing like a flame, a light red gradient that changed with her movements, she looked like a fiery spirit from the mountains, adorned with clouds, coming from the mist. Watching the girl approach, her face familiar yet younger and more vibrant, lacking some of the seductiveness, but having more purity and holiness, Fang Qingchen was frozen in place. Just watching her, she ran over with her snow-white, round legs. Looking at Fang Qingchen, the girl showed no signs of annoyance. Instead, she proudly reached out her white, jade-like hand and casually played with her long hair. Handsome, my hair looks good, right? Are you a student from number 7 high school? Hearing her voice, which had a hint of seduction amidst purity, Fang Qingchen came back to his senses. Various emotions flashed in his eyes before transforming into a clear smile. It really looks good, but nobody in our number 7 high school dares to dye their hair. Our principal checks with clippers in his pocket. Watching the handsome boy mimic a haircut, the girl burst into giggles, her flower-like demeanor swaying. Then, she reached out her delicate little hand. Chapter 280, The Clash of Talent, Pressure and Willpower. The big shot's luck is really good. Just wandering around, he encounters such a goddess-level girl. What a pity. I didn't add her to my contacts. Should I go chase after her and ask for you? On the playground, Qian Xiaoming teased Fang Qingchen cheerfully. After saying that, she pretended to chase after Qilian. Hearing this, Lu Qingqian beside her slightly jolted her body and instinctively looked at Fang Qingchen. Fang Qingchen was unceremonious. directly reaching out to grab Qian Xiaoming's twin ponytails. Really? I can casually grab a girl with twin ponytails too. No, don't grab my ponytails. I'm not that type. The few of them laughed and joked. At the teaching building, Chen Guorong and Huang Chunli led a group of vice principals, bustling towards Fang Qingchen and the others. Looking at the youthful boys and girls in front of him, Chen Guorong nodded in satisfaction. Is everyone here? Good, it's almost time. Let's head to the city gymnasium now. Huang Chunli also stepped forward, her lips barely containing a smile, as she adjusted Fang Qingchen and Lu Qingqian's clothes. When you go on stage later, take a deep breath and don't be nervous. Just treat it like you've ranked first in your grade. And the teachers will present you with certificates. Chapter 281, What a coincidence, I received it too. Lu Qingqian looked at Jiang Wushuang with a calm expression. Her voice as cold as ever, carrying a sense of distance that kept others at bay. Jiang Wushuang did not notice anything unusual. Since Lu Qingqian was known as the cold goddess, he liked this aspect of her. Who wouldn't want a cold goddess outside to show a stark contrast in front of them? Hearing Lu Qingqian's words, Jiang Wushuang, already proud, straightened up like a board. His gaze filled with heat as he looked at Lu Qingqian. That's right. Moreover, Shenzhou University has promised to grant me a full scholarship of 1 million yuan every year. Although I, Jiang Wushuang, don't lack this money, this kind of treatment isn't something just any student at Shenzhou University can have. After saying this, Jiang Wushuang held his head high like a proud peacock, his eyes sweeping around with disdain, as if he were looking at trash. Not only the people from the 7th middle school, but also Meng Renhao and others from other lounges who came out to watch the excitement were all scrutinized by him. In his eyes, there was nothing but contempt. Apart from Lu Qingqian, there were no other opponents in Linjiang City worth his attention. Hong Wen also walked up to Jiang Wushuang, his gaze eagerly fixed on Lu Qingqian. Chapter 282, The Geniuses are impressed. On stage. All eyes on them. How can you not sign? Wait, you didn't sign. You actually didn't accept the olive branch offered by Shenzhou University. How can you be even more arrogant than me? Jiang Wushuang's face had turned into a huge question mark. He couldn't understand why Lu Qingqian didn't sign. Compared to her acceptance letter, which was covered in creases, his pristine framed letter looked so out of place. What he treasured was something she didn't even care about. He felt like his status had been diminished. Suddenly, Jiang Wushuang felt a bit flushed. Remembering the big talk he had said earlier made him feel quite awkward. Lu Qingqian, feeling shy, had already exhausted her courage. With so many pairs of eyes on her, she nervously lowered her head, tightly gripping the acceptance letter in her hands like a little ostrich. Just then, she felt a shadow beside her. She quietly lifted her eyes and found Fang Qingchen standing next to her. His tall figure blocked many gazes, filling her heart with an invisible sense of security. The tension of being surrounded by people dissipated significantly. At the same time, Fang Qingchen's clear voice rang in her ear. Chapter 283, Void Shadow, Fire God Step. Lu's father watched his daughter on the television, and in his somewhat numb eyes, a bright sparkle ignited. His lips trembled for a long time, but he couldn't utter a word. Although he knew his daughter was outstanding, even receiving an early admission letter from Shenzhou University. Seeing her standing in the spacious and grand city gymnasium, enjoying the attention of tens of thousands, and even appearing on television, was almost a glorious moment for their humble family. When he went out to chat with the neighbors, he held his head high. Wow, sister is on television. She's going to be a celebrity in Linjiang City. Dad, Mom, look quickly. That handsome guy next to sister is Fang Qingchen, who has visited our home before. Isn't he handsome? He really cares about sister. Also, last night I heard sister say that she could earn so much money this time, all thanks to Fang Qingchen. Lu Qinglian also ran in wearing slippers, excitedly looking at her sister on the screen, who looked like a big star. Oh? Mom, look. Last time he came over, I was worried my appearance would scare him. Lu Qingqian's mother's eyes brightened immediately. Chapter 284, Reaping the Fruits, No More Tears. By the time one reaches the realm of a martial god, they already have their own martial arts philosophy. Even SS-level martial arts wouldn't be rigidly applied, but would be perfectly integrated into a unique martial art that suits their own martial path. Each martial god has a martial art that can be considered unique. Earlier, Kai Biao Lai's display of the Fire God step was precisely the result of his integration of the SS-level martial art martial god step with various movement techniques, and his martial talent. It was an incredibly powerful SS-level martial art. Although it seemed terrifying now, this was already Kai Biao Lai suppressing 99 of his strength while performing the Fire God step. This had already raised the temperature in the large venue by several degrees. If he were to unleash his full power, the terrifying heat emitted by the flames alone could turn the surrounding area into a high-temperature purgatory, capable of melting stones, even more terrifying than a thermobaric bomb. Fang Qingchen remembered that in his previous life, during a large-scale interdimensional node outbreak, martial god Kai Biao Lai relied on this fire god step to single-handedly battle 2 SS level and successfully slay them. This single battle shattered the title of research martial god that the martial arts community had given him. Chapter 285, To hear the Tao in the morning. To die in the evening is fine. Before this, he had no idea about this matter. He truly underestimated him. The mechanized servants of the Machine Soul sect, after modification, were not weak. Moreover, with so many researchers, there couldn't be no experts to protect them. Unfortunately, such a great merit fell into his hands. Jiang Wushuang glared at Fang Qingchen with resentment. Kai Biao Lai's words had effectively gilded Fang Qingchen's reputation. With the recognition of a martial god, no one could question the value of the first place achieved by Fang Qingchen's team. At this moment, the director of the city's security bureau in the VIP seats also stood up with a beaming smile. Lord Martial God, esteemed audience. The contributions of Fang Qingchen's team from Chizhong to our Linjiang city are far from over. During this off-campus training, the 4 of them worked hard together, unafraid of danger, and successfully captured 3 E-level wanted criminals who had been on the run for many years. They have safeguarded the property safety of our Linjiang city citizens. To commend their outstanding contributions, I, on behalf of the Linjiang City Hall, reward Fang Qingchen's team 1 million yuan as encouragement. After saying this, he initiated applause once again. At this moment, in the audience, the families of the young girls who were previously killed by Li Laoliu and his accomplices were also in tears. Chapter 286, Simplifying Martial Arts Treasures. Stealing the Martial God Steps. Looking at the young man in front of him with a humble smile, Kai Biao Lai still wore a calm expression. What kind of person was he? His vision was remarkable. He had seen many young talents like Jiang Wushuang. But having talent does not guarantee future achievements. As for his family background, it didn't mean much in the eyes of the martial god. Feeling the aura deliberately emanating from Jiang Wushuang, Kai Biao Lai nodded slightly. Indeed, although the awakening of martial artistic talent was recent, being able to develop it to this extent is quite rare. As for your family's martial arts, I won't provide too much guidance. I'll just point you in the direction of maximizing the utilization of your martial artistic talents. I believe your parents should be more authoritative in this field than I am. He chuckled, just as he was about to explain to Jiang Wushuang. Jiang Wushuang quickly stood up straight, cupped his hands to Kai Biao Lai, and said, "Thank you, Lord Martial God, for your kindness. But I already have an idea on how to develop my martial artistic talent. I want to forge my own path." Kai Biao Lai did not expect someone to refuse his guidance. He was taken aback for a moment, then looked into Jiang Wushuang's eyes, as if seeing through him. Chapter 287, Seeing Through at a Glance. Impressive father. Kai Biaolai walked to Fang Qingchen and the others. Looking at Fang Qingchen and Lu Qingshan, the smile on his face became even more pronounced. Then, he cheerfully said, "Classmates, have you been waiting impatiently? Who dares?" Li Jian, already extremely nervous, did not catch Kai Biaolai's teasing and hurriedly shook his head and waved his hands. "No. Lord Martial God, I am always ready." "Ha ha." Kai Biaolai laughed heartily, his broad hand amiably patting Li Jian's shoulder. "Don't be nervous, just joking with everyone." The other students from Wugao also laughed along, instantly dissipating the tense atmosphere that had grown due to Jiang Wushuang seeking guidance. "Look at Lord Martial God, how amiable he is. So down to earth, without any airs. His realm is far beyond those arrogant leaders." The audience felt warm in their hearts. Li Jian, who had been patted on the shoulder by Kai Biaolai, was even more flattered. "You are Li Jian, right? Then let us start with you. Also, as the first place on the points leaderboard, you will have another chance to make a request after I guide you in martial arts." Chapter 288, Spiral Force. Mental Field. What is sitting for getting Dao? Eh? Why are you shaking? Kai Biaolai looked at Li Jian with some confusion. Li Jian, being quick-witted, promptly stomped his foot and stood up straight. "Lord Martial God, I'm just too excited. Please guide me." Kai Biaolai didn't think much of it. He then began to guide Li Jian on how to integrate and apply martial arts based on his personal situation. His words were concise, and he finished in 5 minutes. The guidance from a martial god level expert naturally pointed directly to the fundamentals of martial arts, resonating deeply. Li Jian listened as if entranced, feeling as if he had opened a new door to martial arts. Fang Qingchen, standing by, secretly nodded. After all, he was a researcher, and his eloquence was impressive. In his previous life, although he achieved the title of 10-star martial saint and possessed strength that could rival a martial god, he had no children and had never taken on disciples. He lacked experience in this regard. He could teach techniques, but when it came to guiding others like Kai Biaolai, he was lacking. It's not that Kai Biaolai understood martial arts better than Fang Qingchen. It's just that one is practical and the other is theoretical, each with its strengths. After finishing with Li Jian, when it was time for Li Jian to make a request. Chapter 289, Asking for a lot. "Ah? You really want it? In martial arts, I have nothing more to guide you on. So, you have 2 chances to make requests of me." Kai Biaolai smiled at Fang Qingchen. With Fang Qingchen's background, he didn't need to meddle in guiding him. What he could teach, the half-step martial god Fang Zhenhai could teach just as well. Moreover, due to Fang Zhenhai's new discoveries in the underground ruins, the gravity training room was completed ahead of schedule. Just the first batch of gravity room equipment alone is estimated to bring in conservative annual profits of over 100 billion. Fang Qingchen also helped him recruit dozens of research talents. Furthermore, his potential in martial arts, with his incredibly rare rules-type talent and mecha control talent, made Kai Biaolai very willing to invest positively in such a talented individual with a strong background. Just 2 conditions. He was confident that with Fang Qingchen's upbringing, he wouldn't make any excessive requests. Kai Biaolai's hearty laughter woke Jiang Wushuang from his daze after receiving the mental transmission document. Seeing Kai Biaolai had already approached Fang Qingchen, his heart skipped a beat, and he quickly checked the time. Chapter 290, "Ah? You really give it? Absolutely not hard to eat." The second request. No one expected that Fang Qingchen's so-called asking for a lot would actually mean to split open the lion's head. Whatever size he wanted. Everyone was stunned. Jiang Wushuang's face twitched violently twice, looking at Fang Qingchen as if he were a monster. He didn't even dare to propose this request because he knew Kai Biaolai could never agree. With the gravity training room being so scarce, Each one was like a golden goose. How could it be given to him? Kai Biaolai also did not expect Fang Qingchen's request to be so unadorned. The expression on his face froze for a moment, and he was momentarily speechless. Lu Qingchen and Qian Xiaoming were both startled. Lu Qingchen, who had originally been wearing a sweet smile, suddenly turned panicked. She took small steps to Fang Qingchen's side, ignoring the many spectators around, and instinctively tugged at his hand. Her fair and slender fingers covered her mouth as she whispered conspiratorially, "Qingchen, isn't this request a bit too?" Lu Qingchen quietly raised her eyes to glance at the somewhat stunned Kai Biaolai in front of her. "Isn't it a bit too much for the martial god?" Qian Xiaoming also hurriedly leaned in closer, tiptoeing to whisper in Fang Qingchen's ear, "Big shot, taking such big steps is likely to cause trouble." Chapter 291, I also want the fire god steps. A glance that stunned the master. It can be said without hesitation that for a prosperous martial arts family, the value of a gravity training room is simply outrageous. With it, their martial artists would no longer need to wait for appointments that could take 10 days or half a month. Instead, they could directly enter to train 24/7. The efficiency of training would increase by more than 10 times. Damn! Jiang Wushuang cursed fiercely in his heart. The acquisition of the gravity training room was entirely within Fang Qingchen's expectations. Therefore, he didn't show any particularly ecstatic expression. The martial god senior truly has a grand demeanor. Fang Qingchen flattered. Seeing Fang Qingchen gain such tremendous benefits and remain so calm, Kai Biaolai was even more impressed. Whether it was an act or genuine, his composure was indeed extraordinary. A tiger's father would not have a dog for a son. Just looking at Fang Qingchen's performance today, he was definitely not someone who would be a sycophant. The Dragon King was indeed very suitable for him. Young people nowadays really know how to play. They've started cosplaying characters from novels. Kai Biaolai laughed heartily. Then, with a sharp gaze, he fixed his eyes on Fang Qingchen. "All right. Now for the second request. Go ahead and say what you want." Chapter 292, Only for the clarity of thought. You want to buy the fire god steps with just a piece of paper. A glance stunned Chen Guorong. Kai Biaolai shifted his gaze back to Fang Qingchen. The smile on his face did not fade, but instead grew richer. However, no one would think that Kai Biaolai was happy. Because as his smile deepened, the invisible pressure surrounding them did not dissipate, but instead intensified slightly. Damn! The martial god is amused by the big shot. The big shot is in trouble. Damn, is there really no flaw in the martial god? Under this terrifying pressure from the martial god, Qian Xiaoming couldn't move at all. Only her large, water-blue eyes were still darting around, trying to spot any flaw in martial god Kai Biaolai. Her insight talent was almost smoking, yet she couldn't find a single flaw. Lu Qingchen also came back to her senses. Her teeth were tightly clenched. The source within her was like a torrent, frantically operating, trying to resist the pressure brought by the martial god. Lu Qingchen did not understand why Fang Qingchen would provoke the martial god and make such a request. But she knew that since Fang Qingchen returned as the Dragon King, he would never do meaningless things. Since he brought it up. Chapter 293, The Gold Content of the 4 Words Foundation Rebirth. Is the martial god's bottom line this loose? With a swipe, Kai Biaolai's gaze seemed glued to the piece of paper, staring at it for a full 7 or 8 seconds without shifting at all. Although his expression management was superb, the shock in his eyes flashed and quickly disappeared, almost as if it had never happened. His face still wore the same uninterested look as before. But at this moment, his heart was already surging with waves. If it were any other martial god from the great Xia kingdom here, they might not even realize the wonders recorded on this crumpled piece of paper. At most, it was a dozen ancient sacred inscriptions. These things have been excavated in various places, and are merely the writing from the ancient sacred era, nothing remarkable. but as the chairman of Jinhuang Biology. Known as the research martial god, Biao was different from those rough men. He truly understood ancient sacred inscriptions. Moreover, he was an expert in deciphering them. Just a glance earlier, and he was shocked to find that the ancient sacred inscriptions recorded on the paper Fang Qingchen gave him were quite extraordinary. Ancient sacred inscriptions themselves are not rare. However, if a dozen ancient sacred inscriptions passed down from ancient times are combined, the information contained within, if deciphered, would be worth its weight in gold. Chapter 294, Maximizing Benefits. I also have some knowledge of ancient sacred inscriptions. Next to Fang Qingchen, Lu Qingchen also found it somewhat hard to believe. Moreover, she was puzzled because she did not remember seeing any ancient sacred inscriptions on the way through the underground fissure. Maybe I was too nervous at that time and didn't notice the marks on the mountain wall. So amazing, he noticed that. I can't be like him. Strolling leisurely in a dangerous place. She pouted, feeling a bit disheartened. But soon, a joyful smile spread across her face. The inheritance of the martial god is extraordinary. Although it may seem like just a martial art, it encompasses everything. If one could comprehend it thoroughly, they might even glimpse the martial god's understanding of martial arts. Helping martial artists see the mysteries of advancing to become a martial god. Even though it wasn't Lu Qingchen who obtained it. The feeling in her heart was even more joyous than if she had obtained it herself. On the other side, Qian Xiaoming quietly shifted her eyes to Biao. Then tugged at Fang Qingchen's sleeve, softly whispering, "Big shot," the martial god agreed so readily, without any bargaining. "Woo-woo, it feels like we got a bargain." Although her voice was very soft, in front of so many martial arts experts, this little sound was equivalent to a loud conspiracy. Chapter 295, Fang Qingchen's Relativity. The Time Acceleration Gear. TSK, you really know how to throw me a tough question. Biao smacked his lips. To be fair, the recipe for Foundation Rebirth, and his analysis of the ancient sacred inscriptions provided by Fang Qingchen, are definitely worth enough for him to give him another virtual combat training pod. However, the current problem is not that he does not want to give. However, in a short period of time, he truly lacked the ability to make another one for Fang Qingchen. The only prototype had already been promised to his granddaughter. So how could he go back on his word? Seeing him in such a difficult position, Fang Qingchen remained calm and composed, hands in his pockets, leisurely watching him. Difficult? That's exactly right. If it were easy, it wouldn't be your turn. After weighing it in his mind for a long time, Biao sighed and looked at the young man in front of him, whose smile was even more cunning than his own. Fang Qingchen, don't make it difficult for me. I really don't have an extra virtual combat training pod. To be honest, the only one I have, I've already promised to my granddaughter. You can't expect an old man to go back on his word in front of his granddaughter for a bit of money. Can you? Chapter 296. A bug sees the sky, knowing nothing and not wanting to speak. Being led around by Fang Qingchen made Biao, who usually looked down from the peak of human evolution, feel quite displeased. Watching him struggle brought some comfort to Biao. Chen Guorong, you stay here and keep an eye on this kid. Don't let anyone disturb him. Biao waved to Chen Guorong. Hearing this, Chen Guorong quickly ran over. His expression very firm as he said, "Yes. Lord Wushan. With me here, no one can disturb Fang Qingchen." Biao nodded in satisfaction. But after a moment of thought, he still felt a bit uneasy. Fang Qingchen and his son had done him a great favor, so for both personal and public reasons, he had to look after them a bit. When his gaze turned to Hong Wen, his expression became somewhat indifferent. The grievances between the Wu Jiao of Linjiang City and the past conflicts between Fang Qingchen and Jiang Wushuang were things he didn't want to inquire about. After today, regardless of how serious the grudge, it had to be put aside. Principal Hong, Yes, Lord Wushan, you command. Hong Wen hurriedly ran over, nodding and bowing, his face full of wrinkles from smiling. However, Kai Biaolai merely glanced at him indifferently. Chapter 297. I hope your strength matches your arrogant tone. Old Deng runs away pretty quickly, afraid I might extort you a bit more. Fang Qingchen looked at the disappearing Kai Biaolai and couldn't he help but want to laugh. But thinking about how today he had exchanged a rather ordinary pill formula for so much, he still couldn't he hold back. He grinned, showing a mouth full of shining white teeth. TSK, Qian, look at how happy the big boss is laughing. I can see his stomach. The newlywed groom lifting his bride's veil on TV wasn't he as happy as him. Qian Xiaoming pulled Lu Qingchen, watching Fang Qingchen's smiling face, and couldn't he help but chuckle. Although Hong Wen was also deeply shocked by Fang Qingchen's mental strength, he felt he had lost face today. Moreover, he was forced to guard Fang Qingchen. Thinking about the words he had just spoken against his ancestors, and Chen Guorong's teasing gaze towards him, he didn't want to stay there for even a minute longer. HMPH. Chen Guorong, consider yourself lucky to have found such a mentally strong student. However, mental strength doesn't mean strong practical martial arts. This time it's just a small skirmish. I hope that when your king encounters Jian Wushuang next semester during the city's martial arts joint examination, you can still be as relaxed as you are now, with your hands in your pockets. Chapter 298. He has it, our Tang family will have it too. Although the screen now only showed interviews with Chairman Deng and others, the Tang family seemed to still be in shock from what had just happened. Except for the family head Tang Hong, who looked contemplative. The others wore expressions as if they had seen a ghost. The precious teacup in Tang Zilong's hand was crushed instinctively. Porcelain dust fell from his hand, and his eyes were filled with dissatisfaction and confusion. He just gave Fang Qingchen a gravity training room worth a fortune. This made Tang Zilong's mentality explode. What? He suddenly stood up from the sofa, pointing at the screen with a cold snort. HMPH. What is Kai Biaolai doing? Last time, our Tang family prepared such heavy gifts to go to Jinhuang Biotech, wanting to buy a gravity training room for our Tang family experts to train. But he didn't even meet us, and a secretary just sent us away. But I heard he treated everyone equally. Not just us Tang family, but also other big financial groups and martial god families couldn't buy it. That would be fine. But now what? That kid just bought first place and gets a gravity training room. Tang Zilong's face was filled with disbelief, and he was even more furious inside. Chapter 299, The Yellow Hair Law. Have we let the wolf into the house? Hiss. Tang Zilong's eyes brightened, and then he slapped his forehead hard. Right. I was just too shocked and jealous earlier to remember this. My sister is Tang Yuhao's aunt. How could she bear to let her brother, nephew, and the elders and juniors of the Tang family struggle every day at the municipal stadium waiting in line? Isn't it right to take care of them? Besides, even if Fang Qingchen has turned over a new leaf and become diligent, he can only train in there for at most an hour a day. The rest of the time, shouldn't he just sit there gathering dust? It would be much better to let our family train in there. Moreover, the Tang family's estate is in that area, not too far away. It would be convenient for the Tang family members to come and go. Wonderful. Tang Zilong's gloomy face gradually relaxed. He clapped his hands. Dad, I was just confused earlier. How could I speak ill of my sister behind her back? It was just a slip of the tongue. Besides, we are family, how can I say anything against the other family? He said with a thick face. Tang Yuhao, however, didn't he pay attention to these? After being pointed out by old Master Tang, his face was filled with joy. Chapter 300, As if a lifetime has passed. Everything will be all right. The gravity training room wouldn't arrive until tomorrow, after Fang Qingchen and the others returned to school. They were once again praised by Chen Guorong and Huang Chuanli, who reminded them to pay attention to safety during the holiday. This is when they let them go. Qian Xiaoming originally planned to take Lu Qingqian shopping. However, after hearing Lu Qingqian say she needed to go home to take her parents to see a doctor, she had to give up. Qingqian, I wish your parents a speedy recovery. Big shot, I'm leaving now, waiting for your news at home. Qian Xiaoming hugged Lu Qingqian and then reluctantly headed home, looking back 3 times. Li Jian also nodded. Look, my dad has come to pick me up. He said the whole family is shocked and wants to throw a celebration banquet for me. I'm heading back now. There was no need for many words between men. Li Jian was very understanding and left directly. On the large playground, only Fang Qingchen and Lu Qingqian remained, looking at the familiar yet empty playground. Then at the slight marks left on the ground from the movement of the Talent Awakening platform, both felt as if they were in a different world. Lu Qingqian seemed to feel that her neat high ponytail was a bit tiring. She untied the pink butterfly hair tie that held her hair up, and her long black hair cascaded down like a waterfall. Chapter 301, Northern Expedition. Son, I'll accompany you on this journey. She's upstairs, talking on the phone with your grandpa. At this point, Wang Hui's brows slightly furrowed. Although the change in her expression was very subtle, Fang Qingchen keenly caught it. My grandpa. TSK, that whole family. Fang Qingchen's heart stirred. Why call his mom at this time? What could it be for? It couldn't be to celebrate him, right? At this thought, a smile crept onto his lips, as if he could see through people's hearts. He's in a hurry. It seems the old man is eager for his grandson to come and use my gravity training room. Tang Yuhao, that guy with muscles on his mind. Tang Yuhao, his cousin, was someone Fang Qingchen was very familiar with. Naturally tall and strong, he had awakened an A-grade combat talent, muscle specialization. After specialization, his muscles could unleash greater power than other martial artists of the same level. Unlike the A-grade combat talent super strength amplification, after muscle specialization, his physical defense was also quite impressive. With Tang Yuhao's current E-grade martial artist level. Chapter 302, The Signs of Spiritual Transformation. Don't miss out on the free clinic's benefits. After confirming the trip back to the ancestral home tomorrow, Tang Bingyun felt relieved. She thought for a moment, her expression somewhat complex, but still spoke up. Son, if your grandpa and the others make any requests tomorrow, if you don't want to agree, don't feel like you have to for your mom's sake, just refuse directly. Don't worry, if you don't want to agree, I won't force you for their sake. Tang Bingyun held Fang Qingchen's hand, her tone very firm. Tang Bingyun was not someone who couldn't see clearly, since she had formed a family in her eyes. Only her son and husband were the most important family. Feeling her mother's somewhat cold hand and her doting gaze, Fang Qingchen's heart also felt a bit sour. In his previous life, because of him, his mom had suffered countless sneers and ridicule in the Tang family, both openly and secretly. The term licking dog son had once been the deepest thorn in her heart. In this life, he would help her regain the lost face she had in the Tang family. Hit. A dog that has eaten will wag its tail to thank its master. But for some who are worse than dogs, they need to be awakened with a fist. Fang Qingchen tightened his grip. Chapter 303, The Power of the Consultation Card. Do you dare to curse God? In the small square, seeing that the consultation table where Dean Chen and Wang Yidao were located was nearly overflowing, Lu Qingqian frowned. Looking at the old men and women who showed no intention of lining up, each one more capable of squeezing than the last. And the neighbors riding electric scooters coming from all directions upon hearing the news. Lu Qingqian even heard someone say that many wealthy people from Linjiang City had already received the news and were driving over. At this rate, even if she waited until midnight, she might not get her turn. Looking up towards home, Lu Qinglian was standing by the bedroom window, waving her hands at her. Squatting with her legs apart, leaning to one side, her shoulders moving up and down. From her lip movements, she was saying, "Sister, knock them out." If it were Qian Xiaoming, she might really do that. But Lu Qingchen clearly couldn't. Ignoring her sister's hint, she looked at the consultation card Fang Qingchen had given her that allowed her to skip the line, her expression a bit hesitant. In the end, she sighed softly. "Qingchen, thank you for your kindness. But you are a rich young master, there are good people around, and you don't know the evil that lurks in people's hearts." Chapter 304, VIP. Right in front. Although Li Guozhong was not a martial artist, due to his wealth, he had long been eating various health supplements, and had kept practicing various health exercises, maintaining good physical condition, around 2 in stamina. Although his actual combat power was only equivalent to Li Jiangnan's level, it was already a dimensional blow to an ordinary person who didn't practice martial arts. This powerful slap hit Cao Lejuan's face very dramatically, sending her flying. She spun in mid-air, losing who knows how many teeth before crashing to the ground. This scene made the surrounding neighbors instinctively cover their mouths. Who would have thought that the bald doctor, who had been kind and gentle just moments ago, could be so fierce, even hitting his own people? They all instinctively stepped back, fearing he might go crazy and hit them too. The old man, who had previously angrily cursed Li Guozhong, was so frightened by this scene that his legs went weak, covering his mouth and running away. But Lu Qingchen, looking at the wailing Cao Lejuan lying on the ground, showed a very indifferent expression. If it weren't for her being a doctor in the free clinic, she would even want to slap her. But what she didn't expect was Chapter 305, offending the patient and still wanting to leave. Is it that blondie? The old Lu family is going to burn incense. Wang Yidao, known as the best surgeon in the capital. With his skills, even if he has a few bricks hanging from his wrists, he can still hold the scalpel steadily and perform incredibly precise surgeries. However, the usually steady-handed Wang Yidao is now trembling violently. Looking at the consultation card in Li Guozhong's palm, he feels as if the sky is falling. He knows exactly what the Wang steward, who asked them to do this, represents. Although he is a renowned doctor among ordinary people, and even lower-tier martial artists, he still lacks status in their eyes. If he offends them, he wouldn't even need to express himself. The younger brother's younger brother could take him down. Trembling, Wang Yidao is shaking all over. When he looks at the stunningly beautiful Lu Qingchen, his mind suddenly electrifies. He instantly understands what is going on. He feels as if the sky is darkening. Damn it. Today, it seems that Wang Yidao is about to become the one getting cut. Listening to Cao Lejuan sitting on the ground and still clamoring, his anger flares up. He has never wanted to cut someone so much in his life. Damn it, I shouldn't have arranged for you to come in back then. Chapter 306, Spiritual Transformation. Misty little person. Fang Qingchen smirks. Not at all being seen through. Oh really? Even you can guess it at home, and with Qianqian being so smart, she wouldn't he be able to miss this little trick? Soon, Qian Xiaoming's message comes back. It starts with a cat emoji face. Big shot, were you doing it on purpose? What else? Fang Qingchen lazily lies under a tree in the garden, enjoying beautifully presented desserts. He gestures to the top-notch masseur behind him to apply a bit more pressure. He continues, as soon as we get to the gravity training room, we will immediately start the special training for the holiday. At that time, there won't be any time for her to be distracted by family matters. Qianqian is not a twisted person, she should understand my intentions. Fang Qingchen says lightly. Wow, big shot, you're so domineering. My dad seems to have some prostate issues too. Can you arrange a session for me as well, please? Woo woo woo, please fulfill this child's simple wish. Let Uncle Qian speak. After chatting playfully with Qian Xiaoming for a while, the phone finally quiets down, and then there's a ding. Looking at it, it's Lu Qingchen. The message is very short, just 3 simple words. Chapter 307, You've offended someone, do you know that? But for Fang Qingchen, being at the S-level martial saint realm, relying on the simple talent to comprehend SS-level martial arts, his understanding ability in martial arts surpasses that of an ordinary martial god by a lot. Void Shadow. Fang Qingchen's eyes flicker. Once again, images of the fire god Kai Biao lie stepping on the fire god's step in the gym, surrounded by his fragmented shadow, appear in his mind. The fiery shadow looks cool, but it is incredibly dangerous, containing extremely high temperatures. The most terrifying part is that these fiery shadows can autonomously launch attacks in a very short time. Imagine this: a martial god expert moves at super high speed, constantly attacking the opponent, while leaving behind hundreds of void shadows that also launch attacks simultaneously. What a shocking scene that would be. This is exactly why Fang Qingchen insists on exchanging for the fire god's step. As long as he incorporates the martial arts characteristics of its void shadow into his dragon snake step, the power is unimaginable. Fang Qingchen slowly exhales, fully immersing himself in the understanding of martial arts. Chapter 308, Serving the Martial God Manner. This kick is a bit harsh. Wang Yidao hasn't even caught his breath, and can't say a word. He can only glare fiercely at Captain Jin. He has really fallen from grace. For a small official of this level, if he were in the capital, even if he begged him, Wang Yidao would probably only treat him when he was in a good mood. If he were in a bad mood, he wouldn't even dare to argue back. But now, he is being pinned down and beaten by this small official from a small town. The stark contrast makes Wang Yidao almost explode with anger. Seeing him not speaking, Captain Jin sneers coldly. He yanks Wang Yidao, who is gasping in pain, off the ground. You're not saying anything and pretending to be a big shot, huh? No problem, there are plenty of ways to make you talk when we get back. Lock him up, take him away, and collect the team. He also takes the flying car, which is evidence of his impending escape. Captain Jin exudes authority, waving his hand as his subordinates rush in. Seeing the heavy electronic shackles, Wang Yidao's expression visibly panics. In the era of martial arts, martial artists are revered. The order that could restrain people in the old era is not as effective in the martial arts era. The most obvious point is Chapter 309, Going Home. Bitter wine enters the throat, heart aches, terrifying intimidation. How can it be you? Late at night. In the capital city. Fang Li stands quietly under the old tree in the courtyard, hands behind his back. His eyes are slightly closed, and he appears to be in a trance, looking ethereal. The damaged courtyard has long been restored to its original state. In the quiet night, only the wind rustles the leaves accompanied by the chirping of insects, creating an incredibly serene atmosphere. Suddenly, Fang Li slowly opens his eyes. A look of confusion appears in his eyes. How interesting. That waste Fang Qingchen actually gained the favor of the martial god Kai Biao Lai. Not only did he send him the gravity training room, but he even gave him the fire god's step. Strange, what exactly was written on that paper? Also, when did this waste's mental strength become so formidable? Fang Li clenches his fists, rapidly thinking in his mind. Although he looks down on Fang Qingchen from the bottom of his heart, he strangely watched the entire award ceremony today as if compelled. When he saw Fang Qingchen standing on the podium, facing the martial god Kai Biao Lai, not only was his expression calm and unyielding, but he even dared to bargain with Kai Biao Lai. Just this attitude and courage of Fang Qingchen made Fang Li, despite his immense self-confidence, feel that he did not dare to do the same. If it weren't for Fang Qingchen's familiar expression and demeanor, he would have found it hard to accept. Chapter 310, The Temptation of Power, Wang Hao's Choice. You finally came. Upon seeing his old rival, Wang Hao's expression visibly became unnatural. Although it was in his own martial arts school, he instinctively became defensive. The pressure Jiang Wushuang exerted on him was simply too strong. Even just standing there made him feel as if he couldn't catch his breath. This made it hard for him to accept. Especially after being the top student at 7 High for many years and being so proud. Previously, he had fought Jiang Wushuang before. Although he never won. The gap wasn't that big. But now, the Jiang Wushuang, who had awakened his martial arts talent, was exuding an aura that had geometrically increased. Even though their physical capabilities differed by only 0.5 in Wang Hao's perception, the gap between him and Jiang Wushuang felt like a vast chasm. Under such pressure, he nearly lost the courage to confront Jiang Wushuang. How could the gap be so big? A look of shock was evident in his eyes. Nevertheless, this was his Wang family's territory. Wang Hao forced himself to remain composed, standing straight and locking eyes with Jiang Wushuang. Jiang Wushuang, whether I'm worthy to be your opponent. You'll find out later. But you, getting the first place stolen by that sycophant Fang Qingchen, still have the mood to wander here. Chapter 311, The Only Opportunity in This Life. The Tang Family Ancestor Worship. Speak, what do you want me to pay? Lin Wanqing stood calmly in the dark forest. Under the hazy moonlight, her cold and exquisite face showed madness and obsession. At today's award ceremony, watching Fang Qingchen standing on the podium, the center of attention and joking with the martial god level experts, and standing beside her was the equally extraordinary Lu Qingchen. Even Jiang Wushuang, the strongest martial arts student in Linjiang City, had to avoid her brilliance. Scenes played out like sharp blades, completely shredding all her pride and self-esteem. Especially the times when she had repeatedly rejected Fang Qingchen, secretly feeling pleased, now made her feel like a clown. Her nails dug deep into her palm, which was already drenched in blood. Yet, she seemed oblivious. Her starry eyes were fixed tightly on that Qianshu crystal. Seeing Lin Wanqing's expression, Song Ying smiled slightly, watching her with interest. Remember, any price. Once I give you this Qianshu crystal, the agreement between you and my machine spirit sect will be signed. You will have no chance to regret. Aren't you afraid of becoming a modified person like me? A red light flashed at her throat. Chapter 312, Show of Power. You dare to control me. By the way, Mom, Kai Lao told me that the gravity training room will be delivered to our home today at noon. The training room has a self-assembly system, and it only takes about an hour to install and debug. Lu Qingchen and the others will come over in the afternoon. After we finish the ancestor worship, we can go home. As he approached the destination, Fang Qingchen rubbed his hands, already eager to experience the gravity training room again. Tang Bingyan pondered for a moment before nodding. Although the ancestor worship was important, at this crucial moment, her son had just improved. Nothing could interfere with his training. If it weren't for her grandfather playing the emotional card, wanting to see Fang Qingchen, along with Fang Qingchen's recent changes, Tang Bingyan might not have brought him back to the Tang family. Son, the ancestor worship ceremony will be quick. After it's over, we'll go home, okay? Love you, Mom. The flying car soon arrived at the outskirts of the city, over 100 kilometers away, stopping in front of an old house in an ancient town. This was the Tang family's ancestral home. Decades ago, Tang Hong had come from here to fight in the prosperous Linjiang City, eventually turning the Tang family from a street vendor into a financial giant worth trillions, renowned in Jiangnan province. Chapter 313, One Person Pressing Down a Clan. The martial saint holding up the sky. In an instant, the fierce attack of several people appeared to Fang Qingchen, as if snails were crawling on the ground. Too slow. Fang Qingchen's calm voice echoed. With a swish, he stood still, like Mount Tai. However, his hands had already started moving. Crack, crack, crack. His fingers curled, and his nails shot out like tiger claws in an instant. With a slight wave of his arms, the nails tore through the air with a piercing sound. resembling the roar of a ferocious tiger. The ultimate, perfect, tiger-subduing overlord claw was unleashed by Fang Qingchen. Its power was simply terrifying. Moving at incredible speed. To the rapidly approaching new generation experts of the Tang family, the air was filled with afterimages, making it impossible to distinguish which was real and which was fake. What shocked them even more was that at this moment, Fang Qingchen appeared to them as if he had transformed into a white tiger with a hanging iron white forehead. His sharp tiger claws seemed ready to tear the sky apart. The tiger-subduing overlord claw of Fang Qingchen was in a league of its own compared to theirs, which could only be called the Meow Meow Fist. In an instant, horror filled the eyes of several people. Damn! Is this still the tiger-subduing overlord claw? How the hell can someone practice this martial art to such a level? Chapter 3:14, The Bodhisattva of the World. I come, they should feel honored. In Tang Zihu's eyes, there was already nothing but fear. Just a glance could render him unable to resist. The woman before him had a martial arts cultivation of at least a 9-star martial arts grandmaster. Or even an S-class martial saint. In an instant, cold sweat streamed down his forehead. He had once accompanied Tang Hong to visit the martial god manor, and had seen the big housekeeper of the Fang family wearing white gloves. However, neither Tang Hong nor Tang Zihu had mentioned that an inconspicuous housekeeper in the martial god manor could be such a powerful figure. Wang Hui stood behind Fang Qingchen, her hands folded in front of her, merely looking at Tang Zihu with indifference. The invisible aura surrounding him left all the members of the Tang family present speechless. One person, suppressing the entire clan. At this moment, only fear remained in the eyes of the Tang family. Especially for the younger generation like Tang Yuming. Although Wang Hui, in her identity, would not bother to target them at all. They couldn't feel the terrifying pressure of a martial saint. But seeing the looks of Tang Zihu and other Tang family experts, drenched in sweat, as if facing a great enemy, they knew that this female housekeeper was not to be trifled with. There was probably no one in the Tang family who could match her. Chapter 3:15, More Patient Than the Ninja Turtles. Inside the ancestral hall, blue smoke swirled, drifting and ethereal. The faces of Tang Hong and Tang Zilong were hidden within the curling incense smoke, making it hard to discern their emotions. Even their gazes seemed unreal. To Fang Qingchen's surprise, when the two saw him enter, their expressions showed little change. They were very calm, given the huge commotion Fang Qingchen had just caused outside. Beating the younger generation of the Tang family, slapping the elders, and his extremely arrogant words, it would be expected that Tang Zilong, with his personality, would have already stepped forward to harshly reprimand Fang Qingchen. However, today he didn't say a single word of reproach. Incredible. Grandpa and uncle can endure more than the Ninja Turtles. TSK, after the red-face singing is done, they won't immediately jump out to play the bad cop, will they? Watching the two in front of him, Fang Qingchen felt as if he could see clearly. Sure enough, as he walked forward, Tang Zihu and the other Tang family members rushed into the ancestral hall. Everyone's expressions were quite grim. But because of the shock Wang Hui had just brought everyone, they were all filled with pent-up frustration and didn't dare to speak first. The atmosphere became awkward. Chapter 3:16, The Tang Family Elder Who Isn't Afraid of Death. Bowing and apologizing. The Tang family ancestral hall was originally the most sacred place in the hearts of the Tang family members. But today, the atmosphere inside was tense and ready for conflict. Fang Qingchen and Tang Zilong's gazes clashed sharply, making the surrounding Tang family members feel breathless. Seeing Tang Zilong's face changing between red and white, Tang Bingyun secretly sighed. She walked to Fang Qingchen's side. Son, your uncle didn't mean it like that. All right. Come here and stand beside your mother. Tang Bingyun said gently. Of course, she couldn't lose face for her mother. Fang Qingchen shrugged. Oh, Mom. I didn't mean it like that either. Surely no one would really wear shorts to pay respects to the ancestors, right? That would be the end of the Tang family. He smiled as he looked around at the angry Tang family members. Then, leisurely, he followed Tang Bingyun and stood beside Tang Hong. Tang Zilong's gloomy face changed several times. Finally, a smile appeared on his face. Turning to look at Tang Bingyun, he said, "Bingyun, this kid Qingchen, hasn't seen him in so long. His personality has become much more cheerful. Good, now he looks like a real man. If he can change like this, I, as his uncle, can rest easy." Ha ha ha. Young people, full of vigor, fighting and messing around isn't a big deal. Chapter 317, Immortal Buddha. Tongue-twisting power. By the way, you know I love reading novels, cousin. I remember reading one called The Son-in-Law Who Came to the Door. If you don't know how to be a son-in-law, you can refer to it. See? You're anxious. I was just joking. Fang Qingchen laughed heartily. Although his laughter was very friendly, it sounded very harsh to Tang Yuhang. Bang bang. The young master of the Tang family was ridiculed by Fang Qingchen as a son-in-law. It was simply an insult. The most critical part, which truly broke Tang Yuhang, was that Fang Qingchen actually hit the nail on the head. His girlfriend had indeed brought up this matter before the holiday. As long as he entered the family, the child would take his mother's surname, and her grandfather, a half-step martial god, would treat him as a successor to cultivate. This was the deepest secret in his heart. Even now, he hadn't figured out how to tell his family. It was hard to speak. He never expected that Fang Qingchen would casually joke and hit his sore spot. What nonsense are you talking about? How could I possibly go into the family? Tang Yuhang, feeling guilty, forced himself to be confident. He quickly denied it. But his anger spread like fire. He stared hard at Fang Qingchen, his whole body tense and muscles tightening instinctively. Chapter 318, 3 Bowls. Bowing to the tablet. As an A-class martial arts talent, Tang Yuhang's senses far exceeded those of ordinary people. Because of this, at this moment, he felt that the Fang Qingchen standing in front of him suddenly possessed an unfathomable aura. Clearly standing right in front of him. Yet it felt as if the other party was on a cloud. His eyes were devoid of sorrow or joy, like an immortal Buddha in a temple. Looking down upon him, he also looked down upon the entire Tang family. Under this gaze, he felt as small as an ant. This feeling was very abrupt and made him extremely uncomfortable. Such an immortal-like gaze was something he could never learn in his lifetime. Damn it! What on earth happened to Fang Qingchen? How could a high school martial artist develop such a terrifying gaze? Tang Yuhang was shocked. He felt that the Fang Qingchen in front of him was so unfamiliar that it was indescribable. Since Fang Qingchen entered the Tang family, everything about him made Tang Yuhang feel strange. Because even before, when Fang Qingchen hadn't been a dog licker, his temperament was very humble and polite, completely different from now. Could it be? Being a dog licker really trains a person. But why didn't it work for me? He thought about his girlfriend he had spent countless money on and had to lick for half a year to get. Chapter 319, Bowing to the Human Saint. The Tang family ancestral hall, after several expansions, especially 10 years ago, when the Tang group prospered under Tang Bingyun's leadership. Building the ancestral hall naturally became the top priority after they had plenty of money. Today's ancestral hall was crafted by the best craftsmen in Jiangnan province. The materials and workmanship of the offering table and the memorial tablet tower were top-notch. They wouldn't decay or be infested for hundreds of years. The specially improved mortise and tenon structure was incredibly sturdy, likely to withstand an earthquake without collapsing. But now, the Tang family's ancestral tablet tower, which has been inherited for hundreds of years, collapsed without any warning. On this most important day of the ancestral worship ceremony, Tang Hong, Tang Zilong, and others were all dumbfounded. They stared blankly at the numerous ancestral tablets continuously collapsing in front of Fang Qingchen, their eyes wide with disbelief. Boom! The tablets kept tumbling and falling to the ground, landing in front of the surrounding Tang family members. The sound echoed throughout the ancestral hall. This scene seemed to freeze in the eyes of the Tang family, each frame deeply etched in their hearts, becoming an unforgettable image for them. Ancestors. Tang Hong's eyes were wide open, the corners almost bleeding. A heart-wrenching cry escaped his lips. Chapter 320, Teach you a lesson for our ancestors. Outside the door. A big yellow dog wagged its tail, barking happily, as it circled around Tang Bingyan. When it saw Fang Qingchen come out, it yelped and ran away with its tail between its legs. Tang Bingyan shot at a glance. You little rascal. Da Huang was picked up by Mom from the town and raised since childhood. It's close to me, why did you kick it? Fang Qingchen grinned. No problem. Next time I'll kick the one that Uncle raised. What's it called again? Lai Fu, right? Such a rustic name. I'll kick it as soon as I walk in next time. Tang Bingyan helplessly looked at her big son, then turned to Wang Hui beside her. Her eyes filled with some confusion. Sister Wang, I know it can't be you. But what happened in the ancestral hall just now really can't be explained. Wang Hui smiled and comforted Tang Bingyan, then looked deeply at Fang Qingchen with meaningful eyes. Fang Qingchen, however, wore an innocent expression, hands in his pockets, casually walking towards the front hall. Every year after the ancestral worship, the Tang family would gather in the front hall for a lively chat and tea party, followed by a grand banquet. Tang Bingyan dispelled the doubts in her heart and exchanged a few words with Wang Hui. Chapter 321, Young people are ultimately young. They rise high in a flash. Tang Yuhao's face was filled with confusion, turning pale. He never expected Fang Qingchen to be so arrogant, adopting such a domineering posture while speaking to him. This aura was even stronger than that of grandfather Tang Hong. If one didn't know better, they would think Fang Qingchen was the head of the Tang family. But this was the Tang family, and he was his cousin. How could a younger brother speak to his elder like this? Tang Yuhao stood frozen, his prepared lines suddenly lost. The atmosphere became awkward. A flash of anger crossed Tang Zilong's eyes, but was quickly hidden. He turned to Tang Bingyan, who was sitting beside him, and gave a bitter smile. Bingyan. It's been so long since the two brothers have seen each other, they've indeed become estranged. They say maternal uncles are close. And it's my fault for being too strict with Qingchen before. But as an uncle, I only wanted what was best for him. I was angry at his lack of ambition. Now it's come to this, my nephew is not close to his uncle, and even the cousins are distant. He looked regretful, filled with remorse. Although Tang Bingyan didn't know her brother's character, in front of so many members of the Tang family. Chapter 322, From Arrogant to Humble. Regret comes faster than turning a page. Yes, Qingchen, the gravity training room is so important, it's better to let relatives use it. Your teammates are always outsiders, unreliable. This thing should be used by family first. It's just right that you come to the Tang family manor every day and spend more time with your siblings. When something really happens, it's the relatives you can rely on. Everyone in the Tang family wore smiles like blooming chrysanthemums, chattering away, seemingly discussing and chatting, but in reality, it was all meant for Fang Qingchen to hear. The new generation of the Tang family also put on a flattering face, calling him brother and trying to get close to Fang Qingchen, all very enthusiastic. Each one was lifting and supporting Fang Qingchen, as if everything that happened in front of the ancestral hall was just an illusion. Tang Yuming also returned with a Coke. He approached like a sycophant, grinning as he handed the Coke to Fang Qingchen. Brother Qingchen, I'm straightforward, please don't mind the earlier matter. But Brother Qingchen, you're really impressive, we can't beat you. I'll have to ask you for guidance more in the future. He said the nauseating words, feeling goosebumps himself. It was all about flattering him, combined with repeated familial brainwashing. Chapter 323, When the Plot Unfolds. Grandpa, you were the one who started the joke first. The distance between the two was too close. Moreover, Fang Qingchen's actions were unpredictable, casual and unrestrained. Even with Tang Yuhao's E-level martial artist reflexes, he couldn't react in time, and was directly splashed in the face with Fang Qingchen's mouthwash. Splash! Tang Yuhao had tea leaves on his face, tea water dripping onto the table. He didn't even feel anger rising in his mind. He just stared blankly at Fang Qingchen. A bit dazed. The large front hall fell into an eerie silence. Even old man Tang Hong was stunned. He never expected that just half a year without seeing his grandson, his temperament had become so fierce. Moreover, his words were so sharp, showing no respect to his older cousin. Normally, everyone is family, and even if unwilling, they could just refuse politely. But well, he was so direct, using a bit of reason to confront others without any courtesy. Every word was a jab at the lungs. This was not like a student from a martial arts high school, but more like those seasoned veterans who have survived countless battles on the beast battlefield, with explosive tempers. Qingchen was becoming more like his father. Tang Hong sighed, pinching his forehead. His son-in-law, Fang Zhenhai, had such a fiery temper. Chapter 324, The Last Whisper. Supersonic Mach Ring. Martial Arts Master. Fang Qingchen finally stopped pretending. After a day of fun, it was time to go home. A joking remark, like the last whisper, directly broke the Tang family's defenses. Even a fool could understand. Fang Qingchen had never intended to let the gravity training room be used by the Tang family. Everything he said earlier was just to toy with them. Could it be done? It wasn't that he could do it, he wanted to humiliate the Tang family. Shame. Humiliation. The Tang family has navigated the business world for many years. In Jiangnan province, even the council members of various cities treat them with great respect. How could they have endured such disrespect? Originally, when Fang Qingchen was paying tribute to the ancestors of the Tang family, the ancestral tablet collapsed, which made the Tang family quite displeased. They privately believed that it was Fang Qingchen's rebellious nature that caused such an inauspicious event. Now, with Fang Qingchen repeatedly toying with them, the anger of the Tang family has reached its peak. If it weren't for the little bit of rationality in their minds telling them not to act impulsively, they would have rushed in and beaten Fang Qingchen long ago. Damn it! This newcomer dares to trample on the dignity of the Tang family. Thinking that the Tang family has no martial god, I hate it. Endure. When Yu Hao becomes a martial god, this grudge will be avenged. Chapter 325, Divine Dragon's Hand. A palm that shakes the Grandmaster. Duan Qian and Duan Ya are a pair of biological brothers. Their martial arts realm has reached the 7-star martial arts Grandmaster level. Their strength is formidable. Being twins, their awakened martial arts talent is also quite rare and unique. B-level martial arts talent, connection. As the name suggests, their minds have been interconnected since childhood. Whether it's memories, knowledge, or experience, as long as one person acquires it, the other's brain will also receive it synchronously. Therefore, after entering martial high, their strength has surged remarkably. Their speed of martial arts cultivation is astonishingly fast. In just 20 years, they have already become A-level martial arts grandmasters. Moreover, because of their mental connection, when they fight together, it's as if they have 4 arms and 2 heads, and their combat power multiplies. Although they are 7-star martial arts grandmasters, once they join forces, they can even contend with 9-star martial arts grandmasters. However, both of them are nearing 70. They have been stuck at this level for nearly 10 years, and their potential has been exhausted. There is almost no hope for further breakthroughs in this lifetime. With no hope for advancement, it's naturally time to enjoy life. Hence, they accepted Tang Hong's invitation. With a sky-high annual salary, they became the Tang family's top bodyguards. Chapter 326, Grudge Match. Fang Qingchen. Do you still dare to spar with me? Tang Zihu swallowed hard. A martial saint. It's really a martial saint. Just now, in front of the ancestral hall, he felt that this steward had some strength, probably a 9-star grandmaster, but it turns out he was mistaken. At this moment, from Tang Hong to the new generation of the Tang family, no one dared to speak. Everyone looked at Wang Hui with awe. A martial saint. Whether 1-star or 9-star. There is no difference to them. They are all invincible beings. Although under the checks and balances of the national machinery, even a martial saint cannot randomly kill in public. Not killing does not mean being unafraid. It's an instinctive reverence for those who stand at the pinnacle of human evolution. Even their high-priced martial arts grandmaster was defeated in one move. What else is there to say? At this moment, in the entire Linjiang city, apart from Fang Qingchen, who was out on a mission, she is the strongest. This is the foundation of the martial god manner. Wang Hui's single claw can be said to have awakened the Tang family. After fending off the two elders, Wang Hui merely glanced at the Tang family members and then continued to stand quietly behind Tang Bingyun, hands folded, eyes slightly closed, practicing her breathing technique. Chapter 327, Lion Fighting the Rabbit, Ruling the World. Who is the fish? Tang Bingyun looked at Fang Qingchen with some worry. Tang Yuhao has a violent and irritable temperament. His palm has only one horizontal line, indicating a severed hand. Such a person, according to palmistry, lacks restraint when striking. Since childhood, he has injured countless students at school. However, all of this has been quelled under the financial operations of the Tang family. Upon reaching Shenzhou University, his classmates were either powerful or from influential backgrounds. All elite students from across the country. Only then did he calm down. But now, he was clearly in a rage. Tang Bingyun couldn't guarantee that he wouldn't lose his temper. Son? Maybe we shouldn't spar after all. Your cousin is so much stronger than you. Tang Bingyun hesitantly said. With Wang Hui present, even if Tang Yuhao went crazy, he wouldn't be able to harm Fang Qingchen. But what is the point of an uneven sparring match besides being bullied? This kind of guaranteed loss would only demoralize Fang Qingchen and affect his mindset. And Tang Bingyun really couldn't think of any other significance. Beside her, Wang Hui smiled at Fang Qingchen, but didn't express her stance. Fang Qingchen just grinned and gave her a reassuring look. Chapter 328, Helping him with some items, battle armor, and muscle combat. At this moment, Tang Bingyun snapped back from her shock. She looked at Fang Qingchen walking towards the center of the courtyard and felt a jolt in her heart. Oh no! When did Tang Yuhao become so scheming? Qingchen has been set up by them. Even I was fooled by them. Dad and brother are trying to take back the shares from Qingchen. Although her current position made her no longer interested in money. Her shares in the Tang family, and the wealth obtained from Fang Qingchen's slaying of powerful alien beasts over the years, had turned into astronomical figures. Even 100 lifetimes wouldn't be enough to spend it all. But the shares belonging to Fang Qingchen cannot be so easily taken away. Dad! You are going too far. Qingchen is your own grandson, and you are actually plotting against his shares. Her expression was already filled with anger. With a raised eyebrow, she cast a cold glance at the front hall. Wherever her gaze fell, none of the Tang family members dared to meet her eyes. Even the highest-ranking elders of the Tang family were shaken by her icy stare. Although Tang Bingyun had stepped down as chairman, her influence within the Tang group remained strong. Chapter 329, Golden Snake Entwines. E-level martial arts frequently emerge. How much more can you do? What could it be? Could it be an ancient sacred relic? A thought flashed through Fang Qingchen's mind. Li Shengnan, Tang Yuhao's girlfriend, possesses an ancient sacred relic through her grandfather, who is a half-step martial god, which isn't surprising. However, although ancient sacred relics are precious, not every piece is worth a fortune. Take the Ring of Space, for instance. Its price in the black market is only in the hundreds of millions. What could Tang Yuhao possibly want from Li Shengnan to risk nearly the entire Tang group? It can't be just for her rock-solid muscles, can it? He kept this matter in mind. After starting university, he would inevitably have to deal with people from Shenzhou University. It wouldn't be too late to investigate then. With that thought, his eyes flashed. Inside the armor mask, the screen lit up. Energy had already been injected, ready for attack at any moment. As he watched the red light on the mask of the martial arts armor illuminate, Tang Yuhao stood with his hands behind his back, looking proudly at Fang Qingchen, not taking him seriously. You can make your move. It's just a spar, let's keep it friendly and not hurt our relationship, he said with a smile, his gaze seemingly conveying two words, stranger. After struggling for a long time, are you really going to surrender? Damn it. Is his time flow different from ours? It's only been a few days, even if he practiced for 25 hours a day without eating or drinking. It's impossible to master the serpent soft technique to this extent. Tang Yuhao was filled with disbelief. He was starting to hesitate to let Fang Qingchen get close. With a thought, he shouted, kill. Slash and strike, blood battle in all directions. In an instant, his hands transformed into knife-like strikes, fiercely slicing outward, his sturdy arms resembling thick knife handles. He looked like an ancient warrior wielding two massive sabers, invincible in the enemy ranks. With his strength, speed, and body intensity, even his hand strikes were comparable to sharp surgical knives. A light cut could tear the human body apart. His hands moved, and in a moment, his entire body was surrounded by shadows of hand strikes. It felt like returning to the battlefield, with flashes of blades and a bloody atmosphere. The air was torn apart as Fang Qingchen's claw strikes collided heavily with his. Boom, boom, boom. In just 2 or 3 seconds, their strikes exchanged blows 20 or 30 times. A series of explosive sounds erupted like cannon fire. Tang Yuhao's hand strikes sliced through the air, creating gales that ripped the ground apart. Chapter 331, D-Class Frost Dragon Armor. Angry King, Diamond Subduing Demons. Tang Yuhao suddenly turned his head. His expression was very confused. In his eyes, Fang Qingchen had already shown all his cards. He had even thrown away his only reliance, the Guardian armor. How could he still be so arrogant? What gives him the confidence? Is he going to fight without wearing martial arts armor? Isn't that just looking for trouble? But when he looked over, he found that Fang Qingchen had already turned around, facing Wang Hui and Tang Bingyun. Aunt Wang, do you have the things? Fang Qingchen asked with a smile. What things? Tang Bingyun was a bit confused. But Wang Hui beside her had already started to laugh. You brat, you really guessed everything. If it weren't for the fact that I watched you grow up, I'd really suspect you were controlled by an S-class beast soul magic. Wang Hui sighed. Suddenly, her eyes narrowed, and she softly shouted, catch it. Saying this, Wang Hui suddenly swung forward with the hand that had been behind her back. Tang Bingyun watched closely as a suitcase the size of a notebook was directly thrown out. It flew straight toward Fang Qingchen. The suitcase was colored in blue and white, with a blue dragon depicted in the center, bearing its fangs and claws. Under the sunlight, the entire suitcase gleamed with a metallic luster. Chapter 332, The Impact of D-Class Armor. Always creating miracles. The two fists collided violently. What should have been an incredibly impressive punch now played out as a silent drama. It was eerily quiet. In the eyes of everyone, Fang Qingchen and Tang Yuhao seemed to be frozen in midair. This was a visual illusion caused by their incredible speed. And the next second, boom! A thunderous sound erupted suddenly between Fang Qingchen and Tang Yuhao. The terrifying roar was several times more intense than any previous exchanges between the two. Their punch was too powerful. The air visibly rippled, sending shockwaves that swept outward from their bodies, causing ordinary people from the Tang family to squint their eyes. However, everyone strained to keep their eyes wide open, wanting to see who had the upper hand. But the next moment, everyone was taken aback. In the hearts of all the Tang family members, the strongest new generation, Tang Yuhao, who was nearly invincible among his peers, was now being sent flying back just as he had charged forward. He flew back like a cannonball, crashing hard onto the ground. The tremendous impact nearly embedded him in the earth. Chapter 333, Turning the Tide. The deterrent power of S-class rules. His eyes cleared. Tang Yuhao's body trembled violently. Did it succeed? You actually evolved that simplified to S-class talent. How could your luck be so good? He muttered in disbelief, hardly believing his ears. The success rate of the celestial crystal is notoriously low. Unexpectedly, Fang Qingchen became the lucky one. Looking at the shining frost dragon armor on Fang Qingchen, and feeling a slight ache in his own arm, Tang Yuhao knew this was definitely not a lie. S-class. He swallowed hard again. S-class rule-based talent is incredibly powerful. Its might can rival that of SS-class combat talent. Looking across the entire world, among the billions of people, it is a rare existence. Even in Shenzhou University, which gathers the most outstanding talents of the entire Great Xia, there are hardly a few with SS-class martial arts talents. As for S-class rule-based talent, in his freshman year, there was only one. And regarding strength, it could only be described as terrifying. Since enrollment, he has consistently ranked among the top 3 in the freshman list of Shenzhou University. Chapter 334, The Deterrent of 100 Punches. I concede. Fang Qingchen turned his head to look at Tang Yuhao. Seeing the smile at the corner of Fang Qingchen's mouth, which seemed so harmless, Tang Yuhao felt a sense of wickedness, making him uneasy. How about it? My suggestion is okay, right? At this point, Tang Yuhao no longer dared to act tough. The appearance of the S-class rule system talent shattered all his fantasies. His girlfriend's grandfather, with such a complicated connection, was a half-step martial god. And as long as Fang Qingchen was willing, many martial god realm powerhouses would eagerly compete to take him as a disciple. Not to mention his half-step martial god father. How could he compare with him? At this moment, despite his huge and robust physique, his tone was a bit cautious. Fang Qingchen also knew that a fight was not going to happen. So he pointed with his finger, and the frost dragon battle armor covering his body made a series of cracking sounds. In less than 5 seconds, it had contracted and transformed back into a suitcase, which he held firmly in his hand. After feeling that sourced in his body for a moment, Fang Qingchen couldn't help but secretly click his tongue. Although it had only increased by 1 level, the speed at which the D-class battle armor consumed source was simply exaggerated. He had only worn the Frost Dragon battle armor for half a minute. Chapter 335, Tang Hong's Shocking Decision. The head of the family changes. The dragon head staff passed down for thousands of years. The subsequent transfer procedures were very simple. In the Tang family enterprise, the words of the head of the family, Tang Hong, were law. Moreover, the background of the Tang family was incredibly powerful. All departments gave the green light. The stock transfer procedures, which originally required a month of complicated processes, were completed in less than half a day with the cooperation of various departments. Everything was settled. Wang Hui still wore a face of indifference. A martial saint realm powerhouse viewed worldly wealth with great detachment. Most of what they needed could no longer be measured by money. Generally, it was barter. Tang Bingyun twirled a strand of hair. Although she wasn't too interested in money, seeing that Fang Qingchen had gained a lot of shares still made her feel good. After Fang Qingchen signed the last document, he stretched. So tired. Mom. You used to live this kind of life every day, right? You might as well retire quickly, it's no different from being a laborer, just earning a little more. Fang Qingchen casually complained. Tang Bingyun smiled without saying a word. However, Tang Zilong's face turned green again. Why did this sound so harsh? As if his nephew was pointing it out to him. Chapter 336. A Hundredfold Growth. The dragon head staff contains the universe. Tang Hong actually wanted to pass the position of head of the family to himself. The position of head of the Tang family was actually to be passed to a woman. Before this, even when Tang Bingyun was in charge of the Tang group as chairman, she had never entertained this thought. It was too outrageous. The ancestral concept was considered sacred for a family that had been maintained for thousands of years. It had long formed a set of fixed rituals. 4 centuries. The most authoritative males in the family had been the heads of the family. This idea was deeply rooted in everyone's minds, and could not simply be changed by some corrupt winds at a certain point in time. But now, Tang Hong actually dared to go against the family's great taboos and pass the head position to a woman. If the outsiders of the Tang family found out, they would probably explode. Tang Bingyun looked at the dragon head staff in shock. Even though she had navigated the business world and seen many storms, her hands trembled at this moment. She wanted to lift it and accept the dragon head staff, but felt as if her hands were weighed down by a 1,000-pound stone. Unable to lift it. After hesitating for a long time, she suddenly gritted her teeth. Dad, I don't want the position of head of the Tang family. I don't want to take on such a heavy burden with the dragon head staff. Chapter 337. Once again seeing the ancient saint inscriptions. Bring me the dragon head staff. Huh? What kind of treasure is this, hidden by the ancestors of the Tang family in the staff? Fang Qingchen's eyelids twitched. His intuition told him that this emerald green orb, preserved so secretly and reappearing after thousands of years, was definitely not simple. Although he really wanted to pick up the orb and carefully study it, he forcibly resisted his curiosity and shifted his gaze back to the dragon head staff. He pointed and said, Grandpa, the dragon head staff has been broken by you. Are you really trying to give up? Tang Bingyun and Tang Hong did not notice the orb. They just stared blankly at the dragon head staff. The dragon head staff, passed down through generations in the Tang family, had actually been broken. This matter was like a bolt from the blue, leaving the father and daughter stunned. Tang Hong was dazed for a long time. It was only after being prompted by Fang Qingchen's words that his mind snapped back from the immense shock. Instantly, his eyes turned red, and his whole body trembled. He reached out and slapped his own face hard. How could it be broken? How is that possible? I didn't even use any force. Ancestral spirits above, the descendants are unfilial, the descendants should die. He cried out in despair. Chapter 338. Emptying the old bottom. The adopted son returns home. Tang Bingyun shot a glance at her big son with annoyance. You're not that old. But you've learned to play with beads just like your father. Here, she said, placing the emerald orb into Fang Qingchen's palm. As soon as the orb landed in his hand, Fang Qingchen realized its great density. The orb, the size of a pinky finger, weighed at least 100 pounds. He was struck by a thought. He immediately recalled the pale yellow orb he had found on Li Lao Liu in the underground crevice that was now hidden in his dantian. The Eye of Time and Space. Both orbs were of similar size and had a very high density, but this emerald orb was heavier. Upon thinking of the ancient saint inscriptions carved into the dragon head staff that bore this orb, Fang Qingchen's eyes turned. This was either crafted by the ancient ancestors, who discovered the mystery of the ancient saint inscriptions, or it was something passed down from the ancient saint era. Various thoughts swirled in his mind. However, he was not in a hurry to know the truth. The orb was in hand, and he would have plenty of time to study it later. Hundreds of pounds of beads certainly can't be stuffed into pockets, while the clothes can hold them. His belt definitely can't. Chapter 339. Reluctance. Lu Qingqian's astonishing transformation. The martial arts technique that came from the sky. Hearing this, Tang Bingyan's expression had already turned extremely cold. Ha! I knew it. He hasn't returned for so long, and once he does, he must have ulterior motives. The gravity training room, even its owner, Qingchen, hasn't entered yet. And he wants to be the first to jump in. Truly ignorant. Bang! She slammed the wine glass in her hand heavily onto the table. Wang Hui also smiled helplessly. Everyone in the estate fears Fang Li, and no one dares to manage him. Lin Feng also couldn't intervene. Oh right. Speaking of which. She looked towards the back seat where Fang Qingchen was. Qingchen, your 3 little friends are also in the estate now. Guarding in front of the gravity training room. Confronting Fang Li, are them. Swish. Fang Qingchen closed his eyes and suddenly opened them. Leaning slightly forward in his chair. This was indeed beyond his expectations. Lu Qingqian and the others didn't know Fang Li's identity. Now, in their eyes, standing in front of them is another young master from the Fang family. Lu Qingqian and the others actually dared to confront Fang Li for their sake, regardless of the consequences. Just this courage and boldness is already astonishing. If it was someone else, even someone like Jiang Wushuang, facing Fang Li, they would probably have to think twice. Chapter 340, so cool, risking life for it. Before the fist even landed, Fang Li could already feel the terrifying fist wind howling towards him, compressing the air. It actually made a sound like a meteor falling. The momentum was incredibly fierce. The muscles in his face were continuously trembling from the pressure of the fist wind. What kind of martial arts technique is this? How can it be so powerful? Basic martial arts definitely aren't this fierce. Moreover, who is this person? Why does the voice sound so much like Fang Qingchen? Fang Li was shocked. When he looked up, a bright moon illuminated the sky. And under this clear bright moon, a tall figure seemed to be stepping on the moon, transforming into a celestial fire meteor. It was approaching him with an extremely terrifying speed, swinging its fist to strike. Such a fierce momentum is shocking. Strong as Fang Li was, at this moment, his mind was also captivated. An invisible sense of fear emerged. Is this Fang Qingchen? Impossible, how could he become so strong? Whoosh! The air surged. Because he was facing against the moonlight, he couldn't see the face of the person descending from the sky. Although he felt the voice resembled Fang Qingchen a bit, now wasn't the time to think too much. All thoughts flashed through his mind like lightning. Chapter 341, Taiji Force. What kind of life-threatening game is this with several $1,000 a month? That punch just now, though it was Fang Qingchen carrying the momentum from the sky. Its power exceeded his expectations. If it weren't for his incredibly strong strength and quick reflexes. Plus the fact that he recently started to comprehend a special way of using strength, that punch might have knocked him down. He stared intently at the proud and upright Fang Qingchen, his expression changing, thoughts racing through his mind. How did this waste suddenly become so strong? Half a year ago, he couldn't even take one of my punches. Could it really be like what is said online, that he is the crooked-mouthed Fang Dragon King? That's too ridiculous. Fang Li hadn't read the novel, so he didn't understand these professional terms. But that didn't stop him from being shocked by Fang Qingchen's speed of progress. Especially Fang Qingchen's attacks, whether in timing or strength, were just right. Such terrifying control can't be comprehended out of thin air. It has to be honed through constant battles. But Fang Qingchen had been slacking off all these years. Who has he fought? The unknown is the most terrifying. Looking at the smiling Fang Qingchen in front of him, who clearly still had the same face as 6 months ago. Chapter 342, Terrifying Disposition, like a venomous snake. Watching Tang Bingyan be so close to outsiders Lu Qingqian and Qian Xiaomeng, while being so indifferent to him, Fang Li stood there, clenching his fists tightly. Dark, deep light flickered around his fists. The malice in his heart gradually occupied his soul like a hellish evil spirit. Tang Bingyun, you and your son deserve to die. If it weren't for you inciting your godfather Fang Zhenhai, how could he have listened to your whispers and ignored me? And even stripped me of the title of the martial god's legitimate child. Remember, when I achieve greatness in martial arts, I will make you pay. Though he still wore a smile on his face, the resentment in his eyes was already like a venomous snake, choosing its prey. He silently took a few steps back and came to Xie Changchun's side. His tone was eerily calm. Uncle Xie, what happened just now? Uncle Xie looked at Fang Li, who appeared calm as if nothing had happened. Even though he was already an A-level master, he suddenly felt a chill in his heart. Meeting a reckless person who only knows how to shout loudly is not terrifying. But someone like Fang Li, lurking like a venomous snake in the grass, is the most terrifying. Chapter 343, Him. Fake. Regarding this traitor, Fang Qingchen actually didn't want to waste words with him and wanted to kill him right now. However, if he really acted now, in front of so many people, it would also bring a lot of trouble. Because Fang Li has already begun to make a name for himself in the martial arts community. Even setting aside his identity as a foster son, he is still an elite student from Daxia No. 1 High School. With S-level martial arts talent and extraordinary martial arts accomplishments. He has already caught the attention of many university principals. He has long received early admission notices. However, like the other top talents from Daxia No. 1 High School, he chose to ignore it. They all plan to compete with national talents during the martial arts exam. Several martial god-level experts have also extended olive branches to him, intending to take him as a disciple. Unlike the situation with Liu Qianming, if he were to die in the martial god manner, it would definitely be a major incident. And even his father might not be able to protect him. Indifferently looking at the kneeling Fang Li, Fang Qingchen suddenly smiled on his calm face. Fang Li, your kneeling is quite standard, you learned well in the capital. Once again, you just scared my friends. Your apology lacks sincerity. Chapter 344, The Smiling Clown. Awesome foster father. Huh? What does that mean? Li Jian's head buzzed, and he was left dumbfounded. He swallowed hard, staring blankly at Fang Li and then at Fang Qingchen, shaking his head like a rattle drum. The information was overwhelming, and he felt like his brain had short-circuited. However, Lu Qingqian and Qian Xiaoming reacted first. They exchanged glances, their eyes bursting with joy and shock. Both were clever girls, and recalling what they had seen online before, they connected the dots. They had heard that Fang Wuxian's son was incredibly talented and studying in the capital. Looking at this magnificent manner, even if they were slow, they could guess. There couldn't be such a coincidence. Fang Li must be what the outside world referred to as Fang Wuxian's son. So, Fang Qingchen's identity was actually the handsome boy fighting alongside them, humorous, and full of justice, was actually the biological son of Fang Zhenhai, a half-step Wuxian. So that means the warm and gentle Aunt Tang, Accountant Tang, is none other than the heiress of the Tang Group, Chairman Tang. Just thinking that she had been chatting and laughing with the young lady of the Tang family made Lu Qingqian and Qian Xiaoming feel a sudden sense of unreality. Chapter 345, If I Become a Wuxian One Day. Spiritual Transformation. Who exactly are you? The younger brother stopped calling out. He looked coldly at Fang Qingchen. 6 months ago, during their spar, he had knocked Fang Qingchen down with a single punch. Now, having awakened his talents and mastered profound martial arts, he had initially grasped the essence of Tai Kai. His strength could be said to have changed dramatically. He was confident that, even if Fang Qingchen had grown, he was definitely not his opponent. He could defeat him within 3 moves. But it was meaningless. The moment Fang Qingchen revealed his identity in public, he already knew he had no place in the Wuxian manor anymore. Even if, as he just thought, he sparred with Fang Qingchen, what would it matter if he won? With that white-gloved powerhouse around, he couldn't possibly hurt Fang Qingchen. It would only make him more embarrassed. He subconsciously glanced at Wang Hui, clenching his fists tightly. Since that's the case, then I, Fang Li, no longer need to be a dog under someone else's roof. It's a pity that the world is so vast. Yet I cannot act freely. If one day I become a Wuxian, I will kill. Fang Li's gaze was sharp like a blade, as if he wanted to engrave Fang Qingchen, Wang Hui, Li Jian, and others in his memory. He shook off Uncle Xia's hand behind him. Chapter 346, The Transformation of the Black Mist Figure. The Eye of Time and Space and the Green Beads. The white sickle the size of a basketball was indeed Wang Hui's spiritual transformation. Unlike Fang Qingchen, her realm was stronger. Her spiritual strength was higher, capable of manifesting the invisible spirit into the material world. However, her foundation was damaged, her realm had fallen, and she was barely able to maintain the strength of a martial saint. Even her spiritual strength had dropped accordingly. If she were at her peak, her spiritual transformation would be nearly the same size as herself. The Rakshasa's blade could slay gods and demons. Aunt Wang wants to kill me. Even someone as perceptive as Fang Qingchen, seeing Wang Hui attacking, did not expect her to deceive him into coming in for a kill. With his current strength, he felt like an ant in front of Wang Hui. Even if Wang Hui's realm had dropped to a master or even a flying martial artist, killing him would be a matter of a single strike. But when he heard Wang Hui's words, everything became clear. Indeed, ever since his rebirth, he had been too dazzling. Wang Hui, having been a housekeeper for so many years, was undoubtedly a meticulous woman. In the end, he had aroused her suspicion. She suspected that he was possessed by some kind of spiritual beast, which led her to use a spiritual shock technique to overwhelm his spirit. Chapter 347, Assimilating the Martial Ancestor. The Unsolvable Werewolf Game. Despair and Darkness. However, the black mist figure that suddenly appeared on Fang Qingchen's spiritual transformation, with yellow and green beads on its wrist, did not attract the attention of the white sickle. Fang Qingchen was knowledgeable, fusing with the physical body. It must be a good treasure. Plus, with the ancient saint inscription carved on the dragon-headed staff, this green bead must be an ancient saint relic. He never expected that just going to his grandfather's house for a ritual would yield such a good treasure. No wonder the heads of the Tang family generally live long, are light and healthy. Holding an ancient saint relic every day, it's no wonder they live long. But who exactly stuffed this bead into the dragon-headed staff? Fang Qingchen could be 100% sure. This dragon-headed cane was definitely not a product of the ancient saint era. Because current archaeological data has proven one thing: the civilization of the ancient saint era had reached an incredible height in developing physical potential. Especially when in his last life. When Fang Qingchen was exposed to the core level of the country, he saw many design sketches of technological products from the ancient saint era excavated by various countries. Among them was a product called Rebirth Pool. No matter how many injuries one sustained, even if only half of the body remained. Chapter 348, The Astonishing Effect of the Gravity Training Room. Although he knew who the martial ancestor assimilated by the SSS-level spiritual beast was, it was meaningless. Even if he said it, no one would believe him. Instead, it would harm himself and his family. More importantly, there might still be a martial ancestor, who had been assimilated lurking among the 7 martial ancestors, watching closely. Before he had absolute strength and certainty to uproot them all. He must not act rashly. Fortunately, he still had time to grow stronger. Before that apocalyptic-level beast invasion event occurred, these lurking assimilated imposters would not actively expose their identities. Countless thoughts raced through Fang Qingchen's mind. Wang Hui looked at his shocked expression and chuckled. Qingchen, don't be too scared. The minds of Wuxian realm experts are as firm as gold and iron, they are not so easily assimilated or corroded. We are only making preliminary guesses. But you must not let it out, or it could cause public panic. Fang Qingchen's shocked expression slightly faded, and he grinned. Got it. How can a martial god strongman be considered a monster? I guarantee I won't say a word about my stomach issues. By the way, Aunt Wang, which martial gods are we talking about? Is there a general range? Chapter 349, Missing a few screws isn't a big deal, miraculous body, limits of will. Brother Zhong is also not vague. With the technical backbone of these golden creatures here, it's impossible for Fang Qingchen to get hurt. After pressing a few buttons on the control panel, the gravity parameters were adjusted. He nodded slightly at Fang Qingchen, who was already seated, and gave him a thumbs up. Fang Qingchen nodded, then took out the gene modification agent he had prepared earlier from his pocket. He downed it in one go and threw the bottle out of the cabin. Okay. After seeing Fang Qingchen's okay gesture, the gravity training room's door began to close slowly. Sitting in the familiar gravity training room, watching the gradually closing cabin door, Fang Qingchen suddenly felt a wave of daze in his eyes. In the daze, he seemed to see a slightly middle-aged version of himself, with a face full of stubble, but eyes as clear as a youth, laughing with a mix of relief and regret, stepping in from outside, gradually overlapping with his current self. Fang Qingchen slowly closed his eyes. Bang! The door of the gravity training room closed instantly. In an instant, overwhelming pressure pressed in on Fang Qingchen from all directions. Anyone who has flown a fighter jet knows that during extreme acceleration, the body only endures about 8 times the gravity. Chapter 350, Dragon and Snake Breathing, Accelerated Fusion. However, they instinctively followed Wang Hui's gaze to look at Fang Qingchen in the gravity training room. At a glance, Brother Zhong and the others were stunned. They had originally thought that Fang Qingchen had reached his physical limit, but his muscles were wildly twitching and gradually calming down. Fang Qingchen stood in a very strange posture, with his legs slightly apart, neither exactly straight nor bent. His breathing was also very peculiar. With each inhale and exhale, his body swayed slightly with the rhythm of his breathing, winding and spiraling. It looked like a dragon or snake soaring into the sky. Under his strange movements and breathing, the 10 times gravity in the training room seemed to have no effect on him. His leg muscles no longer trembled but stood firmly. The expression on Fang Qingchen's face also became incredibly calm, even somewhat enjoying the feeling. This scene had an immense impact on Wang Hui and the others, especially Lu Qingqian. She had personally experienced what it felt like to be under 5 times gravity, a sensation that made it feel like her heart was being squeezed and pulled. Chapter 351, Potential Rating, Genius Club. The night in Linjiang City was already deep, but the night sky was filled with flashing neon lights, with many flying cars shuttling back and forth, creating a lively atmosphere. Among them, a spacious and luxurious flying car held Fang Li, who had a gloomy expression, gripping a bottle of liquor, and sitting indifferently in a luxurious massage chair, gulping it down. Uncle Xia had a bitter face, saying nothing, holding a wine glass, taking a sip, feeling the bitter liquor burn his throat. They had originally thought that they could take advantage of Fang Qingchen's convenience to freely use the gravity training room during their return to the martial god manor, allowing Fang Li to break through to the E-level martial artist realm and solidify his position among the top 10 experts in Daxia No. 1 High School. However, despite all their calculations, they never anticipated that Fang Qingchen would undergo such a drastic personality change, becoming incredibly strong and completely different, even publicly revealing Fang Li's identity as an adopted son, leaving Fang Li with no face. A single sentence from Tang Bingyun completely severed Fang Li's ties with the martial god manor, making it impossible for him to leverage Fang Zhenhai's influence. Uncle Xia could already foresee the immense pressure of public opinion they would face upon returning to the capital. Chapter 352, Who Can Withstand 8 Times Gravity? Out of the closed door, listening to the discussions around him, Meng Renhao squatted down and handed Zhu Xiao a bottle of water, his expression very serious. Zhu Xiao, I didn't expect you to be similar to me. You both endured half an hour under 6 and 7 times gravity, pretty impressive. Actually, I wanted to try 8 times gravity, but now I feel like 7 times is already my limit. If it were 8 times gravity, I'm afraid my organs would get injured instantly. I've heard that within a physical capacity of 20, the maximum gravity the body can endure is 10 times gravity. I can't imagine how powerful a body must be to withstand such terrifying gravity. Do you think Jiang Wushuang can do it? He sighed. Remembering the torture his body endured in the gravity training room, he felt a bit of lingering fear. Zhu Xiao drank a few sips of water and recovered. Gritting his teeth, he sat up from the ground, casually brushing aside the stray hair on his forehead. Though he looked extremely exhausted, his eyes were brighter than ever. I estimate that even if our physical capacity reaches 20, we can at most stand and cultivate under 7 times gravity. Anything beyond that is out of the question. 10 times gravity is reserved for those with inherently strong bodies, or those with martial arts talents that enhance physical strength. Chapter 353, Please let me push my limits just once. Qian Xiaoming's path to becoming strong. Training under 10 times gravity naturally yields incredible results. Fang Qingchen only needed to sense it slightly to feel the astonishing changes within his body. His muscles appeared denser and tighter than before. Each muscle feeling like tough beef tendon that had been kneaded repeatedly, carrying a sense of resilience. With a slight fist clench, explosive power gathered in his palm. His body also felt light as a feather. Even without testing his physical capacity in the training room, he could be certain that this gravity training had at least improved his physical capacity by 0.1. Although he was eager to test his physical capacity right away, he held back. It would be better to wait until Qian Xiaoming and Li Jian finished testing, and then they could all go together. Meng Meng, it's your turn next. Go in. Fang Qingchen smiled and waved at her. Qian Xiaoming had long been unable to contain her excitement. Like a nimble rabbit, she hopped over with a patter. Her snow-white little face was slightly flushed with excitement. Grinning, she said to Fang Qingchen, "Boss, what gravity multiplier should I set? Please instruct." She was all about being obedient and listening to advice. Qian Xiaoming was very clear about her position, knowing when to have her own opinions and when to follow orders. Chapter 354, Just honestly asking for a break. Being in the same team as Fang Qingchen, she was tough on others and even tougher on herself. Qian Xiaoming's entire profile was hidden behind her hair, making it impossible to see her expression from the outside. But at that moment, Fang Qingchen stood in front of her. Although her big eyes were still open, they were vacant and lifeless, clearly indicating that she had already passed out. Even so, her raised hand still maintained a thumbs-up gesture. Lu Qingqian cautiously tried to lower her hand, but found it frighteningly stiff, as if supported by some kind of obsession, making it impossible to move. Forcing it would surely injure her bones. At Fang Qingchen's gesture, Lu Qingqian half-squatted and carefully rubbed her arm to help her relax and promote blood circulation. The two then looked at Qian Xiaoming's cheeks and found that her originally rosy and cute lips had been instinctively bitten into a bloody mess due to the intense pain. The crimson blood had long dried along the edges of her lips and her hair, causing her lips to pale significantly. Seeing this scene, Lu Qingqian's eyes turned red, and she began to cry again. However, she had no hands to wipe her tears, and instead used her hands more forcefully to massage Qian Xiaoming's arm. Soon, with her continuous massage, Qian Xiaoming's arm gradually softened and was carefully placed at her side. Chapter 355, Moonlight Romance, Qian Xiaoming keeps the door open. Li Jian lay on the ground like a pancake, howling for an hour before his cries finally ceased. When the cabin door opened and he was helped out by two servants, he looked like a noodle, unable to straighten his legs, with white foam all over his mouth. Appearing utterly miserable. "Qingchen, am I a bit stronger than Qian Banhua?" "At least I didn't pass out," Li Jian said weakly, as he forced his head up. Just after speaking, his head drooped down again, and he fainted. Impressive, impressive, Fang Qingchen praised. After saying that, he pressed his palm on the area near his shoulder blades. It was clear that Li Jian's previously skinny frame had become somewhat sturdier, and his shoulders appeared broader than before. This was the effect of the gene enhancement serum. As the serum continued to be absorbed, his genetic makeup would gradually trend toward a more perfect state. Although he could never reach the level of Fang Qingchen or Lu Qingchen due to innate limitations, he would undoubtedly be much stronger than his previous scrawny self. Snap! Fang Qingchen snapped his fingers and told the servants, "Clean him up and just find a room to throw him into." Chapter 356. Hello everyone, I am Wang Zai Xiaoming, how are you? Qian Xiaoming the big spider. After rolling for a while, Qian Xiaoming finally sat cross-legged on the bed, smiling at Fang Qingchen. "Boss, what are you doing sitting there? Haven't you ever sat on a girl's bed? Come on, it's right here, why not come and sit?" She blinked her big eyes, looking at Fang Qingchen. Since she had taken the initiative to invite him, there was nothing more to say. Fang Qingchen sighed, "Oh, really, what can I do with you?" Saying this, he stood up and sat down at the edge of the bed. He had to admit, girls' beds were soft and fragrant, even more comfortable than his own. Sitting at the edge of the bed and looking at the spirited Qian Xiaoming, as well as her now fully restored, plump and tender lips, he couldn't help but smile. "You're recovering quite well. It seems the gene enhancement serum is already taking effect. How do you feel now?" Fang Qingchen asked with a smile. As soon as this topic came up, Qian Xiaoming was no longer sleepy. She straightened her body, her delicate and perfect curves under her bare pajamas appearing very cute and playful. "I feel like my whole body is filled with strength. My body seems to have become more coordinated and flexible. Many movements I couldn't do before are now no problem. The most important thing is..." Chapter 357. Clear Dreams, is it her? The spiritual manifestation, a black mist figure, quietly stood on the sea of consciousness as always. On its wrist, 2 beads of pale yellow and emerald green glimmered intermittently like a bracelet. With a thought, the emerald bead enlarged before his eyes, revealing its details one by one. When held in hand, the bead's surface appeared emerald green without any noticeable differences. However, after merging with the body, it became clear that inside the emerald bead, an ancient saint's inscription was clearly engraved. Fang Qingchen had a deep understanding of ancient saint inscriptions. In his previous life, as a high-ranking official, he knew quite a bit about the interpretations of ancient saint inscriptions and had mastered around 100 of them. However, the ancient saint inscription inside the emerald bead was something he had never seen before. Indeed, it was also an ancient saint relic. But he didn't know what this inscription meant, nor what effect this bead had. Moreover, why did these 2 beads appear in the hands of my spiritual manifestation? Fang Qingchen's eyes revealed a contemplative expression. Such an unfathomable matter was, even for a 10-star martial saint with extensive experience, a gap in his knowledge. Chapter 358. Sold by my mom. Bullet time. He sat there, stunned for a long while, before finally grabbing the blanket to wipe the sweat from his forehead. Fang Qingchen let out a sigh of relief. Stretching his arms out in a big letter, he lay back down heavily on the bed, staring blankly at the ceiling. His eyes reflected an indescribable emotion, complex beyond measure. Lu Qingchen, could it really be her? Fang Qingchen couldn't be sure. After all, this was just a dream. It's just the projection of my previous self before dying, the last memory. Daytime thoughts lead to nighttime dreams. It might also be because I've been very close to Lu Qingchen and Qian Xiaoming recently, which is why I've had such an absurd dream. I rubbed my face hard. Only then did Fang Qingchen disperse the emotions from the dream. A smile appeared on his face, and he transformed back into a sunny and cheerful young man. There is plenty of time, no matter who you are, I will find you. I want to personally say thank you. Fang Qingchen is not someone who loves to be emo. He quickly organized his emotions and jumped up from the bed with a flip. Barefoot. He walked towards the clothes rack. His fingers fiddled around as he prepared to pick a new martial arts uniform to wear. Just then, his mother, Tang Bingyun, spoke at the door. Chapter 359, Terrifying Improvement. I have become a Taoist. Li Jian completely lost himself. He rushed into the training room, barking like a dog, looking like an inexperienced bumpkin. Wow, so much martial arts equipment. What brand is this force measuring device with so many buttons? It looks way more advanced than our schools. Wow, there's even a nerve reflex tester. What is this? I've never seen it before. Li Jian's figure flickered as he appeared in front of this machine, touching it one moment and then looking at something else the next. His head was spinning. Lu Qingchen and Qian Xiaoming were much more reserved. Their eyes, however, showed a hint of eagerness. Fang Qingchen walked to the force-measuring device, smiling at the three of them. All right, the moment to witness a miracle has arrived. Who wants to go first? Me. I feel like I'm about to explode. Li Jian couldn't wait any longer. He quickly dashed to the force-measuring device. Among Fang Qingchen's team, he was the weakest. Yesterday, he pushed himself to the limit in the gravity training room. By the time he woke up in the morning, he felt an unprecedented sense of strength in his body. After taking a shower and looking in the mirror, he even thought that his skinny body had become a bit more robust. Chapter 360, The True First in the Seventh. Today, the sound of fists slicing through the air was piercing. Just hearing the sound gave a sense of the terrifying power contained in those punches. Qian Xiaoming, who had been a bit proud earlier, was now pouting in shock as she watched Lu Qingchen testing. At this moment, she wore a moon-white martial arts uniform, and her arms were almost dancing with afterimages. Fists rained down on the target. Bang, bang, bang. The series of muffled sounds from the punching target was like a drum roll from many people. The momentum was astonishing. The target of the force-measuring device was hit so rapidly that it couldn't even return to its original position, bending like a bow. A total of 50 punches. And this time, Lu Qingchen only took 10 seconds to complete them all. When she withdrew her fists, the target continued to tremble for 4 to 5 seconds, clearly showing the ferocity of her strength. Qian Xiaoming was almost stunned. She covered her mouth with her small hand, staring at the numbers on the force-measuring device, forgetting to exclaim. But Lu Qingchen didn't even look at the results. After finishing with the force-measuring device, she stepped straight to the speed-measuring device. Taking a deep breath, her tall and slender figure shot out like a white arrow in an instant. Chapter 361, The Atmosphere. Holiday Training Plan. What do you mean? Qingchen, are you on the 5th level? Fang Qingchen chuckled lightly. He strolled to the training room door, raised his head, and looked at the sun slowly rising in the sky. His voice was leisurely and distant, like the morning bell in a temple. While a stone may not shine as brightly as a pearl, with careful carving and attention, it can also become a statue, sitting in a temple, receiving worship for generations. When the time comes, the pearl will only be an embellishment on the statue. Fang Qingchen's words didn't contain any profound martial arts principles, nor were they any encouraging platitudes. But to Li Jian and Qian Xiaoming, they were as enlightening as a sudden realization. Their eyes even brightened. Li Jian, fully convinced, gave a thumbs up. You're amazing, foster father. This wave is in the atmosphere. Qian Xiaoming, even more energized, waved her little fist fiercely. Boss, why do your words make so much sense? If I become a statue, I must embed this pearl on my forehead and take it everywhere. No way, I need to practice now. I feel full of energy, go, go, go. She pulled at the air with her hands, as if trying to shoot the sun down. Chapter 362, Targeted Training. The trouble of having a great figure. Li Jian also straightened his skinny little body. Qingchen, give me a plan. Just tell me what to do. As long as I don't die from practicing. I'll practice to the limit, he said confidently. Who would have thought that just after he finished speaking, Fang Qingchen looked at him appreciatively. Good, very spirited. Do you see the running training suits in the equipment area? Go find a set to wear, then run 50 laps around the target area to warm up, he said casually. Li Jian glanced at the target area, which was just over 100 meters long and wide, with a relaxed expression. One lap is only 400 or 500 meters, 50 laps is less than 3 kilometers, no pressure at all. Qingchen, I'm not ordinary now. Give me something challenging after I finish running. The significant improvement in his physical fitness made Li Jian full of confidence. He stretched his limbs and excitedly ran toward the equipment area. Qian Xiaomeng also stood up cheerfully from her seat. Boss, then I'll practice. How should I train? Fang Qingchen smiled mysteriously, pointing at Li Jian, who was picking out running clothes. In a while, take a standard bow and shoot him when he can't run anymore. Try to apply the spiral energy you've comprehended to archery. Chapter 363, Soldier Master vs 10-Star Martial Saint, A Thousand Trees Blooming Pear Blossoms. Fortunately, Lu Qingqian's reflexes were extremely strong. In the blink of an eye, she had already slightly adapted to the weight on her body. She executed a sideways spin, narrowly catching the alloy battle knife. One truly deserves to awaken as a weapon master, possessing extraordinary potential and comprehension. Just this adaptability alone is astonishing, Fang Qingchen silently praised. He casually picked up a metal long spear from the weapons rack and walked straight to Lu Qingchen, smiling as he looked at her, beginning to answer her questions. Qingchen, you are different from Meng Meng and Li Jian. Li Jian's foundation is too weak. He has to start with the most basic endurance training. Only after establishing a solid foundation can he proceed to martial arts training. But you are different, although you have consumed quite a bit of your potential before. The supplementation over the past few days, combined with the gene enhancement potion, has completely made up for the deficiencies in your body. Your martial arts foundation is incredibly solid, and conventional training is no longer useful for you. As he spoke, Fang Qingchen held the spear in a yin-yang grip and performed the basic spear technique starting posture. With a slight shake, the spear tip blossomed into dozens of spear flowers in the air, piercing the air and producing a series of sharp buzzing sounds. Chapter 364, Plan to raise the source limit again. The blade light shone like the full moon in the sky, tearing through the air with an astonishing shriek. The basic sword technique, Moon Slash. It was a very ordinary sword technique, but when executed by her, it seemed to come alive. It was as if a bright moon rose in her embrace. The blade's aura was fierce. Before it even approached Fang Qingchen, he could already sense an incredibly sharp aura, as if it were going to slice everything, aimed at his chest. Although it was a blunt metal battle knife, under the enhancement of the weapon master, it was like an unparalleled divine weapon, charging forward as if to cut through everything. Very good, but not agile enough, Fang Qingchen's calm voice rang out. The next moment, he horizontally held the long spear in his hand. The basic spear technique, Iron Chain across the river. It was the same move that Li Jian used to fend off the double-headed crocodile's attacks, which appeared very strenuous. Yet when Fang Qingchen executed it, its power was unmatched. It was truly like an iron chain stretched across a great river, unbreakable. The moonlight-like blade light struck the spear shaft, emitting a startling cry. Lu Qingchen felt the blade tremble violently. A powerful recoil force traveled from the blade to her palm. Fang Qingchen's metal long spear was like a rampaging dragon, directly breaking her battle knife. Chapter 365, Son of God. In the previous life, Fang Qingchen had worn every type of armor and weapon from E rank to SS rank, gaining immense experience. He was thoroughly familiar with the consumption of source when using various weapons and armors. It was precisely because of this that he was so anxious. Although that source limit within him had been expanded tenfold, allowing him to fully activate D-rank weapons for about 10 attacks. This was only at the current stage. Once he advanced to E-rank martial artist, with the enhancement of the S-rank talent super simplified, he would be able to equip C-rank weapons and armor. C-rank, although only one rank higher than D-rank, had significantly greater power and defensive capabilities. However, correspondingly, the consumption of source when using it would also rise geometrically. It can be said that source is the only limiter restricting his martial arts talent. The current source limit in Fang Qingchen's body was enough to fully activate D-rank weapons for 10 attacks. But if it were changed to C-rank weapons, let alone 10 times, even one time would be quite difficult. Even if his realm rose to E-rank, the source limit would also increase with the realm. Chapter 366, E-rank martial artist. Killing the genius. Jack, the son of God, is indeed invincible, but these geniuses from the great Xia kingdom should not be underestimated. If we allow them to grow, when the day comes to eliminate the threat of they will become the greatest obstacle to our domination of the world. The heretics must be purified. Under the shadows. Bishop Andrew had a kind expression and a pious demeanor, but his words sent a chilling message deep into the bones. The priest, who should have been merciful, now seemed more like a murderer than the bloody and terrifying Jack. Even Jack couldn't help but distance himself a little upon hearing his words. The two fell silent for a moment. Jack then spoke again. By the way, during my days in Linjiang, I've also learned some information about the Linjiang Martial Arts High School. The most talented martial arts star in the entire Linjiang city should be Jiang Wushuang from the first high school. Why doesn't the higher-ups allow us to kill him? After all, he's just a high school student who isn't even a martial artist. I could easily take him out. Andrew maintained a calm and pious expression, merely shaking his head lightly. Do not touch Jiang Wushuang. His father has connections with our council members. Many assets have already been transferred to our country. Chapter 367, 7 Supreme Treasures. If I also had S-rank talent, I might not be inferior to you. A hint of ambition flickered in his eyes. The Linjiang auction house is held every August. Before the martial arts era, most of the items auctioned were antiques and collectibles. Since entering the martial arts era, these items have plummeted in value, replaced by rare high-end martial arts resources. At that time, not only elite upper-class individuals from Linjiang City would participate, but even wealthy people from other cities in Jiangnan province would come to join in the excitement, all hoping to buy their desired items. Although the auction hasn't started yet, he has already received news that a mysterious seller has submitted a Qianren crystal to the Linjiang auction house for auction. This news made Wang Hao so excited that he could hardly sleep. The Wang family even began selling off their assets overnight, almost liquidating decades of family savings. They managed to gather a total of 500 million yuan in funds, just waiting to secure the Qianren crystal, entrusting the fate of the entire family to Wang Hao. As long as Wang Hao can evolve his martial arts talent to S rank, his status will naturally rise. In the future, not to mention a mere 500 million. Even 50 billion could be easily earned back. Chapter 368, One Body, Twin Souls. No regrets for the price. Outside Linjiang City, in the dense forest shrouded in mist, under the cool moonlight, it appeared even more profound and dark. Yet deep within the forest, which should have been a paradise for wild and mutated creatures, was now eerily silent. Dots of moonlight fell through the gaps in the trees, in this deep night forest that even ordinary martial artists dared not enter. Two girls stood quietly among them, looking at each other. They were Song Ying and Lin Wanxing. Song Ying looked at Lin Wanxing, who stood before her, tall and graceful, with envy in her eyes. She never expected that Lin Wanxing's martial arts talent would take such a long time to evolve. However, Lin Wanxing, all the waiting has been worth it. Congratulations. From now on, your martial arts talent is no longer A-level avatar. Instead, it's S-level martial arts talent, dual birth. At this point, Song Ying's expression became extremely serious. She placed one hand on her chest and actually knelt on one knee before her. Her words were filled with deep reverence. And from now on, you will officially become Sequence 1 of the Machine Soul Sect. All resources of the Machine Soul Sect will be open to you. The 12 virtuosos of Machine Soul, Song Ying, pays respect to Sequence 1. Chapter 369, Physical Abilities Surge Again. Deceiving Weakness, Insight into Countermeasures. Little Fang, activate private mode. Fang Qingchen sat cross-legged on the mat and casually said, "Okay, master." Immediately, colorful mosaic blocks appeared on the glass surrounding the training room, obscuring everything inside. He slowly closed his eyes and gently exhaled. He began to practice the dragon snake breathing technique, adjusting his qi and blood flow. After a quarter of an hour, he suddenly opened his eyes, a flash of brilliance bursting forth. And his body had already adjusted to its optimal state. Swish! He tapped his fingers on the ground, and his movement was so fast that it was hard to see. Only a sound of fabric tearing through the air could be heard. Fang Qingchen had already appeared in front of the force-measuring device, his expression relaxed and carefree. Boom! He stretched his arms lightly, and his fists exploded without warning. Countless shadows of fists, like a violent storm, relentlessly poured onto the measuring target. Boom! 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 A series of explosive sounds continued to ring out. The measuring target shook violently from his successive attacks, producing afterimages. It was evident how fast his punches were. Compared to the test yesterday, there was actually a significant improvement. Bang! After his final punch landed, the explosive sound still echoed in the training room. Chapter 370, Breathing Technique. This is simply the nemesis of the insight talent. Moreover, Fang Qingchen's movements at this moment seemed very familiar to her. With a slight turn in her mind, her eyes suddenly widened. She finally remembered where she had seen it before. Qian Xiaoming tilted her head and blinked at Lu Qingshan. Only then did Lu Qingshan slowly withdraw her hand. After being able to speak, Qian Xiaoming hurriedly leaned closer to her ear and whispered, "Qingshan, look at the big shot's movements. How are they the same as when he stood in the gravity training room? Look closely." Lu Qingshan kept her eyes fixed on him and nodded slightly at this moment. "Yes, you're not mistaken. Let us not disturb him for now. Let us wait until he finishes his training before discussing any issues." Saying this, she found a stone bench to sit down and waited quietly. Qian Xiaoming learned her lesson and didn't dare to use insight to observe Fang Qingchen anymore. Instead, she stood there, trying to mimic Fang Qingchen's posture, and practiced a few times. In just a few seconds, she was defeated. Grimacing and holding her waist, she sat down beside Lu Qingshan. "I can't practice at all, this is too difficult. My little waist is about to break." Hearing Qian Xiaoming's complaints, Lu Qingshan smiled gently but said nothing. Chapter 371, Dragon Snake Breathing Technique, Gratitude. The simplified dragon snake breathing technique, although not as effective as the original version he is practicing now, is more accessible to the general public and easier to learn. In his previous life, after it was popularized in the gravity training room across the country, Fang Qingchen collaborated with several martial gods to draft a plan. The simplified version of the dragon snake breathing technique was named the Ascending Snake Breathing Technique, and was promoted nationwide as the fundamental breathing technique of the Daxia Kingdom to enhance the overall strength of martial artists in Daxia. The effect was naturally remarkable. The Ascending Snake Breathing Technique, combined with the gravity training room, provided comprehensive and thorough physical training. In just 3 months after its launch, the overall strength of the martial arts community in Daxia surged significantly. Especially among the students of martial arts high schools, the average physical ability at graduation jumped to 20. A year ago, this figure was only 16. Over time, the overall quality of martial artists in Daxia will reach an extremely terrifying level. Unfortunately, shortly after the ascending snake breathing technique was promoted, the world-destroying node invasion broke out, and he died in battle. Naturally, what happened afterward was unknown. As thoughts flashed through his mind, Fang Qingchen smiled again, at Lu Qingshan and Qian Xiameng. Chapter 372, Speed Pass for the Goddess Class Flower. News about Lin Wanxing. Qingshan. Wait for me. After Qian Xiameng called out, her gentle and charming face carried a meaningful expression as she looked at Fang Qingchen. The big shot's charm, TSK TSK TSK. He. She smacked her lips and made a few unintelligible sounds. Then she chased after Lu Qingshan. Hey! Did Goddess Lu and Class Flower Qian not have breakfast this morning? Are they that hungry? Li Jian looked at Lu Qingshan and the others who ran past him, a bit confused. Suddenly, he felt a gust of wind blowing in front of him. Instinctively, he reached out, and the storage card for the ascending snake breathing technique was grasped in his hand. Looking at the storage card in his hand, Li Jian was stunned. Huh? What is this? Then, he seemed to realize something. And a look of enlightenment appeared on his face. Oh? Adoptive father, such a heavenly gift early in the morning. Good people live in peace. After saying this, he moved closer to Fang Qingchen, sizing up his loose pajamas with a quirky laugh. Sleeping robe macho. What can I say? I saw it clearly just now. Goddess Lu's face seemed a bit red, and you three were in the garden early in the morning. Chapter 373, A Shocking Need for Forgiveness. Evidence of Social Death. Lin Wanxing went abroad. This surprised Fang Qingchen a bit. In his previous life, after Lin Wanxing's talent evolved to S level, and she was exempted from exams for special recruitment by Shenzhou University, she enjoyed a high scholarship, and suddenly became wealthy. Even so, she had never been abroad even once. Even in her sophomore year, when the world-renowned Sky University extended an olive branch to her with an almost sky-high admission offer, she directly rejected it. Her reason was simple: she wanted to stay in the Great Xia Kingdom, and did not wish to go to other countries. But what is happening now? She actually took the initiative to go abroad. That's quite rare. It can't possibly be for tourism, right? Fang Qingchen rubbed his chin. His eyes filled with confusion. He had always thought he understood Lin Wanxing well. However, recent events made him feel something strange. It seemed that with his rebirth, Lin Wanxing had also undergone some changes. Nevertheless, he was sure that Lin Wanxing was definitely not like him, having also been reborn. Otherwise, given her martial arts achievements and perspective in her past life, along with the great opportunity in the underground fissure, she would not miss out on competing for it. Chapter 374, The Touchstone of Strength. Many important or highly discussed posts on the forum would be pinned at the top, and they often changed. Currently, the top pinned post was about their championship victory. Congratulations to our students Fang Qingchen, Lu Qingchen, Qian Xiameng, and Li Jian for overcoming challenges in the off-campus training points competition and winning the championship. With 999 replies. He didn't even need to click on it to know it would be filled with comments praising Fang Longwang and Goddess Lu. The second post was also related to him. The past sycophant you ignored, now the Fang Longwang you can't reach. Upon seeing the poster, he was surprised to find it was Qian Xiameng. It seemed that the two-dimensional girl was not wasting her time online, as she had become a school forum administrator. The title was also quite catchy. The next two posts were also related to him. Fang Qingchen couldn't help but chuckle. Indeed, fame brings controversy. When he was unpopular, most posts on the school forum criticized him. Now that he was popular, they all started to praise him. He couldn't say anything. With a faint smile, Fang Qingchen was not particularly interested in those posts. What truly surprised him was the last pinned message. Breaking. Exclusive insider news. The strongest Wang Hao from the 7th middle school is transferring to another school in the second half of the semester. Chapter 375, All Good. What's the speed of the carer's improvement? Just as Fang Qingchen was deep in thought, a voice from the maid interrupted him. Young master. Your breakfast and that of your friends are ready. He came back to his senses and looked up to find the fragrant Wellington steak already prepared. After being cut and plated, it was neatly arranged in front of the four of them. The portion of Wellington steak in front of Lu Qingchen was at least 3 times larger than that of Fang Qingchen. Being a chef in the martial god manner, one must possess both culinary skills and discernment. Knowing Lu Qingchen's impressive appetite, special care was naturally taken for her. The aroma of the food also pulled Lu Qingchen and the others out of their immersion in Tingsha technique. Looking at the delicious dishes in front of them, they wasted no time. After the restraint of the first day, Li Jian had completely let loose. In his good brother's adoptive father's home. What was there to be polite about? He rolled up his sleeves and got straight to it. Watching the 3 of them devour the food in their own styles. The atmosphere of the meal was extremely lively, and Fang Qingchen couldn't help but smile. He joined in the feast. It must be said that food tastes better with more people around, even if Li Jian looked as thin as a chicken steak. Chapter 376. As long as you don't die from training, just train hard. The 5th member of the team. It wasn't until they arrived at the shooting range, sitting around a solid wood table under a tree, that Lu Qingchen and the others digested Fang Qingchen's heavy news. Lu Qingchen's usually cold face showed some seriousness. Qingchen. It is said that starting from next semester, whether it's provincial or national large-scale competitions, the participating teams will be 5-member squads. Wang Hao's transfer this time was somewhat unexpected, but also within reason. Apart from us, the overall strength of the elite class at the 7th middle school is only at this level. If he doesn't transfer, with the ceiling of his team, they can only qualify for city-level competitions. He wouldn't even have the qualifications for provincial competitions. He is abandoning his alma mater to pursue the championship. I didn't expect he would be such a person. She analyzed calmly. Fang Qingchen looked at her with appreciation. Just from one piece of news, Lu Qingchen had guessed the final results of the 7th middle school in the last life. Truly a super genius. That's right. In the last life, Wang Hao did not transfer, and under his leadership, the 7th middle school ultimately fell short in the joint entrance examination of Linjiang Martial High School, easily defeated by Jiang Wushuang's team. This match also allowed Linjiang No. 1 High School to become the strongest martial high school in Linjiang City. Chapter 377. As long as it's not her, anyone is fine. Qian Xiaoming's brand new archery skills. Qian Xiaoming's worries were not unfounded. Currently, Fang Qingchen's team, while overall strong enough to dominate the 7th middle school, primarily relied on Fang Qingchen and Lu Qingchen to hold the fort. Qian Xiaoming, as a ranged support, could be considered an elite, but there was still a shortcoming with Li Jian. Therefore, the position of the 5th member of the team was crucial. This position could be filled by a martial arts talent with supportive abilities, or a combat-focused one. However, regardless of which type, it must be someone outstanding in that position. Their talent must start at least from grade A, otherwise, bringing them in would be like dragging along a burden. Lu Qingchen and Qian Xiaoming both looked at Fang Qingchen. The only candidate that met this standard from the 7th middle school was Lin Wanxing. However, neither Lu Qingchen nor Qian Xiaoming mentioned her, tacitly passing the ball to Fang Qingchen. Feeling the gaze of the 2 girls, Fang Qingchen couldn't help but chuckle. Hey! Why are you both looking at me? You want me to take the lead? Because you are the captain. Fang Qingchen shrugged helplessly, spreading his hands. Don't look at me. I don't have any good candidates at the moment. There's hardly anyone who meets our team's requirements in the entire 7th middle school. Chapter 378. divine avoidance. 9 energies combined, king of techniques. Seeing Qian Xiaoming so confident, Fang Qingchen also smiled. Having confidence is a good thing. Although with her current experience and realm, it is basically impossible for her to create an astonishing archery technique that would make both herself and Lu Qingchen retreat. But which martial arts are created to be invincible? All of them need to go through many years of constant improvement, supplementation, and rigorous training to become classic martial arts renowned in the world, practiced by countless martial artists. Qian Xiaoming can now walk the path of creating her own martial arts just like Lu Qingchen. Fang Qingchen is quite pleased. It's not that Qian Xiaoming's understanding of martial arts has reached par with Lu Qingchen, the two are still different. Lu Qingchen is a martial arts prodigy, quickly mastering fists, body techniques, leg techniques, body arts, and various weapons. Qian Xiaoming, on the other hand, is a specialist, with a talent for archery that surpasses even Lu Qingchen. However, in other aspects, she is completely lacking. Oh, that's impressive. The name must be quite ostentatious, right? Fang Qingchen naturally wouldn't discourage Qian Xiaoming's enthusiasm, and asked with a smile. Qian Xiaoming proudly lifted her head, her twin ponytails swaying. Of course. Chapter 379, The Mystery of Rebirth. The Tang family has arrived. In the previous life, Fang Qingchen, at the martial saint stage, had already mastered 8 types of power techniques, showcasing extraordinary martial arts talent. He had already become a legendary figure among the high-ranking martial artists of the Great Xia. The title of 10-star martial saint came about this way. Many martial arts masters believed he would be the first in Great Xia to unify the 9 major power techniques. Unfortunately, time waits for no one. If Fang Qingchen had another 3 to 5 years, he might have truly achieved this terrifying accomplishment. If by then he could merge the 9 power techniques into one and step into the martial god realm, paired with an SSS-level battle armor and various weapons, his combat power would likely reach an extraordinarily exaggerated level. Let alone dying in battle, even if he faced 10 times the SS-level beasts that day, he could easily slaughter through. Thinking of this, Fang Qingchen's heart tightened. He recalled those strong individuals in the upper echelons of the Great Xia, who had been corrupted and assimilated by mental-type beasts. Perhaps his death in the previous life was not an accident, but a carefully orchestrated ending. It might even be that the entire defense battle of the capital that swept through Great Xia was merely a facade, aimed at snuffing him out at the martial saint stage. Chapter 380, Those who achieve great things have a magnanimous spirit. Fang Qingchen smiled lightly, non-committal. Following the rules. In the era of martial arts, who still follows the rules? It is merely an instinctive respect for the strong. If he had seen the scene of his return to the Tang family that day, he probably wouldn't have said that. However, it must be said that the people of the Tang family are quite perceptive. They know how to be humble and understand the rules. Knowing who has the final say in the gravity training room. Having received such a great benefit from the Tang family, plus they are all relatives of his mother's bloodline, there is no need to make things too stiff. Li Jian, you go eat in the restaurant first. No need to wait for me. I'll go meet them, and I'll be over in a bit. Li Jian, being sharp, didn't he ask too much and nodded. Heading to the restaurant alone. Fang Qingchen tidied up his martial arts uniform slightly before stepping slowly towards the training room. Before he even reached the open space in front of the training room, he saw 5 young figures standing in the bright sunlight chatting. Fang Qingchen had some impression of them. They were the new generation of the Tang family. Among them was a familiar and graceful figure, his cousin Tang Iran. What surprised him was that his cousin Tang Yuhao was not among them, which he hadn't expected. Chapter 381, Invisible Show-Off, Most Hurtful. Tang Iran was very perceptive, and could read the mood. She immediately noticed what Fang Qingchen was thinking and couldn't help but cover her mouth and smile. Brother, don't overthink it. After losing to you, Yuhao has already accepted it. Yesterday in the family group. He even told everyone to treat you the same way they treat him, to be a bit more polite. How didn't he come, because his girlfriend has connections, and helped him get a VIP card. Oh dear, indeed in this day and age. No amount of money can compare to the words of a martial arts master. Tang Yuan said with some emotion. Fang Qingchen nodded, already understanding in his heart. In this world, there is no absolute fairness. Although Kai Biao Lai said beautifully that he wouldn't sell the gravity training room to individuals. Who knows if he secretly sells some favors to those martial gods? And when facing stronger opponents, top masters of the martial ancestor realm, they wouldn't he even need to speak. His Jin Huang Bio would have to proactively send the latest biological technology products over. As for those martial saints, turning a blind eye and arranging a few VIP cards is just a matter of nodding, right? Fairness has always been relative. Treating everyone equally is the greatest unfairness. Chapter 382, Achieved Success. Surrounded. Fang Qingchen has used the celestial crystal. Such a big deal, and he never mentioned it. If the classmates at 7 middle school found out, it would cause a huge uproar. I estimate the envious dogs would line up from the classroom to the school gate. But thinking of his identity, the three of them also felt relieved. The only source of celestial crystals is from the bodies of S-level and above beasts. Fang Qingchen's father, martial god Fang Zhenhai, is almost a deity in martial arts. Over the years, he has traveled far and wide, not knowing how many powerful beasts he has slain. Once he obtains the celestial crystal from a beast, he would definitely keep it for his son. Very reasonable. Li Jian, quick with his words, immediately lit up when he heard that Fang Qingchen had used the celestial crystal. What the hell? Qingchen, you actually used it. Such a big deal. And you didn't tell your brothers. Are we becoming estranged? So, did you succeed? Cough. Before he finished speaking, he heard Lu Qingchen and Qian Xiameng cough softly at the same time. Seeing the displeased expressions on the two girls' faces and their dangerous gazes, he suddenly realized and regretted it immensely, wishing he could slap himself right away. Damn, why am I so quick to talk? Chapter 383, Maximizing Benefits. Further improvement. 15 times gravity environment. Fang Qingchen would definitely go. Previously, my mom mentioned that she had found a Qianren crystal for Qian Xiameng. This must be the one she was talking about. Moreover, Tang Yuhao left Linjiang City for the capital and didn't choose to compete for this Qianren crystal, indicating that she had already communicated with the Tang family. Therefore, this Qianren crystal is as good as secured. However, who to give it to first still needs careful consideration. Qian Xiameng is B grade, while Li Jian is D grade. Logically, giving it to Qian Xiameng first would yield the greatest improvement. The gap between A grade and C grade is too significant. But the problem is that Qian Xiameng's current B grade insight talent already provides strong support for the team. At this stage, she can identify the flaws and weaknesses of the enemies she faces. Once she reaches A grade, her individual strength will indeed become stronger. However, in terms of the overall improvement of the team's strength at this stage, while there will be some increase, it won't be a qualitative change. Li Jian's D-grade perception talent, although seemingly very weak, and not even qualifying as a support talent, was crucial in the last life, when the invasion of alien beasts became frequent. Chapter 384, Unconvinced. She added me again. After testing his physical limits, Fang Qingchen stopped pushing himself hard. Next, it was time to use his skills. He waved his hands slightly, like a dragon and a snake, activating the dragon-snake breathing technique. Soon, the feeling of being almost crushed dissipated. Zhong Ji increased the pressure to 15 times. Fang Qingchen stood in a dragon-snake stance, his expression calm and unyielding. He said calmly, "Isn't 13 times enough? You want to increase it further? 15 times?" The technicians, including Zhonggong, were completely shocked. This was something only 8-star or 9-star E-grade warriors could handle. Does this mean that Fang Qingchen's current physical strength can rival that of 8-star or 9-star warriors? That's too exaggerated. Gulp. Zhonggong swallowed hard, his hand trembling as he hovered over the increase button. Young Master Fang, are you really sure? During factory tests, there have been cases of 8-star warriors getting injured under 15 times gravity. We usually don't adjust to 15 times. Fang Qingchen's calm voice came again. But this time it carried an undeniable decisiveness. Zhonggong felt a jolt in his heart and dared not say more. After nodding solemnly, Chapter 385, Physical Limit Value. Jade Needle Acupuncture Method. Promoting to E-grade warrior. For him now, nothing was more important than a refreshing night bath in the pool. 5 days quickly passed. During these days, life was calm and uneventful. Fang Qingchen practiced diligently every day. In the morning, he sparred with Lu Qingqian to hone his penetrating strength. In the afternoon, he meditated under a tree, comprehending the fire god's step. In the evening, he trained in the gravity training room and refined his body with black particles. With the unlimited supply of various nutritional potions, his physical enhancement speed reached an astonishing level. In the training room, when Fang Qingchen walked out of the neural reflex tester with an easy expression, Xiaofang began the system report. Ding! Congratulations, Master. Your overall punching power is 3 tons, overall speed is 40 meters per second, and neural reflex speed is 20 milliseconds. Your overall physical value, 20. Your last physical value test was 195, improved by 0.05. Ding! Reminder, Master, your current physical value has reached the promotion standard for E-grade warriors. Finally, a physical value of 20. A sense of emotion flickered in Fang Qingchen's eyes. In his previous life, he wasted 10 years before he finally realized the importance of hard work and stepped into the realm of E-grade warriors. Chapter 386, Wang Hui's Shock. Do you need Aunt Wang's help? Looking at the time, it was already past 11 o'clock at night. Tomorrow, he had to attend the auction. And the jade needle acupuncture method required at least 3 hours of continuous stimulation to thoroughly open the acupuncture points. It wouldn't be too late to start pushing for the E-grade warrior realm after returning tomorrow. Fang Qingchen yawned and then stepped out of the training room, heading towards the villa on the mountaintop. Just as he arrived in front of the villa, he saw Aunt Wang standing quietly at the door in a simple nightgown, smiling at him. Judging by the dew in her hair, she must have been waiting for him for quite a while. Fang Qingchen hurriedly walked over a few steps. Aunt Wang, were you waiting for me? Is there something you need? You could have just come to the training room to find me. His tone was very respectful. He was also quite curious as to why Aunt Wang had been waiting for so long. Was there something important? Looking at the tall and energetic Fang Qingchen in front of her, Wang Hui's eyes were filled with affection and pride. This kind of gaze was familiar to Fang Qingchen. Whenever he achieved good results in his studies before he became a licking dog, his mother, Tang Bingyan, would often look at him this way. Aunt Wang had no family and had lived alone all her life. Chapter 387, The Broken Sword Hilt. A bright future awaits. Wang Hui smiled as she watched Fang Qingchen's somewhat awkward retreating figure, chuckling softly. In the blink of an eye, 19 years have passed. Even Qingchen has grown from a little naked boy into a young man. Sighing lightly in her laughter, standing in the open space in front of the villa, she looked up at the starry sky, seemingly a bit melancholic. Back in his room, Fang Qingchen, as usual, absorbed a wisp of black mist from the eye of time and space, feeling his body become a bit sturdier again. Satisfied, he lay back on his bed, with his hands behind his head, gazing leisurely at the countless stars outside the floor-to-ceiling window. However, his mind began to recall memories of the upcoming Linjiang auction. In his previous life, he did not attend this auction. After all, the young Master Fang at that time was not very interested in such matters. He only heard Li Jian mention it a few times after school. What impressed him the most was that there was a very peculiar auction item that failed to sell. It was an ancient sword hilt, with almost all of the blade missing, leaving less than 2 centimeters of a blackened blade near the hilt. Chapter 388. A bit of frost. What about the vice president's son? If this breath doesn't come out. She fears that she might wake up in the middle of the night and have to give herself 2 big punches. Enduring for a moment might lead to a heart attack. Taking a step back could mean developing breast hyperplasia. This is a famous quote written on the front page of her diary. Lu Qingchen glanced at her. How could she not understand her sister's thoughts? With a finger as white as jade, she gently tapped Lu Qinglian's forehead. You've already been promoted to the 7th grade at Linjiang. You're not in the same category as your classmates anymore. Why are you still so serious? Don't you remember what I told you? Only when you become strong will others respect you. Go peel and cut the apples, and bring them to Mom and Dad, she said softly. Lu Qinglian had experienced these things as well. In fact, compared to her, Lu Qingqian's situation was even more difficult. Otherwise, it wouldn't have turned a blossoming girl into a reclusive one. However, her mindset was strong and resilient, completely different from her sister's. To her, those who once looked down on her and ridiculed her were just minor hardships on the path to pursuing the pinnacle of martial arts. Lu Qinglian pouted. Fine. You don't know, but they talk really harshly. Chapter 389, Arrogant Supercar. What is a lawyer worth? Wow, Sister Xiaoming, you're even cuter than how she described you. She mentions you every day. Lu Qinglian, compared to her sister, was much more cheerful. Upon seeing Qian Xiaoming, she immediately walked up with a beaming smile. Not shy at all, she affectionately held Qian Xiaoming's small hand. Although Lu Qinglian was only 16 this year, she, like her sister Lu Qingchen, had the genes for height. Standing tall, she was already close to 1.7 meters. Qian Xiaoming was only 1.65 meters tall. Dressed in a JK uniform paired with a pair of thick-soled round-toed shoes. Her quiet and naive face, next to Lu Qinglian, made her appear even younger. Seeing the little beauty that resembled a young girl with honey on her lips, Qian Xiaoming smiled sweetly. She secretly praised the Lu family's good genes. Sister Lu Qingchen was already a stunning beauty, and her sister, with a different style, was not far behind. Lian, you're also doing great. You two sisters are so tall, I'm so envious. She said playfully. The awkwardness of their first meeting was completely gone. Watching her sister and Qian Xiaoming chatting and laughing, Lu Qingchen finally felt relieved. Chapter 390. My cousin is the martial god of Linjiang City. Are you going to report me? Sensing her sister's unusual behavior and looking in the direction of her gaze, Lu Qingchen, being very clever, quickly realized. Is this boy the son of the vice president you mentioned? She asked softly. Lu Qinglian didn't speak, just nodded silently, gripping her small hand a bit tighter. Clearly a little nervous and scared. She was already regretting attending the auction. Lu Qingchen gently patted her slightly cool hand. Don't be afraid, I'm here. It's okay. When your brother Qingchen arrives, I'll talk to him. He'll communicate with your classmates. Don't worry, your brother Qingchen should have some influence, she whispered. Lu Qingchen didn't tell her parents or Lu Qinglian about Fang Qingchen's identity. She knew very well what it meant to be the martial god Fang Zhenhai and the representative of the Tang family. Their parents were currently seriously ill and recovering. She didn't want to scare them. Her younger sister Lu Qinglian was still young and couldn't keep secrets. If she told her, it wouldn't be long before their parents and the neighbors would know. Fang Qingchen had been rejected by Lin Wanqing so many times at school and had chosen not to reveal his identity. Chapter 391, I'll cripple you. There are experts here. What the hell? Who are you? Tang Qianyang's attention was entirely on Lu Qingchen and the two girls, not noticing the person standing beside them. Suddenly being grabbed by Li Jian made him shiver. But when he saw the person in front of him, it turned out to be a slightly thin boy. He immediately felt uncomfortable with his hand being held. Especially after hearing Li Jian's words, he thought it was a classmate from school trying to butter him up. With Tang Qianyang's family background, there were many sycophants in school, and not just anyone could curry favor with him. He shot a fierce glare at Li Jian, clearly annoyed, and was about to pull his hand back. Get out of the way, I don't have time to deal with you right now. Try me and see if I won't cripple you. He had seen many classmates like this. A single sentence could scare them off. After saying this, he tried to pull his hand away forcefully, but no matter how hard he tried, his hand remained tightly gripped by this boy named Li Jian. As if it had taken root, unable to move even a little. Tang Qianyang frowned. He had been taking various expensive martial arts drugs and nutrients since childhood. Although he hadn't entered martial high yet, his physical ability score was already close to 11. Chapter 392, All Combat Power Surges. Strength Assessment. Lu Qingchen didn't speak. But the more she remained silent, the more she appeared cool and mysterious, her strength unfathomable. Beside her, Qian Xiaoming also clenched her small pink fist. With her twin ponytails swaying in the wind, her gentle face was full of fighting spirit. What are you doing, bullying our teammate? Dare to try moving a finger. She ground her snow-white teeth, feeling eager to try in the current situation. Over the past 7 days, her physical ability had also improved tremendously. She was now a master with a physical ability score of 17, catching up to the top student Wang Hao from the 7th middle school. Under the influence of the gene modification drugs, even her original height of 1.65 meters had increased. She easily reached 1.7 meters. As her figure became taller, her already beautiful and eye-catching girl figure became even more perfect, radiating youthful energy. Lu Qinglian was shielded behind the two of them. Seeing these two girls, who seemed fresh enough to squeeze out water, Bai Shan was also somewhat incredulous. They looked like they could only be martial high students. How could they exude such a terrifying killing intent? Seeing him on high alert, Tang Qianyang was even angrier. Experts. What the hell are you? Chapter 393, The Fiery Young King. The son of a live-in son-in-law still dares to bark. Bang! The fist and claw collided fiercely. Li Jian took the hit from Bai Shan almost with all his strength. Although his physical fitness had improved significantly recently, he still found it hard to cope. A wave of tearing force traveled from the opponent's palm into his arm, and he felt a sharp pain in his arm muscles. His shoulder felt almost dislocated. He couldn't help but take several steps back, his internal energy fluctuating, making his steps somewhat unsteady. He shook his slightly numb arm vigorously. Li Jian looked at Bai Shan with a solemn expression, realizing the danger. This was his first time fighting against a master, with a physical fitness value of 20. The opponent's offensive was too fierce, with each move being exceptionally seasoned and honed. Even with the same foundational martial arts, the opponent had refined it over the years to an extraordinary level. Little did he know, Bai Shan was equally shocked. Damn! How has the martial arts students become so powerful now? He took my previous move head-on, and his arm seemed completely fine. Logically, his bones should have been broken. This kid doesn't seem ordinary. A martial arts student with such strength must be among the best in various martial arts schools in Linjiang. Chapter 394, Teaching People. Teaching once remembers a lifetime watching the handsome young man walk out. The crowd erupted in a stir. Who is this kid, daring to challenge Tang Qianyang? It's true. Although Tang Qianyang followed his mother's lineage, his father's abilities were also impressive, having become the deputy general manager of a resource recycling company, not just a son-in-law. You can't deny it, this young man has guts, publicly exposing someone's shortcomings, he's definitely offended the other party. Forget about Tang Qianyang. Even his parents would not let him off the hook. Young people are just too impulsive, his future is bleak now. In Linjiang City, offending the Tang family. No matter how strong your background is, it won't matter. What a pity. The crowd speculated and had already guessed his tragic fate. As a towering tree overshadowing the entire Linjiang City, the young masters and mistresses of the Tang family were known as the most untouchable group in the city. Chapter 395, A Single Knife Instant Kill. Although he did not qualify to attend the Tang family's ancestral ceremony, the events that day had already spread within the Tang family group. Tang Yuhua, believed to be the strongest in the family, was defeated by Fang Qingchen. Moreover, what astonished him even more was that since that day, many new generation members of the Tang family in the group had publicly expressed goodwill towards Fang Qingchen. Although Fang Qingchen did not respond, the internal attitude of the Tang family had left him completely bewildered. It seemed that overnight, the entire direction of the Tang family had changed. Even his own mother repeatedly advised him, after returning from the ancestral ceremony, that when he saw Fang Qingchen, he must show the same respect as he would to Tang Yuhua, and never provoke him. Although Tang Qianyang agreed readily at the time, he did not take it too seriously. After all, Tang Yuhua and the others were the true direct descendants of the Tang family, and they could meet Fang Qingchen. As for himself, to put it nicely, he was a Tang family member, but in reality, he was just a son-in-law with a changed surname. He could still show off in front of ordinary people, but he had no chance to meet the son of the martial god. Unexpectedly, today he would meet him in this manner. Moreover, it seemed that Fang Qingchen knew them. Chapter 396, Family Parasite, Tang Family's Mess. Lu Qingqian's face turned cold upon hearing Fang Qingchen's words. She initially thought that this wastrel from the Tang family was just resorting to any means to pursue her sister. Since he was also a relative of Fang Qingchen, she did not plan to pursue it too much. She intended to wait for Fang Qingchen to arrive so that Tang Qianyang could apologize to her sister and stop bothering her. But now, she never expected that her lively and cheerful sister at home was treated this way at school. All her classmates isolated her, and she had to endure so much psychological pressure every day. The instigator was right in front of her, even if he was a relative of Aunt Tang. She could not forgive him. At this moment, Lu Qinglian stood timidly beside her sister, Lu Qingqian. She also heard Tang Qianyang's words. The little girl's eyes turned red, and she burst into tears. Woo, sister, I'm so angry. I was wondering why I got along well with my classmates for the past 2 years. But this year they seem to have changed. Even my best friend is with them, isolating me. It's all because of him, I have no friends left, woo. The long-standing gloom hanging over Lu Qinglian finally dissipated. Chapter 397, Power over People. What? Not impressive anymore. It seems that when he gets home, he needs to have his mom find time to clean up the Tang family. Fang Qingchen coldly looked at Tang Qianyang, who was covering his face and trembling on the ground. He thought to himself. Previously, he didn't care about the Tang family, the parasites weren't from his family. But now it's different. His mom had taken over as the head of the Tang family, and wanted to use his money to bully others and act like a wastrel. Are you dreaming? Turning to look at Lu Qinglian, who was scared and covering her mouth, Fang Qingchen smiled brightly. Lian. Do you want to come over and kick him a few times to vent your anger? Don't worry, if he dares to dodge, I'll break his legs. Or should I just break them first? Looking at Fang Qingchen's somewhat serious expression, Tang Qianyang was nearly scared to death. He was aware of Fang Qingchen's deeds at the Tang family's ancestral ceremony. In front of so many elders, he dared to challenge his cousin Tang Yuhua. Breaking his legs didn't seem like a big deal. After all, his mother was the eldest lady of the Tang family, and his father was the number one in Linjiang. Even if he got killed by Fang Qingchen here, it would be in vain. Tang Qianyang covered his already swollen cheek, feeling truly helpless. Damn it, aren't we relatives? Why is he helping outsiders instead? Chapter 398, Refreshing. One look through. At this moment, Bai Shan didn't dare to say a word. His young master was beaten up by Fang Qingchen, and didn't even dare to let out a fart. He submitted so quickly. Even if he had no insight. He could guess that the young man, who had just incapacitated him, was definitely not simple. Being able to be his friend, this skinny, monkey-like kid is definitely not an ordinary character. He might even be the child of that big figure. Just thinking about how I almost used a dagger to hurt him earlier sends a shiver down my spine, and cold sweat breaks out on my back. Deep inside, I even feel a hint of gratitude towards Fang Qingchen. Li Jian still doesn't realize that he has been imagined by the other party as a wealthy young master. After slapping him twice, he sees Bai Shan's casual demeanor and finds it rather uninteresting. He then stomped hard on Bai Shan's severed arm twice, feeling satisfied before standing up with a sneaky grin and walking over to Fang Qingchen. Adoptive father, that was refreshing. Fang Qingchen glanced at him indifferently. How can you still have the face to say that? You lost focus during the battle. If it had been against a beast, you would be dead by now. Look at how clean and efficient Qianqian and Meng Meng are in battle. Go back and practice more. Li Jian's head drooped at once. Chapter 399, First in Mutant City. Another S-class talent. The old man looked at him with great appreciation and exclaimed, Young Master Qin Ming, your S-class talent calculation is indeed impressive. Although my strength is already at the B-class Sky Warrior level, I can only roughly estimate the physical abilities of Fang Qingchen and the others. Yet, you can calculate so accurately. Truly extraordinary. However, why are you so interested in this person? Do you think he can outshine Jiang Wushuang's team and represent Linjiang City in the provincial competition? In response to the old man's flattery, Qin Ming merely smiled slightly. Not caring. He was just keenly observing the disappearing figures of Fang Qingchen and the others. The wind blew through his forehead, lifting a strand of hair that seemed deliberately dyed white. His expression was quite casual. Defeating Jiang Wushuang. Based on the combat power displayed by those four, that is absolutely impossible. I already saw Jiang Wushuang at the Extreme Path Pavilion yesterday. He will soon break through to E-class warrior. At that time, his strength will increase significantly, and his martial arts talent will become even stronger due to the expansion of the source within him. Ha ha! Unless that weapon master, Lu Qingshan, can elevate her martial arts realm to a level comparable to Jiang Wushuang, there will be no chance of countering him. Chapter 400, Young Girls Are Easy to Deceive. Auction begins. Bang! As the heavy door closed, Fang Qingchen turned his head and looked at the somewhat restrained Lu Qingshan and the others. He smiled and said, The outsiders are gone, what are you still dawdling for? There's a snack and fruit area over there, Qianqian, Lian, Meng Meng, you girls love these, don't be polite with the auction house, enjoy yourselves. Li Jian. The suite inside has a game room with the latest computers and gaming consoles. If you like, you can take them home after the auction ends. You guys just don't know how to change your mindset. All these things cost money to buy. The luxurious suite alone costs 100,000 yuan. The equipment wear and tear is something the Tongbao auction house can afford. Upon hearing about the new computers and gaming consoles that could be taken home, Li Jian's eyes sparkled with excitement, and his previous sense of restraint vanished. Adoptive father, you're so generous. He barked and dashed into the suite. The three girls, Lu Qingshan, were also amused by Fang Qingchen's words and no longer felt so constrained. After all, they were preparing to auction some items soon, so they couldn't let the auction house take the commission for free. It was just right to grab some snacks, fruits, and drinks to enjoy while watching the auction. Chapter 401, again, the rule system. New information from Node Space. Wang Hao, Meng Renhao, and Zhu Xiao, these outstanding students from Linjiang Martial High School, were scattered in the ordinary seats below. Seeing them arrive, Fang Qingchen was not surprised. These geniuses all had their martial arts talents stuck at A-class. They knew all too well how terrifying Jiang Wushuang's S-class talent was. That is why the allure of the celestial crystal was unmatched for them. Everyone wanted to leap to become the next Jiang Wushuang. Moreover, being the top of each martial arts high school meant they came from well-off families. Especially since Wang Hao's family owned an extreme path pavilion, it was natural for him to come and give it a shot. However, Fang Qingchen chuckled lightly. With him around, they might as well have not come. Although the celestial crystal had not yet been auctioned, it already belonged to the Fang family. Even the Tang family didn't dare to compete with him, so they had even less hope. They were just here to accompany the run. As for others, he casually glanced around and saw many unfamiliar young faces. They all seemed to be martial arts high school students, each with deep and spirited gazes. Although he didn't recognize them, he could guess they were definitely martial arts geniuses from other cities in Jiangnan province. He smiled helplessly. Logically, he should know all these geniuses. Chapter 402, Lin Wanqing is back. A-class martial arts. After glancing at Fanny a few times, Fang Qingchen withdrew his gaze and sat back on the sofa, focusing on the auction stage. The main lights had already been directed at it. The auctioneer was on stage, delivering a warm-up speech before the auction began. The auction was about to start. Qian Xiaoming and the others also stopped looking at the martial arts geniuses from various cities. After sitting down, they took out the auction lists they had prepared in advance. They eagerly began to study them. Only Lu Qingshan remained standing by the window, her head lowered, and her cold gaze seemed to be fixated on one direction, as if she were trying to discern something. Fang Qingchen looked at her with curiosity, wondering what she was looking at. Suddenly, Lu Qingshan turned her head and fixed her gaze on Fang Qingchen, chuckling lightly. Qingchen, doesn't that girl sitting in the corner look a lot like Lin Wanqing? Fang Qingchen was taken aback. Lin Wanqing? Didn't she go abroad? How did she come back in just a few days? In the martial arts era, although technology had experienced explosive growth due to archaeological discoveries from ancient times, the speed of flying cars and flying buses far surpassed that of airplanes, becoming the preferred means of international travel. Chapter 403, Wang Hao's potential. Young but high awareness. Although Wang Hao had 500 million funds raised by the entire Wang family in his account, which seemed like a lot, he couldn't spend it recklessly before winning the celestial crystal. Meanwhile, in a luxurious suite on the second floor, on the other side, Jiang Wushuang was comfortably sitting on the sofa, leaning slightly forward, swirling a glass of red wine in his hand while watching the auction below through the glass. Behind him, his three teammates, including Ren Sichuan, stood casually, appearing relaxed. Ren Sichuan casually played with her long hair and pointed at Wang Hao below, laughing as she said, "Captain, that Wang Hao really has some attitude. You invited him to our private room, and he didn't appreciate it. It seems he still has some pride and doesn't really respect you." Jiang Wushuang slightly raised the corners of his mouth, but did not respond. Li Mu, who stood next to her with a rough demeanor, chuckled. HMPH, I think Wang Hao is just insecure. His physical abilities were about the same as ours, but he didn't get a ranking in the points competition, and ended up using the gravity training room 7 days later than us. His physical value dropped to the bottom. Compared to the captain, he's like night and day, his mindset must have collapsed. He sneered, pointing at Wang Hao below, as if he were pointing at a clown. Chapter 404, Blood-Tooth Spear. Foolish and rich. He glanced at Li Jian. Look, that girl has more awareness than you. Don't think about your upscale apartment anymore. This E-class spine gun being auctioned now is perfect for you. Go ahead and bid for it. Fang Qingchen pointed to a pure white long spear displayed on the auction stage. Lu Qinglian, being praised, had a slightly youthful and delighted expression on her face. Li Jian, however, didn't he care at all. He chuckled, scratching the back of his head. The goddess's sister. We definitely can't compare to that. Good genes. He, as expected. Great minds think alike. I have my eye on this spear too. It's only at 80,000 now, and the bidding increment is already quite low. A budget of 200,000 should be enough to win it. Li Jian said confidently. He had done a lot of preparation for this auction. He had a good understanding of the market prices for E-class weapons and martial arts. A decent E-class weapon typically costs around 200,000. Of course, E-class battle armor is much more expensive. The cheapest mass-produced E300 standard power armor costs about 700,000 to 800,000, not including the pricey energy blocks. Li Jian made over $1 million during the last off-campus combat training. Chapter 405, I think it's worth that price, so it is. 350,000. Li Mu. Any extra will be on me. Jiang Wushuang pondered for a moment and directly pressed the bidding button. Li Mu was also one of the core combat powers of his team. Without a suitable weapon, he would definitely suffer when competing in the provincial competition. He could maintain the position of team captain, allowing talents like Ren Sichuan and Li Mu to willingly follow him. Not only because of his unmatched strength, but also due to the solid financial backing of the Jiang family. A balance of authority and kindness is the true way to lead people. Hearing that Jiang Wushuang would pay for him, Li Mu's face lit up with joy. And he gratefully said, "Thank you, Captain, for spending so much again." Although it exceeded the budget a bit, if he could win it at that price, he could accept it. At 350,000, it was unlikely that anyone in the number 1 private room would follow. Unless they were foolish or had too much money to burn. He was quite certain. The private room had privacy measures, and no one recognized anyone else. Therefore, it should not lead to emotional retaliation in bidding. It was also rare to see deliberate price inflation against others. Just when Li Mu and the others thought they were safe, 500,000. A lazy voice rang out again from the number 1 private room. Chapter 406, The Auction Psychological Warfare of a Homebody Girl. Once the time limit is exceeded, a dedicated person will provide reminders. After 3 reminders without payment, the item will be re-auctioned. Additionally, malicious bidders will be asked to leave the auction house and will be permanently blacklisted. Of course, this rule generally only restricts ordinary buyers. For large companies or members of prominent families, with a guarantee of credit, it usually won't be that troublesome. They keep accounts in the background and settle collectively after the auction ends. Seeing Li Jian pull out his phone, looking around for the payment station, How do you pay? Fang Qingchen facepalmed, completely speechless. Do you think you're at a market buying vegetables? Put the phone away. We are in a luxury private room now. Are we still going to pay one at a time? We can't afford to lose face. Wait until everything is auctioned off, and we'll settle up together. Wow. It can be done like this. Li Jian was enlightened and hurriedly tucked his phone away, noticing the pained expression on his face. Fang Qingchen stopped teasing him. All right. You look like you're going bankrupt. You just need to bid 70 for this blood-tooth spear. The rest is on me. By now, you should know what to say. Right? Fang Qingchen crossed her legs, speaking in a cocky tone. Chapter 407, Blood Jade Needle, Blood Dragon Saliva. Jiang Wushuang's lips slightly moved as he said indifferently. You should know that to advance to an E-class warrior, one needs to open the 9 major acupoints in their body as containers. Although the martial arts world has developed various methods for opening acupoints over the years, the success rate has never been high. And using ordinary silver needles can only open acupoints with a limited capacity for source. He paused, his gaze fixed intensely on the auction stage, where a simple wooden box had been unveiled. I found in a certain ancient text that jade needles made from specific special jade have a remarkable effect on opening acupoints. I still have 3 major acupoints left to open. It's worth a try. Though his tone remained as indifferent as ever, Ren Sichuan could sense his excitement. What Jiang Wushuang said was something they had never heard before. Moreover, there were no warriors in ancient times, so how could there be texts documenting such information? Being Jiang Wushuang's teammates certainly meant they weren't fools. They guessed he was not willing to tell the whole truth, but no one pressed for more details. Chapter 408, Needle pointing at the wheat spike. The final victim. Blood jade needle, this gentleman has already bid 600,000. 600,000. Is there a higher bid? If not, 1 million. Just as Guo Feng was about to start the countdown, the voice of the bidding rang out again from the number 8 private room. Following that, the number 1 million appeared on the glass. A slight murmur spread through the venue. Many people were surprised and looked up at box number 8. The auction had been going on for some time, and box number 8 had purchased quite a few items, with very generous bids. Unexpectedly, they were willing to spend so much money on a set of useless jade needles. The rich truly deserve to be envied. In box number 4, Qinming shook his head with a smile, releasing his finger from the bidding device. Linjiang City truly deserves its reputation as the birthplace of the Tang Group. It ranks second in economic status in the province, just behind the capital, Jiangsu City. There are indeed many wealthy people here. They won't even give me a chance to pick up a bargain, he said with a chuckle, sounding as if he didn't really mind. Uncle Ming also laughed heartily. Haha, in terms of family background, I doubt anyone here can compare to you. This time, the old master allocated us a full 800 million in funds to purchase items like the Qianren crystal, he said. Chapter 409, Cost Effectiveness. That's not something I need to consider. Qian Xiaomeng was still commenting on box number 8's big spender when she saw Fang Qingchen's finger already on the bidding device. Before she could react, Fang Qingchen had already pressed it down. A calm voice echoed through the auction hall, amplified by the speakers. 5 million. An increase of 1.5 million. This extravagant bidding method left the attending buyers stunned. The room fell silent. On stage, Guo Feng was also taken aback when he heard Fang Qingchen call out 5 million. He was an experienced auctioneer who had seen many high-stakes auctions over the years, handling items worth hundreds of millions. He had encountered many wealthy individuals who competed for items, sometimes bidding far above the actual value just out of spite. Such occurrences were common in auction houses and not surprising. Today, this set of jade needles, which had been unsold multiple times, was internally appraised by the various appraisers at the Tongbao auction house at around 35 million. When Jiang Wushuang and Qinming had driven it up to 35 million, he had already found it absurd. Little did he expect the real big spender would only make them move at the end. Chapter 410, Being Frugal and Understanding Limits. Do you take me for one of your own? The blood jade needles were finally in hand, and they had only cost 5 million. Fang Qingchen was in a good mood. With this set of blood jade needles from the legendary Zhongasheng, his jade needle acupuncture method would be extraordinarily effective. As for Li Jian's suggestion to buy a block of blood jade and grind it into needles, Fang Qingchen had considered it, but ultimately rejected the idea. Not to mention whether there would be enough time, modern craftsmanship would lack the historical weight, and, most importantly, the popularity. This set of blood jade needles, passed down to this day, had been handled by countless medical experts, saving innumerable lives. Naturally, it carried a certain aura of vitality, and its effectiveness was incomparable to cold modern products. What intrigued him was that he had spent 5 million, and even Li Jian had teased him a bit. However, both Lu Qingchen and Qian Xiaomeng did not raise any objections. Lu Qingchen seemed to see Fang Qingchen's curiosity and smiled slightly. Don't think of me and Meng Meng as your housekeepers or accountants. We just think it's unnecessary for you to spend so much money on what you need. Since you need this set of blood jade needles, any amount spent is worth it. Chapter 4:11, A Bumper Harvest, Origins and Exotic Beasts. Fang Qingchen naturally trusted his teammates. Even saints have their selfish motives. Fang Qingchen was not a saint, so he couldn't be completely selfless. The jade needle acupuncture method, which could significantly increase the number and strength of martial artists in a country, was too eye-catching. Submitting this method to the high-level officials of the Daxia Kingdom could bring tremendous benefits to the martial arts community there, and he would also gain enormous advantages. However, it also posed risks. It would expose him to the strong individuals in the Daxia martial arts community, those whose minds had been corrupted by spiritual exotic beasts. If his previous calculations were correct, he had died at their hands in his past life. Now, his strength was even weaker, given their power and status. If they truly noticed him, it would be troublesome. The elite members of the Martial God Guard could not protect him at all. Fang Qingchen's eyes darkened as many thoughts flashed through his mind. However, helping Lu Qingchen and the others open their acupoints posed little risk. After all, he was not directly teaching them the techniques of the jade needle acupuncture method. Even if someone noticed something unusual about them, they wouldn't be able to investigate much. He took out the auction list and looked at it. There were hardly any items worth buying left. Chapter 4:12, The Dreams of Tens of Billions of Martial Artists. The Qianren crystal appears. In the light arranged around the auction hall, the starry glow of the particles inside the Qianren crystal was refracted, making the entire auction seem like it was amidst a vast galaxy. The many buyers present felt as though they were wandering in a sea of stars. Even those without martial arts talent in the venue were captivated by this stunning scene. It was simply too beautiful and enchanting. Any gemstone in the world pales in comparison to it, looking like mere stones. Even if I lack martial arts talent, I still want to buy one to keep in my office. A billionaire, worth hundreds of millions, sighed with admiration. However, as soon as he finished speaking, several martial artists around the seating area cast him unfriendly glances. In their eyes, this unparalleled treasure for martial artists would be a grave insult to martial arts if it were to gather dust in the display case of some gluttonous rich man. In room 4, upon seeing the celestial crystal, Qin Ming's eyes also showed a hint of amazement, but his expression remained relatively calm. After all, he already possessed S-level martial arts talent, so the celestial crystal had no effect on him. His curiosity was the primary factor. Interesting. Chapter 4:14, The Evening Star Turns. Quickly advances the girl named Songji was poked by her, finally waking up from her dreamlike state and letting out a breath. "Ha, Evening Star, don't worry. The master has prepared nearly 800 million in funds for us. Based on the average transaction price of the celestial crystal, it shouldn't be a problem to acquire it. He. The master promised us back then that he would prepare a celestial crystal for each of our 12 sages. See, he delivered on his promise." She lifted her head, her beautiful cheeks filled with pride. Clearly, she felt incredibly fortunate about her decision to give up acceptance letters from the 4 prestigious universities to join the Machine Soul sect. That familiar face belonged to the talented Song Ying. And the girl sitting next to her was Lin Wanxing, who, according to Li Jian's intel, should have already gone abroad. However, at this moment, Lin Wanxing was no longer accompanied by her plastic friend Ji Yutingting and seemed very close to Song Ying. The delicate makeup that usually concealed her shrewdness had completely vanished, and her typically aloof demeanor had also disappeared. A faint smile always lingered on her thin red lips, and her speech was filled with a sweet and pure aura. Chapter 4:15 Intense Bidding. Dual Talent Super Powerhouses. The starting bid for the celestial crystal is 1 yuan. No minimum increment. The auction is now starting. The Tongbao auction house was naturally very shrewd. For such top-tier martial arts items, a starting price was unnecessary. Sure enough, as soon as Guo Feng's words fell, the impatient buyers in the venue immediately began intense bidding. 1 million. 3 million. 5 million. 20 million. The sounds of raised paddles echoed like rain on banana leaves. In less than half a minute, the bidding price had already reached 80 million. At this stage, those who had only come to join the fun, or lacked the financial means, could no longer keep up. Many who had hoped to snag a bargain shook their heads and sighed. The shout-outs had become sparse, with only a few remaining participants making small bids. Clearly, they were nearing their limits. These wealthy buyers' purchasing power was not that strong, they couldn't raise the price beyond 90 million. Wasn't the transaction price for the celestial crystal around 500 million? They couldn't let them snag a bargain, could they? Qingchen, why don't you come in with a hefty bid and put them in their place? Chapter 4:16 500 million. Haha, Wang Hao finally couldn't resist joining the auction. Wow. 100 million. I didn't expect this guy to have quite a bit of money. Li Jian's loud voice snapped the slightly distracted Fang Qingchen back to reality. He raised his eyes to see that the competition for the celestial crystal had reached a fever pitch. Those who were merely spectating or lacking financial resources had already withdrawn. The real contenders began as Wang Hao raised his paddle and called out 100 million, officially kicking off the serious bidding. A brief silence fell over the entire auction venue. No one followed his bid. Yet, there was no excitement on Wang Hao's face. Instead, he looked even more serious. He was a frequent attendee at auctions and knew full well that this was merely the calm before the storm. The real battle was yet to come. His assumption was correct. The silence lasted less than 5 seconds. Not far behind Wang Hao, a middle-aged man in a blue tang suit raised his paddle. With a cold snort, he said in a deep voice, 150 million. He directly raised the bid by 50 million. Wang Hao's expression also turned grave. He turned to look at the bidder, and had a good idea of who it was. Heir. It's that retired 4-star martial arts master Yu Fan from the eastern part of the city. Chapter 4:17 Old Friend. Absolute rationality, absolute passion. Wang Hao felt deflated. Like a punctured balloon, slumping in his chair. His gaze was blank as he stared at the dazzling celestial crystal on the auction stage, looking utterly lost. Wang Hao, once the top student of Linjiang No. 7 Middle School and the son of Master Wang, was somewhat well known in Linjiang City, and many in the auction house recognized him. Seeing him like this, many felt a sense of sympathy. His luck was too poor. If it were a few months ago, 500 million would have definitely been enough to buy it. Unfortunately, the recent invasions of the otherworldly nodes had not been frequent. The battles between humans and otherworldly beasts had slowed down, and without sources of income, the celestial crystal could not be replenished, leading to its scarcity and rising prices. A martial arts master who had participated in the bidding side. Many surrounding martial artists nodded in agreement, their expressions conflicted. The relationship between otherworldly beasts and martial artists was quite nuanced. On one hand, everyone hoped to end the invasion of otherworldly beasts and restore the world to its original order. On the other hand, many of the resources and items used for martial arts training, as well as materials for crafting weapons, were mostly obtained from otherworldly beasts. If the otherworldly beasts disappeared, the era of martial arts might also cease to exist. Chapter 4:18 The Strongest Girl in Yeyang City. Is it really her? Listening to her crisp voice and bold bidding, many buyers around were curious about Fan Nini. Who is this little girl? Which wealthy or martial saint's child is she? Some asked with curiosity. Upon hearing the inquiries, several buyers from Yeyang City puffed out their chests. You all don't know little Nini. Truly lacking in knowledge. She is the pride of Yeyang City. The girl with the strongest martial arts talent in Yeyang City to date. She has awakened a rule-based talent. Do you understand the value of rule-based talent? Even rarer than S-level martial arts talent. His strength ranks among the top 5 in the entire Jiangnan province's martial arts elite. That person proudly introduced the genius from Yuyang City in the territory of Linjiang City. Of course, the locals were unhappy. Immediately, someone scoffed and began to refute. HMPH. Isn't it just a rule-based talent? We have that in Linjiang City this year too. What are you pretending for? But as soon as he finished speaking, the other party scoffed disdainfully. You have it too. Is it that garbage, simple talent of a sycophant? I heard you're not sycophanting anymore. But your strength is just that. Chapter 4:19, The Mind Mother. She seems a bit different now. This truly caught Fang Qingchen off guard. He didn't care whether Lin Wanxing went abroad or not. However, she suddenly became wealthy after starting her off-campus training. This was a bit strange. During the off-campus training, she crazily acquired hundreds of thousands of points, spending at least nearly 10 million yuan. At first, Fang Qingchen thought it was money gifted by wealthy young masters like Wang Hao or Liu Qianming. However, it was later confirmed that this money had nothing to do with either of them or any student from Linjiang No. 7 High School. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been able to so easily transfer all the points to herself. It was quite strange. A student like Lin Wanxing couldn't possibly become rich overnight. 800 million, she really is wealthy. An average rich kid probably can't produce that much gold. Could it be that the Shanghai biotechnology company contacted her in advance to sponsor her? Unlikely. Such a formal company shouldn't dare to openly violate the laws of the Great Xia by privately contacting martial arts students. The key point is that Lin Wanxing is currently only an A-level martial arts talent. Whether Shanghai biotechnology even looks at her is another question. Fang Qingchen rubbed his chin, deep in thought. Chapter 4:20, The S-Class Resonating Aura. Her gaze is very pure now. This kind of gaze cannot be faked. Lu Qingchen thought for a moment and said hesitantly. Fang Qingchen was astonished. He didn't expect Lu Qingchen to give her such a high evaluation. The word pure, normally, shouldn't be associated with Lin Wanxing at all. With her scheming, cold, and calculating nature, even if she tried to fake it, she couldn't produce such a gaze. It was really strange. Could it be that she was parasitized by a noble-spirited spiritual beast? That would be absurd. At this moment, Qian Xiaoming suddenly appeared on Fang Qingchen's other side, tilting her head with a smile. What are you talking about? Count me in. Lu Qingchen gave her a look. Her pink little lips made a shape towards Lin Wanxing. Qian Xiaoming immediately understood. Huh? Big shot, don't you think Lin Wanxing's skin has improved so much? She used to be just fair-skinned, but now she's glowing white. And have you noticed that she seems to have a transcendent aura about her? How to put it? There's a water blue light flickering in her eyes. Chapter 4:21, One word and it's over. What a coincidence, I thought I recognized the wrong person. Wang Hao's surprised and delighted voice rang out. Looking at the bright and radiant Lin Wanxing in front of him, Wang Hao almost didn't recognize her. As the school beauty of Linjiang No. 7 High School, Lin Wanxing had always appeared before her classmates in a cold and distant manner. Even though Wang Hao was the top student in the grade, he had shown interest in pursuing Lin Wanxing. However, Lin Wanxing didn't treat him, the top expert, with any special consideration. But for someone like Wang Hao, the more distant and beautiful a girl was, the more he felt a desire to conquer her. The more he wanted to win over such a cold and beautiful girl, the greater the contrast between her public demeanor and private persona. Just imagining this scene made his heart surge. But despite this desire, he had never had the opportunity. Unexpectedly, today, he encountered Lin Wanqing at such a high-end auction. Not only was she generous, but her personality was no longer cold, making it hard for Wang Hao to recognize her. Looking at the bright expression on her face and those captivating starry eyes, a fire seemed to ignite in Wang Hao's heart. This version of Lin Wanqing, while no longer cold, exuded a more sacred aura. Compared to her previous high-cold demeanor, it made Wang Hao even more unable to resist. Chapter 422, A True Instant Kill. 10 billion. The identity of this elder, who could accompany the officials of Linjiang City, was evidently not simple. Sure enough, when the elder said this, several officials from Linjiang City behind him immediately put on smiles and raised their thumbs. Among them was even the deputy chairman of the city, Qian Zhong. Elder Mu truly deserves to be a model among us martial artists. Not only is he a martial arts saint, but he also gives opportunities to the young people. He is truly a role model for us to learn from. Indeed, Martial Saint Mu's martial arts realm is something we find hard to reach. And his spiritual cultivation is even more worthy of our study. Of course, before the era of martial arts, Elder Mu was a soldier and participated in many wars to defend our homeland. He is our example. I suggest Elder Mu come to Linjiang City to give our city leadership a lecture. Listening to the flattery from the officials of Linjiang City behind him. Although Mu Kun knew it was flattery, the smile on his face remained very warm. He turned around and humbly waved his hand to everyone. I'm just a martial artist, what do I have to teach you? Ha ha ha, Elder Mu is being modest, just tell us about history and traditions. Mu Kun laughed a couple of times without responding. Then he pointed to Lin Wanqing below, and said with a smile. Chapter 423, What if 10 billion is just pocket money for the other party? He was stunned for a full 2 to 3 seconds. Only then did he become excited. His mouth opened wide enough to see his throat. His voice trembled as he shouted out. Here it is. 10 billion. The first buyer has finally appeared. 10 billion. Is there anyone willing to go higher? He shouted loudly, full of passion. His emotions stirred the entire venue. At the same time, the spotlight cleverly shone on the dark privacy glass of box number 1. The 10 billion, with its string of zeros, looked exceptionally eye-catching at that moment. From below, the sound of people gasping could be heard. It's 10 billion already, who's adding more? Whoever adds more is a fool. Holy crap. The buyer in box no. 1 made a move. 10 billion, that's ruthless. It seems that the person in box number 1 is the real Voldemort, waiting until now to launch an attack. Who knows who is in there? Don't say it's Linjiang City, even if it's the entire Jiangnan province, not many can pull out 10 billion at once. Could it be some big shot from Kyoto City? Or is it Jiang Wushuang from the Jiang family? It's hard to say. Hey. I think that little girl won't be able to keep up. The buyers whispered among themselves, their gazes turning towards room 1. While envious, they were also guessing the true identity of the person in the private room. Chapter 424, Sitting at the same table for 2.5 years. Has she observed for a whole year? At this moment, Uncle Ming's expression returned to normal. If it was just a few 100 million short, he might still be emo for a while. But now the price has soared to 1 billion, far exceeding the Qin family's prepared budget of 800 million. Faced with such a huge gap, he instead became calm. The young master is right. Especially that sword hilt, it should be an antique. The old master is a swordsmanship expert, and loves to collect various exquisite famous swords. Unfortunately, the old master only recently learned about the sword hilt, otherwise he would have bought it long ago, and it wouldn't have gone unsold. Uncle Ming said with a smile. Qin Ming held his folding fan, looking indifferent. It's not too late, at least half of the people here came for the Qianren crystal. The Tongbao auction house also saw this point, which is why they brought that broken sword hilt back out. Just watch, if it can exceed the starting price, that will be considered an achievement, he said with a smile, clearly very confident in his judgment. Uncle Ming seemed very convinced by Qin Ming's words. Since the young master said so, it surely can't be wrong. He, then our trip to Linjiang City won't be in vain. 1 billion for the third time. Chapter 425, 9 Dragons / Want to guess who is inside? It's just the erosion of time. What was originally a golden sword hilt has turned dark and dull. The sword body seems to have been directly severed, leaving only a small section of about 2 or 3 centimeters at the hilt. At this moment, the large screen above the auction hall also displayed a detailed image of the sword hilt. Fang Qingchen stared closely at the broken edge in the picture. His interest piqued even more. To his surprise, this small remaining section of the sword body was uneven, resembling countless tiny scales. It was just like the sword hilt. Fang Qingchen's mind instantly conjured up an image of a strangely shaped divine weapon. The sword body was entirely composed of several winding dragon and snake shapes. But this was a bit strange. Logically, no one in ancient times would design a sword like this. It's not practical, the blade edge cannot be honed. And the sword body is not smooth, making it impossible to break armor or kill enemies. Looking at it this way, rather than saying it's a sword hilt, it's more like the handle of a bizarre whip or a club. The Kanglong club, the Churlong stick flashed through his mind, recalling many strange weapons from novels he had read before. Many old buyers below, seeing this old actor, also smiled knowingly. Chapter 426, Money Crush. Room 1 never gives anyone a way out. Song Ying's title among the 12 sages of the Machine Soul sect is the Sound Sage. She awakened a sound-related martial arts talent. She is very sensitive to various sounds and has implanted a special sound analysis and amplification device in her throat. She can perfectly mimic any sound she has heard. Although every private room's sound is specially processed, it's still easy for a master like the Sound Sage to analyze the real sound. She originally thought Lin Wanxing wouldn't know. Who would have thought that Lin Wanxing would slightly raise the corner of her lips, revealing a breathtaking smile. Sister Song is teasing me again, of course. It's Fang Qingchen inside. Song Ying looked surprised. She initially wanted to tease Lin Wanxing, but unexpectedly, Lin Wanxing could tell Fang Qingchen's voice without needing sound spectrum analysis. A hint of amazement appeared on her slightly childish face. Looking at Lin Wanxing, her eyes flashed with a trace of pity. Sigh. If it weren't for seeing it with my own eyes. You really are different from her, she said softly. Lin Wanxing's expression remained normal, smiling sweetly as she gazed at Room 1. Sound Sage, I hope you remember, I am me, not anyone else. Chapter 427, is Room 1 Fang Qingchen. The final auction item. Among the many buyers present, they thought that Fang Qingchen in Room 1 would raise the price fiercely. Even while Fang Qingchen was speaking, many secretly guessed whether he would directly raise the bid to 50 million. But most didn't expect the person in Room 1 to be so extravagant. 20 million plus 80 million. Is there such a way to play at an auction? Waves of what the hell echoed. In Room 4, Qin Ming's folding fan froze in mid-air, looking astonished. After a moment, he suddenly burst into laughter. Ha ha, interesting, interesting. I didn't expect that someone could escape my calculations. 1 billion, well done, well done. Uncle Ming beside him also looked surprised. Young master, Room 1 has such strong momentum, it's not at all inferior to you. Should we still raise the bid? He asked tentatively. With a whoosh, Qin Ming closed his folding fan. Forget it. If the old man finds out I spent 1 billion on a useless sword hilt, he might have a fit again. A gentleman doesn't take away what others like. Since the guy in Room 1 likes it, let him have it, he said with a light laugh. After speaking, Qin Ming shook his head regretfully. Chapter 428, Ancient Holy Relics. Divine Objects Concealed. Mu Kun's eyes burst with a longing gleam. The people behind him, like Qianzhong, also laughed along. Ha ha, old Mu. With your financial strength, it's definitely no problem for you to take it. With it, your strength will have a chance to rise to the next level. Yeah. A blessing in disguise. If you fail to get the Qianren crystal, it's a 0 upgrade. But if you get this, it's a real boost to your strength. And if you're lucky, you might even earn several times or 10 times back. Listening to Qianzhong and others' flattery, Mu Kun's smile widened. He seemed very confident about acquiring the final auction item. In room 1, Li Jian casually threw away the auction list in his hand. He spread his arms and lay on the spacious sofa. Finally over. Next is the business of those high-level martial artists. It has nothing to do with us anymore. Sigh. Sitting for so long, I'm all numb. Lu Qingchen and Qian Xiaoming also relaxed their expressions. Sitting there, they whispered quietly to each other, their expressions slightly excited. Like girls returning from shopping with bags full of treasures. They occasionally glanced at the door, waiting for the staff to bring them the items they had bid on. Chapter 429, Ancient Saint's Protective Wall. Rift in a different space. Guo Feng's face was filled with fervor. Surely. All the martial arts experts present understood that the nodes of different spaces represented disaster and horror. Once they appeared, the surging tide of alien beasts would destroy everything around them. However, danger often coexists with opportunity within these extremely dangerous nodes of different spaces. Rare resources that could enhance a martial artist's strength are often nurtured. Yet, the instability and danger within the nodes are enough to deter any martial artist. After all, no one wants to step into a node only to have it close behind them, leaving them forever lost inside. Upon hearing this, Lu Qingchen and Qian Xiaoming recalled the time at the underground rift in Dingjiapo, when Fang Qingchen nearly didn't make it out after entering the node space. They all unconsciously looked towards Fang Qingchen, their pretty faces showing a hint of fear. Feeling the gaze of the two girls, Fang Qingchen understood what they meant. He chuckled. Don't look at me, I came out just fine, didn't I? Don't worry, it's not as terrifying as that auctioneer said. He exaggerated a bit to drive up sales. Chapter 430, What you see is grace, not wealth. Back then, Wang Hao's father had gambled his entire fortune to purchase a beginner ancient saint's protective wall. He then ventured into a small rift in a different space, and, with incredible luck, obtained numerous rare martial arts resources. This not only helped him break through to the martial master realm, but also accumulated a considerable amount of wealth, allowing the Wang family martial arts school to flourish and become a rival to the Jiang family martial arts school. Wang Hao had long admired his father's rise. Naturally, he was also very interested in the ancient saint's protective wall. 5 million. I'll bid 10 million. On another side, Fan Nini also raised her sign to bid. Clearly, this genius from Yeyang City also had a gambling spirit deep down. This was quite normal. Martial arts cultivation itself is a gamble. 15 million. Du Zhongfei, who hadn't managed to bid for the celestial crystal, was no longer afraid of spending money. The bidding was quite spirited. 17 million. 19 million. 20 million. Not only these new martial arts stars, but also the older generation of martial arts experts present were unwilling to be outdone and joined the bidding. Although the probability of a small rift in a different space yielding particularly high-level martial arts resources is low. Chapter 431, The Secret of Martial Arts Talent. How do I compare to Lu Qingchen? Mu Kun couldn't afford $1 billion, but he wouldn't make a loss on this deal. If he couldn't buy it at this auction, he would just go to the next one. Mu Kun left with his people. Only Qianzhong and others in the room were left, anxiously pacing. Qianzhong smacked his palm. What is this? How am I supposed to explain this to Chairman Deng? Who is in that VIP room? Why are they bidding so aggressively? Even Mu Wuxing was scared off. Qianzhong was a bit frantic and helplessly scratched his head, noticing that several subordinates were cautiously watching him. His mood grew even more irritable. What are you looking at? Do you want to block the door of the VIP room? If you want to go, go ahead. I am going back to find the chairman to apologize. Qianzhong cursed and turned to leave. He knew that with the reputation and strength of Tongbao Auction House, it was quite unrealistic for a small official like him to challenge their confidentiality agreement. Fang Qingchen's astronomical bid of 1 billion once again made the buyers present recognize the charm of super-wealthy individuals. Market prices and premiums were of no concern to the people in the VIP room. Look, this is what a real rich person looks like. Chapter 432, Absolutely Sharp. Cutting through everything. Although your dual-born talent is quite impressive among S ranks, when it comes to cultivation speed, no one can compare to you. However, the weapon master is somewhat different. Song Ying spoke very seriously, her expression revealing much caution. This surprised Lin Wanxing. After spending time with her, she had come to understand Song Ying somewhat. In Lin Wanxing's impression, although Song Ying appeared to be a petite woman with a youthful face and spoke in a friendly manner, she had an underlying pride. As one of the sages of the Machine Soul sect, even though she ranked last, her martial arts potential was undoubtedly astonishing. Otherwise, she wouldn't have caught the attention of the sect leader and become a sage. Even when discussing S-rank talent experts with Lin Wanxing, her tone remained casual because for her, as long as she advanced to S-rank talent, she would never be inferior to others. Yet such a proud person would actually hold the weapon master in such awe, which made Lin Wanxing extremely curious. Sister Song, we are all martial arts talents, what could be different? Lin Wanxing asked. Chapter 433, Sister's glance is off. Get things done. After the black gold card was handed out, Jiang Cheng was quite perceptive and didn't linger. He smiled and shook hands with Fang Qingchen. Young Master Fang, I won't disturb you and your friends any longer. The items successfully bid on earlier have already been packaged and sent to the Martial God Manor. The flying car is also ready for you outside the special passage. You can leave at any time. After saying this, he nodded to Lu Qingqian and the others before turning to leave. Li Jian held the black gold card in front of him, took a deep breath, and rubbed it vigorously, making the already shiny card even more dazzling. He smacked his lips. From now on, I'm also one of those with a black gold card. When I get back to school and slap this card on the table, Zhong Dafei and Ma Yingqi from our class will have to lower their heads to talk to me, right? Those little girls will jump up and down to date me. He wore a proud expression, strutting around, nearly drooling with excitement. This wasn't surprising, if you drove a limited edition sports car to school. Others might think you rented it and secretly laugh at you for putting on a front. But if you could pull out a black gold card from Tongbao Auction House, that would definitely signify you as a wealthy member of high society. Chapter 434, Super Genius, let the competition begin. Let's give it a try. Let's go. Lu Qinglian and Tian Xiaoming, two lively girls, cheered and bounced out. Li Jian, being quite steady, followed behind, holding a packed game console and equipment, with a big peach in his mouth. Fang Qingchen and Lu Qingqian walked out side by side at a leisurely pace, watching the three ahead of them with light footsteps. Both of them wore faint smiles on their faces. Qingqian, your parents should be getting out of the hospital soon, right? Yeah, Dad can walk like a normal person now. And Mom's illness is basically cured. Dean Liu and Vice Dean Li said that after 2 more days of recovery to replenish her lost energy, they can be discharged. That's good to hear, congratulations to your uncle and aunt. Qingchen, my parents said they want to invite you over for dinner after they recover. As she said this, Lu Qingqian tilted her head back, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. Fang Qingchen grinned. Since it's your uncle and aunt inviting, I have to make it a big deal. It counts as welcoming them back to life after overcoming their illness. Seeing Fang Qingchen's serious expression, they continued walking. Chapter 435, to visit the father-in-law. One must first pick up the chopsticks. Even the watchdog deserves a kick. Walking on the pedestrian street, with Fang Qingchen and the others' looks and aura. This handsome and beautiful group was hard to ignore. Especially after the awards ceremony at the gym, many people in Linjiang City found Fang Qingchen and Lu Qingchen somewhat familiar, making them somewhat famous. As they appeared on the pedestrian street, many people immediately gathered on both sides to watch. Wow! Isn't that Fang Qingchen and Lu Qingchen? The first place winners of the points competition. Woo-woo, Fang Qingchen looks even more handsome than on the live broadcast. Brother Fang, please give me a spot in the gravity training room. Goddess Lu is so beautiful, even I, a girl, am captivated by her. Who is this tall, skinny guy with them? I've never seen him before. He must be a new team member, right? After all, the previous one, what was his name again? I forgot. But he looked pretty sleazy, which really hurt their team's image. Yeah, this new one is at least passable. Listening to the comments from the passers-by, Li Jian didn't know whether to be happy or angry. Fortunately, the gene modification serum not only improved his genes and appearance, but also boosted his confidence, making his demeanor quite cultured. Chapter 436, It's okay to stay at home if it's too late. Last time, when Hu Chen and his father came to cause trouble, they were taken down in one go. Since then, Fang Qingchen hadn't come back. This time, seeing that her family's food store was still the same, she couldn't help but question the capabilities of Qianzhong and the others. If someone smarter had taken over, they would have probably rushed to replace Qian's food store with a high-end restaurant by now, and then designated it as a dining unit for the municipal hall. This group of people really isn't capable. How did they pass the ideological education test back then? Fang Qingchen stroked her chin. Qian Xiaoming seemed quite satisfied. Supporting her chin with her hands, she looked at Fang Qingchen and said with a smile, "Those leaders are very enthusiastic, saying that Dad's cooking is too delicious to let a famous chef go to waste. They insist on giving us a restaurant in the city center. Even if we have no money, the city finance can approve a loan without interest." But my dad didn't agree. He figured it's good to stick with this food stall on the pedestrian street, where there are familiar faces and a lively atmosphere. At this moment, Dad Qian peeked out from behind the curtain, saying, "If I opened a restaurant, the dishes would change taste. But that Director Qian and Captain Jin are really good people. Ever since that day, my food stall's business has been booming." Chapter 437, A Shroud of Mystery. What if the information you investigate is just what others want you to know? Qingchen, you go train in the gravity training room first. After you're done, head back to the hospital early, Fang Qingchen said as he walked to the side with his phone. Lu Qingchen still needed to return to the hospital with her sister to take care of their parents, so she didn't hold back and replied with a light hem. Being the first to enter the gravity training room to start training. After her physical ability reached 18, combined with the assistance of the Teng Shi Tu Na Shu, she became the second person in the team who could train in a tenfold gravity environment. This left the technicians from Jinhong Biology, such as Engineer Zhong, in awe. The safety regulations in the technical guidance manual seemed to lose their effect here. What could not be achieved by others, perhaps this is what genius is. They could only comfort themselves this way. Lu Qinglian was seeing the gravity training room for the first time, circling around with great interest. She watched and admired it, feeling envious. Looking at her sister inside the transparent quartz glass door, she didn't dare to greet her, fearing it would disturb her training. Standing still, she gazed around, taking in the grand scenery of the martial god manor. This was a huge estate she had never seen even in luxurious idol dramas. with an area much larger than their entire community. Chapter 438. I want to sleep in the same room with her. The cautious big shot with no flaws. After all, she was still young, just a third-year middle school student, and her personality was still a bit playful. Plus, having been isolated by her classmates for so long, it was hard for her to part with Qian Xiaoming, a lively and cute girl with whom she resonated. In just one day, they had become inseparable best friends. How could she bear to leave? However, she was still very understanding. Although she was reluctant, she obediently followed her older sister Lu Qingchen. After saying goodbye to Fang Qingchen and the others, she waved her hand reluctantly. Brother Qingchen, sister Meng Meng, I'm going to miss you. Her tone was pitiful, making one feel sorry for her. Fang Qingchen couldn't help but chuckle. Ha ha, such a simple goodbye, why does it sound like a farewell for life and death? My home is right here, I can't run away, I'm not a stranger. As long as you want to come and play, you can come anytime. He reached out and ruffled Lu Qinglian's little head. Really? Yay! Lu Qinglian's youthful face lit up with a happy smile again. She lifted her little leg and raised her little fist, striking a cute jump. Beside her, Lu Qingchen also secretly raised the corners of her mouth in joy. Chapter 439. Start opening the orifices. 9 orifices gather essence, the suspended bell connects the marrow. When returning to the room, she saw that the wooden box containing the blood jade needles had already been neatly placed on the table by the servant. He stepped forward and casually touched the wooden box with his palm. Although the box appeared old, it felt delicate and warm to the touch. It turned out to be made of rosewood. It made sense. Items from the previous dynasty, if made of ordinary wood, would have long since decayed. He flicked his finger against the lock of the box, and it opened with a click. Suddenly, a complete set of blood-red jade needles was displayed before Fang Qingchen. Each needle, varying in thickness, was as red as if it were about to drip blood. Clearly, they were all made from the finest blood jade. The blood jade is as hard as iron, and for the ancient people of the previous dynasty to polish it to such an extent was truly remarkable. Even at that time, it must have been a rare treasure. Spending 5 million was definitely worth it. The blood jade needles had already undergone several disinfection processes, and could be used directly. Fang Qingchen didn't delay any longer. He gently brushed his palm over each blood jade needle in the box, and after a flash of his eyes, he took out a needle the length of his index finger, and the thickness of an embroidery needle. After removing his clothes, he sat cross-legged on the cushion on the ground. Chapter 440. Source Surge. Time to wash marrow. A whirlwind suddenly swept around Fang Qingchen. The whirlwind howled. The curtains danced wildly, and the papers on the table flew around like snowflakes. It was at this moment that he suddenly opened his eyes. He could feel that the suspended bell acupoint in his body had been fully opened. Only the final step was needed for complete stabilization, which triggered the whirlwind effect. The first acupoint, the suspended bell acupoint, was open. Fang Qingchen shouted lightly. The blood jade needle pinched between his fingertips was suddenly thrust downwards with force. The needle, the length of a finger, completely sank into the suspended bell acupoint. Despite this, Fang Qingchen felt no pain at all. Instead, a sound akin to a barrier breaking resonated within him. Accompanying this sound, the whirlwind surrounding Fang Qingchen instantly dissipated. The papers that had been flying around him fell gently to the ground. Even someone as composed as Fang Qingchen showed a hint of excitement on his handsome face. He succeeded. With a flick of his palm beside the suspended bell acupoint, the blood jade needle was instantly expelled. At the same time, a stream of extremely foul-smelling black blood shot out. Fang Qingchen, instead of being startled, felt joy. This black blood and the black substances exuded from his body. Chapter 441. Late Night Friend Request. Give us a break. Dressed in a bathrobe, he returned to his room. Lying on the bed, he felt full of energy and couldn't sleep at all. The after effects of opening the acupoints were indeed strong. Forget it, he thought. He might as well consider how to allocate this celestial human crystal. Not being able to sleep, he decided not to. He turned over, casually put on a pair of shorts, and left the room. The door to the next room, where Qian Xiaoming was already closed. She must have been sleeping soundly. Fang Qingchen dismissed the thought of going in to chat with her. He went downstairs, exited the villa, and strolled alone in the estate. It was already late at night, and the servants in the estate had all gone to rest. The moonlight was like water, filtering through the trees by the roadside and casting a mottled shadow on the ground, with the constant chirping of insects, making the entire estate feel incredibly tranquil. It was said that since the martial Dao era began, the stars in the sky had become much brighter than before. He didn't know if it was true. Fang Qingchen suddenly recalled a nostalgic post he had seen online and found it amusing. He randomly chose a bench to sit on, looking up at the sky. The bright moon was surrounded by countless stars, with a river of the Milky Way spanning the heavens. His mind was empty, and he thought of nothing. He simply enjoyed the tranquility of being alone. Chapter 442, Night Chat. Invitation to join the team. Phut. Kai Lian was lying on her bed, laughing and shaking, filling the room with fragrance. The handsome boy was quite tight-lipped. HMPH, she snorted lightly. It was clear that Fang Qingchen was playing coy. If he didn't want to talk, so be it, she was just a bit curious. According to her grandfather, gravity training wasn't better the higher it went, as long as the training was within the threshold. The final effect wouldn't be too bad. Only those who sought to refine every realm to the finest detail would pursue the physical body's extreme gravity. But pursuing such extremes was like dancing on a tightrope. One misstep could lead to irreversible damage to the body, which would not only slow down the cultivation speed, but could even cause a regression in realm, stalling martial arts development. Generally, those who had no hope of advancing their realms wouldn't practice like that. Adding Fang Qingchen as a friend was actually for another important reason. She thought for a moment and sent a voice message. Fang Qingchen clicked to listen, and his brows immediately raised. Fang Qingchen, I have something I want to discuss with you. Although I don't know why you have such a powerful background and still stay in a small place like Linjiang City. Chapter 443, Practicing Fist in the Park. Terrifying figures. Checking the time, it was only 4 in the morning. It was still early at this hour. Practicing the dragon and snake breathing technique needed to be combined with the early morning light, which wasn't the right timing. He had long since grown tired of his own estate. After some thought, he went directly to the nearby training room and changed into a light blue martial arts outfit. He didn't drive, but instead rode his little electric scooter, buzzing to the entrance of the estate. The night shift guard stood upright, and upon seeing Fang Qingchen out so early, he was immediately stunned, as if he had seen something bizarre. His voice even trembled a bit. Young master, why are you out so early today? No nonsense. Open the door. Ah? Yes? Watching Fang Qingchen ride away, the guard still looked bewildered. However, he was very responsible and promptly reported it. Hearing the intercom by the bed ring, Lin Feng, who was sleeping, suddenly opened his eyes wide. With a roll, he got up. What? The young master went out. Got it. He quickly got dressed, then pressed a few buttons on the special communicator on his wrist. He was connecting to the city's Skynet system to initiate biometric tracking. Chapter 444, In ancient times, there was a bosher that could swallow the sky. Encountering the Genius Club members and beating them mercilessly. The moment Fang Qingchen laid eyes on this person, an image of a martial artist from the Republic of China era involuntarily surfaced in his mind. Half-step collapse fist Guo Yunshen, Dong Haichuan, divine gun Li Shuwen, Sun Lutang. There are many old photos of them online. And this person seems to have walked out from those old photos. However, people from that era basically could not have lived to the present. Fang Qingchen's memories from his previous life instantly went through all the martial arts masters he knew. Whether it was a martial saint or a martial god, there was no one who could match him. Fang Qingchen couldn't help but be shocked. Who exactly is this person? Why is he appearing in Linjiang City? Could he be a master who came to participate in the auction yesterday? With a strong presence in front of him, he instead felt calm inside. Although the gap in strength was too great for him to sense the other specific power, his keen mind could still detect that this old man, who resembled a martial artist from the Republic of China, had no malicious intent. Just as his thoughts were racing in his mind, the old man with a crane-like posture and turtle-like back, who seemed to have only taken a few steps forward, appeared in front of Fang Qingchen, as if he had teleported. Chapter 445, Where is the Young Master? Sometimes having too strong an observation ability is not a good thing. Belle Tun Qian's figure had long since disappeared, but Fang Qingchen still found it hard to believe. This name, even for martial arts masters or even martial saints, might be quite unfamiliar. But for Fang Qingchen, it was very familiar. He was one of the 7 martial ancestors of the Great Xia Kingdom. He was also the second strongman in the Great Xia Kingdom to advance to the martial ancestor realm. His martial arts were extraordinary, shaking the heavens and earth with unmatched combat power. He once single-handedly defended the national border, fighting against foreign martial arts masters who wanted to invade the Great Xia Kingdom for 3 days and nights. The border was left flowing with rivers of blood. The boundary river became a blood river. This person's martial arts experience was indeed miraculous. It is said that he was a martial artist from the Republic of China, living from that era all the way to the end of the old era. Already over 120 years old. At the beginning of the martial arts era, not only did he awaken a very powerful SS-level martial arts talent, but he also relied on the biological technology of the new era to rejuvenate this centenarian. Step by step, he broke the martial arts shackles that bound him in the old era, treading on the blood and bones of exotic beasts, and achieved the martial ancestor realm. He is considered a legendary figure of his generation. Information about the martial ancestor is confidential.